A top student determined to pursue scientific research. Ended up relying on posting small ads to make a living. Even posting advertisements chooses the police station as the billboard. They even pried open the door to stick advertisements inside the glass. Yet when you were caught, you actually shouted at the camera, "I just want to find a decent job." Just because the career system always steers you toward high-risk industries. Name, age, place of origin. The police looked at you, who was being very cooperative. A question couldn't help but pop into my mind. This guy is so honest. He doesn't seem like the kind of person who would do such a thing. The evidence and witnesses are all present. He had to admit that it was the truth. Why did you break into a private residence? You put on an extremely innocent expression. Breaking and entering? What a terrible injustice. I am a law-abiding good citizen. How could anyone possibly commit such a criminal act? The police were speechless. I take back what I said earlier about him cooperating. Wrongfully accuse you? Then tell me, who is the person in this video? The officer handed over a tablet. He pointed his finger at the figure that appeared above. You take a look and see only the back view. But you still recognized it as yourself at a glance. This figure is indeed me. But this doesn't prove I trespassed on private property, does it? You shrugged your hands, looking utterly innocent. The police officer's expression was utterly stunned. It seems to be saying, do you want to take a look at what you're saying? You're still making excuses. You've already pried open someone else's door lock. So you still deny trespassing on private property? You seem to have been prepared, then take a look. I did break into someone else's house. But I never went in from start to finish. I was just putting up small ads behind the door. You can say I'm acting unethically. But you absolutely cannot accuse me of trespassing into a private residence, can you? I can't bear such a grave accusation. The policeman seemed to be laughing out of anger as he abruptly stood up. All right, so that's how you want to play it, huh? You quickly hugged yourself upon seeing this, officer, bro. Don't act impulsively. Violent law enforcement is unacceptable. There's a camera over there. You even tilted your chin toward the upper right corner. But the police paid no attention. He just walked out of the interrogation room on his own. Several more seconds passed. He just walked in holding something. He slammed that thing down hard on the table. After a pause, he said, "This little advertisement is yours, isn't it?" Your eyes glance over there, your body leaning slightly forward. This little flyer was printed by me. Didn't I already explain it before? I go around sticking small ads on people's doors. But I didn't go in. Logically speaking, posting flyers at the door doesn't count as trespassing, right? The officer's anger reached its peak. Took a deep breath and said, "In that case, do you admit it or not? Why did you break into the police station door to post flyers?" He was truly furious inside. Their Puzi Street police station is also considered a famous landmark in Xinjiang. But just last night, the on-duty staff went out to handle some business. This guy in front of me secretly pried open the police station's door. But what if he stole some guns? Or any key information? Now it's not even necessary to interrogate in the interrogation room. Straight to jail. The crux of the matter is, after this guy got into the police station, he didn't do anything at all. A small advertisement was pasted on the glass door inside. This action, in his view, it's nothing short of a blatant provocation. No one knew what expression the duty officer had on their face when they returned and saw the glaringly obvious small advertisement on the glass door. It was truly a sight to behold. Damn, catching thieves all day long. I actually got tricked by a thief one day. This guy is still acting outrageously arrogant. He even deliberately left his contact information and address. How can I tolerate this? Quickly gathered all the teammates back together. Dragged you over just as you were falling asleep. You chuckled and said, "It was me." The police officer was slightly taken aback. But then the fury on his face reached its peak. How audacious. Not even bothering to hide it, and actually laughing out loud. You're still laughing? This is outright provocation. Faced with the sudden interrogation from the police, you were also stunned. No. I was just laughing out of sheer embarrassment, that's all. It's not arrogance. Don't jump to conclusions, you've misunderstood. What I mean is, look here. You also know that my profession is a locksmith. But I've just entered this industry and don't have much reputation yet. The only way to make a name for yourself was by plastering small ads everywhere. You know it too. How fierce the market competition is nowadays. If I don't take some measures to showcase my core competitiveness, how would others choose me to unlock it? What kind of twisted logic is this? Even if you don't have the intention to commit a crime, but you picked the lock. This is damaging police equipment, you know that? Destruction? No way. I said I just used a piece of wire to pick it open. Pure technical skill, no brute force involved. Otherwise, how could I make a living in this line of work? And when I left last night, I noticed the lobby was quite dirty. So I took the initiative to clean it up for you. That counts as doing a good deed, right? You shrugged your hands. Claims to be a model citizen. The police were completely exasperated and laughed. Look at this, just look at this. Is there no law left? Is there no law left? He took several deep breaths before finally calming down. Let me ask you one more question. You're already bad enough for putting up those flyers. But why must it be posted at the police station? How can I not see this as a provocation? Of course, it's because this place is famous. The famous Posey Street Police Station. Who doesn't know? I just wanted to borrow some fame to place an advertisement. Certainly not with any intention of provocation. Hearing this, the police were completely stunned. So this is the downside of the police station becoming too famous? Outside the Posey Street Police Station. This place became popular thanks to a show called Guardians of Jiefangxi. I heard they managed to arrest the big shots of Star City every few days here. And there are plenty of eccentric characters here too. Many people come here specifically to check in and take photos. Today, the Guardians of Jiefangxi production team came up with a unique idea. Preparing for a special live broadcast. They have already set up the equipment. Poised for action outside the Posey Street Police Station. The crowd formed tight concentric circles around the entrance of the police station, leaving no room to pass. Mobile phone cameras popping up one after another. Everyone wants to join in the fun. The director was also communicating with the leaders of the police station. They seemed to be discussing the upcoming live stream process. The interrogation room where you are being held. The police were still preparing to question further. But the door to the interrogation room suddenly swung open. What's wrong? What's up, Shaoli? The policeman nicknamed Shaoli. He waved at the police officers inside the interrogation room. Brother Wang. Come out for a moment, there's something I need to tell you. Although Wang Lin was somewhat puzzled, he still followed along. The two of them stepped out of the interrogation room. Alright, you can speak now. Is there anything else? Wang Gu, the production team from the show Guarding the Liberation of the West has come to film. The chief told us to be careful. Oh. Guarding Liberation West, huh? They're just filming normally. Why do we need to be careful? Chapter 2, the Guard Liberation West livestream? Shaoli pointed at the interrogation room where Lin Xuan was staying. You know, that guy broke into our police station in the middle of the night. If this gets out, our station will be the laughingstock of all the other stations. Wang Lin thought about it and agreed. Although Guarding Liberation West was meant to film unusual cases to attract attention and, to some extent, educate the public about the law. But that didn't mean they should sacrifice the station's reputation. This wasn't something the Posey police station could be proud of. If others found out that the police station had been broken into, police stations across the country would probably laugh at them. Alright, I'll lock the interrogation room door now. Saying that, Wang Lin locked the interrogation room door from the inside. This door is specially made, he won't be able to open it from the inside. Alright, then I can rest assured. Shaoli finished speaking and prepared to leave. But suddenly he thought of something else and turned to ask Wang Lin behind him. Wang Gu, what kind of sentence can we give this guy? He's way too brazen, posting flyers all over the police station and even inside. He doesn't even respect us. Shaoli had just joined the police force this year and had a strong sense of pride in his profession. So Lin Xian's actions immediately made him feel that his profession had been disrespected. But Wang Lin sighed deeply upon hearing this. There's nothing we can do about it. Shaoli was stunned by this remark. Nothing can be decided? How is that possible? He clearly picked the lock. That's right. The key point is that he didn't break into someone's home. He was just outside, posting a small ad on the door. That doesn't qualify as trespassing. As for picking the lock to enter the police station, we could have charged him with damaging public property, but the lock was intact, and he even cleaned up after himself when he left. How do you expect us to rule on this? Wang Lin was at a loss for words. After all these years on the force, he had never encountered such an absurd case. So we really can't charge him? Shaoli's eyes flashed with anger. Well, not exactly. I just checked, and this guy hasn't registered with the police station for locksmithing. I can use that as a reason to detain him for a few days. Just a few days? Shaoli was clearly unsatisfied with this outcome. Alright, I can see he doesn't have any malicious intent. He just thinks differently. A few days of detention should be enough. Alright then. But I'm still a bit confused. Wang Gu, you said this kid doesn't have any bad intentions, so why did he come to our police station to post flyers? Wang Lin sighed helplessly. What makes you successful can also be your downfall. Who made our police station so famous? At that moment, outside the police station, the production crew Guarding Liberation West had already started filming. Finally, it's time to air. Today's episode is sure to have some high-energy, memorable scenes. Help! Don't shake the camera. I need to see the Liberation West Street clearly. I'll bet 10 packets of spicy noodles that a drunk will be carried into the police station within half an hour. Let us catch a police officer giving a hardcore legal education session. The anti-fraud tips I learned last time were super effective. Film crew, hurry up and capture that neon sign. The atmosphere is perfect. Please film the late-night barbecue stall. The bustling atmosphere of Jiefang West is the soul of the show. The production team doesn't have a specific filming process, they just go in to observe the police mediating with other suspects. Tang Jiqiang, one of the police officers at Pasiji police station, received an emergency call just half an hour ago reporting that someone was attempting suicide on the bridge. He rushed to the scene with his team and after some persuasion, managed to bring the person back to the station. The appearance of the Liberation West program crew was nothing new to him, and he continued with his work as usual. He first brought the young woman who had attempted suicide to a more spacious mediation room. Then he poured her a cup of water. Suddenly cutting to the mediation room. Who is this person? What's happening? Can someone spoil it for me? Why is the chat so quiet? The girl looks really exhausted. I don't know, but she looks pretty. Can we talk? Tang Jiqiang sat across from the girl and spoke softly. Talk? About what? I already told you, I don't want to live anymore. You insisted on bringing me here. I was just about to jump off, and I wouldn't have thought about anything else. The girl's emotions suddenly became very agitated. Tang Jiqiang seemed to have experience with similar situations and spoke softly to calm her down. Sweetie, life is beautiful. You need to learn to see the good side of things. Do you know what? The darkness you feel right now is like a stormy night on a wet road. No matter how strong the wind or how heavy the rain, there will always be a street light shining for you. Those people or things that cause you pain are merely passing guests in your life, while you are the protagonist of your own story. The future holds countless beautiful chapters waiting for you to write. And your very existence is extraordinary. There is only one unique you in the world, and today's despair is just a small interlude in the long journey of life. Think about all the delicious foods you haven't tasted yet, the beautiful landscapes you haven't seen, and the many kind-hearted people waiting to meet you. Tang Jiqiang's words, spoken like a wise old uncle, instantly earned him praise in the live stream comments. Holy cow! It feels like my brain has been soaked in inspirational soup. Help! What kind of divine advice is this? It hits the nail on the head. Suggestion: engrave these words into our DNA. Every sentence is so healing. Teary-eyed, everyone, I wish I had an uncle like this to guide me. Learn something. This is textbook level comforting. You're telling me. Just listening to him makes me feel like I can solve any problem. Bullet comments are my shield. I'm going to become a mental health coach right here. He made me feel like the world is full of beauty. So, any pretty sisters or brothers want to leave their number? The girl who was considering taking her own life seemed to be moved by these words, imagining a better future that hadn't yet happened. Tang Jiqiang saw that his words were having an effect and quickly capitalized on the momentum to continue persuading her. Think about it. You still have a long life ahead of you. Your parents want you to live a safe and healthy life. But before he could finish, the girl's emotions flared up again. Don't say another word. I don't want to hear about them. If I see them, I'll kill myself. It's them who ruined my life. In their eyes, my younger brother is the most important person. They never cared about my feelings. To make me focus on taking care of my brother, they tore up my university admission notice. I'll show you. I'm not joking. I'm serious. The girl was furious, taking deep breaths after every sentence. Tang Jiqiang was also suddenly stunned. He never expected the reason for her suicidal thoughts was because of his parents. But it's okay, he had a plan B. Chapter 3, Precise Persuasion. Right, your parents aren't good people, but you don't have to ruin your life because of them. This one make your parents feel guilty. You should focus on becoming stronger, make them regret their actions, and show them that their daughter can make something of herself. Plus, you'll meet your soulmate someday, and he'll definitely protect you. However, before Tang Jiqiang could finish speaking, the girl's excited voice rang out again. Don't mention that scumbag. I want to kill him. He not only cheated me out of my money, but he is also cheating on me with multiple women and using my money to support them. Tang Jiqiang's mouth was wide open in shock. No way. Is it really necessary to be so unlucky? Mentioning 2 people in a row and hitting both landmines so precisely. And your background is so tragic. At this point, Tang Jiqiang didn't know how to comfort her. These 2 things happening to one person, to be honest, even he wouldn't be able to handle it. The live stream chat is already exploding. Tang uncle, this is a sure thing. Reality, come on, let us turn the tables. Help. Tang Jiqiang dancing in a minefield looks just like my mom nagging me to get married. The production team should give Tang Shu a script. This misunderstanding is more thrilling than a soap opera. Suggestion: install a keyword filter on Tang Shu's microphone. Tang Shu, my parents and boyfriend are my backup. Girl, just give me your ID number. Every time Tang Shu speaks, I draw a villa on the ground with my toes. The comments are hilarious. This must be the moment when the king of big talk got exposed, right? At this moment, the girl was so emotionally overwhelmed that she raised a folding knife she had on her body and placed it against her own neck. Don't come any closer. I really can kill myself. Tang Jiqiang had no idea the girl was holding a knife, and his mood immediately grew tense. He hurriedly said, "Girl, put that away first. Let's talk this out calmly. I want to leave. I don't want to sit here. If you hadn't come, I would have already jumped. I just want to find a quiet place to die. Is that so hard? Why won't any of you listen to my demands? You're all so selfish." The tip of the girl's knife had already pierced the skin on her neck, leaving a small trickle of bright red blood. Tang Jiqiang took a deep breath and stopped the police officers who were about to rush forward. At this point, forcing them back was pointless. If they acted too quickly, the knife could accidentally sever a major artery. Moreover, even if she were saved, if she wasn't properly counseled, she might attempt suicide again at any moment, something he didn't want to see happen. Ensuring your safety is the responsibility of the public security authorities. Put down what you're holding, calm down, and we can discuss this properly. Tang Jiqiang continued. If you don't want to go home, where do you want to go? You must have somewhere to go. If all else fails, you can come to my house. My wife cooks delicious meals, you'll definitely like them. The girl paused for a moment before finally saying, I want to go to my friend's place. Seeing that the other person's emotions had eased slightly, Tang Jiqiang's heart relaxed a little. But on the surface, he remained vigilant. Alright, put your things down first. I'll take you there later, okay? The girl seemed to have truly calmed down, gradually no longer resisting the police officer's approach, and slowly placed the knife on the table. Tang Jiqiang seized the opportunity, acted swiftly, and snatched the knife away. He then gave a subtle signal to the police officer beside him. The officer immediately understood and took the knife from Tang Jiqiang's hand. Young lady, please sit here for a moment. All the police cars from the station are out on duty. I'll take you to your friend's place as soon as I can. The girl didn't say anything, but Tang Jiqiang knew she had agreed. Finally, a sigh of relief. That was truly nerve-wracking. Thank goodness no one was hurt. I even saw blood on the knife blade. As expected, Uncle Tang is experienced. This must be the 10th person he's talked down, right? Did anyone on the upper floor catch the first episode of Liberation West? 10 minutes earlier. The interrogation room where Lin Xuan was being held. After the police officer who had been interrogating him left, the room was lit only by a dim, harsh light, with nothing else inside. After waiting for a while, Lin Xuan still didn't see the officer come back in. This wasn't unusual, so he decided to doze off. But suddenly, a strong urge to urinate hit him. Lin Xuan immediately clenched his thighs. Oh no! The urge was overwhelming. He instinctively looked around, only to realize there was nowhere nearby to use the restroom. Of course not, who would put a restroom in an interrogation room? But he couldn't just pee here, could he? As for peeing in his pants, that was out of the question unless he was completely shameless. So he began to shout weakly inside the room. Hey, is anyone there? Can someone come in and help me? I'm about to burst. But after shouting for a while, no one came to help him. As the urge to urinate grew more urgent, Lin Xuan looked around the room. Forget it, I'll just have to do it myself. He looked down at the handcuffs on his wrists. Hey! I didn't notice before, but these handcuffs are rose gold? Pretty trendy. However, the moment he finished looking, he flipped his hands lightly, and the sturdy handcuffs were suddenly unlocked. After opening them, he even had the leisure to comment. More fancy designs, but the structure hasn't changed at all. Still so simple, no challenge. After unlocking the handcuffs on his wrists, Lin Xuan stood up and walked toward the door of the interrogation room. He had no interest in examining the handcuffs further, his urge to urinate was growing more urgent. He had heard that holding it in wasn't a good idea. It could even affect male function, though Lin Xuan believed his own male function was top-notch worldwide. But it's better not to take any chances. Just as he was about to turn the handle to open the door, he noticed that the door handle seemed welded to the door, firmly fixed in place, completely immovable. Locked from the inside? Lin Xuan's first thought was that it must be locked from the inside. He bent down to examine the lock closely. It's a grade C lock cylinder. Looks like the police station has a decent budget. The lock cylinder structure of security doors is generally divided into 3 grades, Grade A, Grade B, and Grade C. Grade A lock cylinders can be opened using technical methods in under 1 minute and have a high rate of mutual opening. They can be easily opened using tools like tinfoil and have lower security performance. Grade B lock cylinders have a technical opening time of no less than 5 minutes and a lower rate of being opened by the same key. Chapter 4. I just went out to use the restroom. Compared to Grade A lock cores, Grade B lock cores offer significantly improved security but may still be opened by skilled locksmiths in a relatively short time. Grade C lock cylinders have a technical opening time generally exceeding 270 minutes and an extremely low mutual opening rate. Grade C lock cylinders effectively prevent various forms of forced entry and technical opening methods, providing high-level security for security doors. However, this is only the case for ordinary locksmiths. Lin Xuan is not among the ranks of ordinary locksmiths. Although the Grade C lock cylinder is indeed challenging, in Lin Xuan's eyes, no professional lockpicking tools are needed, just a single piece of wire. But here, in this interrogation room, where would there be any wire? However, an outstanding locksmith would never allow themselves to be put in a situation where they cannot open a lock. For example, Lin Xuan. All he did was flick his tongue slightly, and a tiny paperclip appeared on his tongue. No problem. His slender fingers gripped the middle of the paperclip, while the other hand flicked the straightened needle, sending a metallic vibration through the air. Before the sound faded, the tip had already entered the lock. He suddenly pressed his wrist downward, pressing his face tightly against the iron door, his eyelashes brushing against the cold metal surface. The pad of his thumb rubbed around the edge of the lock hole twice, found the right spot, and then exerted force suddenly. A soft click sounded as the lock tongue sprang back and the interrogation room door swung open. At the same time, the lively sounds from outside reached Lin Xuan's ears. What's happening? Why is it so lively? Lin Xuan thought to himself. The interrogation room he was in was only a few meters away from the mediation room. So he immediately saw the crowd gathered there, but his bladder was already extremely tense, and if he held it any longer, it would burst. Though curious about what was happening, he decisively ran toward the restroom. At that moment, Wang Lin and the others were all gathered at the door of the mediation room, watching what was happening inside, none of them noticing what was happening in the interrogation room. They had no idea that Lin Xuan had already slipped out of the interrogation room. After using the restroom, Lin Xuan poured himself a glass of water. He had been talking so much in the interrogation room that he was already thirsty. However, as he walked past the mediation room holding his water cup, he saw the girl inside holding a knife to her own throat, and his interest was immediately piqued. There's going to be some drama. He decided on the spot to stay and watch for a while before returning to the interrogation room. He pushed his way through the crowd and finally made his way to the front. Some of the police officers, noticing he was wearing ordinary clothes, didn't pay much attention, assuming he was part of the production crew. Some even voluntarily gave him a spot, letting him move further forward. At that moment, the woman in the mediation room was on the verge of breaking down, but Lin Xuan was watching with great interest. He couldn't help but wish he had some sunflower seeds to munch on. However, he didn't know the full story, and it seemed quite challenging. Just then, he noticed a figure in police uniform ahead, so he gently tapped his shoulder. Brother, do you know why this girl is trying to take her own life? Tell me about it. The man standing in front of Lin Xuan was none other than Wang Lin, who had previously interrogated him. However, he was completely engrossed in the commotion in front of him and hadn't noticed Lin Xuan's identity behind him. Lin Xuan had always been negotiating face-to-face with Wang Lin, so he wasn't familiar with the other person's back and didn't recognize him at first. Wang Lin, however, was a kind-hearted person. Let me tell you, according to my insider information, this girl. Oh, I see. Exactly, I think it's really unfair. Look. Exactly. Brother. I agree with your idea. The two chatted for a while, but found that the more they talked, the more they clicked. Wang Lin couldn't help but want to become sworn brothers with the person behind him. These days, it was really hard to find someone with such aligned values. Lin Xuan felt the same way. Brother, what's your name? You're exactly my type. Let's hang out and have a drink sometime. Wang Lin asked without turning his head. Lin Xuan didn't think much of it. At his age, meeting someone so compatible was a rare opportunity, and he couldn't wait to down a few glasses right there. He replied cheerfully. Of course we'll drink. But don't my spot, I'll treat you. No way. We're brothers, right? If you're offering, I'll treat you. Let's not wait until next time. I'll pick you up after work and we'll go right away. No problem. Then next time, I'll treat you. Lin Xuan had just graduated and didn't have much money, but he knew this was a rare opportunity to find a kindred spirit. He was determined to pay this time. Alright, brother, you haven't even told me your name yet. We can't just keep calling each other brother forever, can we? Wang Lin's lips curved into a slight smile. Alright. My name is Lin Xuan. What about you, brother? Lin Xuan? Brother, that sounds like the name of a criminal we just interrogated. His name was also Lin Xuan. Wang Lin suddenly realized something, but quickly dismissed the thought from his mind. How could that be? He had just locked the interrogation room door from the outside. It was a security-grade lock, and the Lin Xuan inside didn't have any tools to pick the lock. He couldn't have gotten out. But what if that guy really did get out? With a skeptical expression, he turned his head. In an instant, a familiar face appeared in his line of sight. Lin Xuan. A shrill voice echoed through the mediation room. Originally, the girl who had finally calmed down and was waiting in the mediation room for Tang Jiqiang to pick her up also curiously lifted her head. But it wasn't just her, others did as well. Even the camera crew from the program filming at Liberation West shifted their lenses toward that direction. Xiao Li, standing beside Wang Lin, was also confused and turned to look at him. What's going on, Wang Go? Why is it so loud? Wang Lin didn't respond immediately. Instead, he turned around completely, his face angry as he glared at Lin Xuan. How did you get out? I locked you in the interrogation room. I just came out like this. Lin Xuan shrugged helplessly. He never would have thought that the person he had been chatting with so comfortably was actually the police officer who had interrogated him earlier. What a twist of fate. What a sin. Wait. Where are your handcuffs? Just as Lin Xuan spread his hands, Wang Lin noticed that the rose-gold handcuffs on the other person seemed to be missing. Handcuffs? I left them in the interrogation room. Don't worry, I'm a model citizen, I wouldn't just take something without permission. Wang Lin's chest rose and fell violently, as if anger was brewing inside him. I'm asking where the handcuffs are. I'm asking how you unlocked them. At that moment, Little Li also realized what was happening. Lin Xuan? That's impossible. He was locked in the interrogation room, wasn't he? But when he looked over, he indeed saw Lin Xuan's smug face. Chapter 5. Suicide isn't as fun as watching a spectacle. The crowd that had been watching the girl attempt suicide with curiosity now shifted their attention to the scene. Especially the girl who had initially planned to take her own life. Now her ears were practically perked up. Indeed, gossiping is a natural instinct hardwired into human DNA. The live stream in the Liberation West chat room was also buzzing with excitement. Family, who understands this? Just finished watching one suicide livestream, and now another big one. Do you think there's some kind of love-hate relationship between them? What scandal? What scandal? I've got my sunflower seeds and peanuts ready. Start already. Ah, look at that girl now. She probably doesn't even want to jump anymore. Her ears are practically standing on end. Of course, who could resist a hot piece of gossip? Suggest giving them both a bravery award. Wang Lin was unaware that everyone in the livestream was now watching them. He confronted Lin Xuan. Why did you come out? You're a criminal suspect now. Leaving without police permission is illegal, do you understand? Illegal? No way. Even if I'm a suspect, I still have the right to use the restroom, right? I've been shouting inside for ages, and no one came to unlock the door. I had no choice but to come out myself. You can't expect me to pee in my pants or just pee in the interrogation room, can you? Wang Lin heard this and thought it made some sense, but wait a minute. Is that the point? How did he open the lock? No. Even if you were in a hurry to use the restroom, you could have knocked on the door. However, Lin Xuan was quite speechless and rolled his eyes. Brother, with the way you were just standing there like a bystander, do you think you could hear someone knocking on the door? You were standing all the way inside, afraid you'd miss out on the juicy gossip, right? Xiaoli was still a bit angry, but upon hearing the other person's words, he realized there was some truth to it. Wang Gu, he does have a point. But before he could finish speaking, Wang Lin glared at him fiercely. Xiaoli, seeing this, could only shrink his neck and move to the side. Wait. The key point isn't whether you went to the bathroom or not, but how you got out of the interrogation room. Wang Lin quickly zeroed in on the crux of the matter, refusing to stray from the topic. At that moment, Tang Jiqiang also walked over, curiously asking. Old One, what's going on? Is something wrong? It's like this, Old Tang. This guy was the criminal suspect I had locked up in the interrogation room earlier. He then leaned in close and whispered the next sentence into his ear. He's the one who broke into our police station last night and posted those flyers inside. Tang Jiqiang was startled. He naturally knew what had happened last night. He quickly leaned over and whispered into Wang Lin's ear. What's going on? Didn't we agree to keep him locked up and not let him out? If this gets out to the public, we'll be the laughingstock of our colleagues for the rest of our lives. Wang Lin was also extremely helpless at that moment. I swear, I checked the handcuffs on him when I came out, and they were definitely secure. I also checked the interrogation room door several times, and it was locked tightly. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have been able to get out from inside. But you saw it yourself, something unusual happened. Tang Jiqiang's expression also showed some doubt. He knew Wang Lin's personality. He was the type who was extremely cautious. If he said he had checked carefully, then he must have done so. Now things were getting interesting. How had the other person managed to get out from inside? At that moment, the live stream was filled with constantly scrolling comments. Hey, this feels like there's a big scoop coming. I think I finally get it. This person was supposed to be locked in the interrogation room, but for some reason, they got out. That's easy, just turn the doorknob and you're out. The guy above, the interrogation room door isn't something you can open from the inside. It's locked from the outside. Wow. That's strange. The police said the person was handcuffed, but now there are no handcuffs in sight. I don't know why, but I have a feeling something exciting is about to happen. At that moment, Tang Jiqiang also reached out to stop Wang Lin, who was about to speak. Hello, I'm Tang Jiqiang, a police officer from Pazaji Police Station. If I'm not mistaken, you're the suspect who was summoned, right? According to standard procedure, if we hadn't allowed you to leave the interrogation room, you should still be inside, waiting quietly for our instructions. Lin Xuan heard this and wasn't too happy. What about the 3 urgent needs? Are the police not even letting me go to the bathroom? Tang Jiqiang smiled slightly, unfazed. Of course not. Suspects are entitled to basic human rights, and we have no authority to prevent you from using the restroom. That's more like it. Lin Xuan nodded in satisfaction. But Tang Jiqiang hadn't finished speaking. Even so, you shouldn't have stolen the keys from the police officer. That's called theft, you know? It could add to your charges. Tang Jiqiang had just momentarily pieced together the entire situation in his mind. The reason the other person was able to unlock the handcuffs and easily exit the interrogation room must be because they had stolen the keys from old Wang when he wasn't paying attention. After all, locking the interrogation room door from the inside doesn't require a key, all you need to do is turn the button. But this statement left Lin Xuan feeling completely baffled. Theft? Stealing a key? When did this happen? How come I don't know anything about it? Wait, you're a police officer, you can't just pin a crime on me like that. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan immediately retorted. Stealing keys? I didn't do it. This is outright defamation. If you don't believe me, search me yourself. Ha ha. You didn't steal them? If you didn't steal them, how do you explain this? Where did the handcuffs on your hands go? How did you walk out of the interrogation room? Tang Jiqiang sneered, his eyes filled with confidence in his own words. Lin Xuan felt helpless. These days, dealing with the police was really tough. He then turned his head and saw Xiaoli standing nearby. Hey! Brother, could you come over here for a moment? Xiaoli, noticing Lin Xuan staring at him, pointed at himself in disbelief. Are you talking to me? That's right, you. The hottest guy on the field. Come over here. I need your help with something. Oh, okay. Originally, Xiaoli didn't want to go over, but the other guy had called him a hunk. How embarrassing. Besides, he was a kind-hearted person, and helping others was part of his values. So Xiaoli walked over willingly. I'm here. What's next? What do you need help with? Chapter 6. Do you have handcuffs? Lin Xuan said calmly. Did you bring the handcuffs? I brought them. Xiaoli nodded twice. Alright, take out the handcuffs and cuff me. As he spoke, Lin Xuan voluntarily extended both hands, gesturing for the other person to handcuff him. Xiaoli's expression turned puzzled. He turned his head toward Tang Jiqiang and glanced at them. It seemed as though he was asking, what should I do? But Tang Jiqiang merely nodded slightly, indicating that he should follow the other's instructions. Upon receiving the response, Xiaoli finally cuffed Lin Xuan's wrists. With a click, the handcuffs were securely locked. What's this guy playing at? I don't quite understand what's going on. Are you kidding me? Are suspects these days so brazen that they dare to confront the police directly? I feel like the other person is about to perform a lockpicking trick. Pick the lock? You mean open these handcuffs with your bare hands? That's impossible. He doesn't have any tools. That's true. Even if you wanted to pick the lock, you'd at least need a piece of wire. Lin Xuan raised his wrist. Look, you locked these handcuffs yourselves just now. I didn't touch them at all. I saw that, so what? Tang Jiqiang didn't know what the other guy was playing at, but his patience was gradually wearing thin. So? A sly smile suddenly appeared on Lin Xuan's lips. So I was just saying, the quality of your handcuffs could use some improvement. As soon as he finished speaking, something unexpected happened. With a twist of his wrists, the handcuffs that had been tightly secured fell to the ground as if they had never been locked. Everyone present was stunned, and the atmosphere in the room grew deathly quiet, so much so that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard clearly. This has to be a joke. Tang Jiqiang said in disbelief. Xiaoli, are you sure you locked them properly just now? Wang Lin asked, his voice trembling with disbelief. Xiaoli's expression grew even more puzzled. He was certain he had locked it tightly. No matter how hard he pulled, he couldn't budge it. Come on, these are special alloy handcuffs, capable of withstanding a ton of force. So trying to force your way out using brute strength is absolutely impossible. So he was also very curious to know how this person had managed to do it. The livestream was completely chaotic at that moment. What kind of magical trick is this? The handcuffs opened on their own? Am I seeing things? Please replay. The production team needs to come out and explain. This isn't magic, right? Help! My jaw has dropped to the ground. The comments are about to explode. This is going straight to the top of the trending list. Suggestion, directly send them to the National Security Bureau. This technology is too out of this world. Everyone, this is definitely a lost secret technique of the Thieves Guild. How did you do that? How did you do it? It's simple. First you do this, then that, and finally this, and the handcuffs open. Lin Xuan explained while demonstrating with his hands. But to everyone else, his wrists seemed to be moving like they were performing a flower dance. So they were stunned again. Are you sure you're demonstrating how to unlock handcuffs? Ha ha ha. It feels like they're being tricked. I also feel like he's just waving his hands around. But to be honest, this technique is way too out there. Are police handcuffs that unreliable nowadays? Could it be that the handcuffs aren't broken, but the person is just really skilled? My eyes seem to have learned it, but my brain says, no. You don't know how. Seeing everyone's stunned expressions, Lin Xuan rolled his eyes again. Alright, stop staring. I'm a locksmith, so being able to open handcuffs is perfectly normal, right? Don't take it to heart. Not being able to open handcuffs isn't your fault. But I do have a suggestion to make. The lock mechanism on these handcuffs is really poorly designed. It can be opened with just a little force. I don't even need to insert a wire. At that moment, a camera happened to be pointed directly at Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan asked with a puzzled expression. Brother, what are you doing? Why is there a camera here? The cameraman, who was holding the camera, was also confused. Don't you know what we're doing? Should I know? Lin Xuan asked, tilting his head. The cameraman was at a loss for words but still explained to him. We're from the Guardians of Liberation West program. We're just filming a regular episode. You do your thing, I'll film mine. Don't worry about me. Just be yourself. Protecting Liberation West? That show with all the weird people and bizarre incidents? Lin Xuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Well, you're not wrong about that. So, is the program you're filming going to be broadcast? Lin Xuan suddenly became excited. Of course. But this time, our production team is trying a new approach: live streaming. Live streaming? Exactly. Everything you're doing right now is being watched by viewers across the country. Lin Xuan was thrilled. He had done all this, even risking being arrested by the police, for what? Wasn't it all to boost his own fame? Now this massive wave of attention was right in front of him. How could he not be excited? No, he had to seize this opportunity. He took advantage of the moment when everyone was distracted and rushed into the previous interrogation room, retrieving the small advertisement that Wang Lin had left behind. It was the same one he had previously posted inside the police station. Everyone, take a good look. He held up the flyer toward the camera, his lips curling into a confident smile. Those handcuffs were child's play. Whether it's a safe, a security door, or a password lock, just give us a call. Before he could finish, he pinched the paper between his fingers and gave it a sharp shake. The yellowed paper made a crisp snap sound. Master Lin is available anytime, and the more you order, the better the deal. The chat suddenly fell silent for 2 seconds before being overwhelmed by a new wave of comments. Help! Is this an ad insertion? Just shocked by that, and now they're advertising? This move is 666. So the handcuffs earlier were just a teaser for the ad? Master Lin has expanded his horizons. This marketing move has me impressed. Holy crap! This guy is actually a locksmith. Where's the contact info? All talk and no action. Lin Xuan seemed to have anticipated the skepticism, deftly flipping the ad over to reveal a phone number written in elegant calligraphy on the back. Take a screenshot and save it now. The first 50 people to place an order will receive a free security check for their anti-theft doors. Lin Xuan's move left everyone speechless. No one had seen it coming. They stood there dumbfounded until Lin Xuan finished speaking, only then realizing what had just happened. Tang Jiqiang was still lost in the moment of how effortlessly Lin Xuan had opened the handcuffs. Chapter 7, Running an Ad. But in the blink of an eye, he was stunned by the other party's bold move. Had he ever seen a criminal suspect advertising in a police station? He had never seen it before, but now he was witnessing it for the first time. However, the next moment, Lin Xuan seemed to be doing this to better showcase his skills to the live stream audience, deliberately walking up to the door of the interrogation room. Everyone, take a good look. The hostess skills are no joke, and they're completely different from those of other locksmiths. I only use technical methods to pick locks, absolutely no violence. I guarantee that after I open your locks, they'll be in perfect condition, and you'll still be able to open them with your keys. Of course, if your keys are stuck in the lock, or if the lock cylinder is damaged, I'm afraid I can't help. But don't worry. Lin's Locksmith also offers security door and lock installation services. A one-stop service. We guarantee your peace of mind. Lin Xuan delivered this string of advertising lines with practiced ease, then proceeded to demonstrate how he could open the interrogation room door. I'm sure you're all curious about how I opened the interrogation room door, but don't worry, I'll reveal the secret to you shortly. Lin Xuan's words seemed to pique the interest of Tang Jiqiang and the others. One by one, they seemed to have forgotten to stop him, and Lin Xuan continued advertising in the livestream. The staff from the Liberation West program, seeing that even the police hadn't stopped him, grew even more relaxed and continued filming. Lin Xuan instinctively pulled out the piece of wire he had taken from his pocket earlier. He displayed the object in front of everyone. Everyone, take a good look. Many of you may be wondering why, while other locksmiths carry around large toolkits, I only have a single piece of wire. Here, let me tell you something, a true locksmith doesn't need all those fancy tools. It's all about skill. And I am that master who relies solely on skill. I guarantee I won't damage your door locks, and you'll save the cost of replacing them. Ha, a wire to pick a lock? Do you think you're in a spy movie? A wire can open a lock? I'll let you sit on my head as a chair. The person above must be a newbie. If you saw him open handcuffs with his bare hands, you wouldn't say that. Tang Jiqiang furrowed his brows. Enough with the talk. Can you just show us how to open the lock quickly? Tang Jiqiang didn't believe that a piece of wire could open a sea-level lock cylinder. Even the best locksmith in their area couldn't do that. He couldn't believe that an ordinary college graduate could possess such advanced skills. Alright. Lin Xuan saw that his reputation was starting to spread, so he didn't bother with small talk and turned toward the interrogation room. Could you please lock the door from the inside? Shaoli was about to step forward, but was stopped by Tang Jiqiang. This time, he wanted to try it himself to see if this kid was really that skilled. Wang Lin followed Lin Xuan into the interrogation room. He wanted to see with his own eyes if the kid had used a wire to pick the lock. Tang Jiqiang and Wang Lin exchanged a glance. After Wang Lin and Lin Xuan entered, Wang Lin's gaze never left the other person. Lin Xuan confidently showed him, indicating that he had nothing else on his person. Can I open the door now? The sound of the lock being locked outside the interrogation room could be clearly heard. Of course you can. Wang Lin gestured for him to come forward. But his eyes never left the other person's fingers. Lin Xuan didn't care. He did the same as before, inserting the wire into the lock. With a gentle flick of his finger, the familiar click sounded once more. Squeak! The door opened. Through the door crack, Lin Xuan could see Tang Jiqiang's stunned expression outside. Tang Jiqiang looked at Wang Lin in disbelief, only to find that the latter was also shocked, shrugging his shoulders. Now he knew this guy actually had the ability. No wonder he could pick the lock at the police station so easily. Wait! The lockpicking incident. He suddenly remembered that this matter must not be exposed. Realizing this, he quickly pulled the interrogation room door shut again. Wang Lin was just about to leave when the interrogation room door slammed shut suddenly. He was stunned. Lin Xuan was also stunned. Wang Lin, no! What are you doing? Even if you lock Lin Xuan inside, you should at least let me out. Lin Xuan, even if you lock me back in, at least let me say my closing remarks, okay? That's respect for my customers. Holy crap! There's really a wire used to pick locks in real life. There's no way that's real. Are all the guards at Liberation West following a script? Are you kidding? Do the police have time to follow a script with you? Is all of that real? That's way too outlandish. A single wire can open a door lock? What safety do we have left in our homes? I think only a very small number of people have this skill, right? Right, the streamer mentioned earlier that he has an exception. I have one last question. Why did Officer Tang suddenly close the door? At that moment, outside the interrogation room, everyone suddenly turned their gaze toward Tang Jiqiang. Tang Jiqiang's right hand was tightly gripping the doorknob of the interrogation room, his face bearing a slightly awkward smile. Officer Tang, what are you doing? Someone asked. Nothing. The suspect inside still has some unanswered questions, and Officer Wang needs to conduct a more in-depth interrogation. In-depth interrogation? What did this young man do wrong? Can you tell us? Officer Tang smiled awkwardly upon hearing this. It's nothing. He just had a momentary lapse in judgment. We'll just give him a quick correction. Oh, I see. The others didn't think much of Officer Tang's explanation. However, the viewers in the livestream were all acting like Sherlock Holmes. Something's off, very off. Why did Officer Tang's expression suddenly become so tense? What could the locksmith have done wrong? Could he have opened a bank's lock? It's not impossible, given that level of lockpicking skill. You're overthinking it. Bank locks are the highest security level. Don't rush to interrogate him. I feel like there's more to this story. Let's let him out and talk some more. I've noted down his contact info and address. I won't call him for lockpicking next time. I'm worried he might be eyeing my 100 yuan on Huabei. Unlocking a lock that easily would scare anyone who saw it. Wait, I wanted to see the rest of the lockpicking. Why did it stop? Chapter 8, Crisis. Yu Chang, an ordinary photographer. Besides his regular photography work, he has a special hobby. He loves photographing cities at night. He believes that only at night does the city truly come alive with the hustle and bustle of everyday life, and the photos he takes then are filled with a sense of vitality. But last night, just as he arrived near Liberation West, he suddenly spotted a shadowy figure near the entrance of the Posey Street police station. Why did he describe the person as suspicious? Because, if he hadn't seen it wrong, the guy seemed to be trying to pry open the police station door. He was stunned. These days, thieves are so bold? Daring to pry open the police station door? Do they think they've lived long enough already? Yu Cheng didn't know what the thief was thinking, but he still managed to film the entire crime. Fortunately, his camera was high-end with a high pixel count, so even though the thief was across the street, his face was still clearly visible in the footage. When he returned home, he hesitated whether to report the incident to the police. But then he thought again, someone bold enough to steal from a police station must have some serious connections. Was this something an ordinary citizen like him could afford to provoke? After a day of internal conflict, he finally made a decision this afternoon. Report it. Since he started school, he had been taught the 24 characters of integrity, which included the word integrity. Asking him to go against what he had learned and his own values was something he couldn't forgive. So he ultimately decided to report it to the police. The live broadcast program protecting Liberation West was still in full swing. Due to Tang Jiqiang interrupting, everyone quickly shifted their attention away from Lin Xuan. Additionally, a 15-year-old boy claiming to be the leader of Xingqing appeared on the scene. This once again drew the attention of everyone in the livestream. It must be said that Liberation West never lacks oddballs. In the sweltering summer heat of Xingqing, the air conditioning in the Wanshan Mall across from the Pazaji police station mingled with the surging crowd. Lin Yu held her daughter Duo's chubby little hand as they strolled through the mall. She had just come out of a children's clothing store with her daughter, who loved wearing princess dresses, and she was happy to dress her up like a little princess. Just as Lin Yu was thinking about where to go next, Duo's innocent voice suddenly rang out. "Mom, look! There are so many colored lights." Duo suddenly broke free from her hand and ran toward the flashing neon lights of the neighboring electronics store. By the time Lin Yu caught up, her daughter was already kneeling in front of a purple juicer display case, her nose leaving 2 white marks on the glass. "Mom, I want this one. Then you can make juice for me to drink." The salesperson handed over a brochure at the right moment. "This one can make dragon fruit smoothies, kids will love it." Sure enough, as soon as Duo heard it could make dragon fruit smoothies, her little eyes lit up. "Mom, I want dragon fruit smoothie. I saw it on a video and it looked so delicious." Lin Yu sighed helplessly. Some little troublemaker, not listening again. "I'm not buying it for her." But Duo knew the art of being cute. No. "Mom, please buy it for me. You're the best, most beautiful mom in the whole world." Duo tugged at Lin Yu's sleeve, pouting her lips and making a cute face. All right. If you keep shaking like that, your mom will fall apart." Lin Yu spoke with a hint of exasperation, but anyone could tell she was actually delighted. "No way. My mom is the strongest and toughest." Enough. "You little flatterer," Lin Yu said, gently tickling Duo's little nose. She then straightened up and turned to the sales clerk beside her. "Do you have any other brands of juicers? Could you show me some?" "Of course. Please follow me." Watching Duo darting around the shelves, Lin Yu reminded her. "Duo, don't run around. Don't stray too far from mom, okay?" "Okay, mom." Duo's innocent voice echoed near the shelves. On the other side, at the safe deposit box sales area. "What is going on? You're selling safes and don't even have the keys?" "I'm so sorry, sir. The safe keys might be missing. Why don't you take a look at another model?" "Alright, I'll look at another one." At that moment, a safe was open on the shelf. The salesperson nearby was telling the person responsible for the keys. "The key is missing. You need to report this immediately." "I don't know about that either. I have so many keys in my hands I wouldn't notice if one was missing. Anyway, you need to tell the manager immediately. Otherwise, it'll delay sales and the higher-ups will hold us accountable." "Alright, I'll go find the manager right now." "Hey! I'll go with you. I can help you verify it." After saying that, the two of them left together, but the safe on the shelf was indeed left unlocked. Lin Yu looked around for a while before finally finding a juicer she liked. Just as she took the order form and was about to sign it, she glanced aside and noticed that Duo, who had been lingering nearby, was nowhere to be seen. She panicked and didn't even bother to take the receipt from the sales clerk. She hurried toward where Duo had been standing. Duo. Where are you?" But no matter how many times she called out, her daughter's voice didn't respond. This made Lin Yu even more anxious. The sales clerk nearby had also noticed something was wrong. The child was missing. This was a major emergency. She hurriedly addressed the panicked Lin Yu. "Madam, please don't panic. I'll immediately notify my colleagues to announce this over the intercom." But how could Lin Yu not be panicking? She began running around the aisles, trying to find Duo's figure. She just happened to run into the appliance section, where microwaves and rice cookers on the shelves formed a cold, steel forest above her head. Suddenly, a sharp clang of metal echoed from the distance. She stumbled around the corner in her high heels and saw her daughter running toward the silver safe on the shelf. The safe door was ajar, and Duo's chubby little hands gently pushed it open, revealing the interior. Curious, she wanted to peek inside to see what it looked like. But just as she stepped inside for less than a second, the safe door seemed to have been enchanted, closing with a sudden jerk. "Don't go over there." Lin Yu's screams were drowned out by the mall's promotional announcements. But it was too late. When Lin Yu rushed to the safe, the heavy door had already slammed shut with a loud bang, and the electronic lock emitted a piercing alarm. She frantically pounded on the cold metal. Duo, say something." A muffled whimper came from inside the safe, followed by the sound of rustling. Chapter 9, The Key is Gone. Soon, mall staff rushed over. After Lin Yu frantically explained the situation, they immediately understood what had happened. A staff member soon approached and tried to reassure her. "It's okay, miss. All the safes in the mall have keys, we can definitely open it. Lin Yu heard this and her eyes filled with hope. However, just a minute later, when the staff member uttered the next sentence, Lin Yu nearly fainted on the spot. I'm sorry, ma'am, but the key to this particular safe has gone missing. As everyone knows, a safe is a narrow, completely sealed space with very limited oxygen. How long could a young child possibly survive in there? Isn't that a death sentence? Soon, concerned bystanders began offering suggestions. The police station is right across the street. Let us quickly move the safe over there. Maybe they have a way to open it. That's right. Let us move it quickly. There's limited oxygen inside the safe. We don't know how much longer the child can hold on. Alright. Give me a hand. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu felt as though she had grasped her last lifeline. She forced herself to stand up and ran ahead of them, arriving first. Tang Jiqian watched as everyone's attention was finally diverted, and he couldn't help but breathe a long sigh of relief. However, even though he was busy, he didn't forget his main task, which was to take the girl who had attempted suicide earlier to her friend's place. But after scanning the area for a while, he couldn't find her anywhere. Suddenly, a chilling thought crossed his mind. Could she have gone back to attempt suicide again? The thought grew stronger and stronger. No! He had to stop her. With that thought in mind, he rushed toward the exit, but the crowd gathered at the door was too dense, and he couldn't push his way out for the life of him. Hey! Who's there? You're stepping on my foot. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Tang Jiqian turned around in disbelief. What are you doing here? I've been looking for you everywhere. It turned out that the person speaking was the young woman who had attempted suicide, whom Tang Jiqian had been searching for but couldn't find. However, the girl's expression no longer bore any trace of the earlier oppression or unhappiness. Instead, she looked extremely excited, as if she were savoring the thrill of a juicy gossip. Officer Tang. It's you. What do you need? What do you want to tell me? Tang Jiqian was momentarily speechless. Didn't you say you were going to your friend's place earlier? I have time now, let me take you there. But the girl shook her head hurriedly upon hearing this. Take me there? No, I've changed my mind. I want to stay here a little longer. As she spoke, she couldn't help but peek toward the bustling area. What are you doing here? Tang Jiqian noticed her eyes kept darting in another direction and couldn't help asking. You ask me why I'm here? It's obviously because there's something interesting to watch. Let me tell you, that guy is so funny. Tang Jiqian looked at her face, which couldn't hide her smile, and for a moment, he began to doubt his own life. So, all his persuasion had been in vain, and it would have been more effective to just watch the spectacle? Moments later, outside the Posey Street police station, a woman with a panicked expression ran inside. She just happened to enter the live stream of the Guardian Liberation West broadcast. This woman is running so fast. Something big must have happened. Help! Guardian of Liberation West is about to make headlines again. This doesn't feel scripted. Her panic looks too real. Everyone, grab your chairs. There's a good show coming up. Does anyone know what's happening? I'm waiting online. Production team, hurry up and follow. Don't miss the key shots. I'm betting it's a family dispute. If I'm wrong, I'll stand on my head and wash my hair. The upstairs layout is too small, it might be a criminal case. Tang Jiqian happened to be standing outside and immediately noticed the anxious woman. He hurried over to greet her. What is going on? Did something happen? At that moment, Tang Jiqian, dressed in his police uniform, had become a lifeline in Lin Yu's eyes. Save my child. Please. Save my child. Lin Yu's heart-wrenching cries also made Tang Jiqian's heart skip a beat. Child? Is the child missing? This isn't a minor matter. Thinking this, he immediately asked with a serious expression. Don't panic. Calm down. Tell me clearly. Where did your child go missing? Lin Yu paused for a moment, her crying suddenly stopping, but she quickly realized that the police officer had made a mistake. At that moment, the noise behind her grew louder as the others helped carry the safe out. Thinking of her daughter trapped inside the dark, airtight box, she felt a tightness in her chest. Officer. It's not what you think. My daughter accidentally got inside the safe and can't get out. Safe? Tang Jiqian looked behind the woman, clearly noticing the safe that the men were carrying out. He was puzzled how had her daughter ended up locked inside a safe. However, now wasn't the time to dwell on that. The safe was a completely sealed space with no openings to the outside world. This meant the oxygen inside was constant. If the little girl stayed inside for too long, she would suffocate to death. Moreover, from the time the incident occurred until the safe was brought to the police station, at least several minutes had been wasted. In that case, the situation had already reached a critical point. What? The little girl was locked inside the safe? What's going on? If she's locked in a safe, just find a way to open it. Right? Doesn't every safe have a spare key? Maybe something else happened? Oh no, a little girl locked in a safe isn't something to joke about, she could suffocate to death. Tang Jiqian grabbed Lin Yu's shoulders and asked urgently. Where is the key? Where is the safe key? This safe uses a completely mechanical locking mechanism and can only be opened with a key. Lin Yu heard this and felt even more heartbroken. If only she had kept a closer eye on her daughter earlier. Her face was pale, tears welling up in her eyes, and her body trembled uncontrollably. The supermarket staff said, "The spare key is missing." Her voice was broken and filled with despair. I really don't know what to do. The spare key is missing? Tang Jiqian was also taken aback by these words. How coincidental. Could the supermarket staff really have lost the key? But he only muttered under his breath. The next moment, he took a deep breath and began to think of a plan to handle the situation. Chapter 10, The Grinder Doesn't Work? Fortunately, he had extensive experience in handling emergencies. He quickly came up with a solution, his eyes lighting up. Get the angle grinder. You. Hurry to the innermost warehouse and bring out that angle grinder. Tang Jiqian randomly pointed at a few police officers and told them to go to the warehouse to fetch the item. The officers knew time was of the essence and didn't dare to delay, rushing straight into the warehouse. The angle grinder could cut through most metal objects, and it could even be used with a laser cutter. But he didn't mention that the police station didn't have one, as using it could easily harm the little girl inside the safe. That was why he hadn't considered it. Angle grinder? Are you trying to weld the safe shut? Ha. Suggest using a nuclear bomb instead. The person above, after blowing it up, you'll just hold a memorial service, right? Throw the box off the roof. My safe fell off once and the lock popped open on its own. Are you making an animated film? If it falls, the kid's bones will be shattered. +1. How could you come up with such a ridiculous idea? Can you stop making light of this? The little girl's life is still in danger and you have no conscience? Exactly. If you can't offer any useful suggestions, just stop causing trouble. Lin Yu heard the police and immediately came up with a plan, the pallor on her face seeming to return slightly. There were also people around her murmuring constantly. Lucky it's close to the police station. Otherwise, we'd be stuck. Yeah, who would keep a grinder at home? Let us hope the little girl can get out safely. In contrast to the optimistic attitude of the crowd, Tang Jiqian wasn't so sure. He had just examined the safe carefully and couldn't hear any sounds coming from inside. He didn't know if the little girl had fainted. But that wasn't the point. The key was the material of the safe. It seemed like it could be cut with an angle grinder. Tang Jiqian furrowed his brows. Is the manager of that supermarket here? Tang Jiqian looked around and shouted to the people nearby. Here. The store manager hurriedly pushed his way through the crowd and came over. He had been enjoying a cup of tea in his room when he heard the news that the little girl had been locked in their safe. The tea nearly sprayed out of his mouth. At first, he didn't think much of it. After all, she was just locked in a safe. At worst, she'd suffer a bit and the key would open it. But when he heard the employee report that the key to the safe was missing, he immediately jumped to his feet. Missing? That means the safe can't be opened. Generally, every safe comes with 2 keys, but this electronics store was just a branch. The master key was at the main store, and they only had 1 key here. If the key is lost, they can only request it from headquarters. So he immediately reported the matter to headquarters, and they took action right away. The key is on its way. However, the store manager remains highly pessimistic. The main store is over 10 kilometers away from the branch, and it's also located in a bustling city. It will take at least half an hour to deliver it. The safe is in a completely sealed environment with limited oxygen. How could the little girl possibly survive for half an hour? Upon learning of the situation, he immediately set out to respond. Upon learning that the safe had been delivered to the nearby police station, he rushed there as quickly as possible. Are you in charge? Tang Jiqian looked at the middle-aged man in glasses with suspicion. The store manager was extremely cautious at that moment, answering with a fawning expression. Yes, officer. I'm the store manager of that appliance store. How did you handle this? How could a child crawl inside the safe? And where are the keys? The store manager hurriedly nodded and apologized. I'm sorry, officer. It was our negligence for not noticing the child. As for the keys, I only found out just now they've been missing since last week. But the employees who knew about it deliberately withheld the information and didn't report it. I will definitely handle this seriously once I return. Stop. I don't have time to listen to all this. I just need to confirm one thing, are the keys really missing? The store manager nodded, then shook his head. This left Tang Jiqian confused. What does nodding then shaking your head mean? Be straightforward. Don't play games with me. The store manager said with a sheepish smile. The keys from our store are indeed missing, but the master keys from the main store are still there. As soon as this happened, I reported the situation to the main store. The keys should be on their way now, but... Upon hearing this, Tang Jiqian also sighed deeply in relief. As long as the keys were being delivered, things wouldn't be too bad. Lin Yu, upon hearing this, her eyes filled with hope. Could her daughter be safely rescued? But the word just at the end made Tang Jiqian's heart sink. But what? The store manager seemed a bit embarrassed, but upon seeing Tang Jiqiang's angry gaze, he gritted his teeth and blurted it out. The key is on its way, but it will take at least half an hour to get here. What? Half an hour? Tang Jiqiang's voice rang out loudly in front of the police station. Lin Yu's eyes, which had just been filled with hope, once again turned to despair. Half an hour by then, it would be too late. How could his daughter possibly still be alive? It seemed that the only option left was to rely on the angle grinder. Tang Jiqiang was also hoping in his heart that the safe wasn't as sturdy as it seemed. Just as he was thinking, there was a commotion coming from the police station. It was the people he had instructed earlier bringing the angle grinder out of the warehouse. Make way! Make way! How about it? Did you test it just now? Is it still in good condition? Tang Gu, don't worry. We just tested it and it's still in good condition. That's good. With everyone's help, the angle grinder was quickly plugged in. Then, Tang Jiqiang took charge, holding the angle grinder and began grinding the safe. Instantly, sparks flew everywhere, causing the surrounding crowd to instinctively step back, fearing that the scorching sparks might land on them. Only Lin Yu remained steadfastly by his side, her eyes fixed intently on the area being cut. At that moment, the store manager seemed to have something to say, but the sound of the cutting was too loud, and Tang Jiqiang was fully focused on the task at hand, leaving no room for him to respond. Thus, the words he had intended to speak were temporarily put aside. After cutting for about 10 seconds, Tang Jiqiang moved the angle grinder aside to inspect the results. However, when he saw the marks left on the safe, his expression froze. Chapter 11, only trying to pick the lock remains. Because after cutting for over 10 seconds, the safe had only been scratched on the surface. Who could believe that? The grinding discs on the angle grinder had been worn away in a large circle, yet the safe remained completely undamaged. At this rate, if they wanted to cut open the safe, the little girl would probably be gone by then. Seeing Tang Jiqiang looking doubtful, the store manager immediately said, Officer, using this angle grinder is very difficult to open it. This is the top-of-the-line anti-theft safe we introduced last year. It doesn't have all the extra features of other safes. It's designed for one thing, durability. Don't look now, but while the angle grinder can create some marks, the inner layer is made of a higher strength alloy that the grinder simply can't cut through. Why didn't you say that earlier? Tang Jiqiang was furious. This is a life or death situation. If you knew this method wouldn't work, you should have rejected it earlier. Wasting so much time for no reason, isn't that endangering someone's life? Seeing Tang Jiqiang's angry expression, the store manager stammered. I only thought of it after seeing you start cutting with the angle grinder. Tang Jiqiang rolled his eyes at him in annoyance. At that moment, Lin Yu couldn't hold back either. She suddenly threw herself onto the safe and started crying hysterically. Although she didn't want to admit it, hearing the store manager say the safe was made of special alloy and couldn't be cut with an angle grinder, her heart felt like ashes. Is there any other way? Tang Jiqiang, seeing how well the store manager knew the safe, also asked him. The store manager seemed to be thinking, running his fingers over his stubble-covered chin. With this model of safe, if you try to force it open, it'll be very difficult. Right now, there is probably only one option left. What is it? Tang Jiqiang's tone was filled with urgency. Time had already passed, and every minute that went by made the little girl's chances of survival even slimmer. Find a locksmith. A locksmith? Exactly. It's a mechanical lock, though it's a C+ grade lock cylinder. But if there's a skilled locksmith, there might still be a slim chance of opening it. Upon hearing the store manager's words, Tang Jiqiang immediately thought of Lin Xuan, who was currently detained at the police station. Though the guy's actions were unreliable, his skills seemed quite dependable. He was about to have someone call Lin Xuan out. Wait. I'm a locksmith. Maybe I can open it. A raspy voice cut through the heat, and a man in a brown leather jacket pushed past the police line. Under the brim of his duckbill cap was a greasy face, with a Wong's locksmith ID badge hanging crookedly on his chest, and a smudge of what looked like oil from a fried dough stick on the lower right corner. He pushed aside the TV crew filming and walked up to Tang Jiqiang. Wang Fugue? Tang Jiqiang narrowed his eyes. He recognized this man. He was on file at the police station and was considered one of the more skilled locksmiths in the area. It's me, officer. Seeing that time was short, Tang Jiqiang didn't hesitate. All right. Take a look and see if you can open this lock. No problem. Wang Fugue said, tossing his tool bag onto the ground and rummaging through it to find the right tools. Wang Fugue was a locksmith and quite well known in the area. While the daily locksmith orders aren't exactly non-stop, there are still enough to keep him busy with 7 or 8 jobs a day. He also understands that this is thanks to his small ads reaching a wider audience, giving more people the chance to see him. However, 3 days ago, the number of people coming to him for locksmith services suddenly dropped significantly, and he was puzzled. After all, he only knows how to do locksmith work. This means his income would drop significantly, which he couldn't tolerate. So he began searching for the cause. He took some time to walk around the nearby neighborhoods. But soon, he discovered the truth. He had scoured the 5 neighborhoods around him, and even the Wang's locksmith 24-hour service flyers he had posted in the elevator crevices were nowhere to be found. As a seasoned veteran in this area for 10 years, he knew better than anyone that the locksmith business relied entirely on small ads to survive. Someone was trying to cut off his livelihood. At first, he thought maybe the city had implemented some special environmental regulations banning small ads. But he asked around, and no one had heard of such a thing. He was very puzzled how had his flyers disappeared. Moreover, he discovered another fact: not only were his flyers gone, but the flyers of other locksmiths were also missing. There was only one ad left, with the words Lin Xuan Lightning Locksmith on it. Wang Fuguwei wasn't stupid, he knew exactly what was going on. Isn't this how business wars are fought these days? Tear down others' ads and post your own in their place. But speculation was speculation, he still needed concrete evidence. So he went to a nearby residential complex, paid a little money to view the surveillance footage. On the surveillance footage, he saw a young man in a fluorescent green vest humming a song as he entered the elevator, carrying a small bucket. When the young man pulled out a scraper, Wang Fugui's nostrils flared with anger. The scraper was immediately pressed against the advertisement he had meticulously designed. The young man skillfully peeled off layer after layer, then pulled out a small piece of paper printed with flash lock opening from his backpack and smoothed it out with a roller brush. Wang Fuguwei recognized it immediately. It was the same small advertisement he had seen earlier in the neighborhood. Now he had concrete evidence. Wang Fuguwei naturally had to find the person responsible. But when he arrived at the address listed on the flyer, there was no one there. Even the contact number was unreachable. Frustrated, he wandered aimlessly down the street. As he walked, he noticed a crowd gathered around something and curiously approached them. What followed was the story of how he ended up unlocking the door. Can this greasy old guy handle it? Don't jump to conclusions yet, he's a licensed professional after all. This safe has a complex structure, it'd be tough for anyone to handle. Professional work should be left to professionals. What about Lin Xuan? He does seem to have all the right tools, maybe he has got some skills after all. Pray for the little girl's safety as long as it can be opened, that's all that matters. At that moment, the girl's mother, Lin Yu, rushed over, knelt on the ground, and kept bowing her head to Wang Fuguwei. Master, please. You must save my daughter. Wang Fuguwei was startled, but seeing the distraught mother, the tender part of his heart was moved. As a father himself, he could empathize deeply. I'll do my best. Wang Fuguwei nodded and took a deep breath. At that moment, Tang Jiqiang helped Lin Yu to her feet, not wanting to delay Wang Fuguwei from unlocking the door. Lockpicking was a meticulous task that tolerated no interruptions. Chapter 12, can you pick a police station lock with a wire? Wang Fuguwei first inserted the first L-shaped tool into the lock hole, but as soon as it went in, his face froze. The crisp mechanical feedback sound was muffled by the thick metal casing, like a fist hitting cotton. He quickly switched to a hooked probe, twisted his wrist 3 times, and beads of sweat dripped from his forehead, leaving dark stains on the surface of the safe. His brows were deeply furrowed. What's going on? Tang Jiqiang watched Wang Fuguwei's movements and suddenly froze, a bad feeling creeping over him. Wang Fuguwei shook his head, then pulled out a stethoscope from his backpack and pressed it against the safe. As soon as the other end of the stethoscope entered his ear, the faint sound of breathing from inside the safe box could be heard. Wang Fuguwei relaxed slightly. The girl was still breathing. However, his expression grew increasingly grim. The lock mechanism was far too complex. Opening it was not something that could be done in an hour. But the little girl definitely wouldn't survive another hour. He turned to Tang Jiqiang and shook his head. Lin Yu's breathing halted, and she felt a white flash before her eyes, fainting completely. Fortunately, Tang Jiqiang reacted quickly, immediately catching Lin Yu's body to prevent her head from hitting the ground. But the current predicament hadn't disappeared at all. The little girl was still trapped. What on earth were they supposed to do now? What about it, Master Wang? Is there any other way? Wang Fuguwei thought carefully. There is actually one option left: use a drill to make a hole and break the lock. An impact drill? No way. There's a person inside. What if we accidentally hurt the little girl? Tang Jiqiang knew the power of an impact drill. If they weren't careful, they could end up drilling a hole in the little girl's head. The main problem was that they couldn't communicate with the little girl and had no idea where she was. It was difficult to determine the direction and distance for drilling with an impact drill. Wang Fuguwei shrugged his shoulders. Then I have no other options, Officer Tang. The situation is urgent. Getting injured is better than losing a life. We might as well take a chance. Tang Jiqiang understood the logic, but what if it wasn't just injuries? At that moment, in the livestream, seeing that the little girl hadn't been rescued yet, everyone was growing increasingly anxious. What are you waiting for? If you delay any longer, the child will be in danger. Can Wang Fuguwei do it? If not, switch someone else immediately. Where's Lin Xuan? Don't make us wait until we're desperate. This is driving me crazy. Every second feels like an eternity. I can't stop crying. The little girl must be safe. May the Buddha protect us. The locksmith, hurry up and get to work. Wait. What about Lin Xuan? Tang Jiqiang suddenly thought of him. He had originally wanted to call him out, but since the locksmith had stepped forward, he had given up. His skills seem impressive, maybe he can open this lock. Thinking this, he hurriedly stopped Wang Fugui, who was about to grab the drill. Wait a moment, Mr. Wang. I have someone else. His lockpicking skills are exceptional, he might just be able to open the lock. Lockpicking skills are that impressive? Wang Fugui was slightly taken aback. In this neighborhood, while his lockpicking skills weren't the best, they were still among the top, and the best in the area wasn't much better than him. He had just taken a look at the lock and he couldn't solve it. Even if the best locksmith in the area came, they wouldn't be able to solve it either. That was his professional confidence. So when Tang Jiqiang said he needed to find another locksmith, he was taken aback. He didn't believe there was anyone in this neighborhood who could outdo him. The most important thing was that this was an emergency. Every minute delayed meant the little girl's chances of survival were getting slimmer. Officer Tang. I'm not trying to discourage you, but this lock is impossible to pick in this area. I think we should stop wasting time and just drill the lock open and get this over with. Tang Jiqiang heard the other person say this and also felt there was some truth to it. After all, they were all locksmiths, their skills shouldn't differ that much, right? But when he recalled how the other person had twisted their wrist to break the handcuffs and used a piece of wire to pry open the interrogation room door, he hesitated for a moment. What if? To be safe, he asked Master Wang this question. Master Wang, I have a very important question for you. If I lock the handcuffs on you without giving you any tools, can you break free? Wang Fugui stared at Tang Jiqiang with an expression as if he were looking at a freak. You're joking, aren't you? You're overestimating me. That's probably only possible in the movies. Oh. Seeing Wang Fugui's expression, Tang Jiqiang fell into deep thought. He then asked another question. What if I give you a piece of wire? Could you pry open the door to our police station? Wang Fugui was speechless again. Has Officer Tang been watching too many movies today? He keeps mentioning things that are simply impossible to do. Of course, there are indeed people in this world who can pick locks with a piece of wire. However, this is only possible with very simple single-plate locks. For anything slightly more complex, a piece of wire simply won't work. Professional lock-picking tools are absolutely necessary. The lock cylinders on police station doors are at least C grade. Using a wire to pick such a lock is like trying to pull a rabbit out of a hat. No way, Officer Tang. I've never seen anyone use a wire to pick a police station lock. Let's not even talk about whether it's possible who would dare to do that. Wang Fugui couldn't help but roll his eyes. However, Tang Jiqiang, who heard this, felt a bit embarrassed and scratched the back of his head. He immediately made up his mind. The fact that Lin Xuan had picked the lock of the police station was known only to heaven and earth, you and me, no one else knew. However, he now had a clear understanding of Lin Xuan's capabilities. He felt reassured. Literally, go to the interrogation room and bring Officer Wang and the suspect out. Yes. In just a moment, Wang Lin emerged, followed by Lin Xuan, who was yawning constantly behind him. Inside, the two hadn't done anything, they had just been staring at each other. Lin Xuan was almost asleep from being stared at. When he was brought out of the interrogation room, he was still a bit dazed. He asked Wang Lin what they were going to do. But Wang Lin was just as confused, though he remained silent on the surface, maintaining an air of mystery and authority, pretending not to notice him. Seeing that the other person wasn't saying a word, Lin Xuan didn't bother asking anymore. When they stepped outside and saw the crowd still gathered there, his expression immediately lit up with excitement. Because the production crew hadn't left yet. He was just about to pull out the flyers from his pocket to promote them again, but little did he know that Wang Lin had already anticipated his move. Chapter 13, Relaxed. Before he could unfold the flyer, it was snatched away by him. This is evidence. You can't just carry it around with you. That's illegal, do you understand? Lin Xuan rolled his eyes and ignored him. Soon, the two of them arrived in front of Tang Jiqiang. Lin Xuan looked around and noticed that there was a safe box placed in front of the police station, which surprised him quite a bit. Fellow insiders. To promote the safe, they actually brought the actual product with them. Well, with such a large crowd in Liberation West, who wouldn't want to get a bit of publicity? Thinking about it that way, what he was doing wasn't so wrong, was it? But he was curious, what did selling safes have to do with him? Why had he been called out? With this question in mind, he turned to Tang Jiqiang beside him and asked, "What is going on? Officer Tang, did you call me over here to release me?" Lin Xuan suddenly thought of this and felt a bit pleased. Acquitted? Tang Jiqiang couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. He was thinking too highly of himself, but given his crimes, he would still have to be detained for a few days. Alright, I have a task for you. If you complete it well, I can consider reducing your punishment. A task? Reduced punishment? Alright. Although he wouldn't be able to leave immediately, any reduction in punishment was better than staying here. What kind of task? Tell me about it. You have 1 minute to open this safe. Tang Jiqiang pointed to the safe on the ground. Alright. No problem. Lin Xuan didn't bother asking any further questions and prepared to open the safe and get it over with. Finally, we've brought out the expert. I think everything should be fine this time. The little girl should be saved. Lin Xuan is the best. The safe just split open right there. Everyone, take notes. This is a tutorial session. Lin Xuan might be in trouble this time. I'll bet 50 cents he can't open it. Don't talk so casually. This safe isn't that simple. However, Wang Fugue wasn't happy about this. What's a greenhorn like you doing here? Lin Xuan finally noticed the greasy middle-aged man beside him. Who are you? Wang Fugue ignored him and said disdainfully. Do you even know what picking a lock means? There's a girl locked inside that safe right now. If you don't have the skills, don't waste your time. Every minute we delay, the girl's chances of survival grow slimmer. Lin Xuan scratched his ear, finding the man's constant rambling rather annoying. However, he had just learned from the other man that a little girl had accidentally been locked inside the safe. This was indeed an urgent matter, so he didn't waste any more time. While the other person was still muttering, he reached into his pocket and pulled out the paperclip he had used earlier. Lin Xuan inserted the paperclip into the lock hole with precision, his slender fingers trembling like butterfly wings. The tips of his fingers followed the metal's texture, searching for the slightest resistance within the complex pin mechanism. With a sudden twist of his wrist, the paperclip turned at a millimeter-precise angle. The lock mechanism inside clicked as the gears meshed, and the 3 safety latches dropped into place. Tell me, if you didn't have this diamond drill, you wouldn't dare take on such delicate work. Click. I don't know how you managed to fool Officer Tang, but you won't fool me. Wait a moment, what's that familiar click? After years of lockpicking, he was intimately familiar with the sound of the lock mechanism engaging, so familiar it was second nature. But who could be picking a lock around here? Could it be that kid you're talking about? Oh, he is pretty stubborn. While I was talking, he actually squatted down to inspect the safe. But what good is that? Hey! He's holding a paperclip in his hand. Could he be trying to pick the lock with a paperclip? This is definitely a fraudster. Wang Fugue made up his mind instantly, mentally labeling the other person as a fraud. He didn't know how Officer Tang had been deceived, but he absolutely couldn't let such a mistake continue. Plus, the little girl hadn't been rescued yet, and he couldn't let him mess around and waste time. Although the drill did pose a risk of injuring the little girl, it was better than losing her life. Just as he picked up the jackhammer and prepared to move forward, he suddenly saw the safe door slowly slide open in an eerie manner. The young man's arms had already pulled the little girl, who was drenched in sweat, out of the safe. Those around him clapped in astonishment. But Wang Fugue remained staring blankly, clearly unaware of what had just happened. How did the door open? But Tang Jiqiang had no time to explain what had happened while he was muttering to himself. He carefully took the little girl from Lin Xuan's hands. Her eyes were slightly dazed. Perhaps having just emerged from an oxygen-deprived environment, her eyelids fluttered repeatedly. She soon came to. But perhaps the unfamiliar faces made the timid girl hesitant to speak. Officer Tang, since I've completed this task so well, can we discuss reducing the punishment sooner rather than later? Although Lin Xuan felt he hadn't broken the law, he couldn't argue with the police who believed he had. He certainly couldn't fight with the police. Of course, the punishment couldn't be too excessive. At that moment, Tang Jiqiang finally turned his gaze toward Lin Xuan, having been completely focused on the little girl's safety and hadn't noticed him yet. Now that he thought about it, Lin Xuan's lock-picking skills were a bit too outlandish. If he hadn't seen it wrong, the object he used to pick the lock was the same paperclip that had been used to open the interrogation room door earlier. Actually, Lin Xuan really wanted to say that the same paperclip had been used to pry open the police station door lock the night before. There was no comparison before, but what about now? This safe was something even other locksmiths couldn't handle, but Lin Xuan managed to open it effortlessly with just a piece of wire. That's some serious skill. Wang Fugue, am I the other one now? Pointing at himself in surprise. A paperclip? Is this something a human could come up with? Newton's coffin lid can't stay closed. This isn't lockpicking, it's magic. My grandmother couldn't be this nimble with a sewing needle. Suggest awarding the Nobel Prize in Physics directly. Master. Please accept my knees and paperclip. Please make a tutorial. From beginner to expert. I'm ordering the same paperclip right now, feeling so secure. Lin Yu leaned against the doorframe and slowly opened her eyes. The scent of menthol ointment mixed with the heat from the asphalt road hit her face. Where am I? That was her first thought. Chapter 14, Lin Xuan's Dark Day. But as the fragments of her previous memories gradually came together, she suddenly realized something: her daughter hadn't been rescued from the safe yet. She was just about to stand up, and the look of anxiety on her face had only just begun to show. But the next moment, a familiar voice rang in her ears. Mom! Lin Yu's eyes were a bit dazed, but when she saw her daughter's adorable face, joy immediately burst forth from her eyes. She tightly embraced her daughter, tears streaming down her face, tears of joy. She feared it was just a dream that could shatter at any moment. The little girl didn't understand why her mother was crying. She had just been locked in the small dark room for a while and had come out quickly. The only thing she didn't like was that she had been in that dark, dingy box for a while, and her head felt a bit dizzy. At that moment, Tang Jiqiang also knelt down and said to Lin Yu, "Ma'am, your daughter has been successfully rescued. Although she seems fine on the surface, she was in an oxygen-deprived environment, so I still recommend that you take her to the hospital for a checkup." Adhering to his professional ethics, Tang Jiqiang decided to interrupt this heartwarming moment. Lin Yu heard this, paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement, clearly concurring with Tang Jiqiang's assessment. However, she didn't forget to express her gratitude. "Officer Tang. Thank you so much. Without your help, my daughter and I might never have seen each other again." After speaking, Lin Yu prepared to bow deeply. But Tang Jiqiang reached out to stop her. "Ma'am, this is all part of my duty. There's no need to be so formal. And the real credit for saving your daughter goes to this gentleman." Tang Jiqiang patted Lin Xuan on the shoulder. Lin Yu looked at the young man, who seemed a bit too young, and was quite surprised to learn that he was the one who had saved her daughter. But this did not stop her from expressing her gratitude. "Sir, thank you so much." Lin Xuan also stopped Lin Yu from bowing. "It's nothing, just a small favor. Plus, Officer Tang promised me something." Tang Jiqiang knew he was referring to the matter of reducing the punishment. That was the truth, and he didn't deny it. "That won't do. You saved my daughter, I must thank you." Lin Xuan saw how polite the other party was and, after thinking for a moment, said, "There's no need to be so formal. Of course, if you insist on thanking me, just give my business a little extra attention." "Business?" Lin Yu was puzzled. "Yes, I'm a locksmith. I was just opening that safe." "Oh, I see." Lin Yu immediately understood. As the three were chatting. At that moment, Wang Fugue finally accepted the fact that the young man he had looked down upon had actually managed to open the safe. And he had done it with just a single piece of wire. The technique was even more exaggerated than what he had seen on TV. I'm really sorry. I was so skeptical of you just now." Wang Fugue was a man who could bend and stretch, and immediately apologized to Lin Xuan. However, he also recognized the other's skill. Such impressive technique was truly worthy of admiration. Lin Xuan turned around, glanced at Wang Fugue, and smiled. "It's okay, I'm used to it." He really was used to it. At first, he had even been questioned by Tang Jiqiang. He shot Tang Jiqiang a sideways glance. He noticed that the other party didn't seem to understand his meaning. "Brother, someone as young as you who is willing to dedicate themselves to mastering lockpicking to this extent is rare indeed. I truly admire you." Wang Fugue suddenly interrupted, his eyes filled with admiration. Lin Xuan, being a young man, felt a surge of pride upon hearing the old master's praise. But he remained humble on the surface. No, you old masters are the ones with true craftsmanship. I'm just taking shortcuts." Wang Fugue smiled broadly but then seemed to think of something inside. "Ah, what a pity. If only everyone were as dedicated to mastering their craft as you are, instead of resorting to those underhanded tricks." Seeing Wang Fugue's pensive expression, Lin Xuan raised his eyebrows slightly, curiously asking, "Oh? What do you mean? Is there a story behind this?" Wang Fugue shook his head, seeming at a loss for words. "You know, I'm a locksmith. My main source of income is opening and replacing locks. But recently, for some reason, the number of people coming to me for locksmith services has dropped significantly." "Oh? What's going on?" Lin Xuan was also intrigued and asked, "What happened?" "Exactly. I'm also very puzzled. After all, I used to have at least 4 or 5 customers a day, but suddenly, for several days in a row, not a single person came. I found it very curious, so I investigated. Do you know what I discovered?" Wang Fugue said this, his face also showing some anger. Lin Xuan grew even more curious. What could he have discovered that was so infuriating? "What did you discover?" Wang Fugue took a deep breath. "I found out that in the neighborhood I'm responsible for, there's suddenly this guy wearing a green vest. This guy is just causing trouble. I mean, if you're just removing illegal ads to do a good deed, that's one thing. After all, posting illegal ads does tarnish the city's image. But this guy goes even further. After scraping off our locksmith ads, he posts his own locksmith ads. We're in the same line of work. Is there really a need to do this? Instead of focusing on improving your skills, you're just doing underhanded things." As he kept talking, Wang Fugue seemed to get carried away, continuing to vent his frustrations in front of Lin Xuan. But Wang Fugue didn't notice that Lin Xian's initially curious expression had turned from curiosity to confusion, then to awkwardness, and finally to a stern face. "Come on, who wouldn't get annoyed if someone was complaining about you right to your face?" That's right, the figure in the green vest, doing nothing but complaining, was none other than Lin Xuan. But Lin Xuan strongly objected. What did he mean by not doing your job properly? This was clearly just a normal business tactic. Just then, giggling laughter suddenly echoed around them. Lin Xuan turned his face away, only to see Officer Tang covering his mouth to suppress his laughter, his face flushed red. As someone who had the guts to raid the police station, Tang Jiqiang had naturally reviewed Lin Xian's case files and was well aware that the green vest-wearing troublemaker was none other than Lin Xian. But Wang Fuguei didn't know that. Tang Jiqiang just watched as Wang Fuguei spoke confidently in front of the person involved, while Lin Xian's expression grew darker and darker. He finally couldn't help but laugh and turned his head. Today, a chuckling sound came from his direction. "Hey, brother, why is your face so dark?" Before Lin Xian could respond, Wang Fuguei interrupted him and spoke up. Chapter 15, Who would hate themselves? Oh, I see. You're also angry after hearing what that shameless guy did, right? I knew it. Someone like you, who is so dedicated to your craft, must really hate those who take shortcuts. Wang Fuguei looked like he had found a kindred spirit, his face lit up with a smile. But a faint voice came from Lin Xian's mouth. I don't hate them. Joking aside, who would hate themselves? That's impossible. Ha? Wang Fuguei was taken aback. He seemed a bit confused as to why the other person would say that. But the atmosphere suddenly grew tense, lingering for a good while. To break the awkward silence, Wang Fuguei decided to change the subject. Brother, can I ask how you became so skilled at lockpicking? Wang Fuguei leaned in and asked. He was a highly professional locksmith who always strived to perfect his skills. Want to learn? Lin Xian suddenly gave a mysterious smile. Wang Fuguei nodded wildly. However, Lin Xian said. It's simple. Go back now, lock all the doors and windows, then sit cross-legged on the bed. But Wang Fuguei was a bit confused by these instructions. Does this have anything to do with picking locks? Lin Xian replied seriously. It doesn't? How is that possible? I haven't finished speaking yet, don't interrupt me. Wang Fuguei looked at Lin Xian's serious expression and thought that the other person might really be teaching him a method to improve his lockpicking skills, and that he might have missed the key point. I forgot to add a prerequisite earlier. Remember to light a charcoal fire before sitting in meditation. Light a charcoal fire? This time, it was Wang Fuguei's turn to be completely baffled. Could charcoal fire have anything to do with improving lockpicking skills? And lighting a charcoal fire in the middle of summer? Won't it be unbearably hot? But he remembered what Lin Xian had instructed earlier, so he held his tongue. Lin Xian continued. Wait about an hour, and you'll see someone who will tell you how to improve your lockpicking skills. That's it? After waiting for a while, Wang Fuguei didn't hear Lin Xian say anything else and began to feel confused. That's all? Wait for someone? Who is it? After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't figure out what the other person meant. He thought for a moment and decided to ask. Hey, what do you mean by all that? I didn't really understand. However, before he could get an answer, Tang Jiqiang suddenly slapped Lin Xian on the back of the head. You're getting bolder and bolder, now you're even inciting others to commit suicide. Wang Fuguei didn't understand, but that didn't mean Tang Jiqiang didn't. That meant he was telling him to poison himself with carbon monoxide, didn't it? Lin Xian rubbed the back of his head. He said with some dissatisfaction. What are you talking about? I was just telling him how to improve his lockpicking skills. Improve his skills? I think you just want him to reincarnate. Tang Jiqiang rolled his eyes at him in disbelief. Hey! How did you know? I told him to find someone I meant the king of hell, hoping he'd give him a reincarnation with a talent for lockpicking. Wang Fuguei? You little rascal, you're just trying to boast about your own talent, aren't you? You're not supposed to tease people like that. Tang Jiqiang laughed and scolded him. At that moment, Wang Fuguei realized that the other person had been joking all along. But he was still a bit confused. He hadn't done anything to offend the other person, so why was he being so playful? Wang Fuguei didn't know, and he wasn't sure. Who could blame him for not seeing what the person in the surveillance footage looked like? Enough! Stop acting like a fool. Hurry up and come inside with me. You're not free yet. Tang Jiqiang urged him. Lin Xian looked completely bewildered. Isn't this just using someone and then discarding them? They were eager to use me when they needed me, but now they're treating me like trash. At that moment, the camera of the Liberation West program lingered on Lin Yu for a while, but the livestream viewers were clearly not paying attention to her. They were all shouting to see the young locksmith. The production team naturally knew the real draw was Lin Xian, but there were numerous police officers bustling around Lin Yu, which best highlighted their role in protecting Liberation West. These were scenes they couldn't afford to miss. Otherwise, there would be no point in calling this program Guarding Liberation West. They might as well just call it My Days of Watching the Drama in Liberation West. Fortunately, the time spent on the police officers was almost up, and it was time to shift the camera back to Lin Xian. But as the camera shifted, they noticed that the young locksmith from earlier had been rearrested by Officer Tang and taken back to the police station. The host acted quickly, rushing over to stop him. This had happened before, when Officer Tang had locked Lin Xian in the interrogation room, leaving them no chance to interview him. Tang Jiqiang kept urging Lin Xian to go inside quickly. Originally, he had asked Lin Xuan to come out and help, but he was already on edge, fearing that if the other party accidentally mentioned last night's incident, it would be a major blow to the reputation of the Posey Street police station. Fortunately, Lin Xuan didn't say anything extra, but he dared not let him stay outside any longer. But as soon as he took a few steps, he was stopped by a cameraman. "Ah, Officer Tang, please wait a moment." Tang Jiqiang furrowed his brows. He could completely anticipate the host's intentions. But he didn't want this guy to be interviewed, so he immediately stepped between the two of them. "Is there something else?" The host was taken aback. After all, their production team had collaborated with the police department many times before, and they hadn't been so cold toward him during previous interviews. I just wanted to interview this gentleman. After all, he just saved a little girl, and his lockpicking skills were truly remarkable." The hostess' expression was priceless, but Tang Jiqiang responded calmly. "Oh? But this individual is still a suspect, and some matters have yet to be clarified. He cannot be interviewed at this time." The host was taken aback. "But you used that same excuse before. It's been this long and you still haven't finished the interrogation?" Tang Jiqiang remained calm. "You don't understand. This guy stutters so badly that we can't get any useful information out of him even after asking questions for half an hour." "Lin Xuan? When did I become a stutterer? That's not right. Officer Tang, I don't stutter, and you promised me that as long as I..." But before Lin Xuan could finish his sentence, Tang Jiqiang shot him a sharp glance. Lin Xuan immediately shut up. "Something is wrong, definitely something is wrong. This Officer Tang is definitely hiding something. Wait, this has really piqued my curiosity. What did this guy do that they won't even let us interview him? Could he be the big boss of Xinjiang? Are you kidding? There's no way a crime boss has such amazing lockpicking skills." Immediately after, Tang Jiqiang dragged him to a corner. The host tried to follow, but was stopped by Li, who was right behind him. Chapter 16, Afraid of Making a Fool of Yourself. "Brother, are you thirsty? Here, this is warm water. Drink it first." The host saw the young police officer holding a cup of water and was startled for a moment, but quickly thanked him. "No, thank you." He was about to follow Tang Jiqiang and the others, but Shelly stopped him again. "Brother, don't be so formal. You didn't even drink the water, you must want milk." Shelly gave him a look that said, "I know you inside out." The host felt a bit helpless. "I really don't drink it. You don't need to keep bringing me things." He started to take a step forward. But Shelly suddenly pulled out a piece of bread and handed it over. At this point, the host was getting a bit annoyed. What does this guy mean? He said he wouldn't drink it, yet he's handing over a bread roll. Just as Shelly was trying to stop the host, Tang Jiqiang and Lin Xuan had already arrived at the corner of the police station. "Officer Tang, what's going on? Is there an emergency? You promised to reduce my punishment, but now you're calling me a criminal suspect?" Lin Xuan stopped and fired off all these questions at once. Tang Jiqiang waved his hand. "First, I only said I could reduce your punishment, not that you're not a suspect. Until the procedure is completed, you're still a suspect." When he got to the second point, Tang Jiqiang paused for a moment before fixing his gaze intently on Lin Xuan. "Second, about you breaking into the police station, no one is allowed to mention it. Otherwise, you'll be detained without question. You should know that you didn't register your locksmith services. That alone is enough for me to arrest you." "Can't say?" Lin Xuan's head turned slightly, and he immediately understood why the other party was speaking so sternly. If he mentioned it, this place would be all over the news the next day, and not in a good way. He could already envision the news headlines. Shocking. A police station turns into a locksmith training ground, and how the police had to replace the locks in the middle of the night. "I understand. I'll keep my mouth shut." Lin Xuan raised 3 fingers in a vow. "What about the registration?" Tang Jiqiang waved his hand impatiently. "As long as you cooperate, I'll handle the registration for you. Deal." At that moment, the host walked over with the cameraman. He had just downed 2 cups of water, 2 cups of milk, and eaten 2 large pieces of bread before finally burping his fill. Behind the host, Little Lee noticed Tang Jiqiang's gaze and shrugged helplessly, as if to say, "I can only do so much." Burp. The host approached the two and was about to speak. Suddenly, a loud burp erupted. The host looked at the two of them awkwardly. However, out of professional courtesy, he quickly adjusted the camera angle and began asking questions. "Sir, your lockpicking skills are truly remarkable. With such exceptional skills and a kind-hearted nature, I'm genuinely curious what brought you here. Believe me, it's not just me who's curious, everyone in the livestream is just as curious about you." Lin Xuan glanced at Tang Jiqiang and gave him an assuring look. Cough cough. This is a long story, but it all boils down to 2 words, misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? The host looked puzzled. Exactly, it's just a misunderstanding. Last night, I had just finished a job and was passing by the police station when suddenly a group of police officers tackled me. Then they said I was a wanted criminal. I was completely stunned. I'm a handsome, upstanding young man, how could I be a wanted criminal? Fortunately, after a night of interrogation, the police realized they had made a mistake. They were about to let me go, right? However, the host wasn't so easily fooled by Lin Xuan's story. But earlier, Officer Tang said you were a criminal suspect. Facing the persistent host, Lin Xuan quickly thought of an explanation. Oh, come on. It's all my fault. I told Officer Tang that I have social anxiety and don't like interviews, so he said that to protect me. Right, Officer Tang? Lin Xuan looked at Tang Jiqiang. Tang Jiqiang quickly caught on. Right. Comrade Lin, your social anxiety is really severe. He spoke while secretly giving Lin Xuan a meaningful glance, signaling him not to say too much to avoid giving away the truth. But Lin Xuan gave him an assuring look, as if to say, don't worry, everything is under control. Exactly. Officer Tang and the others are all good people. Although there's been some misunderstanding between us, it'll all be fine once we talk it out. He then turned his head toward Tang Jiqiang. Officer Tang, I'll just leave right away. Tang Jiqiang? Leave right away? No wonder he was talking so much. He was waiting here for him. Is he afraid he won't keep his promise? But now the host and everyone watching the livestream are all looking at him. If he denies his statement, the police station will definitely be embarrassed. Lin Xuan will definitely expose the truth. So he clenched his teeth and said, all right. Lin Xuan heard the answer he wanted and smiled happily. The host noticed the strange change in their expressions and knew there must be some underhanded deal between them. But since neither of them was willing to speak, he couldn't force them. He certainly couldn't make them take a truth serum. Lin Xuan, seeing that his benefits were within reach, saw no reason to linger further and prepared to leave first. He wasn't afraid that Tang Jiqiang would go back on his word, unless he wanted the police station to gain notoriety. I'll just go ahead and leave you too. I suddenly feel a bit unwell and need to use the restroom. Officer Tang, you don't need to worry about me. Go ahead and mind your own business. After I'm done, I'll leave on my own. I know where everything is. Lin Xuan didn't wait for Tang Jiqiang to refuse and headed straight for the restroom. Tang Jiqiang sighed. Though he was reluctant to let the other party off so easily, the consequences of exposing this matter would be even more severe. Well, this guy doesn't seem to have any malicious intentions. Let's just let him go this time. As for the host, watching Lin Xuan's departing figure, his eyes were filled with disappointment. He felt like a big scoop was slipping away from him, and that was torture for anyone. What the hell? He just left like that? It's definitely a pay-for-play deal. A misunderstanding? I don't buy it. Host, be bold and confront him directly. Host, everyone, this is the police station. If you force your way in, aren't you just asking for trouble? Chapter 17, why did you post my handsome photo? Yu Cheng rushed all the way, taking an hour to finally arrive at the Posey Street police station. But when he saw the crowd gathered at the entrance, he couldn't help but wonder what was going on. But he quickly pushed his curiosity aside. He had important business to attend to this time. Thinking of this, he gripped the camera tightly in his hands. It contained the evidence he had filmed last night. Soon, he managed to push his way into the police station. As soon as he entered, he saw several police officers, but they all seemed to be busy with their own tasks. He called out to them several times, but they didn't hear him. Until an older-looking officer approached him. What is going on? Do you need any help? This was none other than Tang Jiqiang. Seeing that Lin Xuan wasn't there, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Yu Cheng felt a bit nervous, but he took a deep breath and asked, does the police station offer 24-hour personal protection services? If I file a report. Tang Jiqiang, who had been somewhat distracted, snapped back to attention upon hearing those words. 24-hour close protection? What had happened to warrant such a request from the person filing the report? A sixth sense deep within him told him this might be a major case. He quickly composed himself and replied seriously. Comrade, have you encountered any difficulties? Don't be afraid. As long as we're here, no one will dare to harm you. Yu Cheng heard this and sighed in relief. All right. I want to report it. I filmed some evidence yesterday, but I was afraid that person would retaliate against me, so I waited until today to report it. Tang Jiqiang, hearing his lingering concerns, assured him. You're currently inside the police station. This is the safest place. From the moment you reported the incident, your personal safety is our responsibility. We will immediately establish a special task force, with 24-hour shifts patrolling the area around your home. Community police officers will visit your home daily to confirm the situation. If you feel unsafe, you can apply at any time to stay in a safe house provided by the police. He handed him a piece of paper with contact information written on it, with the words emergency contact hotline bolded 3 times at the bottom. Remember, this isn't a battle you have to fight alone. Seeing that Yu Cheng still looked hesitant, Tang Jiqiang unbuttoned the second button of his police uniform, revealing the police ID pinned to the inside. I've been a police officer for 15 years. The cases I've handled are 100 times more complicated than you can imagine. Handing over the evidence to me means entrusting your safety to the law, and the law will never let a witness down. Officer Tang's promise is so tough. It instantly boosts my sense of security. Don't be afraid, brother. With the police here, criminals won't stand a chance. Give a big thumbs up to the dedicated police officers. Tearful moment, everyone. With such guardians watching over us, ordinary citizens can rest easy. Suggest awarding Officer Tang the Best Sense of Security Award. Officer Tang is the real deal. This move deserves a full 666. From now on, if anything happens, just call the police, they're reliable. Yu Cheng solemnly took out his camera and placed it in front of everyone. The evidence I captured is right here. Do you have a computer I can borrow? I'll transfer the video directly. Tang Jiqiang immediately arranged for a computer. Yu Cheng only made a few quick adjustments, and the video was successfully imported onto the computer desktop. As Yu Cheng pressed the play button, Tang Jiqiang and the livestream camera both turned their attention to the screen. Tang Jiqiang's brows furrowed deeply. He was wondering what kind of evidence this could be. Could it be drug trafficking? Or counterfeiting money? Or even murder? Various doubts swirled endlessly in his mind. The video began to play. In the dead of night, the locust trees outside the police station cast mottled shadows under the moonlight. Suddenly, a dark figure darted past the wall like a ghost. What was puzzling was that this person, in the middle of the night, was wearing a small green vest and carrying a small bucket. His intentions were hard to fathom. However, Tang Jiqiang, watching the scene on the video, felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Next, the figure quietly approached the police station door, pressing his ear against it as if listening for something. Once he was certain of what he heard, he pulled out a piece of wire from his pocket. As he inserted one end of the wire into the lock, to the astonishment of everyone present, the police station door opened effortlessly. The live stream viewers were in an uproar. What the heck is that? Is picking locks with a piece of wire that easy these days? I feel like my security door is just for show. Wait, shouldn't we be focusing on why this person is breaking into the police station? Could it be they were trying to steal a gun? Wow, this is a big deal. Does anyone else feel like this place looks familiar? Tang Jiqiang watched the video footage, staring at the familiar door. Suddenly, he left his spot and went outside the police station. He stood there observing, while the others were left scratching their heads in confusion by his actions. What does this mean? But at that moment, Tang Jiqiang's mind was in turmoil. The door in the video wasn't at the police station on Posey Street? And the person who broke into the police station must be Lin Xuan. The time and location matched perfectly. Damn it! He suddenly remembered that the video was still playing. There were hundreds of thousands of people watching the livestream at that moment. Realizing this, he rushed inside, but it seemed too late. Yu Cheng pointed at the high-definition face on the computer screen and shouted, "Officer! It's him! It's this guy who broke into the police station last night. I suspect he might have stolen something from inside." Tang Jiqiang looked at the paused screen on the computer, where a figure in a green vest was shown, and slapped his forehead hard, muttering to himself, "It's over." At that moment, the host looked at the familiar face and felt a bit confused. Something's wrong. Why does this face feel so familiar to me? This kind of bold criminal who dares to break into a police station, how could he possibly know him? But what was this familiar feeling lingering in his heart? At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. "Hey, what are you all gathered here for? Hey! Why is my handsome photo on the computer? Tell me, who's the secret admirer who did this?" The host instinctively turned his head and saw that the person speaking was none other than Lin Xuan. But the moment he saw the other person's face, he knew something was off. Chapter 18, Famous in the Industry. He quickly turned back and began comparing the image on the computer screen with Lin Xuan's face. Soon, an unbelievable fact was laid out before his eyes. The figure seen prying open the police station door was none other than Lin Xuan, the man who had just saved the little girl? Clearly, not only had the host noticed this, but everyone in the livestream was in an uproar. What? The notorious thief who broke into the police station is actually the master locksmith Lin Xuan? Help! This plot twist is more thrilling than a TV drama. So all that social anxiety was just a cover-up? He is truly brave. Officer Tang's expression must have been priceless. Please replay that. Lin Xuan scratched his face in confusion. What is wrong? Why are you all looking at me like that? Did I grow gold on my face? Yu Cheng looked at Lin Xuan's face, then at the high-resolution photo on the computer, and the fear in his eyes grew deeper. This is the same person who dared to break into the police station last night. No! He's become so bold now that he dares to come to the police station openly to silence witnesses. That's right, Yu Cheng believed the other party had received information and came specifically to kill him. For a moment, he closed his eyes, tears of despair streaming down the corners of his eyes. He didn't even think about resisting. In the face of such a lawless criminal, he didn't believe resistance would be effective. Besides, the other party had dared to come to the police station alone, so he must have been fully prepared. But after a while, the pain he had imagined didn't come. He opened his eyes in confusion. But all he saw was Lin Xuan's bewildered expression. Lin Xuan was indeed confused. Imagine this, a grown man in broad daylight in front of you, assuming such a helpless posture, with tears of despair streaming down his face. Who wouldn't he think the worst? It was as if he had done something unfaithful to him. First of all, let me clarify, Lin Xuan is male and into women. He definitely doesn't do that kind of thing. What does this guy across from him mean by that? It's slander. Yu Chang, seeing that the other party didn't kill him, asked tentatively. Why didn't you kill me? Lin Xuan? Kill you? No. Why would I kill you? Lin Xuan took several steps back, his eyes filled with disbelief. Wait, is this how they frame someone now? So blatantly? Do we even know each other? Are we related? Are you crazy? You want me to kill you the moment we meet? Lin Xuan was also starting to lose his composure. The main issue was that they were inside the police station. If he couldn't explain this properly, he might end up staying here for a few more days. He was wondering if he had offended someone who would resort to such dirty tactics. The hostess' voice rang out again. Is the person in this computer really you? It's me. Lin Xuan looked at the enlarged, high-definition handsome face on the computer screen and admitted it without hesitation. So, did you break into the police station last night? That's why you're here? The host was quite clever. He finally understood why Tang Jiqiang had been hiding this all along. Of course not, the police station was broken into. That as something you'd be laughed out of town for telling anyone. Broke into it? Wait a minute. Who told you about this? Lin Xuan was stunned. You. Didn't you just admit it yourself? Me? Lin Xuan pointed at himself in disbelief. His mind was racing. He was certain he hadn't slipped up earlier. That's impossible. I only went to the police station last night because of a misunderstanding. What do you mean broke into the police station? That's defamation. Blatant defamation. Officer Tang, please help me explain. How did I end up here last night? But Tang Jiqiang remained silent, merely gesturing toward the computer displaying the portrait. Lin Xuan was a bit puzzled, but the host beside him kindly helped him rewind the video to the beginning. A few minutes later, Lin Xuan shrugged helplessly at Tang Jiqiang, as if to say, this isn't something I leaked out, it's not my fault. Tang Jiqiang said nothing, just sighed deeply. He could already predict what the headlines would be over the next few days. If Tang Jiqiang were to open the Guardian of Liberation West livestream at that moment, he would find that the number of viewers had already surpassed 50,000, and it was still growing. All of them had been drawn there by those who found the commotion insufficiently exciting and had spread the word. However, the incident itself was already sensational enough. These days, the police only catch petty thieves, and criminals would run away at the sight of them. But today was different. A thief had actually broken into the police station. Although Lin Xuan repeatedly emphasized that he wasn't a thief and that it was all a misunderstanding, no one believed him. Instead, they suspected that he must have some powerful connections or a strong background to have been released so quickly. Later, the chief of the Posey Street police station came forward to clarify that it was all just a misunderstanding, and that they were conducting a nighttime drill at the time. And Lin Xuan was the actor they had hired to play the thief. Some people didn't believe this explanation, but many others did. As the buzz died down, the incident gradually faded from the public eye. However, the Posey Street police station's reputation within the industry was now well known. They were all part of the same system. If others didn't know what happened, they certainly did. When Tang Jiqiang and his friends encountered officers from other police stations, they were always mocked with a few sarcastic remarks. Canteen encounter version. A police officer from a neighboring station approached with his tray, pointing at the braised pork in Tang Jiqiang's bowl and laughing, "Captain Tang, make sure you lock that meat properly. If the canteen door gets locked by a professional one day, your station won't even get the scraps." Amidst the laughter, someone added, "I heard that thieves have switched careers now, targeting areas like Posey Street. After all, if you want to learn lockpicking, go to the police station for a role model." Meeting banter version. At a neighborhood security meeting, an elderly leader tapped on his laptop. This time, we're sharing anti-theft experiences, and we'll give special praise to the Posey Street police station. They actually brought real-life drills into the station, even using their own front door as a teaching prop. This innovative spirit is something we all need to learn. The young police officers below, struggling to suppress their laughter, murmured, "Next time, the municipal bureau should award them a banner Best Locksmith Experience Base." Everyone in the room was holding back laughter, but the people from Posey Street seemed naturally unamused. A week later. Posey Street Police Station. Dong dong dong. As the glass door of the police station swung open, Tang Jiqiang was just pouring cold tea into his mouth. Spotting the familiar smiling face, his hand trembled, and the iced tea spilled onto his brand new police uniform. Tang Gu. Lin Xuan barged in, holding a folding bed with the words VIP exclusive printed on it. "Have you finished the registration documents?" Tang Jiqiang snatched a tissue and roughly wiped his clothes, deliberately not looking up. "System malfunction, can't process it." Before he could finish, there was a loud thud as Lin Xuan unfolded the bed and placed it by the duty room door. Perfect timing. Lin Xuan plopped down onto it, crossing his legs. I brought a bed. I'll just sleep here today and wait. No need for you to run back and forth. Laughter from colleagues in the hallway made Tang Jiqian's temples throb. He grabbed the phone and pretended to dial. Hello? Police? There's an unauthorized person here. Lin Xuan? Don't pull this on me. A police officer calling the police? Officer Tang. Lin Xuan suddenly clutched his chest dramatically. You forgot about the heroic act of breaking into the safe with your bare hands to save someone last time? You're turning your back on your savior now? I can't do this. Opening that lock was too exciting. It might have left a problem with my heart. I need to see the official documentation to be cured. Chapter 19, finally open for business. If I can't see it, I might have to spend a few days at the police station. I really don't want that. Not only would it be a hassle for the officers to take care of me, but if I accidentally get filmed and it ends up online, that would be terrible. Hearing this blatant threat, Tang Jiqian was so angry he slammed the phone back onto the desk, grabbed the registration certificate from the drawer, and threw it at him. Take it. Now. Immediately. Lin Xuan, like a nimble monkey, quickly grabbed the paper, his eyes squinting with a smile. Why didn't you say so earlier? I knew Tangu was the most reliable. He neatly folded up the bed, and before leaving, he gave the duty roster a heart sign. Brother Tang, you worked hard on duty today. I'll bring you some trendy ice-shaved dessert tomorrow to apologize. The glass door slammed shut. Tang Jiqian stared at the empty corridor, sighed deeply, and buried his face in his arms. A few officers gathered nearby, stifling their laughter. Chief, this guy is your nemesis, isn't he? What a nuisance. You guys have nothing better to do, do you? Come here and write up the report. You're all just loafing around. Tang Jiqian grabbed his water cup and drank it in one gulp. But the officers who had been mocking him could no longer muster a smile. Each of them looked as though someone had died in their family. No wonder. Each case's interrogation report required a lot of writing, and they already had plenty on their plates. Now they had a few more tasks added to their workload. How could they not feel discouraged? On the scorching summer asphalt road, Lin Xuan wore his baseball cap askew, his legs sprawled across the handlebars of a tricycle, letting the vehicle roll down the slope. The rusty cargo bed displayed a red and yellow sign flapping in the wind. Emergency locksmith services, available 24/7. Beside the 8 large characters were a cartoon figure wearing sunglasses and carrying a crowbar, a perfect Q-style caricature of himself. Safe opening, lock replacement. Broken keys? No problem. Lin Xuan shouted at the top of his lungs, while a small loudspeaker at his feet looped a distorted electronic melody, blending with the clinking sound of the tricycle's chains, echoing loudly down the street. He wasn't just a locksmith. Changing locks was a piece of cake for him. An elderly man passing by was startled by the loudspeaker, nearly dropping the tomatoes from his vegetable basket. He stomped his feet angrily. You little brat. Your horn is louder than a fire truck. Lin Xuan leaned back dramatically, propping himself up with one hand on the cart, flashing a row of white teeth. Mr. Zhang. Your old lock really needs to be replaced. If you ever can't open the door, remember to give me a call. Before he could finish, the tricycle hit a pebble, causing the signboard's difficult cases, quick solutions to shake wildly, as if nodding madly. At the traffic light, a commuter on an electric scooter stared at the sign and laughed out loud. Bro, with that lockpicking master title, aren't you afraid the police will come looking for you? Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow, pulled out a piece of paper, which was the registration certificate Tang Jiqian had given him earlier. Don't worry. I'm licensed. If you have any lockpicking issues, just come find me. If I can't open it, you don't pay. Commuter? If you can't open it, how dare you charge? Lin Xuan felt that today was truly a wonderful day. After waiting a week, he finally got the registration certificate. After all, Officer Tang had emphasized that without the registration certificate, he absolutely couldn't start work. Although there was a minor incident that day, he cooperated fully afterward. So he was released that day and wasn't detained. However, the registration certificate that Officer Tang had promised him was nowhere to be found. When he went to find the other party, they kept saying either the computer was broken or there was a power outage. Today, he took a firm stance and brought a folding bed with him. He was determined not to leave without the registration certificate. Fortunately, the other party eventually gave him the registration certificate. With the certificate, he could finally resume business and start earning money again. After several days of no income, he was almost out of money. His desire to make money was naturally very strong. Perhaps his luck is finally turning around. Shortly after leaving the police station, he received a job order. He is currently on his way to the location. DePeo, a regular outdoor live streamer on Douyin, attracts a large audience with his dramatic outdoor scenarios. Family. Let's do something big today. I'll invite an ordinary person to follow me for a day. DePeo, carrying a tripod camera, was dashing through the pedestrian street, his baseball cap tilted so far that it could almost be used as an umbrella. Suddenly, DePeo seemed to spot his target. See that guy in the blue t-shirt up ahead? Him. He's today's lucky audience member. The live stream chat erupted with excitement. Don't back down, host. Just go for it. I bet this guy is socially awkward, he'll block you to outer space in the next second. This guy has a wrench in his tricycle basket. The streamer better hope for the best. Lin Xuan was slumped on the tricycle, chugging an iced cola. The sound of his Adam's apple moving up and down was particularly clear in the sweltering afternoon heat. Damn it, this manual tricycle is way too tiring. Once I make some money, the first thing I'll do is install an electric motor on this thing. Just as he was thinking about how many motors to install, suddenly, the scene went dark and a camera was shoved in his face. Brother, want to be an internet celebrity? Free fame. Lin Xuan was startled by the sudden outburst, coughing violently as cola sprayed all over the handlebars. Are you trying to take my obituary photo? Stay away from me. At that moment, the camera operator's face was also clearly hit by the cola. The comments exploded. Haha, the streamer failed before even starting. This guy's eyes look like he's about to eat someone. Run. Wait. That face looks familiar. DePeo wiped the cola off his face and was about to speak when he suddenly realized that the person in front of him looked familiar. Lin Xuan's hair at the back of his head was stuck together in strands by sweat, and there was a grease stain on his left cheek. But his posture, the familiar green vest. He felt like he had seen him somewhere before. A prominent comment suddenly appeared in the livestream. Isn't this the guy who broke into the police station last week? Immediately, the screen was flooded with emojis. Big Cannon's phone nearly fell off the stand. He took a step back, staring at Lin Xuan, and finally recalled the blurry photo of him wearing a mask in the news. Although the person in the photo had been blurred into a QR code, that arrogant posture was unmistakable. You're the one who pried the police station door lock until it sparkled. Big Cannon was so excited his voice cracked. Holy crap! This is big traffic. If I can capitalize on this, my live stream viewers will skyrocket. No, I must seize this opportunity. Lin Xuan nearly spit out his soda, shrinking back into the truck bed with caution. Don't say that. It was a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. I was just there to play the role of a thief. It was just a drill. The chat was flooding with messages. Chapter 20, where's the security? I don't believe it. Exactly. A drill that late at night? You're trying to fool us. Asking for help. Where could a 1-year-old hide a car key? The person above, I suggest you learn from the streamer how to pick a lock with wire. DePeo perked up instantly, switched the camera to selfie mode. Brother. That's perfect. I'm an outdoor streamer and I'm here to randomly invite someone to join us for a day of live streaming. How about you? Lin Xuan scratched the paint off the car bumper and said with a frown, sorry, I'm busy. I have to work. He stepped on the pedal with all his might, and the car immediately started moving forward. 1,000 yuan. Just let me follow you and film, and I'll give you 1,000 yuan, plus 2 cases of ice-cold Coke. Lin Xuan, who had just started to pedal forward, suddenly froze. He immediately planted both feet on the ground and brought the tricycle to a stop. At the same time, his legs kept pushing against the ground, moving backward. The tricycle was back in front of the cannon in less than 3 seconds. Deal. Lin Xuan tapped the three-wheeler's cargo bed. Get on. The payment code is hanging inside the cargo bed. Don't forget to scan it. Hee, you're a straightforward guy. Don't worry, Big Cannon, never go back on my word. Saying this, he also handed over the money voluntarily. Payment received, 1,100 yuan. The pleasant voice rang in Lin Xuan's ears. But why 1,100 yuan? DePao quickly explained. Bro, I forgot to bring the iced cola, so I deducted the cost from your payment. You can buy it yourself later. Lin Xuan's eyes lit up. This streamer was a good person. How can I accept that? Hold on tight. We're about to take off. Why does the locksmith seem a bit sycophantic? Of course. If you give me $1,000 a day, I could do the same. This locksmith had such a big following before. Why isn't he capitalizing on it to go live? This must be more profitable than locksmithing. Maybe that's what they call craftsmanship. Thumbs up. Such a skilled locksmith is hard to come by these days. Anyone have a broken lock? Remember to support the business. I'm going to have my kid break the lock right now. The person above must be his own dad. Lin Xuan, is there a possibility that I never even considered this? Ladies and gentlemen, we're officially starting today's outdoor livestream. Let us follow this locksmith master and experience a day in his life. Go go go. The wind carried willow catkins onto Lin Xuan's face as he rode his small tricycle and slammed on the brakes at the entrance of the Bisui Huading residential complex. The main gate was wide open, even more generous than his wallet, and the security booth was empty. The sudden stop also caused DePao's body to lurch forward. After finally regaining his balance, he asked, "What's wrong? Did you hit something?" "No, don't worry. My driving skills are reliable, I wouldn't hit anything easily." "Then why did you brake so suddenly?" But Lin Xuan replied, "It's nothing. I'm just wondering where the security guards went. The security guards here must have gone off to slack off somewhere, leaving only the duty roster flapping against the wall in the wind, as if applauding the fact that the door wasn't locked.
The security awareness in this neighborhood must have spent the entire security budget on the property manager's Mercedes-Benz, Lin Xuan complained.
DePeo couldn't help but agree, as it was indeed the truth. Help! Has the security guard learned how to become invisible? They're slacking off so much they don't even bother to guard the door. Duty roster, I'm not clapping, I'm desperately trying to get help. Streamer S hilarious commentary. The property manager's Mercedes is way more important than the residents' safety. Suggest giving the duty roster a dedication award, at least it's still holding down the fort. Damn it, property management these days is such a pain. I finally bought a house in the city to live in, but it always feels like it's not my own. Lin Xuan continued his rant. DePeo seemed to agree. Exactly. We hired property management to serve us, not to bring in a big shot to boss us around. Property management, security budget? It's all gone toward changing the manager's car emblem. Our property management is even more extreme. The security booth always has half-cold instant noodles, and the guard is always on the way to the bathroom. The property manager's Mercedes-Benz, I'm the real security door of the community. Asking Lin Xuan if you encounter such property management, does breaking the law count as eliminating a public menace? Just called the property management, and they said, the security guards aren't here to encourage residents to develop self-rescue skills. How to spend security fees until only the duty schedule remains the property management annual masterpiece. Oh, by the way, did you also buy your house here? Is your property management as unreliable as this one? DePeo suddenly asked out of curiosity. Buy a house? No way. Look at me, do I look like someone who can afford a house in the city? DePeo? You didn't buy a house, so where did you get that sentiment from? Lin Xuan, I'm feeling sorry for you guys. This is no good. Lin Xuan rode his tricycle straight into the community and soon the navigation showed that building 17 had been reached. He parked the tricycle in an empty spot nearby and then took DePeo upstairs. Lin Gu, how many orders have you had today? The first one. Lin Xuan didn't bother to hide it and just said it straight out. First one? Big Cannon was surprised. That doesn't make sense. With your reputation and skills, this shouldn't be your first. However, Lin Xuan merely smiled faintly. Do you think you'd hire someone who supposedly broke into a police station to open a lock? DePeo fell silent. It made sense. If it were him, he wouldn't dare either. Who knows if they'd target your home? Just then, the elevator arrived, and Lin Xuan stepped inside. DePeo, holding the live streaming device, followed closely behind. Ding dong. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, he noticed a middle-aged woman with curly hair standing at the entrance of the stairwell. She was pacing back and forth, clutching her phone, her high heels tapping loudly on the tiles, as if keeping time for someone who was late. Lin Xuan forced a professional smile. Sis, did you forget your keys? The woman seemed annoyed, crossing her arms. What do you mean you forgot it? There's someone at home. I thought someone else would have the key. She was so angry that her chest rose and fell rapidly, and the tassels on her handbag shook like a sieve. Lin Xuan was curious. Then, why didn't you just ask someone inside to open the door? Just mentioning that little brat makes me furious. The woman pulled out her phone and flipped through the chat history. The teacher calls me all the time, saying he is sleeping in class and his homework is all gibberish. What's even more infuriating is that at yesterday's parent-teacher meeting, his homeroom teacher said my child drew Ultraman fighting monsters in his textbook and wrote my name as Dynamic Superman's mom. Chapter 21, a bit too merciful. My kid fished the goldfish out of the fish tank, saying he was giving them a swimming lesson, and now the fish are in the ICU fighting for their lives. The lipstick I just bought was used by my kid as crayons, and they drew an abstract masterpiece on the wall. The interior design company saw it and wanted to refund the money. My child put my face mask on a doll's face, saying, the little bear also wants to be a sophisticated girl. Now all the dolls in the family are doing face masks. Yesterday, I found 23 candy wrappers, 17 building blocks, and 3 socks hidden under the sofa. Are they building an underground treasure vault? Help! My kid poured rice into the toilet, saying, feed the toilet, and now the plumber is more familiar than my own mother. Sis, don't get so upset. Your health is your own. It's not worth getting so worked up over a child. Besides, all boys are mischievous. Just discipline him properly. Go in and talk to him calmly later. Don't argue. Kids these days have fragile hearts. Lin Xuan spoke as he bent down to examine the lock cylinder. The wire twisted around the lock hole twice, and with a click, the door opened easier than tearing open a packet of instant noodle seasoning. How much? The woman asked impatiently. 50 is fine. All right. The woman quickly pulled out a $50 bill from her bag, rushed into the house, and the sound of her high heels echoed from the entrance all the way to the living room. You little brat. Just wait until I smash your game console into Lego pieces. Seeing such a frantic mother, Lin Xuan couldn't help but silently mourn for the child in his heart. Is it over? DePeo stood behind him, his mouth wide open, his eyes filled with disbelief. It's over. Lin Xuan waved the $50 bill in his hand. Wait, you make money that fast? Just a little effort and you get $50? Deapeo couldn't help but whistle in admiration. But Lin Xuan looked perfectly normal. This is a technical job. You think it's simple, but it's only easy to watch someone else do it. In reality, most people can't open this kind of smart lock in a few minutes. Wow, technical skills are really impressive. It's really not that great.
There aren't many people who come to you for lockpicking all day.
This is just small change.
The real money comes from replacing locks.
Lin Xuan waved his hand dismissively. No sooner had he finished speaking than a dull thud echoed from inside the house. His heart skipped a beat, and before he could react, he heard, "Master. Wait a moment. Oh no, they're breaking something? This kid is really a handful. If I had a kid who dared to lock me out like that, I'd make them learn how to sing conquer." Exactly, we're all first-time parents. Why should we give in to you? Deapeo, hurry up and follow him. If you miss the show, you'll get unfollowed. Deapeo saw the comment and immediately grew anxious. This wasn't just any ordinary viewer, this was the top-ranked user on the leaderboard. The money he tips alone is worth more than everyone else combined. Got it, bro. Don't worry, today's scoop will be all yours. But there is one thing we hope you'll understand, since we didn't get permission from the homeowner, our video will mainly focus on Lin Gu. No one else will appear on camera, just their voices. After saying that, the camera immediately started moving. The two entered the house. "What's up, sis?" The woman didn't respond immediately, just crossed her arms and took a deep breath. She pointed at the bedroom door and said, "Break it down. Break down this door."
Lin Xuan took a look and saw it was just an ordinary bedroom door lock, no need to break it down.
No need, sis. This lock can be opened easily. It's just the money." Before he could finish, the woman threw a red bill at him. She added, "As long as you open this door, you don't have to give me the $100 back."
Lin Xuan heard this and couldn't help but feel a surge of joy.
There's actually such a good deal. Alright, sis. I'll open it right away.
Saying that, Lin Xuan took a piece of wire and started jiggling it in the lock. After just a couple of tries, the door lock clicked open. Before Lin Xuan could push it open, the woman beside him impatiently pushed the door open.
"You little brat. I told you not to lock the door. I told you not to sneakily play with your phone. I'll beat you to death."
The woman grabbed the child's buttocks and smacked them hard. Lin Xuan and Deapeo could only hear the child's screams. Lin Xuan seemed a bit worried that the child might get hurt, so he tried to calm her down.
"Sis, stop hitting him.
The child must know he's wrong.
Don't hit him so hard."
However, Lin Xuan didn't get a response from the woman, but instead heard the child's voice.
"You stinking locksmith. Stop pretending to be kind. If it weren't for you, my mom wouldn't have hit me. Hey, how dare you talk to me like that? Call me uncle. If it weren't for this master, I wouldn't have been able to handle you today."
The woman scolded him with her words, but the force in her hands gradually lessened. But at that moment, Lin Xuan couldn't help but laugh in frustration.
This kid, he is still a kid. I understand.
Lin Xuan glanced into the bedroom, then turned to look at the cannon, and suddenly ran into the bathroom next door.
"Hey, Lin Gu, what's going on? Do you have to pee? Why are you running to the bathroom? Damn it, this brat is really out of control. He says whatever he wants.
If that brat dares to insult me, I'll teach him a lesson in manners."
This locksmith is way too polite. Even after being cursed at like that, he didn't even retaliate. Lin Xuan didn't respond.
Instead, his eyes lit up when he saw the broom inside the restroom.
Before Deapeo could finish his thought, he saw Lin Xuan walking out holding a broomstick. That's right, just the broomstick. As for the broom head, he had thrown it aside. Lin Xuan walked silently into the bedroom. When he approached the woman, he extended his hand and handed her the broomstick. "Sis, use this. It won't hurt your hands." The little brat saw Lin Xuan handing him a stick and his eyes widened in shock, clearly not expecting this move. But soon, he became furious. "Damn it! You damn locksmith!" The woman's anger, which had been gradually subsiding, was reignited by the child's string of curses. "You brat, how dare you speak like that? Where did you learn such filthy language?" With a loud thud, the stick whistled through the air. It struck the naughty child hard, and all that could be heard was his pained cries. This noise, exceeding 80 decibels, sounded incredibly pleasant to Lin Xuan's ears at that moment. However, if he hadn't heard wrong, the boy had just cursed at him. This won't do. Children should learn morality and the law, treat others with respect, and swearing is absolutely unacceptable. To ensure that the flowers of the motherland do not grow crooked, Lin Xuan felt it was necessary to take further intervention measures. Chapter 22, Borrowing the Belt from the Sofa. "Sis, can I borrow the belt from your sofa?" Under Deapeo's utterly shocked gaze, Lin Xuan directly pulled out a long belt from the jeans on the sofa. Unfortunately, it wasn't a Seven Wolves brand, so it wasn't very sturdy, but this wasn't the time to be picky about material conditions. "It would have to do for now. Sis, use this. You'll find it much more comfortable."
The woman who had been beaten fiercely with a stick froze in place when she saw Lin Xuan smiling and handing her the belt. "Sis, don't worry. This belt won't hurt anyone, it'll just sting. I was pretty tough as a kid, and my dad used to beat me like this, and I always listened." Lin Xuan acted as if the belt was perfectly suitable for the task. The woman seemed to recall some of the reckless things the brat had done earlier. The fleeting glimpse of maternal love that had just emerged in her heart vanished instantly. She grabbed the belt and lashed out. The little brat had been so arrogant earlier, but upon seeing the belt, there was no trace of defiance in his eyes, only a desperate desire to survive. "Mom! I'm sorry." Slap, slap, slap. "Mom! I really know I was wrong. Please stop hitting me." After the matter was settled, he left without a trace, taking no credit for his actions. After handing over the belt, Lin Xuan left with the cannon, his eyes showing no trace of shame, only pride and honor for contributing to the future of the nation. The big gun didn't say a word at that moment, but his eyes were already sparkling with countless little hearts. He silently gave Lin Xuan a thumbs up. The live stream exploded at that moment. "Holy crap! I take back that polite remark, that was way too underhanded." Saying comforting words while secretly handing over the punishment tool. Lin Xuan, professional assistant for 20 years, specializing in fueling the fire. "Child, I'll remember you. The locksmith. Our feud is now official. Ha ha ha. The locksmith really knows how to kick someone while they're down." At this very moment, in the same building of the Bisui Huading community, another event is unfolding. If Lin Xuan were here at this very moment, he would discover that the person here is none other than Tang Jiqiang. Just moments ago, Tang Jiqiang received a tip that there was a drug manufacturing operation inside the Bisui Huading residential complex. As everyone knows, our country is a major player in the war on drugs, and any activity related to drugs is absolutely intolerable. Therefore, Tang Jiqiang immediately requested permission from his superiors to lead the operation, and his superiors, clearly aware of the severity of the situation, agreed. In the hallway, Tang Jiqiang gripped the walkie-talkie tightly, followed by 3 police officers. Their footsteps echoed clearly in the quiet hallway. The voice from the walkie-talkie came through. "The target is in Building 17, Unit 402. Keep an eye out for any suspicious individuals." "Copy that. Over." Tang Jiqiang raised his hand to signal everyone to stop, his gaze sweeping like a hawk over the tightly closed door of room 402. The door was adorned with faded spring festival couplets, and a pungent odor seeped through the cracks, resembling the smell of some chemical substance. He reached out and gently pushed the door, but it didn't budge. It was clearly locked from the inside. "Break down the door," Tang Jiqiang ordered in a low voice. An officer quickly stepped forward, swinging a battering ram at the door lock with all his strength. With a loud crash, the lock shattered. Tang Jiqiang was the first to rush into the room. The beam of his flashlight cut through the darkness, illuminating the chaotic scene inside. The room was in complete disarray, with broken glassware and plastic barrels scattered across the floor. The air was filled with a nauseating, pungent odor. The curtains were tightly drawn, as if to hide something unspeakable. In the corner, a makeshift distillation apparatus lay crooked on the ground, connected to several transparent tubes. Several test tubes were arranged on the table, labeled with chemical names. Tang Jiqiang recognized them immediately. These were raw materials for manufacturing drugs. "Chief, no one's here," a police officer reported after checking all the rooms. Tang Jiqiang furrowed his brows and examined the room carefully. The computer on the table had been taken away, leaving only an empty tower case. In the trash can in the corner, there were several torn pieces of paper. He knelt down and carefully pieced them together. Though he couldn't fully reconstruct them, he could still make out some molecular formulas. They left in a hurry. Tang Jiqiang stood up, brushing the dust off his hands. These tools weren't even packed up, which means they must have received word suddenly and fled. Another officer picked up a plastic bucket containing a faint pink liquid. "Chief, this color could be a semi-finished product of methamphetamine." Tang Jiqiang nodded, his gaze fixed on the calendar on the wall. The calendar was stuck 3 days ago, meaning this drug lab had been abandoned for at least 3 days. He walked to the window, which overlooked a narrow alley rarely used by passers-by, an ideal hiding spot. "Notify the forensic team to come immediately and collect evidence." Tang Jiqiang pulled out his phone and dialed the command center. Additionally, retrieve all surveillance footage from the surrounding area, focusing on any suspicious vehicles or individuals entering or exiting the neighborhood over the past 3 days. After hanging up, Tang Jiqiang paced back and forth in the room, searching for more clues. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a black notebook under the bed. He couldn't help but smile. It seemed these guys had left something behind. He bent down and picked up the notebook. The cover was simple with no markings. However, when he flipped open the first page, an H symbol suddenly appeared, causing him to furrow his brows. The H organization again. The H organization was infamous. Every police officer wanted to bring this organization to justice, but these guys were too cunning, especially since these criminals were armed, making them extremely difficult to apprehend. Currently, the majority of drugs being trafficked in the black market of Star City are produced by the H organization. Therefore, if this organization is eliminated, drug trafficking in Star City can essentially be eradicated. In the past, this organization rarely left any evidence behind, but today, for some reason, they left behind a notebook. He had a hunch that this might become a crucial lead in capturing the H organization. When he confidently flipped to the next page of the notebook, he suddenly froze in shock. Because the clue he had imagined was not there. Instead, there was only one sentence written on the page. Dear police officers, by the time you open this notebook, our new shipment is already out on the streets, meeting up with the young folks at the late-night food stalls. The dust you kicked up last time you came empty-handed is probably still on your uniforms. Do you know why you can't catch us? Because while you were counting tire tracks in the surveillance room, we were driving our modified vehicles right under your noses to transport the goods. Those so-called evidence are just toys we left for you like a cat playing with a mouse. We need some fun, don't we? Before your next operation, remember to wipe the fingerprints off the windows. After all, the hidden cameras we installed capture everything clearly. Wish you all the best, you'll always be 3 steps behind us. H organization. Below the text, there is a cartoon of a ghost sticking out its tongue, with its mouth stretched wide in an exaggerated grin, as if laughing silently. Chapter 23, An Awkward Atmosphere. Bang! A loud thud echoed through the room. Everyone jumped in surprise. Damn it! How dare you! You're too bold. Tang Jiqiang pointed at the laptop that had been violently slammed onto the table, so angry he could barely catch his breath. What's wrong, Team Leader Tang? An officer approached with concern. Tang Jiqiang remained silent, seemingly trying to calm himself down, but his gaze grew even more intense. After a long moment, he finally spoke again. Nothing. Search thoroughly. Don't miss a single detail. I refuse to believe we can't catch these people. At this point, Xiaoli seemed to have caught the underlying meaning and asked curiously. What's going on, Tang? From the look of it, you seem to know who these people are? Tang Jiqiang didn't respond, merely tracing the letter H with his fingers. Everyone knew what it meant. After all, the H organization had become infamous in their city over the past few years. Tang Jiqiang saw that Xiaoli was still staring blankly, so he casually tossed the notebook on the table toward him. Hand this over to the technical department and see if they can find any clues. Although Tang Jiqiang believed the likelihood was extremely low, he couldn't afford to overlook any leads at this point. A few minutes later, the technical department personnel arrived at the scene. Tang Jiqiang gave them a brief briefing before leading his team out of the room. In the hallway, several residents peered cautiously, their faces filled with fear and curiosity. Everyone go back inside. There's nothing to see here. A police officer reassured the residents. Tang Jiqiang, however, walked downstairs with the police officers. Today's sunlight was like melted butter, evenly coating every inch of the old neighborhood's pavement. Mr. Wang pressed the brim of his security guard's cap lower, and the keys hanging from his bronze-colored neck jingled with each step. His canvas shoulder bag contained a red notebook whose cover, bearing the words Vehicle Management Log, was worn white from frequent use. He was patrolling the neighborhood, seemingly checking for safety, but his eyes were fixed on the vehicles. This neighborhood was built quite some time ago and therefore lacks an underground parking lot, so all vehicles are parked on the surface. But if you thought Mr. Wan was really enforcing parking regulations, you'd be mistaken. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he ran toward an electric scooter. After examining the electric scooter from top to bottom, he first prepared to jot down the model and license plate number in the red notebook. He touched his lips with his finger, then opened the somewhat worn notebook, flipping through many pages before finding a blank spot. After recording all the information, he calmly walked back to the security booth, pulled out a lock, and locked the electric scooter. Looking at his handiwork, Mr. Wang nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and turned on the speaker hanging from his shoulder bag. A loud, booming voice soon echoed from it. Vehicles without property management stickers are prohibited from parking here. Violators will have their vehicles locked. This was something he had bought for 20 yuan on Pinduoduo, a looping recording of his own recorded warning message. As he turned the corner of the building, 3 police cars with blue and white stripes were parked in the neighborhood parking lot. Mr. Wang squinted and leaned closer to the front of the car, running his fingers along the bumper no license plate. Wow! No license plate and you dare park in the community? I'll lock you up. Mr. Wang was quite diligent. It took him 3 trips back and forth to lock all 3 police cars. The 4 red characters illegal parking will be locked on the lock stood out vividly in the sunlight. After locking the cars, Mr. Wang didn't seem to think he had done anything wrong. He clapped his hands and continued his patrol. However, the next moment, he seemed to have set his sights on a modified 3-wheeled vehicle covered in various signs. Wow, Lin Gu, your move was amazing. I can only give you 82 points, because the remaining 18 points, I'll give you in the 666 style. DePeo was also amazed by Lin Xian's move. No way, no way. I just helped unlock it. It's not as exaggerated as you're making it out to be. Lin Xian seemed a bit embarrassed as he scratched the back of his head. But Big Cannon wasn't having it. Don't be modest, Lin Gu. You just saved a budding talent of our nation. That alone deserves a Best Gardener award.
Ah, that move was indeed genius.
On the surface, I don't hold a grudge, but behind the scenes, quietly handing over the belt.
Ha ha ha. This guy is hilarious. No wonder you had the guts to take on the police station. You're so cool. Ding. The elevator quickly reached the 11th floor. Lin Gu, the elevator is here. You go in first. Now, Big Cannon really looks up to Lin Xuan as his big brother. No big deal, it's just great for the show. In just a moment, the number of viewers in the livestream had not only increased but the gifts kept coming non-stop. The top donor even sent some big rockets, and just that alone would have earned him at least 10,000 yuan. Suddenly, he wondered if he had given Lin Xuan too little money. Maybe he should give another 10,000 later? Just as he was pondering this, the elevator stopped again on the 4th floor. The two didn't notice it must have been residents of the building getting off.
But when the elevator doors opened, Lin Xuan suddenly whitened his eyes.
Tang. Officer Tang? Tang Jiqiang was waiting for the elevator with Xioli.
As the elevator stopped on this floor, the two were about to step inside.
But the moment the elevator doors opened, that familiar voice caused Tang Jiqiang's face to darken instantly.
As the saying goes, enemies meeting face to face only intensify their hatred. Lin Xuan, who had been mocked by Tang Jiqiang, was naturally his enemy. Therefore, even though he heard Lin Xuan calling out to him, he ignored him completely, turning his head away and refusing to look at him.
At that moment, the live stream was filled with laughter. Help! This atmosphere. I've already imagined 800 episodes of a crime drama. Officer Tang OS, this kid just won't leave me alone. Lin Xuan, come on, let me see who's so embarrassed they're picking their nose out of a 3-bedroom apartment. Suggestion, rename it Elevator Battlefield. Quick! Someone pass the blood pressure medication. Officer Tang's blood pressure is skyrocketing.
Family members are betting 50 cents that Lin Xuan is about to start performing elevator opening stunts with his bare hands.
Bullet screen protection. Please don't fight. I want to keep watching the live stream. Officer Tang, is it too late for me to get out of the elevator now? Tang Jiqiang ignores Lin Xuan, but that doesn't mean Lin Xuan isn't speaking. Seeing Officer Tang appear here, his curiosity was ignited. Chapter 24, Why is my car locked? What is going on, Officer Tang? How did you end up here?
Tang Jiqiang said with a hint of irritation.
Whether we're here or not, what is it to you? Do we need to report our actions to you?
Lin Xuan rolled his eyes.
Such a petty-minded person, even as a police officer. Hey, Officer Tang, you're wrong. Aren't police supposed to be public servants? As a member of the public, I have the right to know the truth, don't I? You're understanding isn't deep enough yet. And I've been quite cooperative, haven't I? I'm practically a model citizen. Officer Tang's attitude toward me is really disappointing.
Ha ha, Mr. Lin sure has a sharp tongue.
Officer Tang's face is bright red. Wow. Let them fight. I love watching this. They seem like a bickering couple.
Little Lee saw that the situation was getting out of hand, with Officer Tang's face turning red, so he quickly interjected.
Mr. Lin, please stop talking.
It's not that Officer Tang doesn't want to tell you, it's just that this matter is confidential and we really can't disclose it.
Confidential matter? Could it be that someone died in this building? I might have guessed right when I went upstairs. Not necessarily. It could be that they're arresting a criminal. Oh, never mind. I'm a model citizen, I won't cause trouble for the police. As he spoke, the elevator once again fell into a silent atmosphere.
DePeo held his phone, but dared not say a word. One was a tough guy, the other was a police officer, he was just a small-time streamer, better not get involved.
Ding dong.
The elevator reached the 1st floor.
Tang Jiqiang and the other man stepped out first.
Lin Xuan and the cannon followed closely behind.
Lin Gu, what are we going to do next?
Lin Xuan pondered for a moment.
Let's see if we get any more orders. If not, I'll take you to remove some flyers. Remove flyers? DePeo was taken aback. You have this environmental hobby? Hobby? If you put it that way, I guess so. But it's mainly for the money. This left DePeo completely confused. These days, scraping off flyers can make money? Is that even a job?
Lin Xuan waved his hand impatiently.
Oh, I can't explain it all right now. I'll take you there someday and you'll see. It's definitely for money. These days, could it really be just about doing good deeds? If it weren't for removing other people's locksmith ads, how would anyone notice his own locksmith ads? By reducing the number of competitors, wouldn't his business just keep coming in steadily? Lin Xuan thought he was absolutely right. Just as the two of them stepped out the door, they suddenly heard Shelly shout. Hey! Tang team! Who the heck locked our car? The car is locked? That is impossible. Let me take a look.
Tang Jiqiang frowned as he walked up to the police car. At that moment, Lin Xuan naturally heard the commotion as well.
Out of curiosity, he didn't leave immediately but instead walked over, with DePeo naturally following behind. Tang Jiqiang walked up to the police car and immediately saw the wheel lock on the front wheel.
He was already furious inside because of the H organization incident, and being provoked by Lin Xuan in the elevator had only fueled his anger. Now the police car was also locked, which completely fueled his anger. Who did this? Can't you see? Don't you know what a blue and white striped car is? You dare to lock a police car. However, at that moment, Lin Xuan was standing nearby, covering his mouth to stifle his laughter. Ah, I'm dying of laughter. Locking a police car. Help! The police car is locked. I'll laugh for a year. Suggestion: arrest the person who locked the car. It's too damaging to the police's authority. Dog head emoji. Who gets it? Watching the police car unable to move is more thrilling than watching a comedy. Screenshot saved. This footage is enough for 10 posts on my social media. At that moment, a resident from a nearby neighborhood slowly walked over, looking surprised. Hey, are you guys the police? Tang Jiqiang was extremely angry, but he didn't have the habit of taking his frustration out on ordinary citizens. After calming down, he finally spoke. That's right, we're police officers. We were on a mission here just now, but as soon as we arrived, we found our police car locked. Locked? The resident scratched his chin and walked over to the police car to take a closer look. Then he suddenly let out a series of sounds. This Mr. Wang is really something. Tang Jiqiang immediately caught on to the crux of the matter. He asked with a frown. Mr. Wang? You know that it was this Mr. Wang who locked our police car? Yes. But I advise you not to provoke him. Just pay him and leave. The resident spoke as if he were looking out for their best interests. This left Tang Jiqiang feeling puzzled. Who is this Mr. Wang? What's his background? And why did he lock our car? The resident smiled. Mr. Wang doesn't have much of a background. He's not anyone important. He's just the security guard at the entrance of our neighborhood. As for why he locked your car, you probably haven't obtained the property management access permit yet. Without that, you dare to park in the neighborhood, so he dares to lock your car. Tang Jiqiang and the others? That doesn't make sense. I've only ever heard of license plates. What authority does the property management have to issue permits? Literally couldn't help but speak up. I don't know either, but in this neighborhood, you have to follow the property management's rules. Whatever they say goes. The resident shrugged his shoulders. Xiaoli wanted to argue further, but was stopped by Tang Jiqiang. I don't care what rules the property management has, but this is a police car on a mission. They can't lock it. The resident, however, seemed unfazed. What's the big deal? Last month, the fire truck was locked when it came in for a fire drill. Your police car being locked isn't that unusual. They locked the fire truck too? Tang Jiqiang couldn't help but swallow hard. Of course. He said even if the mayor's car came, they delock it too. But you said earlier that the guy doesn't have any powerful connections. Where does he get the nerve to do this? Not just Tang Jiqiang, even Lin Xuan was puzzled. How dare this old man be so bold? Not only did he lock the fire truck, but now he is locking the police car. That's right, he doesn't have any background or status, but he has heart disease, asthma, hypertension, depression, Alzheimer's, osteoporosis. Wait if you provoke him, he'll extort you until you're penniless. After all, his favorite saying is that he has already lived long enough. Lin Xuan and the others? Wow, so he has got all the debuffs stacked up. Tang Jiqiang fell silent. The road rage that had been building up inside him had vanished without a trace. Chapter 25, Pay first, then unlock. I advise you to just pay up and leave. The fire department incident was a big deal back then. Their superiors even came, and they had to pay to resolve it. Don't cause trouble for yourselves. It'll save your superiors from having to come here and lose face. The resident looked like he was thinking of their best interests. As they spoke, they walked away casually, wearing only a pair of slippers. Only Tang Jiqiang and Xiaoli were left inside, looking at each other in disbelief. Goodness gracious, there are still such scoundrels. This old man is the master of using his age to his advantage. He even dared to lock the police car. How to dominate the neighborhood with age and medical records. The old man should write a book. Police officer, I've arrested so many criminals, but I was defeated by an old man with a U-shaped lock. Suggestion, the old man should become the director of the People's Enforcement Bureau. Let's see who dares to park illegally now. Family, who gets this? This is physical defense taken to the extreme. Suddenly get that line from Detective Tang, it's not that the old get bad, it's that the bad get old. Commentator prediction, the old man is about to pull out his medical records and start attacking. After a while, Xiaoli finally turned to Tang Jiqiang and said, What should we do, Tang team leader? Are we really going to have to pay? Tang Jiqiang replied impatiently. Pay money? Haven't we been mocked enough for what happened earlier? If we don't handle this properly, do you think our police station will be called out again at next month's public safety meeting? Xiaoli scratched his head in frustration. What Tang Jiqiang said seemed to make sense. What should we do next? Just as Tang Jiqiang was also struggling with this problem, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of Lin Xuan nearby. An idea immediately came to mind.
Right, who said you need a key to open a lock? There's someone here who can open locks, isn't there?
Lin Xuan was watching the commotion with great interest when he noticed Tang Jicheng suddenly turn and walk toward him.
Lin Xuan, can you open the wheel lock?
His eyes held a hint of expectation, mixed with a touch of reluctance. Lin Xuan raised his eyebrows slightly, his expression calm and composed, as if everything was under his control. Sure, this lock is pretty simple. His tone was casual and confident.
Tang Jicheng's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, then can you unlock the police car for us?
His voice carried a hint of urgency. Lin Xuan curved his lips into a sly smile and replied slowly, of course I can. However, after speaking, he remained motionless, his expression calm as he watched Tang Jicheng. Time ticked by, and as Tang Jicheng saw Lin Xuan make no move, his confusion grew. He couldn't help but ask, why aren't you doing anything? Lin Xuan looked at Tang Jicheng with a puzzled expression and countered, you haven't paid me yet. How can I move? His tone was matter of fact.
Tang Jicheng froze, his face betraying his shock, I still need to pay? Lin Xuan rolled his eyes and said impatiently, what's the matter? Do you think the police don't charge for unlocking doors? Paying for services is only fair. You're the team leader, you must know that, right?
As he spoke, he shook his head, his smug expression making Tang Jicheng seethe with anger. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, little Li hurried over to mediate. He read the situation well, knowing how angry Tang Jicheng was and that the matter needed to be resolved. With a forced smile, he said, all right. We'll pay whatever Mr. Lin asks. Lin Xuan nodded satisfactorily, his tone tinged with pride, that's more like it.
Paying for services is only fair.
50 yuan for one lock, but since we're promoting police-civilian cooperation, I'll be generous and give you 100 yuan for 3 locks. As he spoke, he held up a finger and waved it around, as if he had made a huge concession. Shaoli didn't hesitate for a moment, pulled out his phone, and scanned the QR code to pay 100 yuan. The sound of the successful transfer echoed, and Lin Xian's face lit up with joy. He turned around with a satisfied smile and said to the big gun behind him, $100 in the bank, life is good. His voice was filled with joy, as if the 100 yuan were some enormous fortune. But Deapeo looked at the constant notifications of gifts popping up in the livestream, with the number already surpassing 300,000. He felt both excited and conflicted, his complex gaze fixed on the smug Lin Xuan, hesitating whether to reveal the truth. If he did, wouldn't it crush him? Meanwhile, Tang Jicheng stood nearby, his expression still gloomy. Though he understood that Lin Xuan was right to demand payment for his work, for some reason, giving the money felt like a heavy stone in his chest, causing an indescribable discomfort. Seeing Lin Xian's joyful expression, he felt even more furious, yet helpless.
This guy. He'd better not let me catch him again.
Lin Xuan slipped his phone back into his pocket, clapped his hands, and walked over to the police car. He pulled out the familiar piece of wire and began fiddling with the wheel lock. His movements were smooth and precise, his eyes focused and serious, as if nothing else in the world existed around him.
In no time, with a few clicks, all 3 wheel locks were successfully opened. All done, Officer Tang. You can take your car now.
Lin Xuan brushed off imaginary dust from his hands, his face glowing with a victorious smile.
If you ever need anything in the future, just give me a call. I'll give you a discount, considering our friendship.
Tang Jicheng snorted coldly, ignoring Lin Xian's words, and walked straight toward the police car, opening the door and getting inside. Shaoli, seeing this, hurriedly thanked Lin Xuan and got into the car as well.
Ha ha ha.
Lin Xuan has labeled business genius on Officer Tang's forehead. Tang team, I've arrested drug dealers and solved murder cases, but I fell for a 50 yuan lockpicking fee. About the time the police called me to unlock a door and had to pay up Lin Xian's legendary daily life. Suggestion, cut this scene into the spin-off of Police Honor, ratings will skyrocket. The comments are split into 2 camps. Left-wing supporters, charge the fee. Right-wing supporters, poor Tang team, such a tragic man. Lin Xuan, getting paid for work is only fair, a police badge can't feed you. Help. Tang's face is blacker than a pot bottom. This time, he's been completely outmaneuvered. Hurry up and say. How much of the 300,000 yuan in tips was because of this 100 yuan move? Netizen, suggest that the police and locksmiths lock themselves together and air a weekly love-hate soap opera. Tang team's inner monologue, this money is more humiliating than a fine. After seeing them leave, Lin Xuan finally put away his smile and prepared to leave on his own 3-wheeler. It was almost noon, so he decided to grab something to eat first. Let us go. It's almost noon. Let us find a place to have lunch first. Lin Xuan got on the tricycle first, followed closely by Deapeo. No problem, Lin Gu, but I'll treat you to lunch. Where do you want to go? Chapter 26, don't you know how to read? You're treating me? Lin Xuan looked as though he'd heard something amazing, his expression immediately becoming extremely lively. If you didn't hear me wrong, I was offering to treat you to lunch. Deapeo paused before speaking. That's great. Brother, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Come on, I'll take you to a great place. The scenery there is breathtaking. A feast for the eyes? Wait, can that idiom be used like that? Ah. You just don't get it. You'll see when you get there. Lin Xuan looked mysterious and enigmatic.
Lin Gu, now you've got me curious. I'm really looking forward to it.
DePeo assumed the place must be famous for its delicious specialty dishes. He loved food more than anything else in life, so the moment he thought about what Lin Xuan had just said, his heart began to race with excitement, eager to get there as soon as possible.
Let's go, DePeo.
Lin Xuan shouted, climbing onto the seat of the tricycle, gripping the handlebars tightly, and pressing down hard on the pedals with both feet. However, to his surprise, the tricycle didn't move an inch, as if it had been rooted to the ground. Lin Xuan's smile froze instantly, his brows furrowing deeply. He increased his effort, his feet kicking back and forth non-stop, shouting encouragement to himself. But the tricycle remained unmoved. Instead, Lin Xuan was panting heavily, sweat streaming down his forehead and soaking his collar. DePeo, sitting in the cargo bed of the tricycle, looked puzzled. Watching Lin Xuan sweat profusely and pedal furiously with no effect, he couldn't help but wonder.
Could it be that I've suddenly gotten heavier? DePeo pondered silently.
He looked down at his stomach and shook his head, dismissing the idea as unlikely. With a hint of doubt, DePeo carefully climbed out of the cargo bed and stood aside to observe. Lin Xuan saw DePeo get off the tricycle and thought, this should work now. He took a deep breath and pedaled the tricycle with all his might once more, but the result was the same, the bike remained firmly stationary.
At that moment, Lin Xuan's face was filled with confusion and anxiety.
What on earth is going on, he muttered to himself, his voice tinged with helplessness. In the live stream, the chat exploded with jokes and teasing comments flooding in.
Ha ha ha. What's going on with Mr. Lin? Did the bike get hit by a spell? Laughing so hard. Just a moment ago he was showing off and now he's crashed. Master Lin, don't you care about your reputation? Is Lin Shifu losing his touch? Even driving a car is this difficult? Suggestion, rename it the stubborn tricycle. Lin Xuan also noticed something was wrong.
He stopped what he was doing and jumped off the tricycle. He bent over, hands on his knees, panting heavily, his eyes filled with resentment. After resting for a moment, Lin Xuan began to prepare for a thorough investigation. As soon as he crouched down and took a closer look, his eyes widened in shock and his mind went blank. There was a wheel lock securely fastened to the rear wheel of the tricycle. Damn it! My car's been locked too. What? DePeo hadn't reacted yet. However, the next moment, he crouched down and saw the wheel lock left on the rear wheel of the tricycle. Karma comes too fast, like a tornado. Tang team, this is called using someone's own methods against them. Lin Xuan, I was making money by helping the police unlock cars, but now my own car is locked.
I'm going to cry. Ha ha. This plot twist is amazing. They should make a movie out of this.
Lin Xuan, I declare war on wheel locks.
The car that was unlocked got locked. I declare this the best joke of the year. No way. Is this old man blind or something?
Lin Xuan stood there angrily with his hands on his hips.
Lin Gu, don't get too upset. After all, that old man dared to lock the fire truck and police car. Locking your tricycle isn't that big of a deal. But Lin Xuan got even angrier when he heard that. Do you know what I do for a living? You're a locksmith, right? DePeo found the question rather confusing. Isn't that obvious? That's the whole point.
Lin Xuan ran over to his tricycle and pointed at the words written on it.
Wait, doesn't he recognize these characters? He doesn't know how to write lock? Come on. Start repeating after me. KUI, open, SUO, lock. Locksmith.
Lin Xuan looked extremely angry. However, DePeo seemed to have no idea why the other person was so angry.
So what? So? Big brother, I'm a locksmith. You locked the wheel lock on my car, that's insulting me.
Lin Xuan couldn't help but roll his eyes.
Lin Xuan took a deep breath and then said to DePeo, let's go. I can't let this go. Seeing Lin Xuan's furious expression, the big guy hurriedly stepped in to stop him. Lin Gu, don't act impulsively. That old man is like a ticking time bomb. Whoever goes near him will get hurt. It's fine. I'm not going to beat him up. I'm just going to return something.
After saying that, Lin Xuan bent down, unlocked the wheel lock, and tossed it into the back of his truck. Even the locks he had opened for Tang Jiqiang and the others were thrown into the truck bed as well.
Let us go. Get in the car first and return the items.
DePeo was a bit confused, but since Lin Xuan had said that, he could only follow along.
At the entrance of Bishui Huading,
old Mr. Wang finished his patrol, swaying slightly as he returned to the security booth. He lay comfortably on a recliner, rhythmically fanning himself with a large palm leaf fan, the gentle breeze caressing his wrinkled face. Suddenly, a blue and white figure flashed past him. Wang Dage sat up straight, his eyes widening. It was a police car, driving out of the compound with authority. His brows furrowed tightly as a thought flashed through his mind, something's wrong.
Didn't I lock that police car? How is it moving now? He rubbed his eyes, thinking he must have seen wrong, but the police car was indeed moving slowly, with no signs of being locked. Before Mr. Wang could recover from his shock, he saw a three-wheeled cart swaying toward the entrance. He squinted, studying the tricycle closely.
The more he looked, the more familiar it seemed.
Isn't that the same tricycle I locked earlier? How is it moving?
He muttered to himself, his face filled with confusion. He clearly remembered locking the rear wheel of the tricycle with a wheel lock. Logically speaking, without a key, it should be impossible to move. While cars with more horsepower might have a chance of breaking free, a human-powered tricycle couldn't possibly do that. Even if a ox cart came along, it wouldn't be able to pull it. Chapter 27, Mockery. Just as old Wang was standing there dumbfounded, Lin Xuan rode his tricycle up to the security booth. He smiled, revealing 8 teeth, took 4 wheel locks from the hand of the man behind him, and casually tossed them toward Mr. Wang. The wheel locks hit the ground with a clang, startling several small birds perched on a nearby tree.
Old man, your wheel locks aren't very sturdy.
A piece of wire can easily break them open, Lin Xuan said with a mocking tone. Without waiting for Mr. Wang to react, he quickly pedaled the tricycle and rode off. If he hadn't left, he feared the old man might have been so angry that it would have been blamed on him. However, heaven was a witness, he hadn't uttered a single swear word. The entire scene was bathed in warm sunlight. Old Wang watched the man's departing figure, then looked at the wheel lock on the ground. He couldn't help but realize that both the wheel lock and the one on the police car had been picked open by this man. Especially the extremely mocking words he had just spoken, which instantly made him tremble with anger. He suddenly stood up, wanting to chase after him to confront him, but as soon as he took a step, he felt a sudden dizziness. He was already elderly and frail, suffering from various illnesses. How could he possibly catch up to the young and strong Lin Xuan? He could only stomp his feet in frustration, clutching the fan tightly in his hands, as if it might shatter at any moment. In the livestream, viewers witnessed the scene and cheered enthusiastically, with comments flooding in like a tidal wave.
Ha ha ha. Master Lin, that was so satisfying.
The story of how my wheel lock was easily broken, Mr. Wang's embarrassing moment.
Master Lin, the title of Lock King isn't given out lightly. Old man, next time get a sturdier lock. Hilarious. Is this what they call turning the tables on someone? Mr. Wang, don't I have any dignity? Suggestion, Mr. Lin should create a tutorial on how to break a wheel lock. This plot twist is so satisfying. I love it. On the road. Bro, that move was so satisfying. You didn't see that old man's furious face, haha. Although Deapeo felt angry when he heard about Mr. Wang's story, he also felt helpless in the face of such a situation. But Lin Xian's move was truly satisfying. Not bad, not bad. Third in the world. Lin Xuan casually rhymed. Haha, you're only third? I can't even imagine what the first and second places must have done. No big deal. You'll get used to it once you spend more time with me. It's just basic stuff. Alright, hold on tight. I'm about to speed up. Let's go grab something delicious to eat. Something delicious? Oh right, you didn't say what it was. You'll see when we get there. After saying that, Lin Xuan stood up and started pedaling, as if it weren't his own bike. The tricycle rolled over the uneven cobblestone streets of the old town, making a creak sound. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Xuan rode the tricycle into a narrow alley, with weathered brick walls on both sides covered in dark green vines. Deapeo sat in the back, looking at the increasingly remote surroundings, feeling uneasy. This didn't look like the way to a fancy meal. After turning 2 corners, a small shop with a sign reading Baiwei Ju came into view. The wooden sign was already somewhat rotten, with frayed edges, and the 3 red characters Baiwei Ju had faded. Deapeo's face betrayed his obvious disappointment. He surveyed the unassuming little shop and thought to himself, how could such a rundown place possibly serve anything good? He had originally thought that Lin Xuan would take him to a fancy restaurant for a hearty meal. He wouldn't be stingy with a little money, he wasn't that kind of person. Could it be that Lin Xuan was feeling a bit embarrassed? Thinking this, he hurriedly said, "Brother, you don't need to be so frugal for me. I said I'd treat you, so I'll make sure it's something good. Let's go somewhere nicer. This little shop looks..." Lin Xuan waved his hand, his face adorned with a mysterious smile. "No, I really didn't mean to save money for you. Trust me, the food here is really good, and there's an even more important reason. As for what that reason is, you'll find out soon enough." "There's another reason?" This completely piqued Deapeo's curiosity. "I know this kind of place. Don't let the appearance fool you, the food is absolutely top-notch. Don't hype it up, it's just a rundown place. How good could it be? Any place downstairs from my house is better than this. I'll bet you 50 cents that the host will end up loving it. The environment is so bad, can you even eat here? It doesn't even look hygienic. As soon as you walk in, a strong aroma hits you, a mix of chile, Sichuan pepper, and various spices, making your mouth water." Surprisingly, despite its rundown appearance, the small shop was bustling with activity, with several tables packed full of men. Lin Xuan navigated the crowd with ease, finally finding a small table in the corner. "Sit down and order something," Lin Xuan said, picking out the greasy menu on the table. Deapeo sat down, looking around at the lively scene and glancing at the simple, plain dishes on the neighboring table, his curiosity growing. These dishes looked no different from those in an ordinary small restaurant, there was nothing special about them. Why would so many people come here to eat? Looking at the menu, which listed ordinary dishes like chili stir-fried pork, Deapeo hesitated over what to order.
Just then, a crisp sound of high heels echoed from the kitchen. DePeo looked in the direction of the sound, and the camera on his phone followed suit. The next moment, a figure caught everyone's attention. It was a graceful woman dressed in a purple lace cheongsam, the fabric hugging her curves. The lace trim at the collar and sleeves was faintly visible, exuding a touch of sensuality and mystery. Her long hair was elegantly pinned up, revealing her fair, slender neck, with pearl earrings dangling gently from her earlobes. The woman walked out of the kitchen with graceful steps. Her eyes were gentle yet seductive, and a faint smile played on her lips. When she speaks, her voice is melodious and pleasant. Ladies and gentlemen, we apologize for keeping you waiting. There are only 3 portions of our signature dish, braised pork ribs, left. Please hurry if you'd like some. As soon as she finished speaking, the diners who had been focused on their meals all looked up, their eyes sparkling with excitement, as if they could see right through her clothes. Especially when the boss's wife mentioned that there were only 3 portions of braised pork ribs left, everyone looked eager to try them. However, before they could speak, a voice rang out. I'll take all 3 portions of braised pork ribs. Chapter 28, The Boss Lady Still Has Her Charm. Lin Xuan turned his head in surprise, looking at DePeo, who had stood up without anyone noticing. The person who had just claimed the remaining 3 portions of braised pork ribs was none other than DePeo. The boss lady, seeing a rather burly man stand up and say he'd take it all, couldn't help but cover her mouth and smile. Alright, since this handsome guy is taking it all, the remaining 3 portions of braised pork ribs are all yours. Some of the men who hadn't managed to get a portion were initially disappointed, but upon seeing the boss lady's smile, their eyes widened in awe. Big Cannon kept muttering to himself. She smiled at me. Lin Xuan looked at DePeo's silly grin and immediately tugged at his sleeve. What's wrong? You still have the nerve to smile? What's wrong? Are we not allowed to laugh here? No, it's just that I wanted to say you ordered 3 portions of braised pork ribs. Are you sure you can finish them all? Is it that bad? No, it's not bad. It's actually pretty good. What's the big deal? It's only 3 servings of braised pork ribs. I used to be a food vlogger. DePeo proudly patted his chest as if to say, I've got this covered. But Lin Xuan rolled his eyes in disagreement. You said it. If you can't finish it, you eat it. Pfft, you underestimate me. DePeo then looked in the direction of the boss's wife. Unfortunately, the boss's wife was already gone. Just as he turned his head in disappointment, Lin Xuan gave him a mischievous smile and asked, how about it? The food here is delicious, isn't it? A feast for the eyes. Although DePeo hadn't eaten yet, his mouth started moving on its own. It's delicious, absolutely delicious. I must eat here today. If I don't eat here, I'll be upset with myself. Ah, my brother is so honest. Holy crap. The boss's wife is way too beautiful. Her looks completely outshine any influencer. Help. I'm declaring I'm in love. For the boss lady, I'm willing to come to this place every day. This isn't a restaurant, it's where fairies descend from heaven. Can the person above be a bit more ambitious? She's just a bit good looking, that's all. The boss lady is dressed so provocatively she must be trouble. Exactly, what decent woman would dress like that and walk around in a restaurant? You're just jealous, aren't you? She can wear whatever she wants. Does she eat your rice? Soon, the braised pork ribs arrived, but when DePeo saw the portion size, he was completely speechless. Wait, you didn't say 1 order of braised pork ribs comes with 6 pieces? Gulp, gulp. Seeing the mountain of braised pork ribs, DePeo was a bit intimidated. He was a food vlogger, but that didn't mean he had an insatiable appetite. Eat up, you said it yourself. You're the one who took the challenge. Lin Xuan smiled and picked up a piece to start eating. Seeing how much Lin Xuan was enjoying it, the big guy couldn't resist either. He picked up a piece of braised pork rib, took a bite, and his eyes widened instantly. The flavor was rich yet not greasy, with the spices perfectly infused into the meat, leaving a lingering aftertaste. Seeing DePeo's ecstatic expression, Lin Xuan immediately teased him. How about it? The taste is pretty good, right? Did you really think I came here to look at the pretty girls? He couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Lin brother, you really didn't lie to me. This taste is amazing. However, I think the boss's wife is also a real catch. In the livestream, the netizens who had been skeptical moments ago began to say, it's so good. The backlash came too fast, like a tornado. Those braised ribs look way too tempting. Sorry, I take back what I said earlier. I was just being narrow-minded. Help! I'm already drooling. Is there anyone in the same city who wants to team up and check this place out? As expected, you should always eat at these small, hidden gems. I bet everyone here is a seasoned foodie. Exactly. This place, Baiwei has been around for nearly 20 years, and it's always been run by the owner's wife. Don't let the size fool you, the flavor is unmatched. Many people come here specifically for the owner's cooking and the unique atmosphere. I only discovered this place by chance. The prices are a bit on the high side, so I usually only come here for special occasions. Expensive? How expensive? DePeo was curious. Take the braised pork ribs you just ordered, for example. One serving is 188 yuan, and 3 servings would be 564 yuan. That's my entire monthly food budget. Lin Xuan said, shaking his head in disbelief. But Deapeo was different. He was stunned. Wait, 188 yuan is expensive? That's 6 big bones. And he's already made hundreds of thousands today. Oh, sorry, I almost forgot that Lin Ji's daily income is usually only a few hundred yuan. Just as the two were eating, several uninvited guests arrived at the door. The store door was violently pushed open, and 5 burly men filed inside. The leader, a man with a crew cut, wore a black jacket, with half of a tattoo visible on his neck. The 4 men following him either had cigarettes in their mouths or were fiddling with keychains, the clinking of metal echoing loudly in the noisy restaurant. Old 5, you couldn't wait any longer, could you? You had to come here to eat. The man with the crew cut slapped the shortest man on the back, causing him to stumble backward. The man called Old 5 forced a smile, his face contorted with effort. Big brother, you don't know the braised pork ribs here are the best. You'll never forget them once you try them. Besides, aren't we about to do something big? Let's just indulge ourselves this once. Who knows when we'll get to eat something this hot again? The man with the crew cut furrowed his brow, his gaze sweeping across the room full of diners. All right. But remember, behave yourselves. After dinner, we're leaving. We've got important business to attend to in a few days. The other 4 immediately straightened their backs and chorused in unison. They walked around the shop and happened to find a table next to Lin Xuan that had just become available. Old 5's eyes lit up, and he strode over, kicking the wooden chair so hard it scraped the floor with a loud screech. Waiter! Bring 2 orders of braised pork ribs, he shouted, his saliva splattering onto the edge of the neighboring table's bowl. The waitress, a shy teenager of around 17 or 18, approached hesitantly. I'm sorry, the last 3 orders of braised pork ribs have already been taken by those 2 customers over there. Lao Wu followed her finger and saw Lin Xuan leisurely picking bones from his dish, with 2 large plates of untouched braised pork ribs still piled on the table. Lao Wu raised an eyebrow. There were only 2 people at the table, yet there were 3 large plates of ribs. How could they possibly finish all that? Brother, Old 5 leaned toward Lin Xuan's table, the smell of smoke and sweat wafting toward him. Can you spare 2 portions for me? I'll pay you double. He glanced at the big guy who was still eating. Look, the 2 of you can't finish it either. It's just going to go to waste. Chapter 29, A Big Order. Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow and looked up at the approaching Lao Wu. Double the price? Lin Xuan slowly twirled his chopsticks. Alright, but cash first. He had been worried about what to do with all the braised pork ribs, whether to take them home or throw them away when someone came along offering to buy them for double the price. This way, not only would they not spend any money on the meal, but they'd actually make a profit? Old 5 hesitated for a moment before pulling out $800 bills from his pocket and slapping them on the table. Here, S800. Keep the change. Big brother, you're so generous. You're treating. Lin Xuan didn't even count the money. He stuffed it into his pocket and said with a smile. Old 5 had been eyeing the food all along. Hearing Lin Xuan's words, he also helped himself to the 2 plates of braised pork ribs. DePeo was busy wrestling with a piece of meat stuck between the bones and didn't notice the 2 plates of braised pork ribs were missing from his table. As soon as the 2 steaming plates of braised pork ribs were placed on the table, Old 5 couldn't resist grabbing a piece and biting into it, with grease dripping down his chin and onto his collar. While munching, he called out. Hurry up, these braised ribs are best eaten while they're hot. His companions also picked up their chopsticks, and soon the only sounds were the rhythmic crunching of bones. There were 5 of them, and although there were 2 large plates of braised pork ribs, they were eating even faster than Lin Xuan's group. Perhaps they were starting to feel full, as their pace slowed down, and they began to savor the flavor more. The 3rd man suddenly put down his bone, took a swig of beer, wiped his mouth, and said, Boss, there's still one problem. We still haven't figured out how to open that lock. What do you think? His words fell like a stone into a deep pond, and the once bustling dining table fell silent. The eldest brother's face darkened, and his fingers tapped the table intermittently. I've been thinking about it too. That lock is really complicated. I haven't figured it out yet. If all else fails, we can always find an alternative. As he said this, a cold gleam flashed in the eldest brother's eyes. But Lin Xuan, sitting at the next table, suddenly perked up his ears. What? Having trouble picking a lock? Call me. I'm an expert. Those in the locksmith business have keen hearing provided they don't cheat with a stethoscope. He asked the waiter for a notepad and a ballpoint pen, then scribbled down a string of numbers, his phone number. Brother, he passed the note across the table to the man with the crew cut. I'm the locksmith. If there's any lock you can't open, just give me a call anytime. The man with the crew cut was stunned. He hadn't expected that someone could hear them speaking so quietly, especially with the loud voices of others nearby. Fortunately, they hadn't said anything else out of line. He stared at Lin Xuan for a moment, unsure whether he was moved by Lin Xuan's confident gaze or afraid of revealing something. He reached out and took the note, stuffing it into the inner pocket of his jacket. Just then, the big guy let out a loud belch, rubbing his round belly as he stood up from the chair. Lingu, I'm so full. Lin Xuan smiled and patted him on the back, then turned to the bald-headed man and nodded, "Everyone, take your time eating.
If you need anything, remember to contact me."
Wow, what a hard worker. Exactly, even while eating, he doesn't forget to drum up business.
If I remember correctly, Lin sure just ate without spending a dime and even made some money.
The other four had already stopped eating when Lin Xuan arrived. After Lin Xuan and the other left, the second in command made a throat-slitting gesture toward the leader. But the leader stopped him, whispering softly,
"It's fine. He doesn't know our identities."
"The most important thing now is not to complicate matters."
Watching Lin Xian's departing figure, the eldest's eyes narrowed slightly.
He gripped the phone in his pocket, hesitating for a moment before deciding not to throw it away. While Lin Xuan was engrossed in eating, he paid the money, using the cash given to him by the generous older brother. As for the remaining money, he casually placed it in his own pocket. As the two of them stepped out of Baiweiju, the weather was at its hottest. DePeo had just burped, but he quickly realized something.
"Lin Gu, we haven't paid yet."
DePao was about to turn back when he was stopped by Lin Xuan.
"It's okay, someone kind already paid for it." "Kind person? What kind of kind person?"
Lin Xuan was about to explain when suddenly his phone rang.
After he finished the call, Big Cannon looked over curiously. "What's going on?"
Lin Xuan gave a mysterious smile.
"A big order has come in." "Big order?"
Just as DePeo was curious. Lin Xuan had already hopped onto a tricycle and DePeo quickly followed suit.
"Oh? A big order has come in? Why do I suddenly feel like something's not right behind us?"
"I don't know why, but my right eye is twitching non-stop."
"A twitching right eye means bad luck. Could something happen to Master Lin? Let's just keep watching."
"I don't believe in that superstitious nonsense anyway."
Half an hour later.
The person riding the tricycle in front had been replaced by a cannon. Because Lin Xuan had been pedaling the tricycle non-stop, his legs were almost giving out.
"Hey, Lin, how much longer until we get there?"
Lin Xuan sat in the back of the tricycle and checked the navigation on his phone.
"Don't worry, just a few kilometers more." "What? A few kilometers more?" Big Cannon looked a bit disappointed. "Hey, Lin Gu, why did you have to go all the way out here to pick up this job?" "Of course, because they're paying more. The employer just said he's willing to pay 1,000 yuan. That was why Lin Xuan was willing to spend over half an hour driving there to pick the lock. Who would go for free?" "Oh, I see. That's definitely worth it. Getting 1,000 yuan for one trip is still worth it." Soon they arrived in town.
However, once they arrived in town, Lin Xuan didn't know the employer's exact location, so he could only call back the previous number.
"Hello, this is the master you were looking for earlier. We arrived in town. Where are you? We'll come find you."
The voice on the phone responded.
"I'm right here.
I'll send you the exact location.
Come over."
The voice on the phone had just finished speaking.
DePeo spoke up.
"Lin Gu, riding a tricycle is killing me. I'm going to buy a cold drink.
Do you want one?"
Lin Xuan was about to nod, but a puzzled voice came from the other end of the phone.
"Wait a minute, is there someone there? You didn't come alone, did you?"
The voice on the phone sounded somewhat cautious. Lin Xuan was taken aback and hurriedly explained.
Bro, this is my assistant. He's here to help me." However, even after hearing the explanation, the other person still said, "It's like this, I'm a bit socially anxious and don't like dealing with a lot of people. If you're just here to pick the lock, just come alone."
"Don't worry, I'll make sure to thank you properly later."
Chapter 30, the hall is full of atmosphere. Social anxiety? Lin Xuan and DePeo exchanged glances, but what could they do? The customer is always right.
There was nothing they could do, so Lin Xuan had to agree.
"Alright, I'll come alone. Send me the location."
After the call ended, Lin Xuan finally looked at DePeo. He shrugged helplessly.
"Looks like you won't be able to come with me on this one."
However, DePeo seemed to have anticipated this, and a mysterious smile appeared on the corner of his mouth.
"No problem, I've already figured it out."
Saying this, he reached into the backpack behind him and pulled out a small object the size of a button.
Lin Xuan took it with curiosity. "What's this?"
The cannon replied with a smile.
"It's a portable camera. I use it sometimes."
After all, there are some situations where people might feel uncomfortable using their phones to take photos directly. Don't worry, don't let its small size fool you. The technology inside is top-notch. It can last for 3 hours on a single charge, and the 5G signal stays strong the whole time. Lin Xuan looked surprised.
"You're pretty well equipped, aren't you?"
"Of course. I do outdoor live streaming, so I need to be well equipped."
"Alright, could you help me set up this camera?"
As Lin Xuan finished speaking, the cameraman began attaching the camera to the other person's chest and adjusting the live stream signal. As the live stream signal cut off and the screen lit up, the viewers in the live stream immediately realized that the angle had changed. Previously, the angle was higher because DePao had positioned the camera above forehead level, but now the camera was at chest height, obscuring the face.
DePeo, we're filming him without permission. Won't he sue us?"
Lin Xuan suddenly remembered the concept of portrait rights. But the cameraman wasn't worried about that. Don't worry, live streamers are quite precise about these boundaries.
As long as we don't show someone's face, it doesn't constitute infringement.
Plus, even if we accidentally capture a face, my livestream is set to blur faces so it won't be recognizable.
Oh, okay. Wow, this angle feels really unique. If only the person on the other side was a beauty. I get what you mean right away. Wait, you perverts, do we really need to be this exaggerated? I don't know why, but my right eye is still twitching. Is something going to happen to Mr. Lin?
The branches of the old locust tree, like withered fingers, intertwined above, casting a shadow. A black Audi S6 was parked quietly beneath the tree.
Coincidentally, the license plate was covered in mud.
A middle-aged man in a dark blue administrative jacket stood beside the old locust tree, puffing on a cigarette.
Hello, are you the one who called for a locksmith earlier? Startled by Lin Xuan's sudden question, the middle-aged man instinctively looked around before noticing Lin Xuan's distinctive lockpicking tricycle. He smiled. He casually tossed the half-smoked cigarette on the ground, crushed it with his leather shoe, and then walked over. You're the locksmith, aren't you? I didn't expect locksmiths to be so young these days. As he spoke, he handed over a cigarette. Lin Xuan instinctively took it and placed it by his ear. Sir, is your car locked?
For some reason, Lin Xuan felt a sense of authority emanating from the middle-aged man as he spoke. Audi S6 with an executive jacket buff stacked to the max. Haha, this guy is clearly part of the system. Wow, he's even smoking Huazi. Life must be pretty good for someone in the system. Bull, that's just a small minority. Most are barely scraping by. So this guy must be corrupt. I don't know if he's corrupt, but he's definitely not clean. Right. I accidentally locked the car door and the keys are inside. There's nothing I can do. I'll have to call a locksmith. How about it? Do you think you can handle it? Lin Xuan merely glanced at it briefly before nodding.
No problem, it's simple. I'll have it open in no time. That's good. I'll go have a smoke over there. You just keep an eye on it.
The neutral-looking man finished speaking and started to walk away.
Lin Xuan said. No need, I've already opened it for you. Opened?
The middle-aged man clearly didn't believe him. Lockpicking wasn't like playing a video game, you couldn't just open it casually.
Otherwise, what's the point of having a lock? But the next second, he was completely stunned. Because Lin Xuan had already opened his car door. Look, isn't it open?
The middle-aged man seemed unable to believe it, rushing over to his car door and examining it closely to confirm it was indeed his vehicle. At that moment, he finally looked up at Lin Xuan with a shocked expression.
Young man, your lockpicking skills are pretty impressive.
Nothing special, Lin Xuan replied modestly with a smile.
Average? This is the level that even Lu Ban would have to apprentice under. Lin Xuan, I'm just pretending. Don't call me out on it. Suggestion, rename him Average Lock King, specializing in reverse bragging. When others are humble, they're genuinely humble. When Lin Xuan is humble, it's pure show-off.
Tang Team sent a congratulatory message overnight. You're indeed average, just a tiny bit better than me. Whether the skill is average or not, the police station on Posey Street has already told us. Alright, I happen to have a safe here that's locked and I can't open it. See if you can get it open. Alright, I'll take a look. Lin Xuan followed the middle-aged man to the trunk. True to its reputation as an Audi S6, the trunk opened automatically as soon as the middle-aged man approached. Inside was a safe about 50 centimeters tall. What puzzled Lin Xuan was that the safe looked rather outdated. Such models shouldn't be available on the market anymore, should they? Where did this person get it from? However, he didn't ask. His job was to unlock it, not to inquire about its origin. Still using wire, and in such a short time, the safe was opened in no time. He had assumed it might contain some money, but when Lin Xuan opened it, the safe was filled with neatly stacked envelopes, leaving him completely speechless. Envelopes? So neatly stacked? The faint red peeking out from the edges of the envelopes also made him can't help but speculate. Could all these envelopes contain red banknotes? Just as endless speculations began to swirl in his mind. The middle-aged man beside him seemed to notice Lin Xuan's shock. He smiled, casually took a stack of envelopes from the safe, pulled out 15 of them. He tossed them to Lin Xuan. Chapter 31, Trouble Again? Here you go. This is the 1,000 yuan you agreed to for the lock-picking fee. As for the 500 yuan, that's a token of my gratitude. Lin Xuan was taken aback for a moment before reaching out to take the 1,500 yuan. He seemed to have realized what had happened and quickly smiled and thanked him. Thank you, sir. Wishing you prosperous business and a steady flow of wealth. In his eyes, this older man must be a big shot in business. However, the middle-aged man didn't seem very happy upon hearing this. He merely smiled without any warmth and added, "Prosperity and wealth can wait." The middle-aged man didn't linger long. After Lin Xuan accepted the money, he drove off in his Audi S6. But by then, the live stream had already erupted into chaos. That must be millions.
Wow, that's more than I could earn in 3 lifetimes. The streamer S struck it rich. No, we're witnessing someone else's fortune. Wait, did you notice the license plate? The mud-covered part faintly shows the word Xingqing A. In the livestream, a netizen with the ID Detective Prodigy suddenly posted a long comment. Guys, I checked. Star City license plates starting with I are reserved for government vehicles. Combined with his administrative jacket and Audi A6, ID bet his background isn't ordinary. The comment was like pouring cold water on a hot stove, instantly sparking a frenzy. Wow. How rich can someone in the system be? Creepy. Where did that money come from? Suggest the host report this to the police immediately. I've already screenshotted the evidence. Let's wait and see what happens next. Am I the only one who finds this hilarious? The boss, I trust you, but you've exposed me online. Haha, your comment is hilarious. Detective Prodigy acted with astonishing speed. Within minutes, another bombshell comment appeared. Confirmed. This is Zhang Mingyuan, the director of the publicity department of Xingqing City. Look at the scar on his right hand, it's identical to the one in the news photos. The entire livestream went wild, with donations flying in one after another, and the number of online viewers skyrocketing at an astonishing rate. Some began digging up old news videos of Zhang Mingyuan attending events, comparing his attire and appearance to the person who just appeared in the livestream, and found that their physiques were strikingly similar. Some eagle-eyed viewers even recorded the livestream, took screenshots, and packaged them together before sending them to the disciplinary commission's reporting email. DePeo stared blankly at the comments flooding the livestream, a look of disbelief slowly spreading across his face. Wait, is this really happening? Just unlocking a live stream, and it turns out to be Zhang Mingyuan, the head of the Standing Committee of the National People's Congress? And it seems like they even captured evidence of his corruption. This isn't good. I need to tell Lin Gu immediately. Given how the public opinion is escalating, it feels like Zhang Mingyuan is going to be arrested today. Within just a few minutes, he saw Lin Xuan stroll back nonchalantly, humming a tune under his breath. Tonight, the king is making his rounds. As soon as Lin Xuan approached, DePeo rushed over eagerly. Brother! You're in trouble again. DePeo, huh? Why did I say again? Lin Xuan had been in a good mood. After all, unlocking a door could earn him 1,500 yuan, even though the place was a bit far. But after Big Cannon said that, he too began to feel a bit puzzled. In trouble? What kind of trouble? Don't curse me. What's going on? DePeo looked taken aback. Didn't you notice earlier? Notice what? Lin Xuan narrowed his eyes slightly. His identity. Don't you find that suspicious? Off? Identity? What is going on? Do you recognize him? Lin Xuan was surprised. He was sure he hadn't captured the other person's face earlier. How could he recognize him? DePeo grew impatient and immediately pulled up the identity information from the previous netizen's comment and showed it to Lin Xuan. Half a minute later, Lin Xuan stared in disbelief. The director of the Municipal People's Congress. No way. No wonder his voice sounded so official earlier. Sigh, what a pity. If I had known, I should have chatted with him more earlier and tried to build a connection. Who knows, maybe he could help me out in the future. Lin Xuan said regretfully. But DePeo, standing beside him, was staring at him in shock. Are you sure you can still ask him for help in the future? You're dreaming. Lin Xuan strongly disagreed. Why not? We haven't even tried yet. How do you know he won't help me? DePeo couldn't help but roll his eyes. Because he's probably already gone inside. In jail? Brother, Haven T, you caught on yet? This guy is the head of the People's Congress. You just opened the safe, and there were so many red bills inside. Don't you think something's off? DePeo was truly speechless. On one hand, Lin Xuan was clever enough to think of breaking into the police station as a way to promote himself, but on the other hand, he couldn't even figure out something so simple. After Big Cannon pointed it out, Lin Xuan seemed to have caught on to the key point. Right. How could a People's Congress Standing Committee member be so rich? The source of that money must be suspicious. Exactly. This guy is clearly a corrupt official. No wonder he insisted on having you come to such a remote place to open the lock. He must be afraid of being discovered. DePeo felt quite satisfied. But we just posted the guy's video in the live stream. Lin Xuan suddenly felt a bit awkward. Exactly, that's the problem. The live stream viewers have already reported him directly to the disciplinary committee. Do you think we can still ask him for help now? Help? Lin Xuan thought that wasn't about asking for help, it was probably about visiting someone in prison. At that moment, on the disciplinary commission's reporting platform, the number of reports about Zhang Mingyuan was rapidly increasing. Those netizens weren't afraid of making a big fuss one after another, they were sending reports to the disciplinary commission's email address. Meanwhile, Zhang Mingyuan was still driving back home. To be honest, he felt a bit unlucky. The safe in his house where he kept the ill-gotten gains was missing its key. But he couldn't just ask someone to come and pick the lock, could he? What if they saw the envelopes inside the safe and blabbed about it? That would be the end of him. But he couldn't leave the safe unopened either. Otherwise, those millions would be useless. So he came up with a plan. He drove the car to a remote town, pretended to lock the keys inside the car, and claimed he couldn't open it. Finally, he called a locksmith. As for the locksmith, he had carefully selected him. He had specifically gone to an area more than 10 kilometers away from his home to find the locksmith's phone number. He made sure no one he knew would recognize him. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. The locksmith didn't seem to recognize him, and the trunk was opened without any issues. Thinking about this, he happily turned on the music, imagining where to go to a KTV tonight to let loose and release some energy. Chapter 32. The boss trusts you, but you post him online. Little did Zhang Mingyuan know that everything about him had already been posted online. The air conditioner in the disciplinary inspection office hummed softly, but it couldn't dampen the tense atmosphere inside. The young clerk, Xiaoli, stared at the computer screen, his fingers pausing 3 times on the keyboard before daring to confirm he hadn't made a mistake. The system showed that within just 10 minutes, the Disciplinary Inspection Commission's email had suddenly received 178 reports, all targeting the same person, Zhang Mingyuan, the director of the Standing Committee of the People's Congress of Xingqing City. This doesn't feel right. Xiaoli rubbed his sore eyes, grabbed the printed complaint letters, and rushed toward the director's office. Director Chen, take a look at this. Xiaoli piled the thick stack of letters on the desk, the top one still warm from the printer. Chen Jiangwo, the director of the petition office, took off his reading glasses, unscrewed the thermos, took a sip of strong tea, and scanned the envelopes covered in dense postmarks. Young man, don't rush. Young people need to be more steady and take some time to settle down. Chen Jiangwo spoke calmly. But Xiaoli's next words startled him. No, Director Chen, there are 178 complaint letters here, all reporting the same person, Zhang Mingyuan, the director of the Standing Committee of the People's Congress. But Chen Jiangue, who had just taken a sip of the strong tea, immediately spit it out. What? 178 letters, all accusing the same person? Yes. I'm absolutely certain. I've verified it multiple times. It's exactly as I said. Chen Jiangue's usually slow-paced demeanor suddenly changed. His instincts told him that something major was about to happen in the political circles of Xingqing. However, as the director, he wasn't about to lose his composure over this. He was merely shocked. I've never seen so many people report the same thing at the same time. Chen Jiangwo tapped the table with his pen. What on earth has Mingyuan done? Did he stir up a hornet's nest? He pulled out the top letter, which had a printed image inside. It was the exact moment the safe was opened in the livestream. Bundles of envelopes glinted coldly under the camera, and a hint of red peeked out from the open edges. Are all these envelopes filled with money? That means there must be at least several million in that safe. This is a major issue. If Zhang Mingyuan really embezzled the money. Wait, where did this photo come from? Chen Jiangwo suddenly sat up straight, his gaze fixated on the watermark in the bottom right corner of the image. Live stream replay? Xiaoli hurriedly nodded, pulled out his phone, opened the short video platform, and searched for the keywords lockpicking and Zhang Mingyuan. Instantly, the live stream of the big gun popped up. The live stream was still open, but he didn't click in. Instead, he checked the previous live stream replays. In the latest live stream replay, the safe in front of Lin Xuan was wide open, and the cash inside was clearly visible. As the play button was pressed, the air in the office seemed to freeze. Chen Jiangwo stared at the screen, watching Lin Xuan calmly turn the tools, watching the safe slowly open. Comments flooded in like a tidal wave, with keywords like party secretary and corruption flashing constantly. Pause. Chen Jiangwo suddenly shouted, pointing at the screen, zoom in on the license plate number. Xiaoli followed his instructions. Although the license plate was covered in mud, Chen Jiangwo recognized the vehicle by its make, model, and body stickers. It was clearly Zhang Mingyuan's official car. Zhang Mingyuan was the director of the Municipal People's Congress Standing Committee, not just some minor official. Chen Jiangwo naturally knew about his vehicle. However, precisely because of his high-ranking status, Chen Jiangwo found the matter increasingly tricky. The silence lasted for 5 full minutes. Chen Jiangwo stood up and walked to the window, staring at the evergreen trees in the Disciplinary Inspection Commission compound below, his brows furrowed. He knew this wasn't an ordinary corruption case. The million viewers in the livestream were all potential witnesses, and online public opinion could escalate at any moment. The slightest misstep could trigger a crisis of trust. He knew this was beyond his capabilities. The only thing he could do was report it up the chain of command. He immediately rushed to the office of the Disciplinary Inspection Commissioner. Pai Chuanbo, as the Disciplinary Inspection Commissioner, rarely had visitors in his office. However, no one wanted to come here either, as anyone who entered the Disciplinary Inspection Commission knew they would either lose their position or suffer severe consequences. Dong dong dong. Come in. Pai Chuanbo's calm voice rang out. Chen Jiangwo then walked in from outside, then ran over to him and said nervously, "Secretary, something's wrong." 10 minutes later, in the conference room, the cold light from the projector shone on everyone's faces.
When the live broadcast was replayed for the third time, Wang Haidao, the deputy secretary of the disciplinary committee, suddenly slammed his fist on the table. This isn't just a simple corruption issue, it's an open challenge. He pointed at the screen. Look at Zhang Mingyuan's tone, he doesn't even care about discipline. The top priority is to verify the authenticity of the leads.
Pai Chuanbo ordered someone to retrieve Zhang Mingyuan's resume.
He has served in Xingqing for 10 years, overseeing infrastructure and finance. There is indeed room for corruption. He paused, glancing at the others. Regardless, initiate the preliminary investigation immediately, focusing on his financial status and social connections.
At the same time, keep him under control. At that moment, Chen Jiangwo suddenly spoke up. Secretary, what about this locksmith streamer? Should we bring him along too? Pai Chuanbo hesitated for a moment before giving his answer. Bring him along as well. He is an important witness, make sure he is protected. Yes. 3 minutes later. In the office of the chief of the Pasiji police station. The highest-ranking official in the office was currently answering a phone call, his face betraying an unusual expression of flattery. Soon, after hanging up the phone, he immediately began summoning everyone to an emergency meeting. After briefly assigning tasks, everyone rushed out in full force. At that moment, Tang Jiqiang had just returned from running errands outside. As soon as he entered the door, he saw everyone rushing out. What's going on? Is there an earthquake? That was his first thought, but he quickly dismissed it. If it were an earthquake, there would have been some kind of warning. So, what was happening? He grabbed Xiaoli, who was about to run past him. What's going on? Why are you all rushing outside? Xiaoli caught his breath before speaking. Something's wrong. Tang team leader. We need to rush out immediately to apprehend someone. Something happened? Arrest someone? Who? Captain Tang, you know that person too. I recognize him? Tang Jiqiang flashed through his mind the faces of criminals he recognized. Yes, it's Lin Xuan, the one who broke into our police station and caused you trouble before. Arrest Lin Xuan? Tang Jiqiang's expression suddenly turned amused. Tang Jiqiang thought to himself, I said this morning not to fall into my hands, and now you're finally going to fall, ah. As Tang Jiqiang laughed inwardly, Xiaoli, seeing the time was running out, also asked. How about it? Team leader Tang, should you take a break or join us? Before Xiaoli could finish speaking, he heard Tang Jiqiang's impatient voice. Chapter 33, The Proactive Officer Tang. Rest? Never in this lifetime. I have to go catch the suspect. At that moment, Lin Xuan, who was riding a bike on the road far away, couldn't help but sneeze. Lin Xuan? Why does it feel like someone is up to no good? The sun was beating down on the asphalt, causing it to shimmer with heat. Zhang Mingyuan hummed a tune as he turned the steering wheel, tapping his fingertips on the leather seat armrest. Today had finally yielded some results. The ill-gotten gains he had stolen could finally be put to use. Just as he was about to pass through the traffic light ahead, he noticed the traffic had suddenly come to a stop, moving forward at a snail's pace. Curious, he leaned out the window and saw a temporary checkpoint set up at the intersection ahead, with several traffic police waving at passing vehicles. He saw a temporary checkpoint set up at the intersection ahead, with several traffic police officers waving at passing vehicles. It must be a drunk driving checkpoint. Zhang Mingyuan speculated to himself. In that case, there was nothing to worry about, as they wouldn't search his trunk for drunk driving. Good morning, please show me your driver's license, the young traffic police officer tapped on the car window. Zhang Mingyuan forced a smile, but his hand holding the document suddenly froze. He noticed the body camera on the traffic police officer's left chest flashing, with the lens pointed directly at his face. However, he didn't think much of it and handed over his documents as usual. But after the officer reviewed the documents and looked at his face, he suddenly called over an older officer standing nearby. For some reason, Zhang Mingyuan suddenly felt bad. Please step out of the vehicle for a routine check, the older officer said calmly, yet his tone carried an air of authority that left no room for argument. Zhang Mingyuan was about to speak when his wrist was suddenly gripped by cold metal. What are you doing? Zhang Mingyuan struggled violently, his sunglasses slipping to the ground. I'm Zhang Mingyuan, the director of the Standing Committee of the People's Congress. Have you made a mistake? His voice carried his usual air of authority, but it couldn't hide the trembling beneath it. Could these people know about his embezzlement? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The only person who knew about the safe was the locksmith, and he didn't know my identity. There's no way anyone else could have found out. That's right. Don't panic. No mistake, we're here to arrest you. He nodded to his companions to open the trunk. The black safe glinted coldly in the sunlight, like a coffin that had been prepared long ago. Zhang Mingyuan was completely panicked now. He tried to struggle, but the two hands of the police officers behind him were like iron clamps, holding him tightly, preventing him from moving an inch. I'm the head of the People's Congress. What do you think you're doing? This is a blatant disregard for the law. But no matter what he said, no one paid any attention. Some bystanders tried to gather around, but they were quickly dispersed by the police stations nearby. These police officers seemed to already know about the safe's existence and showed no surprise.
After retrieving it, they placed it aside. Other officers, armed with cutting tools, began to cut into it immediately. The loud roar of the cutting machine echoed through the air, sparks flying onto Zhang Mingyuan's leather shoes, leaving several scorched black spots. He was a man who loved shoes, but at that moment, he had no time to care about them. After 5 minutes had passed, the safe was successfully cut open, and with the lock mechanism completely destroyed, it could no longer be locked. With a click, the safe door sprang open. Zhang Mingyuan closed his eyes and heard the sound of people gasping around him. Someone whispered, 1, 2, 3. Damn it, there's no way to count them all. There must be at least 2 million. It's over. Zhang Mingyuan muttered to himself, his body slowly going limp. Lin Gu, what should we do next? Should we find a place to lie low for a while? DePeo asked worriedly. Why hide? We didn't do anything illegal. Besides, I did the work and they paid me. It's only fair. We just opened a lock. There's nothing to be afraid of. Lin Xuan wasn't worried. He thought he was just opening a lock. What position the other person held or how much money they had embezzled wasn't his concern. Instead of worrying, he might as well take on a few more jobs and earn some money. But the two of them didn't notice the comments in the live stream at that moment. Guys, I've already reported this to the disciplinary committee. I sent it earlier. I felt something was off from the start. I heard from someone else that Zhang Mingyuan's car was stopped by the police. So what? My friend said Zhang Mingyuan embezzled at least a few $100 million. Holy crap, that's way too outrageous. Spreading rumors is easy, but debunking them is a hassle. By the time the two of them had ridden the tricycle for several kilometers, a familiar wailing sound suddenly rang out behind them. Suddenly, he slammed on the brakes, and the cannon-like body nearly lost control and leaned forward. Who's there? Can't you see? Tang. Officer Tang. Lin Xuan quickly swallowed the curse word that almost slipped out. Lin Xuan. Tang Jiqiang's voice was as cold as an ice pick. You're suspected of major corruption. Come with us. These words echoed in his mind like a thunderclap. Earlier, he had been confident that nothing would happen to him, but now, the words suspected of major corruption had truly terrified him. He stared at the police badge on Tang Jiqiang's chest, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. Captain Tang, I was just picking a lock. It's not that serious, is it? Tang Jiqiang ignored him and continued speaking. Generally speaking, major corruption cases result in at least 5 years in prison. If the circumstances are severe, it's direct execution. Your situation, 5 years? You're saying I'll get 5 years for opening a shop? Lin Xuan felt his blood boil. The sentence depends on your cooperation. Tang Jiqiang signaled to the officers to handcuff him. Was it you who opened Zhang Mingyuan's safe? Lin Xuan nodded mechanically. Well, that's settled then. He has already been arrested, and you went all the way out here to this remote place just to open his safe. It's hard to say whether the two of you had any kind of deal. Lin Xuan felt a darkness descend before his eyes. Officer Tang, this is a terrible misunderstanding. I'm an upstanding citizen. I'm such an honest and straightforward person, how could I possibly be involved in corruption? Please investigate this thoroughly. The other party simply called me based on a small ad and asked me to open the lock. I didn't even know him before. I admit, posting those small ads was wrong. Just fine me for a public order violation, or if that's not enough, just detain me for a few days. Tang Jiqiang smiled slightly. We can't just take your word for it. Come on, take him back to the station. Yes. Chapter 34, Dragged Away. The sound of Lin Xuan's screams as he was dragged away still echoed in DePeo's mind. His entire body couldn't help but tremble. Help! What's happening? Why is the streamer suddenly being taken away by the police? Just walked in and saw police cars. Is this the real-life version of the Wild Bunch? It's over. The people we offended last time are coming to settle the score. Tang team, finally, the moment to close the net has arrived. Commentator prediction, I told you that guy who called the locksmith was up to no good. Emergency call for backup. Is there anyone in the same city who can go to the police station entrance and wait? Did anyone record this? This is way more intense than a TV show. Zhang Mingyuan has already been arrested. How did you guys act so quickly? Of course not, we're all law-abiding citizens, the best kind. Ah, the guy above, you're really something. Hello, please cooperate and hand over your phone. There may be evidence inside, and we need it as evidence. A police officer suddenly walked over to DePeo and said. Having learned from the previous incident, DePeo cooperated immediately. No problem. Officer, I'm a law-abiding citizen and will fully cooperate. Without waiting for the viewers in the live stream to react, he immediately shut down the live stream and handed over his phone. The viewers in the live stream were still watching the show a moment ago, but the next moment, as the live stream suddenly went black and disappeared, they were all left speechless. Why is Big Cannon being so cooperative? This is his livelihood, why is he handing it over so willingly without even saying a word, just shutting down the live stream? DePeo, didn't you see the example right next to you?
The sound of police car engines echoed in the air.
Through the frosted windows, Lin Xuan saw Big Cannon seem to remember something and stumble after the police car.
Lin Gu.
Big Cannon waved his arms wildly, chasing after the police car while shouting at the top of his lungs, "Once you're out, I'll definitely find you again for a livestream. I'm still waiting for you to show me how to open a bank vault." He ran so fast that one of his shoes flew off, and he hopped on one foot, looking just like a kangaroo whose tail had been stepped on. But Lin Xuan inside the car nearly choked on his own saliva, his face turning bright red as he frantically gestured through the glass.
"You idiot! Are you hoping I'll stay in there for years? What about opening a bank vault? Why didn't you just tell me to open the book of life and death for the king of hell?"
As he spoke, he cautiously observed Tang Jichang's expression. This was a critical moment, and Big Cannon's words were easy to misinterpret. Tang Jichang smiled secretly to himself, but the next moment, he feigned a serious expression and said,
"Bank vault? What is that? Do you have that kind of business?"
Lin Xuan saw that the other party was taking him seriously and hurriedly defended himself.
No. Big Cannon was just making things up. Please don't believe him. I even won the 3 Good Students Award several times in elementary school. How could I possibly open a bank vault?" Tang Jichang remained silent, tapping his knee rhythmically. He had thought that Lin Xuan would grow increasingly anxious in the silence, but to his surprise, Lin Xuan suddenly seemed to have come to some realization and no longer looked tense. Tang Jichang was puzzled. What had happened to this guy? However, the reason was actually quite simple. Lin Xuan had suddenly realized something. The so-called major corruption case involved officials using improper means to obtain money. But he was just a locksmith, not an official, nor a businessman involved in bribery. What did he have to fear? He didn't believe that in this day and age, opening a lock for someone could constitute embezzlement. Soon, the police arrived. After getting out of the car, Lin Xuan looked at the familiar police station gate. Wait, it didn't look familiar. The lock on the police station gate had been changed. Oh. Looks like it's a C+ grade lock core. They really went all out. Tang Jichang, seeing the other person staring at the lock, impatiently tapped him on the back of the head. What is the matter? I'm telling you, don't get any ideas. Just stay put. Officer Tang, look at how you're talking. It's like you think I'm a bad person. I'm just a bit nostalgic. Tang Jichang was speechless. Nostalgia, my ass. That door lock was replaced because of you. You pried it open yourself. Who would dare use it now? Alright, go inside. I'm not trying to scare you. Cooperate properly, understand? As a key witness in this major corruption case, you're the most crucial link in the chain of evidence. Got it. Officer Tang. I'll cooperate fully. Lin Xuan agreed with a smile. Tang Jichang raised an eyebrow slightly. Looking at you, it seems you've already figured it out. Hee, I just used a little bit of my brain. After speaking, Lin Xuan stepped forward on his own, and at the door stood Wang Lin. However, at that moment, Wang Lin was filled with intense resentment, even more so than a red-clothed vengeful spirit. Oh, Officer Wang, what a coincidence. Upon seeing Lin Xuan, Wang Lin couldn't help but roll his eyes. What a coincidence. It's all because of you. I was supposed to take a vacation, but now it's cancelled. Oh my, Officer Wang, your thinking is all wrong. Serving the people, how can you say you're tired? I helped our city catch a big corrupt official. You've made a tremendous contribution to the development of our city. You should be proud of yourself. Come on, show me your 8 teeth. Lin Xuan was the first to flash his pearly whites, his eyes brimming with encouragement. Wang Lin desperately wanted to slap him, but the man was an important witness and needed protection at that moment. Just then, Tang Jichang suddenly remembered something and hurriedly called out to Lin Xuan. Almost forgot, Tang Jichang waved his hand. The money Zhang Mingyuan gave you for unlocking the door is considered proceeds from a crime and must be confiscated. What? Lin Xuan's scream nearly shook the roof off the house. Confiscated. This is the hard-earned money I worked so hard for. You're telling me it has to be confiscated. Tang Jichang sorted through the documents expressionlessly, resembling an impartial judge. Lin Xuan, this is proceeds from a criminal case. It must be confiscated according to the law. If you refuse to hand it over, the nature of the matter will change. He paused, his gaze sharp as he looked at Lin Xuan. At that point, it won't be such a simple matter. Lin Xuan heard this and collapsed onto the nearby bench like a deflated balloon. He stared at the ceiling, muttering to himself, it's over. I've really hit rock bottom. I should have never opened that damn safe. Now the money's gone, and I'm stuck here taking this abuse. At that moment, his resentment seemed to surpass even Wang Lin's. If there were demon cultivators in this world, Lin Xuan would undoubtedly be prime material for refining. As the saying goes, happiness is equal. If there is one person happy in the world, then somewhere else in the world, there must be another person suffering. At that moment, Wang Lin saw Lin Xuan's resentful gaze, and the resentment he had felt due to the cancelled vacation vanished instantly. Indeed, happiness is built upon others' suffering. Chapter 35, Return Visit.
Outside the door, a man dressed in simple attire stared at the police badge of the Posey Street police station, taking a deep breath. As the founder of Jiefangxi security technology, the leather briefcase he held in his hands was not just a briefcase, but the Xingduan lockcore he had spent 3 years developing, tested by authoritative institutions. Its security rating surpassed all C+ grade lockcores on the market, featuring a precision dual spiral pin mechanism and quantum-level encryption algorithms, claimed to withstand 99% of violent break-ins and technical openings.
Hello, I'm Li Si from Jiefangxi Security. I'd like to inquire about the usage of the new locks installed at your station.
He handed his gold-embossed business card to a police officer at the door, his gaze glancing over the "Enforce Justice" slogan on the wall. I heard that after the door-breaking incident last month, the station replaced the locks with our company's Star Shield lock cores, so I came by for a follow-up visit.
Star Shield Company? Follow-up?
I'm sorry, I'm not very familiar with this matter.
I'll go ask someone from the logistics department.
Li Si smiled faintly. No problem, I'll wait here at the door. The police officer hurried into the lobby.
Tang Jiqiang was still figuring out where to place Lin Xuan.
As an important witness, he couldn't be treated like a criminal and locked up in a detention center. However, due to the importance of this corruption case, while ordinary witnesses could leave freely, Lin Xuan couldn't.
Zhang Mingyuan was still quite powerful.
If he were cornered, he might kill Lin Xuan, leaving the evidence chain incomplete and making it difficult to secure a conviction. After all, the live stream hadn't directly captured Zhang Mingyuan's face. Suddenly, a police officer in a hurry accidentally bumped into him. Tang Jiqiang's train of thought was interrupted, and he couldn't help but furrow his brows.
What's going on? Why the rush?
It was clear that Tang Jiqiang held a high position here, so the police officer felt a bit embarrassed and explained.
Mr. Tang, it's like this. There's a man outside claiming to be the boss of Jiefangxi Security Company.
He said we use their products and wants to conduct a follow-up visit.
Mr. Li?
Tang Jiqiang seemed to know something and asked cautiously. The police officer recalled.
He mentioned his name was Li Si. That's right. All right, let him come in.
Tang Jiqiang waved his hand.
All right. Before long, Li Si walked in.
When he saw Tang Jiqiang, he also lit up.
Officer Tang, do you remember me? I'm Li Si from Jiefangxi Security.
At the time, to promote their new lock, Li Si had personally accompanied the installation team to install it at the police station's main gate, and Tang Jiqiang was present during the installation.
Tang Jiqiang smiled and nodded. What's the matter, Mr. Li? Is there something you need? Li Si saw this and didn't beat around the bush or say any polite formalities. It's like this.
Since we installed our latest anti-theft lock cores at the police station earlier, I came today to inquire about the usage effectiveness.
Performance?
Tang Jiqiang paused for a moment before responding.
We've been opening and closing the door normally, and there haven't been any other issues. Li Si smiled. That's good. Our lock cylinder is primarily marketed for its security. I can assure you that in China, there isn't a single person who can open this lock using technical means. This was Li Si's confidence in his product. After all, the development of this lock core had consumed a great deal of his effort. When the product was first manufactured, they specifically invited renowned locksmiths from the industry to test it. They also offered a highly attractive reward. Anyone who could open the lock core within the specified time would receive a prize of $1 million. Upon hearing about the generous reward, the locksmiths were all eager to participate in the event. However, during the lockpicking test, after working for half an hour, all the locksmiths gave up. According to them, the lock was simply impossible to open by human strength alone. The only option was to use force to break it open, but without damaging the lock cylinder, only the door could be damaged. This is because the lock cylinder has an anti-violence mechanism. Once subjected to force, the lock cylinder would immediately lock itself, and could only be opened from the inside using a special method. With such security features, this lock is far superior to most locks currently available on the market. The locksmiths on site were all saying that they suspected this lock was extremely rare in China and few people could open it. Just as Li Si was highly satisfied with the follow-up investigation and preparing to leave, Tang Jiqiang glanced at Lin Xuan, who was slumped on a bench nearby. A sudden idea struck him: why not have Lin Xuan give it a try? After all, he also wanted to see if the newly replaced lock could withstand this rising star of locksmithing. After all, as far as he knew, there was no one in Xingqing whose lockpicking skills could match Lin Xuan's. If it could stop Lin Xuan, it would certainly stop everyone else. With that thought, he hurriedly called out to Li Si, who was about to leave. Mr. Li, I have a method to test the security of your lock cores. Would you like to witness it? Li Si turned around with interest upon hearing this. Oh? What method is it? Tell me about it. I have a highly skilled locksmith here. Let him try to pick the lock and we'll know how secure it is. Tang Jiqiang said. A locksmith? Of course. I'm very interested in seeing that. Where is this locksmith you mentioned? Li Si asked with great interest. Tang Jiqiang didn't say anything but nodded toward the nearby bench. Li Si followed Tang Jiqiang's gesture and saw a young man lying on the chair. However, unlike the other young people, his face was filled with resentment. Li Si looked at Tang Jiqiang with some confusion. What happened to this locksmith? He seems pretty upset.
Tang Jiqiang stroked his chin thoughtfully.
It's probably because he worked for free. White labor.
It means he went all the way there to help someone unlock a door, but in the end, he didn't receive the payment he was owed. Tang Jiqiang only mentioned the cause and effect, completely omitting the details of what happened in between. Upon hearing this, Li Si began to feel some sympathy for the young man. Working for free is unpleasant for anyone, especially since he had put in the effort.
Lin Xuan, give me a hand.
Use your lockpicking skills to help open the lock.
Lin Xuan didn't even look up as he replied. No way.
Tang Jiqiang tried to persuade him further, but was stopped by Li Si standing beside him. He looked confident, as if to say, leave it to me.
Chapter 36, You win, you lose. Li Si walked up to Lin Xuan. Young man, I hear you're a locksmith.
As it happens, I work for a lock core research and development company, and I'd like to invite you to participate in our lock core testing program. At this point, Lin Xuan still didn't lift his head, his face full of dejection. Li Si didn't lose heart. He hadn't come here just to impress him with words. According to my plan, if you can successfully open this lock core, I'll transfer 10,000 yuan to you on the spot. Even if you can't open it, I'll still transfer 100 yuan to you as a labor fee. Li Si rarely kept much money in his account, only a few thousand. Therefore, he could only offer a reward of 10,000 yuan, otherwise, he could have prepared 1,000,000. He didn't believe anyone could successfully open the lock core they had developed. Lin Xuan, who had been hanging his head dejectedly, suddenly snapped his head up. His eyes sparkled with the image of gold coins.
Are you serious? Seriously. Li Si smiled slightly. Alright. Where is the lock? I'll go open it right away. Lin Xuan couldn't wait to act. This was 10,000 yuan.
Not only could it compensate for the recent loss, but he wouldn't have to worry about food and drink for several months.
It's at the main gate. We just replaced the lock with our company's own lock core. As long as you can open it, I'll transfer the money on the spot. What Li Si didn't expect was that after he finished speaking, Lin Xuan suddenly glanced at Tang Jiqiang. Only after Tang Jiqiang nodded helplessly did he finally take action.
Lin Xuan walked toward the door while pulling out a piece of wire from his pocket.
This was nothing new to Tang Jiqiang.
Perhaps that's what a genius is. While other locksmiths carry a whole set of tools, he just needs a single piece of wire. But Li Si was stunned, and a look of displeasure flashed across his face. In his eyes, this young man was nothing but a reckless upstart who didn't know his place. Opening a lock with just a piece of wire? That was an insult to them. Even the seasoned masters had tried every tool in their arsenal and couldn't open it. A mere piece of wire? This isn't a game. Young man, lockpicking isn't child's play. The technology behind the Xingduan lock core isn't something you can crack with just a piece of wire. If you have any tools, I suggest you bring them out. Lin Xuan smiled.
No problem, a single wire is enough.
Li Si was about to say something else, but Tang Jiqiang suddenly interrupted him. Mr. Li, don't underestimate his skills. In that recent safe rescue case where a little girl was trapped, if it weren't for his help, she would be suffocated to death inside the safe.
Oh?
Li Si had been busy with his own company's affairs recently and was indeed unaware of the details.
Tang Jiqiang continued to explain. At the time, he opened the safe using just a piece of wire. So you can rest assured about his skills. If he can't open a lock, I don't think anyone in Xingqing City could either.
Seeing Tang Jiqiang praise Lin Xuan so highly, Li Si grew even more curious. Although Tang Jiqiang was indeed angry with Lin Xuan, he acknowledged his lockpicking skills, which were beyond doubt.
Li Si hesitated for a moment. Alright.
Since team leader Tang has said so, I'll give it a try, but it must be done within an hour, and no violent methods are allowed.
No need for an hour, 5 minutes is plenty. And I never use force to pick locks.
Lin Xuan patted his chest in assurance.
The group quickly arrived at the entrance of the police station.
The newly installed security door gleamed coldly in the sunlight, with the Star Shield logo on the lock standing out prominently.
Li Si pulled out the key, opened the door in front of everyone, then locked it again, his movements elegant and confident.
Begin, he said, glancing at his watch with a smug smile. Lin Xuan knelt down, staring intently at the lock for a full minute.
In that minute, the air seemed to freeze. Li Si's smile grew wider. He thought to himself, this kid finally knows how powerful Star Shield is, doesn't he? Tang Jiqiang, though he had some confidence in Lin Xuan, couldn't help but sweat nervously as he looked at the complex lock mechanism. Wait, why am I sweating? Shouldn't I be happy? If Lin Xuan couldn't open this lock, wouldn't that mean the security of the police station had been greatly improved? How could such an embarrassing incident have happened before? Thinking of this, a smile also appeared on his face. Just as the two were secretly gloating, Lin Xuan suddenly moved. The twisted piece of wire looked insignificant. 10,000 yuan in the bag, Lin Xuan muttered to the wire before inserting it into the lock. The wire moved nimbly inside the lock, probing and testing. Lin Xuan's fingers seemed to have a mind of their own, gently manipulating the pins inside.
Li Xi's smile froze, his eyes fixed on Lin Xian's movements.
For some reason, a sense of unease began to creep into his heart.
Tang Jiqiang held his breath, his eyes fixed on the scene, his palms sweating. With a crisp click, the security door swung open.
Dead silence and unprecedented stillness.
Li Xi's eyes widened as he stared intently at the open door, as if he were looking at a monster. He rushed forward in 2 strides, checked the lock cylinder, and muttered to himself, "Impossible.
This can't be possible." Tang Jiqiang was speechless.
Though he knew Lin Xian was skilled, he never imagined he could open the Star Shield lock core in such a short time.
Li Xi couldn't believe it as he examined his company's door lock repeatedly. He couldn't understand why so many locksmiths had tried every trick in the book and still couldn't open it.
Now it had been conquered by a single piece of wire.
Does that even make sense?
And this locksmith was so young. If word got out about this, who would dare to use their locks anymore?
Click.
Li Xi felt a pang of disappointment in his heart.
Mr. Li, you have to keep your word.
Lin Xian stood up, clapped his hands, and smiled brightly.
What about the 10,000 yuan? You can't go back on your word now.
Li Xi took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. As a seasoned veteran of the business world, he quickly regained his composure.
Master Lin, you truly are a rising star in the industry.
He pulled out his phone. "Here's the 10,000 yuan.
Please accept it. However,"
his gaze grew sharp, "our company will be upgrading the Star Shield lock cores.
We'll need to invite Master Lin to come and test them again then. Do you have the money?" Lin Xian's eyes lit up. "We do. Deal."
Lin Xian agreed without hesitation, grinning like a cat that had successfully stolen some fish. Li Xi was also a competitive person. Since the door lock had been opened, he had to accept the fact, and this also indirectly proved that the door lock had defects. Defective products couldn't be released to the market, otherwise, it would damage their company's reputation.
Chapter 37, finally out. Currently, their door lock was only being rolled out in a limited area. However, after Lin Xian easily opened it with a piece of wire, he decided to recall all the locks sold earlier and wait until they were updated and upgraded before reselling them. Of course, the prerequisite is that Mr. Lin can no longer open it. Li Xi entered the police station with a smile, but left with a bitter one. "Mr. Li, take your time.
Once the new product is developed, be sure to contact me immediately." Lin Xian watched Li Xi's departing figure, wildly waving his arms. Those who didn't know the situation might have thought the two were close friends.
Enough with the antics. Zhang Mingyuan's case isn't closed yet. Go make a statement first.
If this were the Lin Xian before receiving the 10,000 yuan, he might have just hung his head and replied, "All right." But the current Lin Xian walked with such determination that his steps were almost as steady as a military march.
"There's no helping it, money talks. No problem. Officer Tang, I'll cooperate fully. 100% cooperation." Once Lin Xian voluntarily entered the statement room, Officer Tang looked at the door lock and couldn't help but sigh. He grabbed a passing police officer. "Tell old Lu from the logistics department to replace the door lock with a more secure one." Before long, a week had passed.
During this period, the political scene in Xinjiang was in turmoil. Because Zhang Mingyuan, the director of the Municipal People's Congress Standing Committee, had been brought down. Within just 1 week, he was sentenced to prison. The reason everything went so smoothly was, of course, due to the appearance of a key witness. It was because of him that the conviction could be secured. This individual, despite the police's best efforts to keep his identity confidential, had become an open secret. Who could have imagined that when Zhang Mingyuan saw Lin Xian on the witness stand, he was utterly shocked. He had considered many possible reasons for his downfall. He never imagined that he would be directly exposed online. "Alright, Lin Xian, thank you for your cooperation over the past week." At the door, Tang Jiqiang smiled as he saw Lin Xian off. Lin Xian, of course, responded with a humble smile. No, it's just police-civilian cooperation. There's no trouble. If there's anything else, just give me a call." After leaving the police station, Lin Xian headed back to his rented apartment to resume his locksmith business. Having not worked for a week, he felt a bit restless. To the point that, during the time he was staying at the police station, the on-duty police officers there frequently noticed that the locks on some of the rooms were mysteriously unlocked. At first, everyone thought there was a thief inside, but after reviewing the surveillance footage, they realized it was Lin Xian who had done it while sleepwalking. They finally understood why his lockpicking skills were so impressive. Even while sleepwalking, he could pick locks who could match that. Lin Xian hummed a tune out of key as he swayed out the front door. Just as he stepped over the threshold, he heard a loud commotion from the corner of the street. "Lin Gu! Lin Gu!" Looking up, he saw Deapeo rushing toward him with a half-empty bag of spicy snacks, his hood askew, looking like a groundhog whose tail had been stepped on. "What are you doing here?" Lin Xian dodged the bear hug but couldn't avoid the crumbs of spicy noodles flying from his hands. "I was waiting for you." Deapeo held up his phone, the screen displaying Lin Xian's livestream interface, with comments flooding in like a tidal wave. "The streamer's unfortunate brother is online. Frog Fun finally saw Lin Shifu again. I don't know why, but without Lin Shifu, something feels missing.
Why are you watching me?
Lin Xuan was puzzled. I told you before, I keep watching until you came out and continued your live stream.
Look, I'm here. Diapeo laughed. Live stream? If I remember correctly, we agreed it was just for 1 day of filming, right? Lin Xuan mused.
Right, that's why I'm prepared. Under Lin Xuan's curious gaze, Diapeo pulled out 3 stacks of red bills from his backpack.
Here as 10,000 yuan. I'm offering to buy your 1-month filming rights. What do you think?
However, as soon as Diapeo finished speaking, Lin Xuan quickly grabbed the 10,000 yuan and stuffed it into his own backpack. The 10 stacks of red bills filled his backpack to the brim.
How could he possibly refuse such a good deal? 10,000 yuan a month. How many people could earn 10,000 yuan in a month? Little cutie. I wouldn't agree.
Diapeo saw that the other party had accepted it, and he was very happy himself. To be honest, he made this decision after a lot of deliberation. Although the previous livestream earned him several 100,000 yuan, after splitting the profits with the platform and paying taxes, he ended up with less than 200,000 yuan.
Giving out 100,000 yuan like this is a huge gamble.
Although Lin Xuan did bring in a lot of attention before, that doesn't mean it will be the same in the future.
So, Lin Gu, where should we go now? Should we keep looking for a place to pick locks, or?
Just as Lin Xuan was about to speak, his phone rang. After answering, a smile spread across his lips.
Alright, I'll be right over. After Lin Xuan hung up the phone, Diapeo finally asked curiously. What's going on? Why are you smiling after taking that call? Do you remember the people sitting next to us when we were eating braised pork ribs earlier? I vaguely remember.
At the time, he had been too busy eating the braised pork ribs to pay much attention, but he vaguely recalled it being something like that. The ones who just came to ask us to unlock the door were them.
See? That's how you do business, seize every opportunity to promote yourself.
Diapeo looked like he finally understood.
I've learned my lesson. Those big guys from earlier? I always felt like they didn't look like good people. I don't think so either.
The look in their eyes was too intense to be acting. I have a feeling that if the streamers go over there, they might get into trouble.
Black eating black? Lin Shifu, do I look like a gangster? Ah, you guys are so funny.
At exactly noon, the massive electronic clock suspended in the center of the bank lobby flickered silently, its bright red digits shifting. Outside the window, the city was baked by the scorching July sun, turning everything white and blinding. The sweltering heat warped the street scenes, and the air carried the acrid smell of metal burning. Through the thick bulletproof glass, the air conditioning inside the bank was cranked up to the bone, almost unbearably cold, like a giant freezer. The tellers' faces bore the signs of midday fatigue, with a hint of relaxation that was almost imperceptible. Across the street, on the second floor of a restaurant. Chapter 38, Bank Robbery. A man wearing a mask sipped iced coffee while watching the bank across the street. It seemed like the time was right, and the man spoke into the walkie-talkie.
Go!
He then picked up a guitar case and headed downstairs. The 2 heavy glass doors of the bank were violently pushed open, not by the wind, but by a brutal force. 5 figures, like 5 black lightning bolts tearing through the calm surface of water, burst into the bank lobby, accompanied by a wave of heat.
Who are you?
The security guards at the entrance grew wary, gripping their batons at their waists as if ready to draw them at any moment. But the leader didn't speak, merely giving a faint smile.
Then, a shotgun was drawn from his waist.
With a gentle pull of the trigger, countless pellets erupted from the barrel. The security guard didn't even have time to utter a word before dark red blood gushed from his chest and he collapsed backward, unconscious.
Bang! The deafening gunshot froze everyone in place.
The entire space felt as though it had been plunged into icy water, falling into complete silence before being filled with an overwhelming sense of fear. A female employee dropped the mug she was holding, which shattered on the smooth marble floor, sending brown coffee splattering everywhere like spilled blood. That sharp sound served as the trigger for the outbreak of fear, and screams erupted as everyone panicked, shouting, "Someone's been killed!
Someone's been killed!"
The leader, with a look of disgust, fired a shot into the ceiling.
"Everyone! Get down! Face the ground! Hands where I can see them! Now!"
The boss's voice was as cold and sharp as a blade dipped in ice. At that moment, the people were like straws swept by a fierce wind, tumbling to the ground with the clatter of overturned tables and chairs. They lay on the floor, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, their faces pressed tightly against the cold floor, covering their mouths with their hands, daring not to make a sound.
The remaining henchmen didn't linger, quickly herding everyone into a corner.
The leader, however, walked toward the counter. The barrel of his short shotgun slammed brutally against the thick bulletproof glass, emitting a dull, heart-stopping thud. "Drawers! Open them all," he growled, his voice carrying a chilling aura of murder through the glass. The teller behind the counter was pale as a ghost, his fingers trembling uncontrollably as he fumbled with the keys for several attempts before finally managing to insert them into the lock.
In fact, there was an alarm device right at the teller's feet. He had pressed the button the moment the gunfire began. By now, the police station must have already received the alert. Under the boss's nod, the teller stuffed all the money on the counter into the bag he had prepared.
However, there was hardly any cash on the counter, just a few $100,000, and the robbers were naturally unsatisfied. Therefore, their primary target wasn't the counter, it was the bank vault. They had already found out that although the bank they were robbing wasn't very large, it had a small vault, which should contain over 10 million in cash.
That was their target. Manager.
The leader's voice rang out again, his target clear. He quickly stepped forward to the middle-aged man who was huddled behind the luxurious office chair, trying to curl himself into a ball.
The leader didn't even bother to bend down.
He simply extended his large hand, clad in black tactical gloves, and grabbed the manager's greasy hair like an eagle snatching a chick, violently dragging him out from behind the desk. The manager let out a short, piercing scream as his expensive suit scraped against the floor, producing a harsh sound. He dragged him directly to the vault.
You, open the vault right now, or I'll kill you.
But the bank manager, with a tearful expression, replied.
Gentlemen, I'm just a bank manager. How could I possibly know how to open the vault?
Only the bank president has part of the password.
Impossible. You're lying.
The second man glared at him menacingly and slapped him across the face. The bank manager was knocked senseless. But soon, seeing a thick, black stick being thrust toward his mouth, he immediately froze in fear.
Gentlemen, I swear I'm telling the truth. Even if you kill me, I have no idea what the password is.
The passwords for our bank vault are updated in real time. Only the bank manager can log into a specific system, enter the first half of the password, and then obtain the corresponding second half. The second man, seeing that the gun was still pointed at the other man's mouth, still said the same thing, and gradually began to believe him.
What should we do, boss? We don't have much time to waste.
The leader took a deep breath and remained calm.
Don't panic. Let us try using the explosives we brought first.
All right. However, as they installed the explosives on the main gate, a deafening explosion erupted. When the smoke finally cleared, what left the group feeling utterly defeated was that the vault door hadn't budged an inch, not even the slightest dent.
However, they had underestimated the security of the bank vault. It was made of special alloy, not even explosives could break it.
Even if they used a rocket launcher today, it wouldn't stand a chance.
What do we do now? Boss. The explosives didn't even work.
At that moment, the leader himself was also momentarily stunned. He had never imagined that the bank vault's durability was so high, far exceeding his expectations. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket. It contained a string of phone numbers.
Big brother, what are you doing? Could you have already obtained the vault's password?
The second in command, seeing the string of numbers, exclaimed excitedly.
However, the boss immediately hit him with a stick. What password? You don't care about anything. You forgot?
This is the phone number of a locksmith that our fifth brother left behind when we went to eat braised pork ribs last time.
So you want us to call that locksmith to open the lock? What else can we do? Are you going to open it yourself? The eldest brother rolled his eyes at him. Right, the boss is so smart. The safe door is also locked, calling a locksmith is perfectly fine. The second brother couldn't help but agree.
Of course.
Don't you see why I'm the boss? When that young man gave me the number, I thought it might come in handy someday.
The boss seemed a bit proud.
Chapter 39, is this robber crazy? That's brilliant. That's the kind of meticulous approach we need.
The second in command raised his thumb in approval, then turned to the bank manager with a menacing expression.
Damn it, capturing the bank manager is useless. We should just kill him.
The butt of the gun struck the bank manager's temple with a heavy blow. He groaned and fainted.
Boss, will the locksmith still be willing to help us open the bank vault after he arrives?
The boss snorted coldly.
Oomph, when he gets here, whether he can open the lock or not isn't up to him. The second in command perked up. Right, if he refuses to open the lock, we can just shoot him and be done with it. At the Puzaji police station, Tang Jiqiang had been busy for a week and finally had a moment to relax.
But before he could even lie down on the chair, the station chief rushed out in a hurry.
Bad news. There's a bank robbery. Headquarters has ordered us to provide backup. Hurry up and act.
All the police officers sprang into action, rushing to the armory to retrieve bulletproof vests and guns. Only Tang Jiqiang couldn't help but slap his forehead.
What's going on with me lately? Am I being targeted by the gods of cattle and horses? Why is it always about cattle and horses, with no time to rest?
But the mission had to be done, and robbing a bank was no small matter.
Soon, the entire staff of the Posey Street police station mobilized.
On the way, Lin Xuan was still riding his tricycle, with the cannon sitting in the back. At the time, his tricycle was also taken to the police station, and he had just left riding it. But just as he had left, he saw one police car after another speeding past him with sirens blaring.
What's going on? What's happened? Why are there so many cars leaving? I don't know. I didn't hear anything major happening.
However, the viewers in the livestream were well informed.
Something big is happening. A bank has been robbed. Is that true? So all those police cars were heading there to provide backup? Of course. Such a big commotion, I have to go check it out. Hey, where can I watch it? I want to see too.
In an instant, the streamer didn't notice that the number of viewers in their live stream had suddenly dropped significantly.
Meanwhile, outside the bank on the other side,
the area inside the police cordon was filled with special police vehicles, their red and blue emergency lights illuminating the surroundings in a chaotic mess. Yu Zheng's palms were sweating as he gripped the walkie-talkie, his eyes fixed on the electronic clock above the bank's main entrance 1327. It had been 37 minutes since the robbers had burst in. He was a seasoned captain of the Criminal Investigation Division, but this was his first time dealing with a bank robbery.
Captain Yu, snipers in position, came the crackling report over the headset.
Just as he was about to speak, a sudden, urgent siren sounded in the distance. A black Passat broke through the police cordon and skidded to a halt in front of the command vehicle. The door opened, and Gao Yi, dressed in a crisp police uniform, stepped out.
The police inspector's insignia on his shoulder shone coldly in the sunlight. Director Gao.
Yu Zheng hurried forward. Currently, 5 robbers are armed with shotguns and stun guns, holding approximately 20 hostages. The robbers seem unable to open the vault door and are attempting to. After all this time, there's still no progress? Gao Yan removed his sunglasses, his hawk-like gaze sweeping over the bank's entrance. Yu Zheng shook his head bitterly. These robbers appear to have received professional training. Our men find it difficult to storm in directly, and most critically, they have hostages.
We cannot eliminate the robbers without endangering the hostages' safety. Takano narrowed his eyes slightly before speaking. Have the negotiation experts establish communication immediately. He paused for a moment before adding, I'll handle it personally. 10 minutes later, the crackling sound of the loudspeaker pierced the silence. Those inside, listen up. Takano's voice was low and firm.
I am Takano, chief of the Binhai City Public Security Bureau.
You are surrounded. Resisting is pointless. Release the hostages, and we can guarantee. Cut the bull.
A gunshot rang out from inside the bank, followed by a woman's screams.
Takano's eyebrows twitched violently.
Tang Jiqiang noticed the knuckles of his fingers turning white as he gripped the loudspeaker. Chief Gao, the leader's voice came through the walkie-talkie, deliberately distorted. I hear you solved many major cases when you were a detective. You should know we're not here for negotiations, we want results. He paused for a moment, and faint sobs from the hostages could be heard in the background. Within 20 minutes, find a skilled locksmith to get to the bank entrance. Otherwise, we'll send out a body every 5 minutes.
Then, the walkie-talkie fell silent. In fact, the boss and his 4 men had had ample opportunity to escape before the police arrived.
However, the vault door hadn't been opened, and this time, their loot amounted to only a few $100,000, not enough to split among them.
Why did they rob the bank?
It was obviously because they were broke. So, since they didn't get the amount they wanted this time, there was no way they were leaving. Even though the police had already surrounded them, they weren't the least bit worried. They were indeed afraid of death, but they feared poverty even more. What the robbers didn't anticipate was that their words caused the atmosphere on the police side to freeze.
Takano asked in disbelief.
Officer Yu, what did he just say? Could you repeat it for me? Not only was Gao Yan in disbelief, but even Yu Zheng couldn't believe what he had just heard.
They just seemed to be demanding that a locksmith be sent inside. Why do they need a locksmith? Gao Yi asked, his lips trembling.
He'd seen people asking for money, he'd seen people asking for cars, but he'd never in his life seen someone ask for a locksmith. What the hell were they up to? At that moment, a police officer behind him spoke up timidly. They must be trying to get the locksmith to open the safe door. There is no way such stupid robbers exist.
1 minute later, Takano shouted again at the robbers inside. Listen up, robbers inside.
Whether you need money or anything else, everything is negotiable, but under no circumstances harm the hostages.
At that moment, the walkie-talkie in their hands once again transmitted the robber's voice. What do you think we are? Beggars?
We want the fruits of our honest labor, not your damn charity.
We made a deal, get the locksmith in here now.
The leader's voice sounded furious, as if he had been insulted.
Gao Yi was stunned.
He had initially thought the hostage-takers wanted the locksmith to open the safe door, but now it seemed like they were serious. For a moment, all the police officers present were speechless.
This robber is pretty arrogant. Someone muttered that under their breath. Chapter 40, is the bank having an event? So many people? Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Ugh. Mr. Lin, could you please stop singing? It's a bit off key. I want to plug my ears. That's exactly how my duck sings.
Lin Xuan glanced at the comments, but this did not deter him from continuing to sing.
On the contrary, he deliberately sang louder and louder.
The cannon behind him was also getting annoyed, so it interrupted and asked.
Lin Gu, where are we going this time? It's not another remote corner, is it? We can't take jobs like this anymore. This is hilarious. Is this what they mean by once bitten by a snake, you fear even a rope for 10 years?
The canon just spent 10,000 to buy a month of filming rights.
If we go in, that'll be a waste of money. You're right, but I haven't seen Lin Shifu for a week and I'm starting to miss him.
Don't worry, I specifically asked about the location.
It's in the city center, at 182 Shanghai Road.
Oh, that's not bad then.
Big Cannon nodded.
He thought that in such a bustling area, nothing could go wrong.
Alright, I'm a bit tired. You take over.
Lin Xuan and DePeo switched places, and Lin Xuan settled comfortably in the truck bed.
But DePeo's expression was filled with resentment. Lin Gu, can't we just switch to an electric tricycle? Sai, don't rush. Let's save up some more money first.
The two hurried along and finally arrived near number 182 Shanghai Road. But as soon as they arrived, they were drawn to the crowd gathered there.
What's going on?
Lin Xuan stood on the back of the truck and looked around, noticing that the bank was surrounded by people.
Lin Gu, did you see what's happening inside? I don't know, I can't see clearly. Maybe the bank is having an event? Promotion? What kind of promotion? DePeo seemed interested. It's like those foot massage centers where you pay 1,000 and get 100 back. What kind of event is that?
Lin Xuan rolled his eyes at DePeo. But DePeo froze in place. What had he just heard?
Pay 1,000 and get 100 free? Is that something a bank would do? The comments section erupted instantly, with question marks and exclamation points flooding the screen. Did I hear that right? Is the bank doing the same thing as a foot massage center? Can banks offer recharge bonuses?
Lin Xuan rolled his eyes and pulled out his toolbox. They're talking about a savings promotion.
Do you think robbing a bank can offer recharge rewards? Ha ha. If they really offer cashback for recharges, I'd put all my money in. Bank, deposit 100,000 and get a one-day vault tour voucher. This generation of netizens has more imagination than a vault door. Be careful then. What if the bank says the money you get is only for viewing in your account and can't be used? I'll see how you handle that. Is the bank that dirty?
Lin Xuan wandered around the area for half a day with his toolbox and cannon, but couldn't find the address provided by the customer. Lin Xuan couldn't help but scratch the back of his head.
What is going on? Is number 182 Shanghai Road that hard to find? I can't find it at all. Exactly. Why don't you call them again and ask? Alright, I'll give them another call.
He acted immediately and dialed the number he had called earlier. At that moment, the 5 robbers waiting inside the bank for the locksmith suddenly heard a phone ringing. The second guy immediately fixed his eagle-like gaze on everyone present.
Who the hell didn't turn their phone to silent mode? Are they trying to get themselves killed?
But before he could finish speaking, he felt a hard slap on the back of his head. When he turned around, he saw the leader holding the phone and glaring at him angrily.
Oh, it seemed like he had said the wrong thing. Hello? Who is it? The boss didn't know who was calling him and didn't realize he was busy. Sir, I'm the locksmith you called. Locksmith?
The boss's eyes widened in surprise, but he quickly realized what was going on, and a smile couldn't help but spread across his lips.
Oh, it's you. By the way, why aren't you here yet? I've been waiting for you for ages. I'm really sorry.
I've been here for a while, but I can't find number 182 Shanghai Road.
Are you nearby? Yes, I'm right near where you said, but I just can't find it. Hold on, I'll have someone direct you there.
After saying that, the call was abruptly hung up.
Make room? What does that mean?
Lin Xuan instinctively looked around, and then it seemed like he realized something.
Could it be that the other person meant to send someone to pick me up?
Thinking this, Lin Xuan said to DePeo with a smug expression.
Look, my lockpicking skills are already famous. They're even sending someone specially to greet me.
Meanwhile, on the hijacker's side, he picked up the walkie-talkie, cleared his throat a few times, and pressed the talk button. At that moment, Gao Yi and the others were still puzzled about where to find a locksmith for the robber, especially since there wasn't a single locksmith among the police officers.
Just then, Tang Jiqiang was in the group.
Seeing the worried expressions on Gao bureau chief and the others, he timidly raised his hand.
I have a locksmith I can recommend. Do you need one?
Gao Yi heard the voice and looked over. Who is this? He asked, furrowing his brows in confusion.
Soon, a police officer leaned over and whispered in his ear. This is Officer Tang from the Posey Street Police Station. The one from the police station whose door was forced open by someone else? Gao Yan raised his eyebrows. To be honest, there were so many police stations in the city, and not many were remembered by the Municipal Public Security Bureau. The Posey Street Police Station should have felt honored. But upon hearing this, the officers from the Posey Street Police Station all felt a bit embarrassed and scratched the back of their heads. That wasn't exactly a good reputation. Do you know any locksmiths? Yao Yi regretted saying that as soon as the words left his mouth. Of course not, the person had just had their door forced open. How could they not have a locksmith's contact information? Alright, don't waste time. Get in touch with them right away. Yes. Tang Jiqiang said awkwardly. But just then, Gao Yan's walkie-talkie rang again, transmitting the robber's voice. Hey, move aside and give me some space. The locksmith I called is here, but you're all blocking the way and he can't get in. The walkie-talkie was turned off again, and at the same time, the minds of the other police officers present went blank. If he hadn't heard wrong, the robber had just said they'd called a locksmith? Is that normal? Is that reasonable? Boss, why isn't it normal? You're just jealous of my genius. Chapter 41, Farewell. Hey, Lin Gu, there's a path opening up in the crowd ahead. Deapeo suddenly noticed that the crowd had parted. You're right. Lin Xuan clearly saw a path forming in the crowd, leading directly to the bank's entrance. Could this be what the customer was talking about, making way? Wow, am I that influential? However, what puzzled him at that moment was that he seemed to spot a police officer among the crowd. Never mind, business comes first. We can't keep the customer waiting. However, it seemed like this customer had quite a high status. Working in a bank and being able to clear a path with just one word, that's not just high status, it's also high prestige. As Lin Xuan and Deapeo approached the crowd, the scene that had been blocked from view became increasingly clear. Everyone turned their gaze toward Lin Xuan and Deapeo as they walked through the crowd. At that moment, Lin Xuan and the others finally noticed why the crowd had parted. There were police officers controlling the order. Wow, there are so many police cars and barriers. It's quite a commotion. Wait a minute. Police cars and caution tape. Oh my goodness. What's happening that requires police deployment like this? Lin Xuan suddenly stopped in his tracks. The man beside him, known as Big Cannon, also spoke uncertainly. Lin Gu, I feel like the atmosphere here is a bit off. Did we come to the wrong place? Right. We're definitely in the wrong place. Let's get out of here. This can't be where the customer asked us to unlock the door. Lin Xuan finally noticed something was off. There were so many police officers gathered here, it must be either a drill or someone had died. There's no way his job location could be here. These two are way too slow. Finally noticed something was off? Wow, they managed to get this close to a bank robbery just by trying to open a lock. I suspect Mr. Lin might have a tendency to attract trouble. Isn't this just a gossip-loving personality? I'm so annoyed I can't be there to gossip in person. Just as they turned to leave, a voice suddenly called out to them. Wait a moment, you two young comrades. This formal way of addressing someone who was calling him? He stopped and looked around, quickly spotting a middle-aged man in a white police uniform walking toward him. At that moment, Tang Jichang, who was preparing to call Lin Xuan's phone number among the police officers, naturally noticed Lin Xuan's figure as well. He couldn't help but feel curious how had this guy ended up here. But suddenly, he recalled that earlier, the robbers inside had seemed to call for a locksmith. Could it be? A suspicion flashed through Tang Jichang's mind, and he stared at Lin Xuan in utter shock. This guy must be cursed by the stars. How did he end up involved in every bad situation? Officer, do you need anything? Lin Xuan flashed what he thought was a particularly sunny smile at Gao Yi. Gao Yi wasn't in the mood to quibble over titles. He looked at the overly young man in front of him. Are locksmiths these days so young now? Young man, you were probably called here to pick a lock, weren't you? Lin Xuan raised his head curiously. Yeah, how did you know? Never mind how I know. Do you know what I do? Lin Xuan looked at him strangely. Police? I know that. Then do you know what's happening inside? Gao Yi asked again. I don't know what happened, but with all these police officers gathered here, I'm sure nothing good has happened. That's right, Gao Yi nodded. There was a very serious bank robbery inside just now. Oh, a robbery, he asked with a curious expression. Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought you were conducting a fire drill. But what does this have to do with me? What does it have to do with me? How could it not? Someone just asked you to pick a lock, didn't they? Right, I did get a call to open a lock, but what does that have to do with a bank robbery? You're not suggesting the robbers asked me to open the bank vault, are you? Lin Xuan said with a laugh. Deapeo also joked alongside him. Exactly, how could something so ridiculous happen? If that's the case, the robbers are really out of their minds. The two of them were laughing, but as they laughed, they realized something was off. No one else was laughing with them, everyone else looked very serious. Lin Xuan leaned close to Deapeo's ear and asked cautiously. Why aren't they laughing? Are they just not the laughing type? The cannon replied uncertainly. Maybe they are. Just then, a cough broke the silence. Actually, you were right. The people who sent you to unlock the door were indeed bank robbers. Upon hearing Gao Yi's words, Lin Xuan raised his eyebrows. I thought the police didn't joke around, but it turns out you, sir, also enjoy a good joke. Ha. Bank robbers wouldn't ask me to open a lock? Isn't that funny? Big cannon, ha. Laughing and laughing, Lin Xuan stopped laughing. Because the leader across from him had just nodded in confirmation. Once he could understand it as a joke, but twice? Young comrade, I know you're a bit skeptical, but it's actually quite simple. You can call the previous number and confirm if it's south the same place. Lin Xuan's face was no longer smiling, he spoke seriously. The previous person gave me an address, saying it was number 182 Shanghai Road, but after I arrived here, I couldn't find the place at all. Don't tell me number 182 Shanghai Road is the bank. Congratulations, you got it right. Goodbye. Lin Xuan turned and walked away without looking back, as if he had made up his mind. That's hilarious. I can't stop laughing.
The streamer nailed this order, earning big bucks and unlocking the high-risk occupation experience card. While others stream to make money, the host streams to earn jail time. All about the contrast. Robber, we screamed the entire internet, and you have the best lockpicking skills. Streamer, thanks for the invite, I'm speechless. This plot development is too absurd. Suggest changing the name to My Boss is a Robber. Help! Is it too late for the streamer to escape now? The chat is flooded with escape guides. Suggestion, have the streamer perform a reverse lockpicking trick and lock the robber inside the house. These robbers are really creative, they even offer customized crime services. Gao Yi watched Lin Xuan's back as he walked away without looking back and immediately called out to him. Hey, hey, hey! Young man, don't rush off just yet. Chapter 42, Duty Calls. However, Lin Xuan paid no attention, as he didn't know what the official wanted, but he guessed it wasn't anything good. So, when the going gets tough, the tough get going. But before he could take a few steps, he was pulled back by 2 police officers. Young man, don't be so hasty. Stay and talk with me. If I don't hurry, I feel like I'm going to be in big trouble. Lin Xuan couldn't help but roll his eyes and speak honestly. Come on, what are you saying? We're just asking for your help. ISNT police civilian cooperation something we're promoting these days? As an outstanding young person, you must have heard about it, right? Community police cooperation? That term sounds so familiar. No, I've never heard of it. I'm not an outstanding young person, I'm a hoodlum. Lin Xuan said decisively. Gao Yi was momentarily speechless. He'd never seen such a shameless young person before. Lin Xuan, what's the value of a face? Can it be eaten? Just then, a voice he hated heard rang out. No, you know about police-civilian cooperation. Didn't you used to talk about it all the time? Lin Xuan looked at Tang Jiqiang, who had suddenly appeared, and a look of shock flashed across his face. What? It's you again. You're a police officer, aren't you supposed to be working? Are you following me every day? Tang Jiqiang, who had been smiling slightly, also frowned upon hearing those words. What do you mean not working? He was just doing his job catching a robber. Tang Jiqiang took a deep breath, trying not to let his expression give him away. What? Do you know him? Gao Yi asked curiously. Of course I know him. He's the locksmith I was going to hire earlier. I just didn't expect the robber to hire him too. The one who broke into your police station? Tang Jiqiang. Could you not be so blunt? But this was a superior, so he couldn't say anything either. He could only pretend not to hear. Alright, since you know him, you go talk to him. Gao Yi stepped aside to let him speak. Here's the situation, Lin Xuan. I won't beat around the bush. We're asking you for a favor. You know the situation. The robbers are holding the entire bank hostage, with over 20 hostages inside. If we rush in recklessly, those hostages might not survive. The only person who can go in right now is you. You're the only one with a chance to reach them, so... But before he could finish, Lin Xuan interrupted him. So you're putting the responsibility of saving lives on an ordinary civilian like me? Do you have any idea how likely I am to die if I go in? I'm also a human being who values life. Have you considered my feelings? That's a shame. There's a 100,000 yuan reward for bravery. Tang Jiqiang looked regretful. Lin Xuan. What? As a young person of the new era, of course I'd do it without hesitation. Really, Officer Tang, I have to call you out on this. You know I'm a model citizen, why didn't you call me sooner? Gao Yi was stunned. Having been in power for decades, he believed he had seen many people, but someone so shameless, whose expressions changed faster than the wind, was a first. Alright, what do you need me to do? Lin Xuan looked at Tang Jiqiang, but Tang Jiqiang also shifted the focus of the conversation back to Gao Yi. At that moment, Gao Yi had just snapped back to reality. Upon hearing the other party agree, he immediately spoke up. There's no need for you to do anything extra. If he tells you to unlock the door, just do it normally. Anyway, you won't be able to open that vault door, so just delay things as much as possible. However, you need to report the situation inside to us so we can adjust our plans in real time. Actually, opening it shouldn't be a problem, Lin Xuan muttered to himself. Takano didn't hear clearly and thought he had an objection, so he asked again. What's wrong? Is there another issue? No problem. What else? Lin Xuan shook his head repeatedly. Nothing else, but we need to install a listening device on you to help us gather information. Gao Yi found it a bit odd but didn't think much of it. A listening device? Just audio, no video? What kind of information can that provide? Lin Xuan asked skeptically. Of course it can. This listening device is already state-of-the-art, it ensures clear, distortion-free audio. Tang Jiqiang said impatiently. They were providing the equipment, yet they were being criticized. This was truly unfair. I didn't mean anything by it. I was just wondering if a device with both video and audio would be better. Lin Xuan explained. What do you mean? Everyone turned to look at Lin Xuan. But Lin Xuan remained unfazed, turning his head to look at the onlooker nearby.
Stop watching the show. Bring out your live streaming equipment and place it on me. Me? Yes, who else could it be? Besides you, who else here has live streaming equipment? Oh, okay, I'll get it ready for you right away.
Saying this, the cameraman began rummaging through his backpack and pulled out the hidden camera he had used earlier.
Is this the hidden camera you used to live stream Zhang Mingyuan picking the lock? Tang Jiqiang suddenly remembered the incident. Lin Xuan nodded. In that case, it's definitely much better than a listening device. After all, seeing information is always more informative than hearing it. But how will we view the footage later? Tang Jiqiang asked again, still puzzled. That's easy. Download Douyin, follow the POS livestream, and watch it there. Wow! This ad is spot on. Watching the police solve cases via livestream is pretty interesting. If I watch the live stream with the police, do I need to be careful about what I say? Of course you have to be careful. Don't say the wrong thing or they'll arrest you. Wow, that's terrifying. After everything was done, Takano asked again. Alright, you can go in first now. Lin Xuan was completely confused. Go in? Me? You're not serious, are you? Just me? Of course not, who else would go in? The robbers specifically demanded that you go in. Gao Yi nodded matter-of-factly. Wait, aren't you going to assign a police officer to protect us?
Lin Xuan started to panic. He wanted to make money, but he didn't want to risk his life for it.
Gao Yi smiled helplessly. We'd like to, but if we bring anyone else in, the robbers might refuse.
Upon hearing this reason, Lin Xuan immediately said,
No problem, I'll handle it.
He then took out his phone and dialed the robber's number. At that moment, the gang leader and his men were growing increasingly frustrated that the locksmith hadn't arrived yet. They suspected that the police weren't taking them seriously. They were hesitating whether to throw a few bodies out to threaten them. Suddenly, just as he was about to make up his mind to act, his phone rang.
Who is it again? Every day, why are you so annoying?
As he muttered to himself, he suddenly recognized the phone number.
Hey, isn't this the locksmith he had called? Chapter 43, If you won't do it, I won't go. Hello? Didn't you say you were already here? Where are you? Why can't I see you? The gang leader was clearly annoyed.
But the voice on the other end sounded helpless.
I can't do anything either. You only sent me alone, and I can't possibly pick the lock. What do you mean? With the robber's limited intelligence, he couldn't understand it first. It's simple. Think about it, how hard is it to open a bank vault? Difficult.
The gang leader scratched the back of his head, recalling how they had tried every trick in the book and still couldn't do it, so he had to admit the truth.
That's a problem. If you think it's hard, I definitely think it's hard too. That's why I need a helper. But you're only letting me go in alone, so I can't do it either.
Lin Xuan complained.
So you mean you want to bring another person in? The gang leader finally caught on. Exactly. I want to bring an assistant in.
With his help, I guarantee we'll open the vault door in no time.
But the gang leader didn't even hesitate before refusing outright. No way, only you can go in. But Lin Xuan wasn't one to back down. Alright, then I'll pass on this job. Find someone else.
But to be honest, the nearest locksmith, besides me, would take at least half an hour to get here.
Do you think you can guarantee nothing will go wrong in the meantime?
After saying that, Lin Xuan remained silent, giving the other party time to think. At that moment, on the robber's side, the second in command hurriedly said,
Boss, he's right.
If we waste another half an hour, we can't guarantee that those cops won't kill us. Plus, the longer we drag this out, the harder it'll be for us to escape. But before the second in command could finish speaking, the boss slapped him across the face.
Do you think I don't know?
You're the one who knows best. The boss shot him a disdainful glance, and the second in command could only rub his head in frustration, standing silently to the side. Then, the boss spoke into his phone.
Alright, hurry up. But remember, you can only bring one person in.
If there's one more, I'll kill a hostage.
No problem. You can ask around about my reputation, it's rock solid. With that, he hung up the phone and gave Gao Yi and the others an OK sign. That's it? Done? Takano was baffled. Wait, we tried every trick in the book to get someone inside and couldn't even make contact with the hostage takers, yet you handled it with a single phone call? This makes us look like we're just sitting around doing nothing. It's over? It's just a phone call. How complicated could it be? Lin Xuan gave Takano a puzzled look. Takano was at a loss for words and didn't say anything.
He couldn't very well admit that he and his team had spent half an hour coming up with a plan, only to have it outdone by a single phone call. However, as a leader, he quickly put the matter out of his mind. Now he was thinking about which subordinate to send in with the master. This person must have extensive experience and not be easily intimidated, while also possessing outstanding combat skills to ensure the safety of both parties. But such talent was indeed rare. Who should he send? I'll go, sir. You? Gao Yi looked at Tang Jiqiang in confusion. Tang Jiqiang nodded. Reporting to the leader, I have successfully solved multiple major cases and personally arrested dozens of dangerous criminals. I am proficient in hand-to-hand combat, firearms, reconnaissance, and various other skills. But Gao Yi was also stunned by this statement. What? These days, people even brag to their superiors? Wait, Gao Yan raised his hand to interrupt, the brass buttons on his police uniform glinting in the sunlight. You said you're proficient in hand-to-hand combat, firearms, and reconnaissance? His tone carried a hint of amusement. Then why are you here now? Tang Jiqian's Adam's apple bobbed violently, and the muscles around his mouth twitched. A gust of wind lifted the hem of his police uniform, revealing a faint scar on his left knee, a remnant from a drug bust 3 years ago. As the bullet pierced his meniscus, he watched helplessly as his comrade took the fatal blow for him. Reporting to Director Gao, his voice suddenly dropped. I was once the captain of the criminal investigation team. During another drug bust, due to my tactical misjudgment. He paused, digging his nails deeply into his palm, resulting in the death of a member of the operational team. Criminal Investigation Division Captain? Gao Ye's pupils contracted sharply. He had no prior knowledge of this incident, having been transferred here only in the past 2 years. He motioned for his assistant to come over. Go check if this really happened. A moment later, the assistant found the relevant documents. With Takano's authority, it wasn't difficult to access Tang Jiqian's resume. Gao Yi took the documents and began reviewing them. Within half a minute, he had finished reading them. In fact, as the other party had mentioned, he had indeed been the captain of the Criminal Investigation Division and had participated in a raid against an drug trafficking organization 5 years ago. Unfortunately, the drug trafficking organization was extremely cunning, not only causing the police to come up empty-handed but also inflicting heavy losses on the police side. Gao Yi felt that it wasn't really Tang Jiqian's fault. At the time, the information the police had received was completely false, and Tang Jiqian's judgment was based on incorrect information. This wasn't even his fault. Gao Yan could see right away that Tang Jiqian was one of the scapegoats being pushed forward. Setting that aside, Tang Jiqian was indeed a talented individual, and this mission was well suited for him. Most importantly, he had been transferred to Xingqing to achieve something, and since he had no one under him, if he performed well this time, he could consider promoting him. Alright. This mission is entrusted to you. I hope you won't let us down. I won't let you down. Tang Jiqian saluted. Lin Xuan, standing nearby, looked as though he had just heard some sensational news, utterly astonished. Officer Tang, the police officer at this station, was actually the former captain of the Criminal Investigation Division. That's quite a revelation. Who would have thought the Tang team leader used to be the captain of the Criminal Investigation Division? What a despicable drug trafficking organization. All drug users deserve no forgiveness. I can't believe it. Such a skilled detective was demoted just because of one mistake? I feel sorry for Tang. Everyone makes mistakes. This punishment is way too harsh. Turns out the big shot was in the field. Tang's resume is more exciting than a TV drama. The fallen comrade Woon T want to see him like this. I hope Tang team can get back on his feet. Chapter 44, Entering the Bank. The bank's doors slowly opened. Lin Xuan walked in confidently, while Tang Jiqian wore a baseball cap, his face mostly covered by a mask, but the muscles beneath his black work uniform were taut like strings. The hidden camera on Tang Jiqian's chest was aimed forward, transmitting the current scene inside the bank to those outside. Indeed, after some discussion, the hidden camera was ultimately installed on Tang Jiqian, as he knew best what information the police needed. Additionally, to ensure confidentiality, the live stream had been adjusted by police personnel so that only the authorities could view the footage. This left the viewers in the live stream in despair, but given the gravity of the situation, the police's priorities did not align with the public's curiosity. Tang Jiqian glanced sideways and saw over 20 hostages huddled behind the counter, 20 meters away. Among them, a young mother holding a child was silently sobbing, tears streaming down her pale face. However, standing there was an armed robber, his gun pointed at the hostages. If they made any sudden movements, he would open fire immediately. The two moved slowly, as if they were gamblers entering a casino. Hey! What are you dawdling for? Old Four emerged from behind the Roman column, waving the shotgun barrel in front of them. Damn it, these two are walking like women. If he didn't step out, they could walk all day. Lin Xuan suddenly raised his hand, his fingertips barely grazing the barrel of the gun. Holding the gun like that is dangerous. I'm the locksmith you called. There's no need to point a gun at me. Tang Jiqian saw the gun pointed at them and felt a chill run down his spine, forcing himself to suppress the urge to act. They hadn't even figured out how many people were on the other side yet. Acting rashly wasn't a good idea. As they spoke, the fourth man ignored them and simply searched the two men's bodies to ensure they weren't carrying any weapons. He then urged the two men forward. As Lin Xuan and the others turned a corner, they quickly spotted the other two robbers. Boss, the locksmith is here. The leader, who had been staring at the vault door in deep thought, raised his face in surprise upon hearing the voice. Finally, he spotted them. Hurry up. Take a look at this vault door lock. If you don't open it for me, I'll. The boss thought the young man would refuse to open the lock after seeing him, but to his surprise, before he could even finish his threat, the other man had already walked straight toward the vault door. And he had already pulled out his lockpicking tools. He was even more eager than the boss. But after taking out the tools, he didn't immediately start unlocking it. Instead, he began examining the vault door from top to bottom. The boss knew time was tight, but he also knew how difficult it was to open the vault door, so he dared not disturb him. Before long, 5 minutes had passed, but Lin Xuan was still examining the vault door, which couldn't help but make the boss anxious.
What are you doing? Why has it taken so long? You haven't made a single move. Get to work. You have no experience.
Lin Xuan glanced at him dismissively. You. The boss was about to explode, but Lin Xian's next words immediately stopped him in his tracks.
The security level of this vault door, do you really think it would give you multiple chances to make mistakes? If you make even one mistake, I guarantee the vault's security system will be activated. This statement was undeniably logical, and the boss couldn't refute it. However, he was still furious that this guy dared to speak to him in such a tone. Later, once he had unlocked it, he would make him pay dearly. At that moment, he took a deep breath to calm himself down before asking. So, how do you plan to open the lock? Actually, I've already explained it, but you probably wouldn't understand. But to avoid you thinking I'm just messing around, I'll explain it properly. This safe door uses a dual system of electromagnetic induction and quantum encryption. There's no password, not even the President of the United States could open it. Then it can't be opened at all? The boss's voice sounded anxious. No. Other locksmiths definitely can't open it, but I'm different. Lin Xian's expression was filled with confidence. Do you know how to crack the password? The boss's eyes sparkled with hope.
No, I don't know the password.
I'm not the bank's manager, how would I know the password? Then how did you open it?
The boss felt like he was being toyed with by this kid and instinctively reached for his gun to shoot him. But Lin Xian's next words immediately made him lower the gun he had raised. This so-called vault door usually requires a password to open, but electronic devices aren't always reliable. Just like ordinary smart locks, they leave a dedicated backup mechanical lock for opening. Once I find where the mechanical lock is, I can use my lockpicking tools. Opening the vault door will just be a matter of time. Hey, why are you pointing a gun at me? No, nothing. I wasn't pointing it at you. I just had an itch on my back, so I grabbed the gun to scratch it.
The boss said nervously. Really?
Lin Xuan looked skeptical.
Of course. I've always trusted your skills. Pointing a gun at you wouldn't benefit me either. My goal is to make money, and you're here to make money too. We're not in conflict. The boss said solemnly.
Lin Xuan let out a soft hum and seemed to believe the other man's words, not mentioning the matter again. Seeing the other person shift his gaze back to the vault door, the leader secretly sighed in relief. Tang Jiqiang had been doing his best to relay the entire scene inside the bank to the outside since he entered. He had also counted carefully earlier, there were 5 robbers in total. In the lobby, besides the one watching the hostages and the one who had brought them in, there was another robber hiding in a corner, not showing his face, but this was noticed by the observant Tang Jiqiang, who turned the camera to give a close-up. At that moment, he was also looking for an opportunity. There were 3 robbers in the lobby, but only 2 at the vault door. If he could quickly eliminate the 2 at the door, without alerting those outside, the situation would become much clearer. Outside. Director Gao, after analyzing the footage, we've confirmed there are 5 hostage takers in total. 3 are in the lobby, and 2 are at the vault door. All their positions have been identified. After hearing the report, Gao Yin furrowed his brows and asked, have their identities been confirmed? Confirmed. The assistant quickly swiped the tablet, pulling up a long list of criminal records. Chapter 45, The Hidden Backup Mechanical Lock. These 5 are brothers surnamed Chen. The eldest, Chen Long, 38 years old, has 7 prior convictions for burglary. The second, Chen Hu, 35 years old, served 5 years in prison for causing serious injuries during a group fight. The third brother, Chen Bao, 32, specializes in pickpocketing and fraud. The fourth brother, Chen Lang, 29, has been involved in multiple street robberies, and the youngest brother, Chen Shi, 25, was recently sentenced to probation for stealing an electric bike but has since gone missing. Gao Ye's expression grew increasingly somber. From street thugs to armed robbers, their criminal trajectories resembled a parabolic curve in free fall. But soon he noticed something unusual. If they were just petty thieves before, where did they get the guns? We haven't traced the source of the guns yet, but based on ballistic analysis, the shotguns they used were professionally modified. Such modifications couldn't have been done in a makeshift workshop. What do you mean? The reporting officer nodded solemnly. Takano, having obtained the answer he sought, let out a faint smile. Interesting. The drug trafficking organization hasn't been dealt with yet, and now there's a weapons trafficking organization emerging. It seems these people haven't felt the pain yet. He slowly tilted his head, as if deep in thought, before speaking again after a minute. Notify the snipers. Based on the positions of these 5 robbers, identify the optimal firing positions. Simultaneously, have the SWAT team slowly infiltrate through the back door and ventilation shafts.
Under no circumstances should you alert the suspects. Roger. A faint moaning sound echoed.
The bank manager, who had been unconscious, slowly regained consciousness. He looked at the two additional figures suddenly appearing in front of the vault door, a flash of confusion crossing his mind.
If he remembered correctly, there had only been 2 robbers inside earlier, hadn't there? Who were these 2 newcomers? And one of them was standing in front of the vault door, seeming to study it. Could this guy be trying to open it? This is truly unbelievable.
The gang leader watched as Lin Xuan searched everywhere for the hidden mechanical lock but found no trace of it.
He considered going up to help.
But suddenly, he saw the bank manager he had knocked unconscious earlier waking up.
His eyes lit up.
Thankfully, he hadn't killed him earlier.
Now he might still be useful.
With that thought, he hurried over. The bank manager, who had been planning to lie still and play dead, never expected that the moment he woke up, he was spotted by the robber. Seeing the robber suddenly step forward toward him, the bank manager, who had just been about to roll over and change positions, couldn't help but give a nervous smile.
But the gang leader didn't pay any attention to that.
Recently, he suddenly grabbed the bank manager by the collar and pulled him up, asking,
"I have a question for you. Where is the hidden mechanical lock on the vault door here?" "The hidden mechanical lock? How did you find out about that?"
The bank manager was quite shocked.
How did these robbers know there was a backup mechanical lock on the vault door?
Seeing the bank manager's shocked expression, the robber seemed rather smug.
"How did I know? It's all thanks to my genius. I even thought to hire a locksmith, and he told me everything."
"A locksmith?" The manager's gold-rimmed glasses were askew on his nose, and he suddenly burst out laughing. But he quickly covered his mouth with his hand. Because he had already felt the murderous glare from the gang leader.
"What? Do you have a different opinion?" "No, no."
The bank manager, desperate to save his own life, hurriedly shook his head and said no.
"Then tell me, where is the mechanical lock hidden?" The leader didn't bother to press the matter further. The bank manager hesitated.
"Brother, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but the vault door is only opened when the bank manager is here. Others avoid it, and I only know some basic information."
"If you're asking me for the password, I definitely don't know it. Besides, this mechanical lock is usually just a backup, we don't use it on a daily basis. If you're asking me where it is, I really have no idea. Then what's the point of you being here?" A gun suddenly pointed at the bank manager's head.
It was the second brother, who was even more hot-tempered. Feeling the cold barrel of the gun, the bank manager was instantly terrified.
"I'm useful, I'm very useful.
Although I don't know where the mechanical lock is, I do know some information about this vault door."
"Speak."
The bank manager struggled to his feet and pointed at the circular vault door 2 meters in diameter in the distance. "This is the latest German-made Abyss series vault door.
The lock core precision is 1 micrometer, 100 times thinner than a human hair. Do you know what 1 micrometer means? Human hands can't possibly achieve that level of precision. Even professional lockpicking tools require nanometer-level probes.
Not to mention, this door uses a dual system of electromagnetic induction and quantum encryption. Without the password, no one can open it. As for the backup mechanical lock, I'm not sure where it's located, but I've heard the bank manager mention it before.
This mechanical lock is never directly exposed on the surface. To reveal it, you must use a specialized instrument at a specific location." "Instrument? Where is the instrument?" the boss asked urgently.
The bank manager shook his head.
"I don't know either.
These things are managed by the bank manager, and we don't know where he keeps them. However, I do know how the device works. In theory, under the right circumstances, a person could achieve the same result as the device, but the chances are extremely slim."
"Don't keep me in suspense. Spit it out already, or I'll shoot you." As time ticked away, his patience was wearing thin.
The bank manager was genuinely afraid the other man might shoot him on a whim, so he hurriedly said, "The principle of this device is that it suddenly releases a specific amount of impact pressure inside the machine, causing the internal pins and gears to mesh.
Even the slightest deviation in pressure will prevent it from working.
The key is that we have no way of knowing exactly how much pressure is needed to achieve the right coupling. While human hands can mimic the pressure of a strike, even if you know the exact pressure in newtons, your hands cannot control it with such precision. Therefore, revealing the backup machine lock is already an impossible task, let alone the more complex lockpicking procedures that follow." He really wanted to say, if you hire a locksmith to open a bank vault, it's like Pango creating the world of first in history.
Who came up with this bizarre idea? Chapter 46, The Boldest Locksmith in History. How could there be a locksmith with such incredible skills in this world? Even if such a person exists, they would never appear in a second or third tier city. I wonder who came up with this ridiculous idea, and more importantly, how did a locksmith even agree to take this job? Although he admires the locksmith for having the guts to take on a job from a robber. But he admires him even more for daring to take on a job to open a bank vault. Are you out of your mind? Open a vault? Are you just starting out in this line of work? You actually have the confidence to open the vault door? Is there really no other way?
The gang leader stomped his foot heavily, his face filled with anger. The bank manager saw this and realized he had been provoked. He quickly changed his tone.
Well, it's not impossible if we're lucky. Thud. Ha! Where did that knocking sound come from?
The bank manager, who had been looking down, also turned toward the source of the sound upon hearing it. Suddenly, his pupils contracted sharply. There, at the upper right corner of the vault door, the sound of a mechanism clicking could be heard.
A lock hole was exposed in plain sight.
The leader of the robbers also noticed the bank manager's shocked expression and followed his gaze, quickly spotting the suddenly revealed lock hole. With his extraordinary intelligence, he immediately realized that this was the hidden mechanical lock hole.
With a loud snap, the gang leader's palm landed on the bank manager's face.
He grinned widely.
Look at you, you were just making a fuss. What do you mean it can't be opened? It's already open.
At that moment, the bank manager seemed to have forgotten the pain on his face, repeating over and over.
Impossible, impossible.
Another slap followed, this time finally causing the bank manager to feel the pain. He covered his face and cried out in agony.
What do you mean it's impossible? Stop cursing.
The leader of the bank robbers felt that the bank manager was always saying unlucky things, so he slapped him to shut him up. He then turned to Lin Xuan on the other side and said,
Master, your skills are impressive. Give it your all. Your reward 1T be skimpy.
Lin Xuan didn't turn around, he just nodded. The gang leader stood beside him, tapping his foot, unable to suppress the smile on his face. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and grabbed the bank manager's collar.
By the way, what other security measures are there for the bank vault door? Tell me everything at once. Maybe you can help the master.
The bank manager was about to say he didn't know, but upon seeing the other man raise his hand, he immediately changed his answer. Well, as far as I know, this backup mechanical lock is generally divided into 3 security measures. I heard the bank manager mention it briefly before.
Which 3 security measures? Explain them in detail.
The robber was counting on opening the vault door as soon as possible to achieve financial freedom. Looking at the gun pressed against his head, the bank manager swallowed nervously. The first obstacle is this key, which is kept by the bank manager.
However, he mentioned to me earlier that there is a mechanism on the key. After inserting the key into the lock, you need to press the mechanism.
Only then can you unlock the second gate. The challenge here lies in the key itself. Without the key, you won't be able to unlock the second gate at all, because if there are any specific mechanisms, even I don't know what form they take. Click. A sudden sound echoed through the space. Everyone followed the sound and saw that the upper right corner of the bank vault door had changed again. 3 knobs, each about half the size of a palm, appeared there.
Is this the second level? The gang leader asked curiously. The bank manager remained silent, simply nodding blankly. This isn't that difficult, is it? Look at you, exaggerating again. Speak properly.
The bank manager remained frozen, nodding silently. But his expression remained frozen in shock. He hadn't told a single lie the entire time. The security level of this vault door's lock is really that exaggerated? How did the locksmith manage to open it? Could it be that this vault door is fake? Or maybe this locksmith used to be a master thief with exceptional skills. Lin Xuan didn't look at the two of them but instead focused entirely on his lockpicking endeavor.
The lock on this vault door was indeed intriguing and required his full attention. There was no room for carelessness.
But what Lin Xuan didn't expect was that his series of moves had already left Tang Jiqiang and Gao Yi, who were watching the livestream outside, speechless.
Tang Jiqiang, you can open this vault? Who did you learn this from?
Gao Yi outside was shocked but remained silent for a while. After a long while, he finally ordered. Find out who this Lin Xuan really is. Through police channels, Lin Xian's identity documents were quickly placed on Gao Yi's desk.
An orphan?
Yes, Chief Gao.
Gao Yi paused. Is there any restriction or alteration on this document?
The person delivering the documents hesitated before speaking. I'm also curious, but when I checked the documents, I didn't notice anything unusual about the other party's background.
Alright, go back to your work. After dismissing the person, Gao Yan once again focused his attention on Lin Xian's documents.
The information was straightforward, even more detailed than that of ordinary citizens. Because he was clearly an orphan. However, Gao Yi couldn't help but feel puzzled. If he was truly an orphan, how could he possess such extraordinary lockpicking skills? Don't tell me he taught himself. Moreover, he only revealed his lockpicking skills after graduating from university. What could have been the reason for keeping it hidden all this time? For a moment, he became even more curious about Lin Xian's true identity. At the bank vault, Lin Xuan was already preparing to unlock the second security barrier. This lock, Lin Xuan could tell at a glance, required him to rotate 3 knobs to the correct positions. Otherwise, all his previous efforts would be in vain. He had some understanding of the mechanical mechanism of the knobs. It was simply a matter of aligning the knobs' locking mechanisms with the hidden mechanism. However, the precision of the knobs on this vault door was measured in millimeters, meaning that even a 1 millimeter deviation would render the door impossible to open. Lin Xuan gently traced the intricate patterns on the knobs with his fingertips, then pressed his ear against the door. "What is he doing?" the gang leader asked, puzzled. The bank manager seemed to have figured out Lin Xian's intention, but he merely smiled a mocking smile, though it lasted only a moment. "He's trying to listen, to determine the correct position of the knob. It's impossible. He absolutely can't do it." Chapter 47. Your vault door isn't that great either, is it? How is that impossible? The second robber pressed the gun barrel against the bank manager's head. When the design was created, we anticipated that someone might try to control the knob's position by listening. To prevent that, the designer intentionally added various mixed gear sounds inside. Distinguishing the correct knob sound from all that noise is simply impossible. It does sound difficult, but every trade has its experts. A locksmith must have a way to do it. The bank manager was about to sneer, but suddenly remembered the gun pointed at him and forced himself to suppress the urge. However, he believed that the master locksmith might have just been lucky before. He had mentioned that there was indeed a very small chance of opening it, but it was just a matter of luck. But this time, all three knobs had to be in the correct positions. That wasn't something that could be achieved by sheer luck. It required extremely high levels of hearing and timing. The bank manager had thought this through carefully. At that moment, Lin Xuan dared not let his guard down for even a second, as he had to completely discern the correct sound among hundreds of extremely complex noises. The crucial part was that the sound was fleeting and often blended with other noises. Lin Xian's right hand slowly turned the knob, holding his breath as much as possible to avoid any interference. The chaotic gear noises swirled like boiling molten iron in his ears, but Lin Xuan detected an anomaly in the chaos of frequency vibration that was 0.3 seconds slower than the others. He extended his index finger and gently tapped the left knob. The metallic clang echoed in the sealed space, and his ears twitched slightly, like radar tracking every reflection of the sound waves. "Turn the left knob counterclockwise by 45 degrees, he suddenly spoke aloud, his voice confident to the point of being unsettling. The next moment, his hand precisely rotated one of the knobs counterclockwise by 45 degrees, and then he immediately pressed it close to his ear. After all, there were still 2 more to go, so he used the same method as before. The sound of gears grinding filled his ears once more, but with the experience of the first time, this time he encountered no difficulties, smoothly completing the second and third knobs. When he reached the last knob, 37 degrees, 37.1 degrees, 37.2 degrees. When the pointer stopped precisely at 37.5 degrees, the entire vault seemed to come to life. The internal gears spun rapidly, emitting a deafening roar, and the interlocking mechanisms of the 3 barriers were finally fully activated. The gang leader, upon seeing this, smiled and turned his head. "Take a look. Your vault's security isn't that great after all. It's almost open." But the bank manager had no time to respond. At that moment, he was staring at Lin Xian's figure as if he were watching a mythical being. Lin Xuan watched as the 3 knobs were completely disengaged, but he didn't relax. Instead, he calmly turned his attention to the final barrier. This final barrier was simple, the lock hole. The first time, he had inserted the wire into the lock hole to activate the mechanism of the 3 knobs. This time, he was about to officially activate the entire door, and he had already sensed where the difficulty of this final obstacle lay. Inside the lock mechanism, there were 3 mechanical sensors that needed to be touched simultaneously and moved to their corresponding positions. If a key were present, he would only need to activate the mechanism above and turn it. But there was no key now. Therefore, he had to simulate the action of opening the lock with a key. As for this matter, Lin Xuan had already come up with a solution. This was his first time opening a bank vault lock, and he felt a sense of curiosity toward this high-difficulty task. However, this time, he did not use the wire he had used before. He turned to Tang Jiqiang on the other side and said, "Little assistant, could you bring me my toolkit?" "Assistant?" Tang Jiqiang didn't react at first, but his professional instincts kicked in immediately, reminding him of his role. However, upon hearing the title, his face couldn't help but darken. "This kid is taking advantage of me, isn't he?" Earlier, Tang Jiqiang had been following the pre-arranged plan, looking for an opportunity. His plan was to strike first, subdue a criminal, and take him hostage. But given the current situation, he couldn't make a move. The robber, Old 4, had been keeping a close eye on him, whether intentionally or not. This left him no time to act, so he was also feeling rather frustrated. Just a minute ago, his communication watch had vibrated several times. This was the signal he had agreed upon with Gao Ju, indicating that everyone else was already in position and waiting for his move. However, the robbers inside were cautious, and there were also robbers outside watching the hostages. If a fierce conflict broke out here, the hostages outside would inevitably be caught in the crossfire. Tang Jiqiang arrived at Lin Xian's side with his toolkit. Lin Xuan looked at Tang Jiqiang, who was standing there in a daze, and said helplessly, "Hand me the probe." Tang Jiqiang paused for a moment, then instinctively bent down to search inside the toolkit upon hearing Lin Xian's words. But the next moment, he froze again. "Which probe is it?" Lin Xuan immediately wore an exasperated expression. "What did you say? You don't know what a probe is? What have you been learning all this time?"
Don't think I don't know there are a few videos hidden under your bed. Stop wasting your time on those foreign teachers. If you have the time, you'd be better off memorizing a few lock models. Let me tell you, a man only gets real-world opportunities when he makes money. Otherwise, you'll end up being a pilot for the rest of your life. Tang Jiqiang was stunned. You're being way too harsh. I'm here to act with you, not to listen to you slander me. At that moment, with his extensive experience, he almost couldn't help but explode in anger. But just as he was at his angriest, Lin Xuan knelt down and started rummaging through the toolbox. Suddenly, he noticed the other man's fingers writing the character weight in a spot where the robber couldn't see. Tang Jiqiang was puzzled, but when he met Lin Xuan's confident gaze, a flash of insight suddenly crossed his mind. He understood. Earlier, when they were planning the operation outside, they hadn't considered that Lin Xuan could open the vault door. Although Lin Xuan had mentioned it briefly, who would have believed him? What security level was that vault door? Even if you're a master locksmith, the locks you usually work on are completely different from those on a bank vault door. Therefore, they completely overlooked this possibility. But given the current situation, it's only a matter of time before the bank vault door is opened. Then, Tang Jiqiang's eyes lit up. He knew what Lin Xuan's plan was. Chapter 48, Little Cutie. The Robbers. Outside the bank. Chief Gao, what does that weight mean? The character Lin Xuan had just written had also been captured by the security camera, which is why the nearby police officer was asking. After all, it was just a simple weight, and it was really hard to guess. But Gao Yi didn't explain it. Plans change, so consider the on-site situation and make inferences accordingly. Gao Yi watched Lin Xuan with interest. This kid was truly unexpected. He never imagined that a locksmith could open the vault door. Although it wasn't fully opened yet, judging by his confident demeanor, Takano believed he had the capability to do it. The police officer standing nearby, after hearing Takano's words, pondered for a moment and seemed to have understood. The gang leader and his second-in-command stood by, watching the two men's movements. However, there was no sign of tension on their faces. Due to Lin Xuan's highly cooperative behavior in unlocking the door earlier, the two had relaxed their guard toward him to some extent. Even when Lin Xuan was scolding Tang Jiqiang, the two paid no attention, and even had the leisure to chat about where to go and enjoy themselves once they got the money. It seemed that the mention of the teacher by Lin Xuan had piqued the second gang member's interest. He immediately said he wanted to go to Japan and use his own money to produce a movie. Moreover, changing tools was the most normal thing in the world. Earlier, the second man had specifically checked the toolkit and found nothing dangerous inside, which was the main reason they felt at ease. Alright, found it. Lin Xuan pulled out a metal probe from the toolkit that was harder and more flexible. He had specifically bought it for this purpose. After all, wire couldn't be used for all lock-picking situations. With today's lock cylinder, if you used wire, you'd probably spend the whole day trying to open it. How much longer will it take to open the vault door? The robber couldn't help but urge him. Don't rush. Haste makes waste. We've already waited over 10 minutes. What's a few more minutes? Alright, you have a point. Since you've been so cooperative, I'll double your payment once you open the door. The gang leader grinned widely. Lin Xuan turned to face the vault door, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He took a deep breath, inserted the probe precisely into the lock, and then gently flicked the tip of the probe with his index finger. A crisp metallic clang echoed through the sealed space as the probe began to vibrate at a high frequency, like the strings of a precision mechanical instrument. Tang Jiqiang, seeing Lin Xuan's actions, suddenly grew tense. Their plan was based on the vault door opening. If it couldn't be opened, they wouldn't even have to worry about dealing with the robbers. They feared the enraged robbers might shoot them all on the spot. As the vibration frequency gradually increased, the probe suddenly made contact with 3 sensor contacts simultaneously. In a tremor barely perceptible to the naked eye, the 3 contacts sprang into place at the same time. Click! A dull mechanical sound echoed as the vault door slowly opened. Blinding golden light poured out instantly, illuminating the entire hall as brightly as day. Bundles of cash and gleaming gold bars were neatly stacked inside the vault, their dazzling brilliance causing everyone present to hold their breath. The bank manager collapsed to the ground, his glasses askew, muttering repeatedly, "Impossible. This can't be possible. A vault door built to German military standards, how could it be forced open?" He then looked at Lin Xuan's figure, as if he were looking at a god. Others might not realize how difficult it was to open the vault, but seeing Lin Xuan do it so effortlessly made them think it wasn't that hard. But those who understood the inner workings of the vault door knew exactly what had happened. This was something only a god could accomplish. Lin Xuan's eyes lit up like stars, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow! So much money! Exactly! So much money! I've never seen this much in my entire life. If it were all mine, I could do so many things." As they spoke, the two seemed to be drawn by the money and began to step into the vault. However, the gang leader Chen Long and his second-in-command Chen Hu reacted swiftly, charging forward like wolves and grabbing Lin Xuan by the collar, roughly dragging him aside. They growled menacingly, "All this money belongs to me. If you dare touch it, I'll kill you."
The two rushed into the vault, their greedy eyes darting around the piles of cash and gold bars.
The leader grabbed bundles of cash, laughing maniacally, ha 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 ha. We're rich. We're really rich.
The second man grabbed the gold bars, kissing them repeatedly while muttering, these are all mine, all mine. But the two didn't notice that when Lin Xuan and the others were pushed aside, the corners of their mouths curled into sinister grins. Just as the two brothers were immersed in the euphoria of their wealth, a faint sound came from outside the vault door. Tang Jiqiang's expression hardened, and he gave Lin Xuan a subtle glance. The two moved silently to the side of the vault door, placed their hands against the heavy door panel, and began to push it slowly. The sound of metal scraping against metal startled the greedy bandits, who were engrossed in their greed. The bandit leader suddenly looked up, his face turning pale. What are you doing?
Stop immediately.
Lin Xuan, however, turned his head leisurely, a mocking smile curving his lips.
He waved at the two inside the vault, his eyes brimming with contempt. Goodbye, gentlemen. Enjoy your wealth. Damn it. Open the door.
The leader charged forward, holding his gun, and fired wildly at the door crack. The bullets struck the thick vault door, sparks flying, but they couldn't stop the door from slowly closing.
With a loud boom, the vault door slammed shut, trapping the two robbers inside.
Lin Xuan brushed imaginary dust off his hands and gave Tang Jiqiang a smug glance.
Tang Jiqiang ignored him and walked over to the bank manager. Can this bank vault be opened from the inside?
The bank manager, still in shock, finally realized that the crisis had been averted. No, once this door is closed, it cannot be opened from the inside without the password and multiple verifications.
Can communication be established with the outside from inside? Tang Jiqiang asked again.
The bank manager shook his head.
The entire bank vault is surrounded by metal, effectively creating an electrostatic shield.
So the intercoms, phones, and all those precision electronic devices inside are as useless as scrap metal signals can't get through at all.
Hearing the bank manager's explanation, Tang Jiqiang finally felt at ease.
He quickly began operating his communication watch and soon established contact with the outside.
Hello, Gao Bureau, the two robbers are now locked inside the vault. We can proceed with the next steps.
As a static sound transmitted through the communication watch, Gao Ye's voice followed shortly after.
Chapter 49, The Vault Door. Alright, we've seen the results.
Our men are already in position. Two of the robbers have been targeted by our snipers. However, the robber who initially took the hostages is hiding in a corner and is difficult to pinpoint. Our men have already entered through the back door, but a direct assault might endanger the hostages.
Takano kept a close eye on the situation on the ground.
When he saw the two robbers being locked inside the vault, even with his composure, he couldn't help but utter a word of approval.
However, as he had mentioned, the position of one of the robbers was difficult to pinpoint.
A direct assault carried inherent risks, and he was contemplating a better strategy to minimize casualties.
In fact, he had already come up with a plan. You need to find a way to distract the hostage taker. Our people will take the opportunity to launch a surprise attack from the rear. After the communication was cut off, Tang Jiqiang took a deep breath. From here on out, it would all come down to luck.
He then turned to the bank manager. The bank manager, for some reason, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He smiled and said, "Sir, could you please help me?" The bank manager collapsed to the ground, his gold-rimmed glasses askew on his nose. He loosened his tie and lunged toward the vault, screaming at the top of his lungs.
Impossible. How could the vault door be open? You can't take that gold. That's reserve gold worth hundreds of millions. The bank president will kill me. My job, my pension. The bank manager's voice was pitiful yet loud, echoing clearly throughout the hall.
In the lobby, the three armed robbers who had been on guard instantly tensed up. The third man's fingers clenched the shotgun tightly, his knuckles turning white, and his Adam's apple bobbed up and down.
Did the boss really open it?
He instinctively moved away from the counter where the hostage was and took 2 steps toward the vault. The fifth robber directly holstered his stun gun, rubbing his hands together as he moved forward, muttering, "Damn it, I should have gone in to split the loot." Just then, a dark figure darted out from the shadows cast by the shattered chandelier. A sniper on the rooftop of a nearby house held his breath, his scope trained on the fourth robber's temple. As the trigger was pulled, the air seemed to tear open, and the bullet pierced the robber's skull. Blood mixed with brain matter sprayed onto the beige wall, forming a gruesome bloodstain. Before Old Five could react, another bullet, already locked onto him, pierced his forehead. His eyes widened as his body fell backward, his skull hitting the marble floor with a dull thud.
Target 1 neutralized. Number 2 taken care of.
All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and in an instant, both robbers were dead. Meanwhile, the third robber, who had been standing near the hostage, finally reacted. He shouted urgently, "There's an ambush!" It seemed he was trying to warn the boss and the second man inside the vault. At the same time, his body quickly turned and ran backward, apparently intending to use a hostage as a shield.
But could things really go as he planned?
In the face of the police's meticulously prepared plan, his actions were nothing but a laughable attempt. Just as he turned, a metallic screeching sound suddenly echoed from the ceiling above. 3 SWAT officers broke through the grating, hanging upside down like cheetahs, and their assault rifles fired bursts of fire.
Dense bullets instantly engulfed the third man.
He didn't even have time to raise his gun before he was riddled with bullets, his body collapsing limply to the ground, blood flowing in dark red streams across the tiles. When the fourth and fifth men were killed earlier, they were still far from the hostages, who hadn't felt much fear yet. But now the third man had died right before their eyes. Seeing his lifeless face, the crowd erupted into loud screams. Fortunately, the police outside had also rushed in and quickly escorted the hostages to safety.
Phew! Finally, it's over.
The bank manager sighed softly.
However, he soon realized something. Wait, what about those two guys? We can't just leave them inside. Everything in there is extremely valuable. I have no idea. Maybe those two are using the money to clean themselves up right now.
Lin Xuan looked helpless, but his words were a huge provocation to the bank manager.
He jumped around like a monkey. That's out of the question. We absolutely can't let those guys do such dirty work.
This was the vault, the holiest place in his heart. The next moment, his gaze fell on Tang Jichang beside him. From the conversation he had overheard, this was a police officer. As for why he had become a junior assistant and enjoyed watching adult films, that was none of his concern.
Officer, you must think of a way. We can't just leave those two in there. They might cause trouble. Tang Jichang, seeing the crisis averted, finally exhaled in relief.
He turned to look at the bank manager.
Don't panic. My teammates have already taken measures.
We'll soon use the ventilation system in the vault to release a sedative, knocking those robbers unconscious.
Oh, that's a relief. However, there's one thing I need your help with.
You might need to take my teammates to the ventilation shaft specifically for the vault.
They don't know the location.
Upon hearing this, the bank manager's eyes lit up, and his short legs immediately sprang into action.
No problem, no problem.
Where are you guys?
I'll be right over. After the bank manager left, Tang Jichang finally turned his gaze toward Lin Xuan.
This guy, he had indeed known about his lockpicking skills before, but he never imagined they were that impressive. However, Lin Xuan seemed as though he had done nothing out of the ordinary, calmly cleaning his tools.
Tang Jichang couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you even a little excited?" Excited? What excitement?
Lin Xuan looked puzzled.
Brother, you just opened the bank vault door with your bare hands. You can do something like that, and you're not excited? Tang Jichang asked in confusion.
But Lin Xuan merely glanced at him with a calm expression.
Is that so? I feel fine, just a bit different from what I had imagined. Different? In what way? For some reason, Tang Jichang sensed a powerful aura of arrogance swelling up. I just thought the bank vault system was more complicated. The difficulty was just average. I thought I'd have to put in a lot of effort, but it turned out to be this easy? I didn't even get warmed up yet.
Lin Xuan slung his toolkit over his shoulder and strode out confidently.
His posture was as cool as could be. Chapter 50, Recruitment. Tang Jichang, you didn't warm up properly? That's your fault, isn't it? I didn't build the vault. Go ask the bank.
Just as he stepped out of the bank, Lin Xuan bumped into someone. This person caught him off guard. It was none other than the former deputy director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Little Lin, Gao Yen's voice carried the authority of someone who had spent years giving orders, but it softened unconsciously when facing the young man before him.
Your performance today was outstanding. Your lockpicking skills really impressed me. He paused, glancing at the lockpicking toolkit slung over Lin Xuan's shoulder. The Criminal Investigation Division of the Municipal Bureau is in need of technical talent like you. Are you interested in joining? Lin Xuan smiled, revealing 8 pearly white teeth. Director Gao, are you trying to poach me? This isn't poaching.
Gao Yi pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and handed it to him. Lin Xuan didn't refuse and took the cigarette, placing it between his lips. He instinctively reached into his pocket and then asked casually,
"Do you have a lighter?" "Got one." Gao Yi pulled out a lighter from his pocket. Lin Xuan took it skillfully. As a flame ignited, he took a deep breath and the cigarette began to glow. However, his right hand, as if through countless repetitions, instinctively placed the lighter back into his pocket. Gao Yi, standing nearby, flinched slightly but said nothing, continuing his persuasion. "You know better than anyone that locksmiths in the private sector always operate in a gray area. Joining the police force would allow your skills to be put to better use." "Value?" Lin Xuan chuckled. "I think being a locksmith can also fulfill my value. $50 per lock is more than enough for me." Gao Yan stared at him, recalling the video of Lin Xuan disarming a safe's triple locks with his bare hands. Those hands were steady as precision instruments. No, this kid's abilities are simply too formidable. If he were to go down the wrong path, he'd be a nightmare for the police. That's right, why did he recruit him? Although he highly valued his skills, such outstanding lockpicking abilities could be incredibly useful in many unexpected situations. But the main reason was fear. He certainly doesn't want to hear in the future that the world's most famous thief came from Xingqing. So he still wants to try to persuade him. But will Lin Xuan agree? Of course not. The system offers security, and while the salary isn't high, at least it's stable. Stable? It's stable because you're poor. Without money, how can you afford to run around everywhere?
Now he can easily make 6 or 7,000 a month, and with good luck, even over 10,000.
He'd have to be crazy to choose a lower paying government job. Never mind, Director Gao.
I'm more inclined toward freedom. I find it difficult to adapt to the rigid rules and regulations of the system.
Lin Xuan waved his hand and refused. Gao Yi raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything else. Alright, I won't push you. But if you ever change your mind, feel free to contact me anytime. My number is 156. Phone number?
Lin Xuan was still quite surprised. This was the director of the Public Security Bureau, yet he had just handed over his phone number so casually.
He hadn't expected that either.
His personal charm was so strong that even the police chief was willing to befriend him. Just as he was secretly gloating inside, Gao Yi also handed him a piece of paper. He had written his phone number on it in case the other person couldn't remember it. As Lin Xuan left happily, the police officer beside him noticed Gao's pensive expression and asked curiously,
Chief Gao, that's your personal number. He's just a locksmith. Aren't you worried he might cause trouble? Gao Yi smiled.
No, I can tell from his eyes.
What can you tell from his eyes?
I can tell he's a kind-hearted young man.
Damn it! How did you get back here so fast?
Gao Yi was about to respond when he realized the voice sounded familiar. As he turned his head while speaking, he suddenly saw Lin Xian's head leaning toward him and was startled. That's why he couldn't help but swear. At that moment, Lin Xuan was also looking at him with an expectant expression.
Come on, Gao Bureau, why aren't you saying anything? I'm waiting for you to praise me. Gao Yan couldn't help but roll his eyes. This guy.
I originally thought he was kind-hearted, but now I need to add another trait, shameless.
Enough with the antics. Why did you suddenly come back? Did you forget something?
At that moment, Lin Xuan stood up straight, looking a bit disappointed. However, the next moment, he got down to business. There is indeed something I forgot.
About the 10,000 yuan we agreed on earlier, how do you plan to give it to me? Do you need my bank account number?
Lin Xuan grinned and rubbed his hands together, his eyes practically sparkling with greed.
Gao Yi sighed helplessly.
Don't worry, the money won't go missing.
But if we follow the proper procedures, it'll take at least a week.
You can go back first, and we'll notify you when it's ready for pickup.
Oh, that's great. Make sure to call me when it's ready. Don't worry, I won't forget.
Lin Xuan walked away, glancing back every few steps, as if reluctant to leave.
Just then, a loud shout suddenly echoed from inside the bank. Lin Xuan, don't leave yet.
Hearing this, Lin Xian's footsteps, which had just left the ground, came to a halt.
What is going on?
When he turned around, he saw Tang Jichang rushing over and grabbing his hand.
Why are you running? Open the vault door first. The robbers inside are already unconscious.
As he spoke, Tang Jichang dragged him along, while Gao Yi stood there, still in a daze. Soon they arrived at the vault door.
Hurry up and open the door. If you could do it once, you can do it again. However, behind Tang Jichang, a resentful voice echoed. Don't you think our relationship has become a bit too ambiguous? Ambiguous? What do you mean?
Lin Xuan didn't speak, but silently raised their hands, their fingers intertwined. Upon seeing this, he seemed to realize something was terribly wrong.
It was as if he had been electrocuted, quickly pulling his hand away.
Then he acted as if nothing had happened.
Alright, go unlock the door first. Lin Xuan didn't mind and didn't mention the lockpicking fee.
He had always been a boss who strictly adhered to the terms of the transaction. Since the other party had already paid 10,000 yuan, the corresponding service must be completed. He still had that professional integrity. With the experience from the first time, this time Lin Xuan managed to open everything in less than 5 minutes.
It looked effortless. Chapter 51, The System is Screwing Me.
Even Tang Jichang, who had already seen it once before, couldn't help but swallow hard upon witnessing this masterful feat once again.
He couldn't help but swallow hard. Thanks. When a group of police officers brought out the 2 unconscious robbers from inside, Tang Jichang thanked them. No problem, you did pay us after all.
Lin Xuan waved his hand dismissively. But speaking of which, I can't help but feel that these robbers were pretty dim-witted.
I mean, if they had the skills to break into a place, why didn't they just ask you guys for money instead of hiring a locksmith?
Lin Xuan found this point quite intriguing as well.
But he didn't expect that the gang leader hadn't completely regained consciousness yet. He mustered his last bit of strength and said, Ask the police for money? What would that make us? Beggars? We are men of dignity. We won't eat food given to us out of pity. We only eat what we take by force. With that, he fainted completely. Lin Xuan was stunned and exchanged glances with Tang Jichang. This robber has some principles. 3 days later. Old Lin, do you want the old-style pickled cabbage instant noodles or the spicy beef noodles? I don't want the old pickled cabbage one. Give me the other one. What's old pickled cabbage? Depao asked in confusion.
That's right, he was living with Lin Xuan. The two were in a roommate arrangement, supposedly for the convenience of filming. Lin Xuan had originally rented an old, run-down apartment for 200 yuan a month, but when he saw how enthusiastically the other person invited him, he moved into an apartment that cost 2,000 yuan a month. Plus, he didn't have to pay anything, so he naturally agreed to the offer. Just search for it on Douyin. Dapao then searched for old-style pickled cabbage on his phone, but he didn't know what to expect, and what he found was shocking. His hand trembled, and he immediately threw the instant noodles into the trash can. Not even a dog would eat that. By the time Dapao had finished preparing 2 bowls of noodles, Lin Xuan had already finished showering and was sitting at the table. By the way, old Lin, our account has gained a lot of followers lately, and there are many private messages inviting you to pick locks. Should we accept them? When Dapao saw through the police camera that Lin Xuan had opened the vault door with his bare hands, he swore that he would be his for life. That's awesome. Lin Xuan, no thanks. So, earlier, he had spent 10,000 yuan to buy the other person's live streaming time for a month, specifically changing it to a revenue-sharing format, splitting the earnings 50-50. From now on, whatever revenue his livestream generates, half of it goes to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan naturally agreed to such a good deal. Just in the past few days, he went out to pick a lock, and the gift revenue from his livestream exceeded 5,000 yuan, which is relatively average. On good days, it could even reach 10,000. Of course, the kind of windfall where he made hundreds of thousands in a single session is still rare. It might have been due to the right mood that day. However, making tens of thousands in a month is simply a fortune. Forget it, it's too far. Most of them are in other cities, and I'm too lazy to go there. I can't even handle all the business in my own city. Although the viewers didn't know that Lin Xuan had opened the vault door, the skills he had demonstrated earlier were already enough to convince everyone. Moreover, the events that had unfolded over the past few days were nothing short of sensational. Alright, I'll go along with you. By the way, the cash you asked me to deposit for you, I've already figured out a way to put it in. Check if the money has arrived yet. Didn't Big Cannon give Lin Xuan 10,000 cash at the beginning? After deciding to split the profits 50-50 with the other party, Big Cannon didn't ask for the money back. Instead, at Lin Xuan's request, he deposited it into his account. Oh? It's been deposited? Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan's expression also became quite excited, and he hurriedly opened his mobile banking app. After going through a series of complex unlocking gestures, he eagerly tapped on the account balance. The number that should have appeared on the screen was 123,486.54. However, when the balance appeared, he was completely stunned. The number displayed was 666.66 yuan. In the next moment, a heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout the entire apartment building. Where's my money? Before the surprised glances from the nearby cannon could reach him, Lin Xuan's gaze suddenly froze. Ding! Detected that the host has 122,819.88 yuan. The system has automatically deducted the amount and selected a new profession for the host. The original profession will be retained. Selecting. Congratulations! The host has been assigned the pharmacist profession. Draw a profession? Deduct money? What the heck? So the money I just got is being deducted by you, right? When did I ever say I wanted to unlock a new profession? This is outright robbery. I'm going to file a complaint with the Consumer Association. At that moment, Lin Xuan felt like crying. This damn system, why did it have to show up now? Not only did he lose 100,000 yuan, but a portion of his hard-earned savings was also gone. But the most important thing was, what did the balance of 666.66 mean? Was it mocking him? The system initially offered a free chance to draw, and he drew the locksmith. He thought all the chances were free. They never mentioned anything about paying. Old Lin, what's wrong? Did something happen? Dapao asked with concern. Lin Xuan heard the voice and snapped back to reality, forcing a smile. Nothing, I just wanted to shout out loud to relieve some stress. Are you sure? I thought you mentioned money. What does that mean? Has the money not arrived yet? No. Lin Xuan hurriedly waved his hands. The money has already arrived. What I meant was purely to motivate myself, to keep myself in a state of feeling broke, so I won't slack off. That's right. That's exactly what I meant. As he said this, Lin Xuan's face grew increasingly resolute, but there was a hint of bitterness in that resolve. Hearing this, Dapao's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. No wonder you're called Lin Gu. That kind of mindset. You're definitely someone I need to learn from. Determination? Over 12,000 yuan for that? That kind of determination isn't worth keeping. After finishing the instant noodles in a hurry, he got ready to go out. Dapao, I'm going out for a bit. Out? What for? Big Cannon asked, slurping his noodle soup. Lin Xuan had no intention of hiding anything. I'm going out to buy some things. I plan to start a new business. Start a business? Big Cannon paused in his noodle slurping and looked at him in surprise. Yeah, I noticed that the locksmith business is too narrow, so I'm planning to diversify.
No, I'm just curious. Besides your lockpicking skills that could move heaven and earth, what else can you do?
Hearing this, Lin Xuan gave a mysterious smile.
From now on, call me the Five Poison Slayer. Chapter 52, The Arrogant Neighbor. What the heck is that? Deapeo didn't quite catch it.
Lin Xuan seemed to notice his confused expression and continued to explain. I'm planning to go out and buy some materials to make some powder packets that can be used to kill mice and such.
Anyway, I do have a small tricycle, right?
I was thinking I could do some locksmithing while selling rat poison and cockroach poison. It shouldn't take too much time.
Wait, you can make those too? Of course I can. I know a lot of things.
You'll see when the time comes. Lin Xuan thought to himself, damn it, the system made me spend so much money to unlock this profession.
I've got to figure out a way to make that money back using this profession.
As soon as he stepped out of the building, a pungent, rotten smell hit him in the face. Under the dim light of the stairwell, he saw a black garbage bag piled up at the door, with brown liquid dripping from the opening, forming a disgusting trail on the ground, turning the once clean stairwell into a mess.
He frowned and took a step back, his voice filled with irritation. Big cannon, how long has that trash been sitting there? Why didn't you throw it out on time?
Deapeo, who had just started tidying up the table, jumped in surprise, nearly dropping his instant noodles. He looked up, his face a mix of embarrassment and resignation. Old Lin, this isn't my trash.
It's from the 302 apartment across the hall.
They always do this. They're too lazy to throw it away, so they just dump it at our doorstep and say, anyway, you're going to throw it out anyway, so why not help me out?
Lin Xuan's brows furrowed even more, and his expression turned cold. What kind of logic is that? Why should we have to throw away their trash? He started to walk toward apartment 302. I need to talk to them. Deapeo hurriedly stood up and grabbed Lin Xuan's arm. Brother, don't go. That family across the way is a real pain. Everyone in the neighborhood knows it. Earlier, old Wang from next door went to confront them and got cursed out so badly he had to slink back home. There's also Miss Li from upstairs. She argued with them, and they threw their trash right at her doorstep for an entire week. They even left feces at her doorstep on multiple occasions. Even the property management staff came to mediate, but they were blocked at the door and cursed out until they left, and nothing was resolved. It's better to mind our own business. I'll dispose of the trash later. Lin Xuan stopped in his tracks, looking at Deapeo's face, which was both flattering and helpless, and felt a surge of anger. He couldn't stand people who bullied others and refused to reason, especially when it was severely affecting his life. Just let it go? Why? The more we avoid trouble, the more arrogant they'll become. Lin Xuan shook off Deapeo's hand. I'm going to handle this today. He strode up to the door of room 302, raised his hand, and knocked loudly. Open the door. Come out and explain yourself. But after a long while, there was finally the sound of dragging footsteps from inside, and the door creaked open, revealing a middle-aged man with a face full of scars. The man wore a wrinkled vest, dragged his slippers, and chewed betel nut, emitting a strong odor. What are you banging on the door for? It's late at night. Do you want us to sleep or not? Lin Xuan forced himself to ignore the unpleasant smell and pointed at the trash in the hallway. Is this your trash? Don't throw it at our doorstep. Take your own trash out yourself. The middle-aged man gave Lin Xuan a sideways glance, his face betraying his disdain. Oh, who are you to mind other people's business? What's wrong with throwing it at your door? Anyway, you're going to throw it out too, so what's the big deal about helping out? You're such a cheapskate. What kind of talk is that? Lin Xuan's anger flared up instantly. This is a public area, not your trash bin. If you keep this up, I'll go complain to the property management. Complain? Go ahead. The middle-aged man crossed his arms, his face brimming with defiance. The property management staff have to smile at me when they come. What can you do to me? I'm telling you, stop causing trouble here and get out. With that, he slammed the door shut. Lin Xuan was furious and was about to knock again when Deapeo ran over, pulling him back and pleading, Bro, forget it. Don't bother with this guy. It's not worth getting angry over such a small thing. Before he could finish, the door across the hall opened again. Seeing Lin Xuan's angry expression, the man didn't flinch at all. He even threw a takeout bag over. The soup inside immediately splashed out. Luckily, Lin Xuan reacted quickly, otherwise, the soup would have splashed onto his clothes. Damn it! Before Lin Xuan could finish cursing, the man slammed the door shut and left a parting shot. Since you're going downstairs anyway, throw my takeout out too. Lin Xuan? I'm not giving up today. Lin Xuan rolled up his sleeves, looking ready to fight. Deapeo saw the situation was getting out of hand and quickly stepped in front of Lin Xuan. Brother! Don't act impulsively. Hitting someone is illegal. Lin Xuan heard this and scoffed. Hitting someone? Who said I was going to hit anyone? I'm a model citizen, okay? Deapeo, isn't it 3 good things? How did 2 more get added? Then why are you rolling up your sleeves? Besides hitting someone, what else requires rolling up your sleeves? You're overthinking it. I'm just hot. Don't worry, I wouldn't do anything illegal. I'm just going out to buy some things. Lin Xuan gave him a reassuring look. For some reason, the angrier he got, the calmer his expression became.
But when Big Cannon heard the word buy something, he seemed to think of something and said nervously,
"You're not going to buy a knife, are you?" "No way." Lin Xuan was also shocked by DePeo's wild imagination. "No, did you hear me wrong? I already told you I was going to buy materials to make medicine packets." DePeo finally realized what he had said and awkwardly uttered an "oh." Right, old Lin was actually going out to buy something. An hour later, Lin Xuan returned with bags in hand. DePeo looked at the items Lin Xuan had bought and was quite curious, as they included not only traditional Chinese herbs but also various Western medicines. Most importantly, among the items he had bought were beakers, crucibles, and other laboratory equipment. Wait a minute. What is he planning to do? Didn't you say you were going to set up rat poison? Why did you buy so many things? And what are you planning to do with these beakers and other instruments? For some reason, seeing these items made DePeo feel uneasy inside. It reminded him of a scene from a TV drama he had seen before. You're overthinking it. Setting up rat poison wouldn't require all this. I'm also planning to set up some cockroach poison and ant poison. Oh, and the most important gift we're preparing for our neighbors across the street. When he said gift, Lin Xuan emphasized the word. DePeo wasn't stupid, he understood perfectly. Moreover, after spending these days together, he had come to understand that Lin Xuan was the kind of person who always repaid kindness and never forgot a grudge. After all, the people across the street had treated him so badly earlier. How could he possibly be so kind as to give them a gift? So, old Lin must not be planning anything good, but what kind of gift it was still piqued his curiosity. A gift? What is it? Tell me about it. You'll find out soon enough. Lin Xuan smiled mysteriously. Chapter 53, Infiltration. Lin Xuan spread all the items on the balcony. The glass beaker glowed coldly in the twilight. He first ground the herbs like realgar and croton seeds into powder and poured them into a clay pot to simmer over low heat. Once the herbal decoction had thickened to the consistency of ink, he donned rubber gloves and carefully mixed in some purchased Western medicine powders in the correct proportions. As he stirred, the powder flew into the white porcelain dish, resembling a layer of dark red frost. After preparing the first set of materials, Lin Xuan began preparing the second set. He poured a solution of phenol soap into a beaker and added gallnut and asafoetida purchased from a traditional Chinese medicine shop. He pulled out the pH test strips he had obtained from a chemical supply store and repeatedly adjusted the acidity and alkalinity until the mixture emitted a nauseating odor of rotten onions mixed with rotten eggs. Ugh. Lin Xuan, what are you doing? Are you boiling? Ugh. Originally, DePeo had wanted to walk over and take a closer look to see what it was turning into, but the foul odor emanating from the solution immediately triggered a physical reaction in his stomach. Perfect, Lin Xuan said, staring at the brownish-black liquid in the beaker, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He took out the miniature syringe he had purchased online and divided the foul-smelling agent into small glass bottles. Once everything was divided, Lin Xuan finally felt like addressing Big Cannon. You're boiling. Can you please not speak so disgustingly? Lin Xuan rolled his eyes. I'm disgusting? No, look at what you're saying. This stuff you're making, can you even tell the difference between it and? DePeo covered his nose and backed away. This is all it takes for you to give up? I haven't even added the main ingredient yet. Lin Xuan waved another bottle of black, viscous liquid in his hand. What does that mean? You wouldn't be implying it could be even more foul-smelling or disgusting, would you? DePeo was clearly intimidated, unconsciously taking a step back from Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan didn't say a word, he just smiled calmly and nodded. Upon receiving confirmation, Big Cannon couldn't hold back any longer. Holy crap! Old Lin, don't you dare be making some kind of biochemical weapon at home. And you said you were making rat poison and cockroach poison, right? This stuff smells so bad, are you sure rats and cockroaches will even eat it? Don't mess with me. DePeo was on the verge of breaking down. The thought of accidentally spilling this stuff in the room and the smell spreading everywhere made him want to vomit. Did you misunderstand something? When did I say this was rat poison or cockroach poison? Lin Xuan gave him a puzzled look. No? Then what is it? Old Lin, I'm not trying to tell you off, but I think you should just throw this thing in the trash right now. Don't let it get around the house, the smell will be impossible to get rid of. DePeo pleaded earnestly. You forgot? I said I was preparing a gift for the neighbors across the street. Lin Xuan smiled indifferently. DePeo immediately understood and his mood suddenly became excited. You mean this thing? He spoke while nodding toward the door across the hall, as if to confirm. Lin Xuan nodded in agreement. DePeo lowered his head, seemingly deep in thought. When he lifted his head again after a few seconds, a look of caution flashed in his eyes. I think this isn't stinky enough. Should I go to the bathroom and add some fresh stuff? Lin Xuan thought the other person was going to say something else, but instead he said it wasn't stinky enough. This kid has a bit of that cunning personality, not bad, not bad. He laughed and scolded, alright, don't worry. This stuff still needs my special liquid, which will make the smell 10 times stronger. That's good. I was just worried that the gift we're sending isn't valuable enough for them to accept.
Deapeo chuckled wickedly. But then he realized a problem.
How do you plan to deliver this gift to them? You forgot what I do? Going into their house is like playing around.
Lin Xuan spoke confidently, but with a hint of thought. However, there's one thing we need to figure out: how to deal with the surveillance cameras in the hallway. But before he could finish, Deapeo's laughter echoed out.
That's convenient.
The surveillance cameras in our hallway just happened to be broken.
Broken? When did it break? Doesn't the property management come to fix it? Lin Xuan asked in confusion.
Haha, actually, it was the neighbors across the hall who did this. They claimed that the surveillance camera was invading their privacy and refused to allow it to be installed, so they found a way to break it. The property management came to fix it several times, but no matter how many times they fixed it, those two oddballs kept breaking it again. The property management wanted to sue them for compensation, but those two oddballs turned the tables and claimed their privacy was being infringed upon. In the end, the matter was dropped. Deapeo said this while laughing. Soon, Lin Xuan also joined in the laughter.
Tell me, isn't that like shooting themselves in the foot? Deapeo, hee hee. Lin Xuan, hee hee.
At 2 in the morning, the motion sensor lights in the hallway had long since gone out. Lin Xuan skillfully twisted the wire in the lock of the security door. In less than 10 seconds, a soft click sounded, and the security door of room 302 swung open. He held his breath and slipped inside, the small glass bottle in his pocket clinking softly with his movements. The shoes piled up at the entrance gave off a sour, rotten smell, causing Lin Xuan to furrow his brows and mutter under his breath.
Are these two even human? Their feet smell so bad.
Lin Xuan tiptoed around the area, afraid of coming into contact with anything, and moved toward the bathroom.
The entire living room was pitch black.
Lin Xuan didn't dare turn on the light if he woke anyone up, he'd be finished.
Fortunately, there was some light coming in through the window, so at least he wouldn't trip over anything. As he cautiously made his way down the hallway, the bedroom door was slightly ajar, letting out a faint orange glow, accompanied by breathless sounds that made his face flush. Lin Xuan, damn it! These two aren't even asleep yet. They're actually doing that.
He instinctively sped up, but just as he was about to miss the crack, a loud, jarring sound of wooden bedhead colliding with the wall echoed from inside the room. Curiosity got the better of him, and Lin Xuan found himself drawn closer. In the orange glow, he saw the same obese middle-aged man lying on the bed with his back to the door, and there was a small, hairy creature wriggling around. Below was another obese figure. The two of them were a perfect match.
God, that's disgusting. I can't stay here. I need to wash my eyes with pomelo leaves when I get back. Otherwise, my eyes are just too dirty.
After a brief condemnation, Lin Xuan almost crawled into the bathroom on his hands and knees. The bathroom was filled with a foul odor. The shower gel bottle was crookedly placed on the sink. Lin Xuan covered his nose and fished out 2 miniature syringes, slowly injecting the prepared liquid into them. He quickly sealed the shower gel bottles. The advantage of this stink bomb was that after mixing, if it didn't come into contact with a large amount of oxygen, the odor it emitted was faint and not noticeable, not as strong as the bathroom's own smell, making it perfect for concealment. After completing his masterpiece, he carefully wiped the bottle with alcohol swabs to ensure no traces were left behind. Once everything was done, Lin Xuan carefully backed out, and no one noticed the entire process.
Chapter 54, What did he use to bathe? How about it? Is everything done? They didn't notice you, did they? They didn't notice. Don't worry. It's just that my eyes feel a bit uncomfortable. Do you have any eye drops or something? I'll use them to rinse my eyes. Lin Xuan looked a bit anxious. Deapeo was puzzled, wondering what he had seen at his place. Eye drops? However, when he thought about the embarrassing situation that would happen to that despicable neighbor tomorrow, he couldn't help but feel excited. Wow, it looks like we're in for a show tomorrow. By the way, where did you pour those stink bombs? Seeing Deapeo's silly grin, Lin Xuan chuckled. Guess? The rice cooker? No. On the clothes? No. Deapeo guessed several places in a row, but none of them were correct. Forget it, I won't keep you in suspense. I'll tell you. I poured it into the shower gel. As long as they take a shower, the smell, Holy crap. That's a pretty sneaky move. Deapeo finally snapped out of it and gave him a thumbs up. He could already imagine the other person cursing tomorrow night while taking a shower. Too bad we have to wait until tomorrow night to see the show. Big Cannon felt a bit regretful. The feeling of knowing there's a big scoop but not being able to see it right away is something most people can understand. Tonight? That's not certain. Maybe we'll get to see the show sooner? Soon? That's unlikely. They wouldn't be taking a shower in the middle of the night, would they? Deapeo was puzzled. Why not? They just finished working out, they're all sweaty, they'll probably take a shower. Work out? Deapeo muttered under his breath, seeming to think of something, a lecherous smile curling his lips. In room 302. At that moment, the two seemed to have just relaxed, looking exhausted. Honey, I'm going to take a shower first. Go ahead, go ahead. The woman's expression grew impatient. The man then got up and went to the bathroom.
The woman, looking irritated, reached into the cabinet beside her and pulled out a cucumber wrapped in plastic wrap.
She kept muttering under her breath. Damn it, why is it getting shorter and shorter? Every time it leaves me hanging like this.
In the steamy bathroom, Li Jian hummed a off-key version of the most spectacular ethnic style, squinting as he squeezed shower gel onto a sponge ball. He didn't notice the dark brown impurities hidden in the milky white gel, which formed eerie bubbles under the water's pressure.
This new brand is pretty thick, he said, rubbing his arms contentedly as droplets slid down his beer belly and into the grot between the tiles.
He squeezed some more shower gel onto his body, but his nose suddenly caught a strange scent.
He twitched his nostrils like a hunting dog. What's that smell? It's a bit like an overturned pickle jar?
But despite his mutterings, his hands kept moving and the foam flowed down the drain along his groin.
It must be the neighbors downstairs pickling black beans. Damn it, they're so inconsiderate. I can't stand it. I'm going to confront them.
He angrily grabbed the showerhead to rinse off, but the water flow acted like a catalyst, fully activating the foul odor beneath his skin. The stench of rotten meat mixed with the smell of spoiled onions erupted from every pore, nearly causing him to slip and fall. In the steaming heat, the smell grew even more intense, as if a rotting skunk had exploded in the bathroom.
Goodness gracious. What's going on? Did the sewer explode? How can it smell so bad?
Unable to bear it anymore, Li Jian ran out of the bathroom naked, only to slip and fall to the ground. A loud thud echoed through the room. The enormous noise caused the woman in the bedroom to stop what she was doing.
After a while,
the woman, who seemed to have finished tidying up, emerged from the bedroom, muttering curses under her breath.
You're such a grown man and can't even stand properly?
As she approached within 2 meters of Li Jian, a smell like rotten durian mixed with rotten eggs and poured over with spoiled water hit her nose like an invisible stink bomb.
Damn it!
She covered her mouth and nose, stumbled backward, and one of her slippers flew off. The odor, with its overwhelming force, penetrated her lungs, causing her eyes and nose to run, leaving her face covered in tears and snot.
Li Jian! The woman, seemingly enraged, shouted his name loudly. What's wrong?
Li Jian hadn't even had time to react, or rather, he was in too much pain and his head was spinning from the stench on his own body.
The woman shouted again. Did you bathe in? The woman couldn't take it anymore.
She retreated into the bedroom, slammed the door shut, and then the sound of the lock clicking closed echoed from behind.
I'm telling you, you're not coming in here today. At that moment, Li Jian felt utterly innocent.
He had no idea where the stench on his body was coming from.
Could it be that he had been contaminated by the foul odor that had erupted in the bathroom earlier?
Although he wasn't sure how the stench in the bathroom had formed, it didn't stop him from holding his breath and opening the bathroom window to ventilate the area. At the same time, the ventilation system inside was also turned on, working in tandem to dispel the odor as quickly as possible. But this was a specially formulated odor agent created by Lin Xuan. It wasn't something that could be easily dispelled. It was as stubborn as a poison that clings to the bones. The ventilation system in the bathroom ran all night, but the stench still hadn't completely dissipated. After staying up all night without sleep, he looked at the toxic gas swirling around him and felt utterly helpless. He couldn't possibly go to work like this. The main issue was that the stench had seeped into his nostrils, making him tear up and sniffle. He had tried to grab a towel to wipe his skin, but the more he wiped, the worse it smelled, and the towel itself had become a biochemical weapon. It was as if he had been pickled in that stench. By 7 o'clock in the morning, most office workers were already awake. However, in the chat group for Building 3, things were a bit chaotic. 301 Lin Xuan, everyone, can someone explain this? I almost died from the smell when I stepped outside. Which family is cooking feces this early in the morning? 201 Antley, don't joke around upstairs. I just opened the window to air out the blankets, and now the entire balcony smells like rotten fish mixed with spoiled water. Are they pickling biological weapons here? 502 Xiao Wang, help. My kid just threw up, and I can't tell if it's milk or this awful stench that's worse, crying. 101 Old Zhang, the security guard, I've received complaints from 8 residents. Does anyone know where the smell is coming from? If I can't find it, I'm going to get in trouble, kneeling. 601 Pet store owner, my golden retriever has been barking at the ventilation shaft for half an hour and is now hiding in the litter box and won't come out, cracked. Could this smell be from a zombie outbreak? 302 neighbor, withdrew a message. 401 English teacher, everyone, all I can think about is the movie Perfume. Could this smell be from boiling human oil? 301 Lin Xuan, forwarding link urgent notice, according to incomplete statistics, 12 potted plants have withered and 3 pets have refused to eat in this building. It is recommended to wear gas masks when going out. Dog head. Property manager Zhang, everyone, please stay calm. We've contacted a professional team to investigate. Preliminary suspicion is a pipe leak. Message drowned out by 99 plus new messages. Chapter 55, Collapse. Ah, you're killing me, old Lin. That's so mean, ha ha. DePeo looked at the messages Lin Xuan posted in the group chat and nearly burst out laughing. Who's the real culprit? Others might not know, but the two of them certainly do. Alright, let's go. Let's go out for breakfast, then go to work and earn some money.
Those two probably don't have the time or energy to do anything mischievous lately. Lin Xuan waved his hand and left first. That is for sure. These two probably can't even leave the house right now. Upon arriving at where he had parked his tricycle, Lin Xuan casually placed the rat poison and cockroach poison he had prepared the previous day into the cargo area of the tricycle. Then he used a piece of wire to pick the lock on the tricycle. As a locksmith, he couldn't use a key to open a lock that would be unprofessional. Old Lin, you just made some money. Why not take some time off to buy an electric tricycle? Hearing this, Lin Xian's hands froze. Forget it. I think the manual tricycle is fine. It only uses one steamed bun for 10 kilometers, and most importantly, it's good exercise. Dapeo? Wait, didn't you say you wanted to replace it yourself earlier? Why the sudden change of heart? Lin Xian's inner thoughts. It's just because I don't have any money left. But he said it nicely. People change, anyway. Riding a tricycle isn't that tiring, and we're not in a hurry. Dapeo didn't argue, just hummed in agreement. He then went to the side to adjust the live streaming equipment. Soon, as the live stream officially went live, thousands of people flooded in within moments. Wow, are you starting the live stream this early today? Yeah, I was wondering the same thing. Usually, they start around 10 o'clock, right? Why so early today? I feel like the two of them seem a bit happier today. Did you guys see that? There seem to be a few extra words on the billboard. Hey, it's true. How did those extra words appear? Let me see, rat poison, cockroach poison, and poison. Wow, isn't Mr. Lin the locksmith? Why is he selling medicine now? Lin Xuan, following Prowess gesture, naturally noticed the lively comments in the livestream. He smiled and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you've all noticed our tricycle." That's right. Ding ding ding. After much thought yesterday, I felt that the locksmith business was too monotonous, so I decided to add another service. As it happens, I also make some secret rat poison, so I decided to sell it. I'm not bragging, but the poison I make is extremely effective. Anyone who comes into contact with it will die. Let me show you the ad copy I wrote. Rats die in droves. Rats die quickly. Rats die on the spot. Actually, you can replace rats with cockroaches, ants, or centipedes too. Wow, the host has really turned into a medicine seller. Is it really that exaggerated? The effects of this medicine are way too outlandish. I bought some centipede medicine once, and guess what happened? When I woke up, there was a bunch of centipedes writhing around. That's not a centipede killer, it's a centipede attractant. Speaking of which, what did the streamer do before? How did they become so skilled at picking locks and making rat poison? Looking at the host's age, they must not have gone to a good school and had to start working early to make a living. Exactly. I went to a top-tier university and studied biology. I'm sure I'll end up doing biological experiments. Wow, a first-tier university? If I had gone to a first-tier university, I probably wouldn't have ended up working in a factory. Coincidentally, Lin Xuan saw this comment. He remained silent. Why is the streamer silent? Could it be that what we said hurt his pride? Sigh, it's true that you really need to study these days. Yeah, without education, you'll end up like Lin Xuan, struggling to make ends meet. We really need to get into a top-tier university to ensure a good job after graduation. At that moment, after a brief pause, Lin Xuan suddenly spoke up. Is the viewer who said they're studying biology in their first year still here? The freshman, though unsure why the streamer was calling him, responded in the chat. Here I am. What's up? Is there something you need? Cough cough. Lin Xuan cleared his throat and lowered his voice deliberately. Student, let me tell you something from the bottom of my heart. If you're doing well in your major, I suggest you study hard in your first year and switch majors as soon as possible in your second year. The screen erupted in chaos. Hahaha, why is the streamer suddenly giving career advice? Is this some kind of biology major slang? I don't get it, but it's pretty intense. Freshman up front, run. The streamer is about to start spilling the tea. The first-year freshman clearly wasn't convinced and fired off 3 consecutive comments. I'm studying the prestigious biology major. I'll be able to work in a biology lab right after graduation. My future is bright. Why switch majors? You don't know what you're talking about. Classmate, don't be so stubborn. I'm only saying this for your own good. The biology major really isn't a field worth staying in for long. After a 2-second pause, when the audience's curiosity reached its peak, because I'm a legitimate biology major graduate from a top-tier university. The chat was instantly flooded with "oh no" and "help." So the host is actually a biology major. My apologies. So the streamer switched careers to become a locksmith because they couldn't find a job? Freshman, run away. This is a hard-learned lesson from someone who has been there. Wow. Is it really that exaggerated? Even 211 graduates can't find jobs? The person above me, I'm also a biology major. The streamer isn't exaggerating. This major leads straight to unemployment. I've been unemployed for years. Lin Xuan shook his head helplessly at the camera. Take my advice, don't study biology. Better to learn locksmithing. At least I can make money now.
Unlike doing biology experiments, where you have to buy lab mice out of your own pocket. But the freshman suddenly disappeared, as if he had never been there.
Hey, where is the college student? Why isn't he coming out to respond? Bro, you said that, how could his mindset not be a bit shattered? College student, a little breakdown isn't a breakdown.
Biochemistry, environmental science, and material science are all dead-end majors.
I wonder where that guy got the confidence to choose it in the first place. Sure enough, freshmen just entering university have the hottest blood. The big gun standing nearby looked at Lin Xuan in shock. Wait, you're actually a graduate from a 211 university? Yeah, what is so surprising about that? There are plenty of 211 university graduates out there, not just me. But a 211 graduate working as a locksmith, and your lockpicking skills are absolutely ridiculous. You're the only one like that.
Lin Xuan scratched his chin, deep in thought.
That actually made sense. Chapter 56, Strange Customer.
At 8 in the morning, the sun's rays, still carrying a hint of summer heat, shone through the glass windows of Old Chen's dumpling shop, illuminating the swirling white steam rising from the steamers.
Lin Xuan bit into a meat bun, and the broth trickled down the corner of his mouth. He hurriedly wiped his face with a tissue. Across from him, Deapeo was slurping soy milk from a large bowl, droplets splashing onto his collar as his Adam's apple bobbed. Not bad, not bad. The flavor here is indeed excellent. Of course, this place has been around for years.
I come here all the time, Deapeo said without looking up.
Help! Lin Ji's eating manners are too tempting. I ordered too much for breakfast. Suggestion, make a Lin Xian-style eating show. I could watch 10 episodes.
Suddenly realized, Lin Gu is more focused on eating buns than picking locks.
Speaking of which, where is this place? I want to try it too. Yeah, maybe we can catch a live streamer there.
Just as Lin Xuan lowered his head to drink the soup, Deapeo's peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a strange person standing in front of their tricycle.
Hey, old Lin, Big Cannon took a breath and pointed at the entrance with his chopsticks. Can you move your tricycle over a bit? It's blocking people from entering the store.
Lin Xuan mumbled a response, but as he lifted his head, his gaze was immediately drawn to the figure standing beside the tricycle. The man wore a black baseball cap, with his mask pulled up high, covering half his face. What was most unusual was that on this sweltering day with temperatures reaching 37 degrees Celsius, he was wearing a dark gray long-sleeved hoodie, with the sleeves tightly rolled up to his wrists, as if afraid to expose even an inch of skin. Zhao Yu, a local from Xingcheng, had been a technical backbone at the printing factory in the eastern part of the city 3 years ago. He had married a female worker from the same factory, and their daughter had just started kindergarten. Until that rainy night, when so-called friends handed him a cigarette laced with drugs, claiming it would help him stay awake and refreshed. In the choking smoke, he saw the ceiling transform into a spinning kaleidoscope, and from that moment on, he plunged into an abyss with no bottom. The factory discovered he was selling ink to make money and fired him on the spot. His wife took their daughter back to her parents' home, smashing everything in the house before leaving. He now rents a basement room in a shantytown, paying 300 yuan a month for a single room with nothing but a wooden bed and the floor covered in aluminum foil and syringes. His house had long been sold to fund his drug habit, and now all he owns is a few $1,000s. When his addiction isn't active, he often regrets how his life has turned out. He has tried to quit, but when the cravings hit, the pain is unbearable. When the craving hits, he bangs his head against the wall, his nails scraping the cement floor with a piercing sound. Therefore, he has no choice but to rely on connections to obtain drugs, seeking temporary relief. Roughly calculating, he had spent nearly 200,000 yuan on drugs over the past 3 years. It started with just a few hundred yuan here and there, but eventually he needed at least 5,000 yuan a month just to survive. To raise money, he stole rebar from construction sites, picked pockets on the street, and even rummaged through trash bins for anything of value. Last month, he delivered a shipment for a drug dealer and made 2,000 yuan, but nearly got caught by the police. However, it was precisely because of this that he had money to buy drugs again. Unfortunately, the contacts he had previously used to purchase drugs had recently been arrested, leaving him no choice but to find a new supplier. The two eventually agreed to meet in front of Old Chen's dumpling shop for the transaction. Although there were many people around, the drug dealer would disguise himself as someone selling rat poison, making it seem more credible. Therefore, when Zhao Yu saw the sign on Lin Xian's tricycle advertising rat poison, he approached. But when he reached the tricycle, he didn't see anyone. He looked around nervously, feeling increasingly anxious. Is the boss here? The man's voice was muffled by his mask, deliberately lowered and hoarse. At the same time, his fingers tapped on the metal panel of the tricycle, producing a hollow sound, by rat poison. Lin Xuan swallowed the bun in his mouth and exchanged a glance with Deapeo. The other customers in the breakfast shop were busy with their fried dough sticks and soy milk, paying no attention to the odd customer. He wiped his hands and stepped outside. The morning heat collided with the coolness emanating from the man, sending a shiver down his spine. Something was off about this man. Lin Xuan looked at the man's attire and couldn't help but mutter to himself. But as a customer, he maintained a respectful facade. Hey, handsome, you're here to buy some rat poison, right? Lin Xuan walked over to his tricycle, his hands still greasy from breakfast, and wiped them on his pants.
Zhao Yu let out a soft hum.
If it weren't for his keen hearing, he might not have heard the sound, which was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. At this point, Zhao Yu just wanted to complete the transaction and leave as quickly as possible. Purchasing drugs was already a shady business, so he naturally wanted to avoid any unnecessary delays.
Is the rat poison you're selling pure? Zhao Yu asked again.
He wasn't sure about the authenticity of the drugs from this new contact.
Pure? Was that how one described rat poison?
Lin Xuan found the man odd, but he didn't dwell on it. After all, these days, there were plenty of strange people around, with all sorts of mental states. Lin Xuan picked up a small packet of rat poison and handed it to the other man.
Don't worry, it's specially formulated. Guaranteed to work perfectly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yu didn't think much of it. How much is it, boss?
Zhao Yu hadn't discussed the price with the other person over the phone. The person who had offered to sell him the medicine had said they would negotiate the price on the spot. So he had brought along the 2,000 yuan he had just earned.
Lin Xuan promptly held up 5 fingers.
He believed that the medicine he had carefully prepared using various herbs was so effective.
If others sold rat poison for 5 yuan, charging 50 yuan wasn't unreasonable.
He was confident that others' rat poison couldn't match his in effectiveness, which gave him the confidence to demand 10 times the price. However, when Zhao Yu saw the price Lin Xuan quoted, he was slightly taken aback, with a look of disbelief in his eyes. Back when he used to buy drugs from the old street vendor, the price was non-negotiable $1,000.
Now you're telling me it's only 500? Is it that cheap? There must be something wrong with it.
Zhao Yu hesitated for a moment. He had heard rumors that some people were selling sugar as drugs. But this drug dealer had been introduced to him by another drug addict, so it shouldn't be a problem. Moreover, the time when his drug craving would kick in was getting closer and closer. If he didn't buy drugs, the pain would be unbearable.
Lin Xuan noticed the other person's hesitation and couldn't help but mutter to himself. Could it be that he was charging too much? After all, it was his first deal. Should he lower the price first? Just as he was hesitating, Zhao Yu across from him seemed to make up his mind and pulled out 500 yuan from his pocket. He handed over the money and took the rat poison from Lin Xuan's hand. Seeing the 500 yuan suddenly in his hand, Lin Xuan was stunned. Wait, you gave me too much. It's 50, not 500.
But when he looked up to call out to him, he realized the other guy had already run dozens of meters away, out of earshot.
Chapter 57, My rat poison is very pure.
When Lin Xuan returned, DePeo looked at him curiously.
What's wrong? You looked like you had something to say.
Lin Xuan laughed twice.
I don't know what's wrong with me today.
I ran into this really strange person who actually asked me if my rat poison was pure.
Isn't that funny? Pure?
That guy must have had a physical education teacher for his Chinese teacher.
Da Pao joked. It's even stranger than that. The guy actually made me a profit of $500.
Lin Xuan continued.
500 yuan? Did he buy a whole truckload of rat poison?
DePeo wasn't near the tricycle and didn't know what had happened. No way, my little packet costs 50, so 500 only buys 10 packets.
Wow, 51 packets of rat poison? That's way too expensive. Mr. Lin, is your rat poison made of gold? $51 for a pack is robbery.
I just asked my mom, the same rat poison at the supermarket downstairs is 10 yuan for 3 packets.
Is the streamer charging for lockpicking fees and the rat poison? Mouse, I heard someone wants to spend $50 to buy my life? I better steal 10 packs first to break even. Expensive? Not at all. My rat poison is top notch. I guarantee it.
If a rat walks over it and doesn't die, I'll die myself.
Lin Xuan swore, pounding his chest.
Old Lin, you don't need to make such a solemn vow.
I'm afraid of losing you.
Lin Xuan rolled his eyes at him. Judging by his expression, the other guy didn't believe a word he said, but he was confident in his product. The system might be a bit of a letdown, but the professions it grants are top-notch in their respective fields. After eating and drinking to their fill, it was time to get down to business. Ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned earlier, the streamer not only provides lockpicking services but has also added a new service selling medicine.
Anyone interested in trying it out?
Lin Xuan said this while rubbing his hands together, looking full of anticipation. I bought 3 boxes of mouse glue traps, but the mice just kept jumping on them like a trampoline. I spent $80 on imported rat poison, but the rats ate it and nothing happened. Instead, they threw a party in my house. The mouse traps only caught my slippers, and the mice were sitting beside them cracking sunflower seeds and laughing at the spectacle.
Stop bragging, host.
My dad bought some so-called German black tech rat poison, and the mice ate it and acted like they were on stimulants, running marathons on the ceiling at midnight. For this price, I might as well buy an orange cat, at least I can pet it twice a day. Lin Xuan saw these comments floating by and his face turned dark.
Just because others can't do it doesn't mean his mouse poison is no good, right?
At that moment, the live stream screen was suddenly flooded with an extremely long comment. Master Lin, please help. My rice warehouse in the western part of the city is being terrorized by mice every year. We've tried glue traps, mouse traps, ultrasonic repellents, and even kept 3 cats, but the rats just got worse. Now the warehouse is filled with mouse holes, and the rice is chewed to pieces, causing severe losses.
Master, can you please save me?
Lin Xuan had just wiped the sweat off his forehead when he saw the message and his eyes lit up. He smiled at the camera and said, "Brother, I can't promise much, but when it comes to exterminating mice, I'm a pro. As long as you use my specially formulated mouse poison, I guarantee that no mouse will dare to show its face."
At that moment, the viewer sent another private message with a detailed address. "Master, could you please come to my warehouse to take a look?
I'm truly at my wit's end.
I will definitely reward you handsomely once this is resolved." Lin Xuan opened the map and saw that it was over 10 kilometers away. That's so far.
Riding a tricycle there would kill me.
Deapeo looked at the distance on the map and couldn't help but recall his previous experiences, his legs going weak.
Yeah, I think running all that way just to sell a packet of rat poison isn't worth it.
I think I'll decline.
Just as he was about to type out a refusal, the other person sent another message. "As long as you can solve the rat problem, I'll give you 1,000 yuan. Seeing the words 1,000 yuan, Lin Xuan's eyes lit up instantly.
He quickly replied, "Brother, don't worry. I'll be right over and guarantee you a clean warehouse." "Alright, let us go. Let us see if there are any other jobs to take."
Deapeo didn't see Lin Xuan's reply and assumed he had refused.
"Other jobs? Didn't we agree to go to that warehouse to help him get rid of the rats?"
Lin Xuan's words left Deapeo completely speechless.
"Wait, didn't you just say you weren't going?"
Lin Xuan replied with a righteous expression. "I think I need to use the rat poison I developed to show everyone that from now on, we can say goodbye to the harassment of rats, cockroaches, ants, centipedes, and all kinds of insects."
"And you didn't believe in the effectiveness of my rat poison, did you?"
"I'll show you right now what a 5 poison killer is." After saying that, he hopped onto the tricycle in the coolest pose possible. He didn't mention the 1,000 yuan at all. Deapeo was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. After spending a few days with him, he had already guessed that Lin Xuan wouldn't back down easily unless the other party offered a higher price. The two of them shared the same live streaming backend, so he only needed to log in to see his chat content.
Sure enough.
Shortly after Lin Xuan and the others left, a man with a square face and a righteous expression walked toward Old Chen's dumpling shop. He was holding a black bag and looking around boldly. That's right, he was the new drug dealer that Zhao Yu had originally contacted. They had already agreed on the address the previous night. But upon arriving here, he didn't even see a single person.
He couldn't help but complain about the addict's poor sense of time. "This is strange. I've been waiting for over 10 minutes. Where is this guy?" He was completely baffled. After waiting a few more minutes without seeing anyone, he decided to leave.
He had other customers waiting for him. It wasn't a big deal to miss this one deal. After all, these drug addicts couldn't live without drugs, and they'd eventually come looking for him. After all, they were in Star City. Even under strict drug prohibition, the only place where drugs were still being sold was the infamous H organization.
Zhao Yu hurried home.
His body, long ravaged by drugs, made even a few extra steps leave him gasping for breath. He glanced behind him to see if anyone was following, while trying to remember the way home. Finally, a gloomy stairwell came into view, and he walked in without hesitation. This was his home, the place he had rented for $200.
Back in the damp room.
Unable to contain himself any longer, he immediately opened the packet of rat poison that Lin Xuan had sold him. He cautiously lowered his head to take a whiff, and an intense rush of euphoria instantly flooded his brain.
"Ha! Why does this batch feel much purer than before?"
As a seasoned drug addict, he had experience with various types of drugs, but the cheap drugs he had bought for $500 today. He had expected it to be unreliable, but now it seemed like something else entirely. This rat poison he had bought seemed unusually pure. However, relying solely on smell wasn't enough to determine its quality. He had to taste it.
Chapter 58. The rats are too brazen. I need to mix it with mineral water.
He mumbled incoherently, grabbing the mineral water bottle in the corner, which still had some water left inside. He poured some into the cap and dissolved the powder completely, turning the liquid into a cloudy milky white. The syringe was one he had scavenged from a hospital trash bin. The rubber tubing was old and sticky. He trembled as he inserted the needle into the liquid, and the old needle mark on his wrist began to bleed slightly with the movement. As the icy liquid entered his vein, Zhao Yu's body suddenly arched like a shrimp, his eyes rolled upward, exposing large patches of white. A suppressed moan escaped his throat, sounding like both agonizing groans and twisted pleasure. The ceiling began to spin, and the cracks in the walls transformed into writhing centipedes. Zhao Yu collapsed onto the floor, white foam trickling from the corners of his mouth, unaware of his condition. Hallucinations flashed by like a kaleidoscope, and he laughed wildly in the narrow space between pain and ecstasy, his laughter echoing and startling the mice beneath the bed. After an unknown amount of time, the effects of the drugs began to wear off. Zhao Yu gasped for breath like a dying fish, his sweat-soaked hoodie clinging to his sunken spine. He trembled as he reached for the mirror beside him. The face in the mirror was purple, but the pupils were unusually bright. Too pure. His hoarse voice trembled with tears as his emaciated fingers caressed the syringe, as if touching a priceless treasure. How come I've never tried something this pure before? He struggled to sit up, staring at the remaining 2/3 of the powder, his throat convulsing as he swallowed saliva. Enough for 2 more hits, he muttered, digging his nails deeply into his palm. Once these 2 doses are gone, I have to find him and buy more. On the other side, Lin Xuan and his 2 companions had traveled over 10 kilometers and finally found the warehouse on the outskirts of the city. The warehouse owner, a middle-aged man in his 40s, smiled and greeted Lin Xuan upon seeing him. Master Lin, we've been waiting for you. You're the warehouse owner who contacted us, right? Lin Xuan double-checked for confirmation. That's right, that's me. I posted the message in the live stream asking you to come help me get rid of the mice. The warehouse owner then sighed. To be honest, the rats here are out of control. They've chewed everything in the warehouse to pieces, and I'm at a loss. Lin Xuan patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, old friend. With me here today, I guarantee you won't see a single mouse in your warehouse from now on. The warehouse owner hesitated, but ultimately didn't voice his true thoughts. In truth, he had hired professional exterminators before, and they did catch dozens of mice at the time. But after they left, for some reason, the rats started to multiply again, and they were all big and fat, eating more than he did. He had tried every method imaginable, but nothing worked. As for why he had invited Lin Xuan, it was mainly because he had seen how confident Lin Xuan looked when he made his promise. It was so convincing that he impulsively sent that comment in the livestream. Does this boss really believe Lin Xuan's rat poison is that effective? Yeah, it looks like a setup. Master Lin seems overly confident. I admit some rat poison works, but these rats are like they gain sentience, they won't even eat it. Let's go. Take me to see the condition of your warehouse. Lin Xuan waved his hand and led the way. The warehouse owner saw this and had no choice but to follow. They'd been invited, so they couldn't just turn him away. Plus, the other party was so confident in his rat poison, maybe it really does work? With these thoughts in mind, he hurried to Lin Xuan's side, ready to open the door. As the warehouse owner reached out to push the door, the sweat on his palm made the rusty doorknob squeak. The heavy iron door slowly swung open, and a mix of rice fragrance and rotten stench hit their noses. Lin Xuan instinctively pinched his nose. But he heard the cannon beside him gasp in shock. Holy crap! What's that awful smell in here? But the next moment, he regretted it. As he sucked in the cold air, he inhaled a large amount of the foul odor, nearly causing him to vomit on the spot. Lin Xuan led the way inside and surveyed the surroundings. The warehouse was filled with stacks of rice sacks as tall as 2 people, each tightly bound with hemp rope. From a distance, they looked as neat as a military drill formation. Upon closer inspection, however, many of the rice sacks had sunken into strange arcs at the top, as if pressed down by an invisible hand. Even more eerie was the fact that the warehouse, which should have been bustling with noise, was so quiet that one could hear the distant chirping of cicadas, not even the faint sound of mice gnawing on anything. Sir, are you sure there are mice here? Deapeo scratched his head in confusion. The place was too quiet to have mice. The warehouse owner sighed, pulling out a crumpled pack of cigarettes. His fingers trembled as he lit one. Gentlemen, take a look over here. He walked to the nearest pile of rice and lifted the top sack with one hand. In an instant, grayish-brown powder poured down like a waterfall, revealing a shocking hole on the back of the rice sack. The edges of the hole were jagged and still had a few grayish-black mouse hairs stuck to them. Good heavens! Deapeo jumped back a step, crushing several black particles mixed in the powder under his shoes. This is black sesame filling leaking out? Holy crap, the black sesame filling leaked. That's strange. If there were so many mice, it shouldn't be this quiet. You don't know what you're talking about. These mice are as smart as a 7-year-old child, they're incredibly clever. That's right, these mice are like they've turned into spirits, hiding in places where people can't see them. I hate mice the most. All mice should die. Exactly, I heard mice even eat people. That's mouse droppings. The warehouse owner exhaled a smoke ring expressionlessly, flicked his finger lightly, and the ash landed precisely on the pile of mouse droppings at his feet. The 500 bags of Northeast rice we just received last month now come with a free mouse snack service. He bent down and pulled open the seam of the rice bag. More black particles rolled out, piling up on the ground like a small hill. This is just the mouse droppings from one corner. Now you know why I'm so worried. The warehouse owner tugged at the few strands of hair on his head in frustration. What kind of rat poison have you tried? Lin Xuan asked curiously. At the mention of this, the warehouse owner's lips twitched slightly, followed by a sigh. He turned and pulled out a torn burlap sack from the corner of the wall, unfolding it like a trophy. Take a look for yourselves. The bag's opening revealed half a plastic package, chewed to pieces, of the most popular super-strength rat poison on the market. Chapter 59. Eating some rat poison isn't a big deal. The packaging was still covered in a sticky, gooey substance that looked like rat saliva, glistening eerily in the sunlight. Deapeo's eyes widened, and the mineral water bottle in his hand clattered to the ground. Boss, are you sure you're not joking with me? This is what a rat chewed on. Mice eating rat poison? What kind of crazy move is that? He looked down at the brand of rat poison, not bad, a well-known brand.
No way, have mice become this abnormal now? Have they evolved immunity to rat poison? Joking?
The boss crushed the cigarette butt into the rat droppings. Last month, I saw 3 rats lining up to eat this poison.
After finishing, they were dancing on the rice sack. They were treating this place like a nightclub. And it was a buffet-style one at that. These mice must be mutated.
They eat rat poison like sunflower seeds.
That's amazing. I've never seen a rat treat poison like a snack before.
We should send them to a lab for research.
Oh no, now even the mice are getting into this?
There's so much food in the warehouse, yet they insist on eating rat poison.
These mice must be crazy. Mouse, just tell me, did you buy this for me? If you did, stop calling. Mouse, I'm sick, isn't it normal to eat some rat poison? Mouse, I'm not even on Instagram rubbing head. After hearing the boss's words, Lin Xuan couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. But the boss wasn't finished. He pointed to a dark shadow on the nearby beam, see that one? The gray-haired one? It beat up the cat I was raising last week. Now the cat hides in the duty room every day and trembles whenever it sees a mouse. Lin Xuan pulled out the flashlight he carried with him, and the bright light swept over the beam. A rat as long as a person's forearm was perched there, staring at them. Perhaps sensing it had been spotted, the rat darted away in an instant, and by the time they looked again, it was already gone, its whereabouts unknown. This isn't a rat, it's a raccoon in a rat skin. Help! This thing is probably the Schwarzenegger of the mouse world. It should just enter the Animal Olympics. I just told my mom I saw a giant rat, and she asked if I was drunk, but everyone in the livestream saw it too. Suddenly I understand the warehouse owner.
If it were me, I'd have to deal with these giants every day and carry them on trains all night long.
Is this the legendary Gray Fairy?
Suddenly, rustling sounds came from deep within the rice pile.
Lin Xuan moved the light over, and a mouse as big as a palm poked its head out.
The mouse was sleek and shiny, with a half-colored rubber band wrapped around its tail.
Instead of running away, it stood up and began to groom its whiskers with its hind legs. It's really become a spirit. It's daring to provoke us. Deapeo's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it really be a Gray Fairy?
Such an absurd mouse. I'm curious to see how the streamer plans to handle this.
Exactly, even cats can't handle it. The streamer shouldn't be any better than a cat, right? Isn't the streamer selling rat poison? It feels like they're just changing the flavor for the rats here. How about it? Do you think you can handle it? If you're not confident, just forget it. I won't blame you. After all, the mice here are too troublesome.
Lin Xuan just chuckled.
Give up? Impossible.
The word give up doesn't exist in my dictionary. Saying that, he pulled out the rat poison he had prepared from his pocket. Oh, and get me some cookies or buns so I can sprinkle the rat poison on them. The boss sighed softly after hearing this. He really didn't want to discourage the other person, but he had done this before, and it was completely useless. The only mice that ate the poison were the ones that were already sick. They could smell right away if the food had been laced with something, and they simply wouldn't touch it. However, he thought about it and decided not to say anything discouraging. Instead, he turned around and brought Lin Xuan the items he needed. Lin Xuan crumbled the cookies into crumbs, tore the steamed buns into thin strips, and then came the main event. He opened the rat poison packaging. Immediately, an extremely peculiar scent wafted out. The scent was reminiscent of over-fermented rice wine, with a tingling sensation that made his nostrils twitch. Lin Xuan instinctively rubbed his nose. But he saw a faint glow emanating from the shadows. Dozens of dark red mouse eyes were flickering in the darkness. Those are mice. Deapeo instantly realized something, his face filled with terror. He never expected that this seemingly clean warehouse could hide so many rats. These must be rats that have turned into demons. I'm about to have a panic attack. I just spit out the water I was drinking all over the screen. This isn't a warehouse, it's clearly a rat underground kingdom. Suggest applying for the Guinness World Record for the highest mouse density in the world. Family, anyone understand this? It feels like the rats are about to form a group and launch a tank attack. I'm shaking all over, the mice are dancing in my head. The streamer isn't running away. Those mice's eyes look like they're going to eat someone. The streamer should run. Mice really do eat people. It's unclear whether Lin Xuan saw the comments or not. He remained calm and unconcerned, mixing the rat poison with cookie crumbs and steamed buns, ensuring every side was coated with poison. At this point, the warehouse owner also felt something was seriously wrong. He had never seen such an exaggerated situation before. These red-eyed rats seemed to be emanating a strong aggressive intent. Even when he had hired exterminators before, the rats hadn't dared to resist, only hiding in the deepest corners and letting them kill them. Let us go. Hurry up. Get out first. We'll call the fire department for help. It's too dangerous. The warehouse owner tugged at Lin Xuan's sleeve, trying to get him to escape with him. But Lin Xuan didn't move. Master Lin. It's not that I don't trust you, but I've already used a lot of rat poison, and it didn't work at all. Even if it did, there are so many rats now that we couldn't possibly eliminate them all. The warehouse owner's anxious voice rang in his ears. But Lin Xuan ignored him, placing his index finger on his lips and making a shushing gesture.
Shoo, stay quiet and watch the show.
As he spoke, he stepped back a few paces and tossed the food mixed with rat poison forward. This action seemed to serve as a signal for the rats to attack.
Instantly, a large wave of black rats emerged from every nook and cranny.
Hey, these rats are rioting. It's probably because of Lin Shifu's rat poison.
It seems like that's exactly what happened. Those rats seemed to emerge the moment he tore open the rat poison packaging. Look quickly. It seems like the rats only have one target. I'm about to have a panic attack from all these rats. Chapter 60, Brother, you smell so good. Hundreds of rats surged out from all directions like a black tide, emerging from between rice sacks, wall cracks, and ceiling pipes. The dense crowd of rats emitted sharp squeaks. Larger rats used their sharp claws to climb over their companions' backs, pushing forward. Several smaller rats were crushed beneath them, emitting pitiful cries, but they were quickly swallowed up by the frenzy of feeding. Oh my god. DePeo's hands trembled slightly as he held his phone.
On the screen, several robust rats stood upright, using their front paws to firmly hold onto their food, baring their sharp fangs to drive away their fellow rats. Among them, a gray-haired rat nearly as large as a house cat was the most dominant. It opened its blood-stained mouth wide, swallowing an entire piece of bread whole, with a terrifying bulge protruding from its throat. Despite this, it continued to lash out with its tail at other rats attempting to.
Really? These mice aren't here to bite people, they're just after the rat poison? No, is the rat poison that appealing? It's almost like my cat when it's eating catnip, but wait, this is even crazier. I'm curious, aren't these rat poison pellets toxic? Why are they fighting so fiercely over them? Soon, the bait Lin Xuan had placed was completely devoured by the mice. However, there were simply too many of them, and the bait was like a drop in the ocean. Many more mice didn't even get a chance to eat. Old Lin, are you sure this rat poison works? And there are still so many rats that didn't get any. DePeo asked worriedly. Don't worry, just relax. I've got it under control. After saying that, Lin Xuan silently began counting in his mind. After eating the bait, the mice didn't rush to leave, and the red in their eyes hadn't faded. Just as Lin Xuan finished counting to 5 in his mind, the mice that had eaten the rat poison suddenly let out a piercing scream. The air was filled with an eerie silence, broken only by the rats' screams echoing in the distance. Lin Xuan stared at the glossy fur of the nearest rat and suddenly noticed that its originally blood-red eyes were beginning to be covered by a layer of grayish-white film. The rats that had eaten the poison were now convulsing violently under its effects, their front paws scratching the ground uncontrollably, and their throats emitting deathly whimpers. What was strange, however, was that the other rats, upon witnessing this scene, should have instinctively backed away and realized that the bait was a trap. But the oddity lay in the fact that not a single mouse left. Instead, their red eyes, which had been fixed on the bait, gradually shifted toward their convulsing, dying comrades. Mouse, brother, I can't help but think you smell so good and look so tempting. It was at the exact moment the first mouse stopped moving and ceased to breathe. It was unclear which mouse acted first, but in an instant, all the remaining mice rushed toward the dead mouse's body. They were tearing and biting at them relentlessly, as if the dead weren't their own kind but some incredibly tempting food. The livestream was completely stunned by this brutal scene. No way! How could these mice eat their own companions' corpses? I admit the host's rat poison is pretty powerful, but how could it make them eat their own kind? Wow, what's the principle behind this? I don't quite get it, but it feels pretty impressive. I have a feeling that the streamer's rat poison is like a dimensional attack on these rats. However, it feels like the amount of rat poison is too little. The streamer should add more quickly. The warehouse owner nearby was thinking the same thing. Seeing that the mice didn't seem to recognize the rat poison and died shortly after eating it, he realized that this rat poison was the real deal. He hurriedly said, "Brother, do you have any more rat poison? I'll buy it all. There are so many rats here, this isn't enough." "No problem, it's enough. It's enough to send all the rats here to hell." Lin Xuan waved his hand. But, before the owner could finish his sentence, he suddenly saw something in the warehouse that filled him with terror. The rats that had been gnawing on their dead companions suddenly collapsed, convulsed, and died within a short time. Most crucially, the dead rats were being devoured by the living ones. The rats that had been eaten also died one after another. This was forming a vicious cycle, with the number of rats steadily decreasing. Could this thing be contagious? Holy cow, with results like this, shouldn't the streamer consider starting a company? This stuff is so effective, I desperately need this rat poison. But I'm over 1,000 kilometers away from the streamer. Is this a chain-killing rat poison? The biochemical weapon of the rat world is confirmed. Help! Even if the mice are killing each other, why aren't they leaving the bodies alone? Family, anyone understand this? This isn't pest control, it's a mouse version of Train to Busan. Mice, if we known it would rot our bellies, we should listen to mom. Suggestion, submit this formula to the government. Its rat-killing efficiency is more powerful than a nuclear bomb. Double whammy of trypophobia and rodent phobia. My eyes need a wash.
Rat herd, let us have an internal virus relay race and see who gets laid out first. Lin Xuan immediately spotted the comment from someone 1,000 kilometers away. Sorry, due to the streamer's limited production capacity, this rat poison is currently only available for sale within the city and does not accept deliveries.
Gulp, gulp. 2 consecutive swallowing sounds echoed. DePeo looked at Lin Xuan with disbelief. He hadn't expected the rat poison he made to be that effective. After all, his lockpicking skills were so impressive he couldn't possibly be that skilled in pharmaceuticals too, could he? That didn't make sense. After all, if God opens a door for you, he must also close a window. But now, it seemed like God had opened all the doors for him. Old Lin, did you get this rat poison wholesale from the King of Hell?
Lin Xuan rolled his eyes at him.
Don't you know? I mixed it myself yesterday, bit by bit. It's actually made by the streamer himself. I thought the streamer bought it from somewhere else. Ha! Do you really think there's rat poison with such exaggerated effects on the market?
Of course the streamer made it themselves.
Wow, those damn mice. Finally, their nemesis has arrived. No way. I'll take the train there if I have to, just to buy a pack of rat poison. I've already bought my ticket. Bye everyone.
Lin Xuan looked at the layers of rat corpses piled up in the warehouse and gave the warehouse owner a reminder. Mr. Wang, you must dispose of these rat corpses promptly. It's best to burn them directly, otherwise, it might cause an epidemic.
The warehouse owner grinned, showing his 8 white teeth, and nodded happily. Don't worry. I understand all that. Chapter 61, New Supplier. The warehouse owner seemed to think of something.
He pulled out a stack of money from his pocket and counted out 15 bills.
Oh, here's the payment for the rat extermination. 1,500? Did you make a mistake? Didn't you say 1,000 earlier? The owner smiled. No, the extra 500 is a tip. Thank you for handling such a tricky situation for me.
I haven't slept well for 2 years because of those rats. The losses in the warehouse alone are more than $500, and you've gone through so much trouble. You've solved this problem for me once and for all, so of course I have to thank you. Lin Xuan thought for a moment and pulled out a packet of rat poison from his pocket. Well, since you've been so generous, I'll give you this pack of rat poison. Rats often migrate from other areas, so you can use this later to keep things quiet for a while. But I think the most permanent solution is to go to the countryside and find a tabby cat to raise. The orange cat you're raising looks like it's lazy and good for nothing. Lin Xuan pointed to the orange cat sleeping under the eaves. At that moment, the orange cat had just woken up and stretched lazily. It saw the 2 cat owners pointing at it and, with a touch of arrogance, yawned twice. Then it went back to sleep. The warehouse owner was speechless. He had been keeping this orange cat, the one that had been beaten up by the mice. Originally, he had been counting on it to drive away the mice, but instead, it had been driven away by the mice. Soon, after everything was settled, the 2 left. But as soon as they arrived in the city, they were stopped by someone. What are you doing here? We're here to buy rat poison. Rat poison? Lin Xuan was baffled. Seeing the other party's aggressive demeanor, he had thought they were looking for a fight. Thus, the reputation of the rat poison Lin Xuan had prepared spread quickly, and many people came to buy it.
After all, which household doesn't have a few rats?
Everyone hated mice with a passion. He was afraid there might be mice he hadn't seen, so he bought a pack just in case. It was only $50, and the results were so dramatic it was worth it. The musty smell of dampness mixed with the foul odor of sweat filled the basement. Zhao Yu curled up on the moldy mattress, his fingers trembling like dry branches. The last powder in the foil packet glowed an eerie dark red under the dim light. He greedily took a deep breath, and his nostrils were immediately filled with that familiar, sweet yet putrid odor. This was the moment he had been anticipating for 3 days. The euphoria from the previous 2 doses flashed through his mind like a slideshow, and with each memory, his temples throbbed more violently. Just as he was about to dissolve the powder in water, the iron door was violently kicked open. A blinding flashlight beam instantly engulfed the entire room. Zhao Yu looked up in terror, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks under the intense light.
5 shadowy figures blocked the doorway.
The leader, a man with a scarred face, held a cigar in his mouth. The scar on his left cheek, resembling a centipede, twisted and writhed with each chew. Zhao Yu, you're looking pretty comfortable, the scarred man sneered, lifting his foot to crush the scattered aluminum foil and syringes on the ground. Zhao Yu immediately dropped to his knees and crawled toward the scarred man, speaking in a fawning tone.
It's all thanks to your kindness, Brother Long. Longa nodded slightly, seemingly very satisfied with what the other had said. Enough. I'm not here to cause trouble today. There's a business deal for you. It's the same as last time. Help me transport drugs. The price is still $2,000. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yu's eyes lit up with excitement.
Although the drugs he had obtained this time were half the price of before, his savings were limited. With an extra $2,000, he could live it up for a while longer. The past few days had been like a dream come true, and he couldn't bear to leave. However, at that moment, a sharp-eyed subordinate noticed the drugs Zhao Yu was preparing to inject. Normally, he wouldn't have paid it any mind, but the faint reddish tint emanating from the powder under the light made him feel something was off. He had seen plenty of drugs before, and their supply always came from the H organization. But he had never seen drugs that glowed red before.
Where had this guy gotten them from? The subordinate immediately passed the information on to Dragon Brother in a whisper.
Long Gu narrowed his eyes, his gaze piercing through Zhao Yu to the foil behind him. Zhao Yu felt as though he were in an ice cellar, cold sweat soaking his back in an instant. He frantically tried to hide the foil packet behind him, but it was snatched away by a sharp-eyed subordinate.
He took a whiff. It was indeed different.
Long Gu furrowed his brows, stepped forward, and grabbed Zhao Yu's chin, forcing him to look him in the eyes. "Tell me, where did you get this new stuff?" Zhao Yu thought he was being scolded for not buying the drugs from him. He hurriedly knelt down and said,
"Brother Long, it's really not my fault.
"The guy who sold me drugs before was your subordinate, and he's in jail now."
I didn't have your contact information.
"At the time, I was desperate for drugs, so I was introduced to someone else."
"Brother Long, I didn't mean to. I definitely wanted to buy from you." Zhao Yu's throat tightened.
In his eyes, Brother Long was like a ferocious beast from ancient times, inspiring both awe and fear.
After all, as far as he knew, this Dragon Brother was a real killer. Oh, new stuff? Long Gu was momentarily curious.
He was well aware that one of his men had already been arrested, so he didn't doubt the man's story.
He was slightly intrigued by this new shipment.
Everyone knew that in Star City, the drug supply had long been monopolized by the H organization.
Yet someone dared to risk their life by selling new goods. Aren't they afraid the H organization will come looking for them?
This was a drug trafficking organization that had been battling the police for years without being caught. If they found out that someone was secretly manufacturing drugs within their territory, that person wouldn't have a good ending.
But he wasn't part of the H organization.
He only sold the goods. He didn't care where they came from. Looking at the unfamiliar drugs, he suddenly grabbed the foil packet, pinched a small amount of powder, and brought it close to his nose. Zhao Yu saw that Zhao Yu had taken his precious, limited supply of drugs, and felt a pang of regret, but it was only temporary. After all, it wasn't expensive. He could always buy more. So he didn't stubbornly try to stop Long Gu. After all, not only would he fail to stop him, but he'd also end up getting beaten up badly. Why bother? On Long Gu's side, in an instant, an unprecedented surge of excitement rushed to his head. His pupils dilated sharply, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Before Zhao Yu could react, Long Gu had already inhaled all the remaining powder into his nostrils.
Chapter 62, Investigate.
An intense dizziness overwhelmed him, and Long Gu staggered, grabbing the wall for support. Distorted lights began to dance before his eyes, as if he were trapped in a burning hell or floating in the icy depths of the ocean. He instantly realized that this sensation was several times more intense than the top-grade stuff he had obtained from the H organization, and the duration was astonishingly long. An entire hour later, he finally began to come to his senses from the extreme euphoria, with beads of sweat the size of peas rolling down his forehead. "Where did you get this stuff?" Long Gu suddenly grabbed Zhao Yu by the collar.
"Speak." His face betrayed his excitement.
A drug of such purity, he had to know where this supply came from, or else he would be eliminated from the market. Zhao Yu, choking on the collar, managed to recount the events of that morning at the breakfast shop in broken sentences.
"This is the phone number of the person I contacted earlier. You can contact him directly."
After getting the phone number, Long Gu immediately pushed Zhao Yu aside.
He hurriedly entered the number into his phone, eager to call and inquire further.
But suddenly, as he finished entering the last digit, his hand froze. Because this phone number was already saved in his phone, with the note monkey.
He knew this name and had met the person a few times before.
The person was also a middleman in the drug trade, just like him. This guy had actually found another drug supply channel.
Good for him. With such a good business opportunity, he didn't even tell him. No way, it seems like he needs to talk to the other guy. This new drug deal, he has to get involved too. Let us go. At Long Ji's command, several henchmen immediately followed suit.
It seemed they were heading to talk to that monkey.
The door slammed shut once more.
Zhao Yu was left sitting on the ground, panting heavily. The other party seemed to have forgotten one thing: the matter of transporting the drugs. Seeing the other party's excited expression, Zhao Yu dared not remind them.
He didn't know that it was just a newer, more potent version of the drug. Why were they making such a fuss? However, when he saw the empty aluminum foil on his desk, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. It seemed he would have to go buy some more. With that thought, he dialed the number again. The person labeled Monkey in Long Ji's contacts.
Monkey had been dealing drugs in Star City for 2 or 3 years.
He has made a fortune.
Of course, the main reason was the stable supply of drugs from the H organization that provided them with drugs for resale. Even when the city launched anti-drug campaigns, they remained unstoppable. They had the capital to back it up. They've been going up against the police for years and haven't been caught once. That's what capital can do. He sat in his specially decorated office, chewing on a cigar. He had come from a poor background and had often seen bosses on TV doing the same. Leather sofas and cigars. So once he became wealthy, he immediately got himself a set. However, he did have some complaints. The cigars were terrible, not nearly as good as the cheapest white cigarettes. But for appearance's sake, he did light one occasionally. Just as he was about to lie down on the leather sofa for a short rest, there was a knock on the door. He frowned and said, "What's the matter?" "Monkey brother, there's a man outside claiming to be Dragon brother, and he has your phone number."
Dragon brother? The scar-faced dragon, right? What does he want with me?
"Monkey brother, I don't know either, they didn't say."
Monkey hesitated for a moment.
Usually, the two of them kept to their own areas, dealing drugs separately, and there shouldn't have been any overlap.
Why is he coming to find me this time?
But after thinking it over, he decided to let them in.
All right, let him in. The rest of you wait in the living room.
Yes.
The subordinate immediately sprang into action upon hearing the orders. In the office, Long Gu extinguished his cigar in the crystal ashtray. As sparks flew, the centipede-shaped scar on his left cheek twitched.
Across from him, Monkey was pouring whiskey into a highball glass from a silver decanter.
"Brother Long, how come you have time to drop by my little place today?"
Monkey pushed the glass toward him, the jade ring on his ring finger glinting a faint green in the light.
"Aren't you usually out partying in the western part of the city?"
His tone was just the right mix of familiarity and warmth. Dragon brother lifted the glass, the sharp scent of whiskey hitting his nose. He paused deliberately.
"Isn't this because you missed your brother?"
He grinned, the scar twisting into a terrifying shape with his expression.
"Missing a brother?" Monkey scoffed inwardly. "He probably just wants to rush to his brother's defense, doesn't he?
But it's just polite talk."
"Who doesn't know how to say that?" "Me too, Long Gu. It's been ages since we last saw each other. Now that you're here, I'll make sure to treat you properly.
We definitely need to have a proper gathering today, but before that, I have something I need to ask you."
"Oh? So you have other motives after all?"
He wanted to see what kind of schemes this scar-faced dragon had up his sleeve.
On the surface, he continued to speak enthusiastically. "Brother Long, feel free to ask anything. I'll tell you everything I know. Here's the thing.
I've heard that a new batch of drugs has entered our city recently, and they're more potent than what the H organization has been supplying us with.
Have you heard anything about this?"
After saying this, Dragon brother fixed his gaze intently on Monkey.
But Monkey wasn't one to be easily fooled.
After all these years in the drug trade, if he couldn't even hide his own thoughts, he'd truly be wasting his time.
However, Monkey was no fool.
He quickly realized why Long Gu had suddenly brought up the topic.
Could it be that the other side thinks this new drug is coming from his operation?
But he knew his own business best. His drug supply had always been stable, coming directly from the H organization.
I've heard rumors about that, but they're just hearsay. No one knows for sure the drug trade in Star City is completely controlled by the H organization. Which fool dares to stick their hands into Star City? Dragon brother, you agree, right?
Monkey raised his wine glass, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Long Gu had been observing Monkey's expression. When he saw him raise his glass and smile, he did the same.
You're right. Who's so blind as to stick their nose into Star City? Come on, let's not talk about this anymore.
Cheers. Cheers. The two continued to clink glasses, and during the exchange, Monkey called over a few beautiful women to join them. Dragon brother seemed well versed in such matters, immediately wrapping his arms around two beauties, drinking while playing drinking games with the monkey. It wasn't until both of them were drunk that Dragon brother, with the help of his henchmen, bid farewell and left. The monkey, equally drunk, tried to hold him back.
Chapter 63, Turbulent Passions.
But just as the car carrying Long Gu was a certain distance away, his eyes, which had been filled with drunkenness, suddenly cleared. It turned out he hadn't been drunk at all.
No wonder.
He had been drinking since he was 15, and alcohol had become an integral part of his life. Now, he could drink 3 pounds of alcohol, so a few bottles of foreign liquor were no match for him. The younger men by his side seemed unfazed.
Brother Long? What's the plan now?
Long Gu didn't respond immediately but instead muttered to himself.
This old fox.
After all these years, I never thought he'd still be so cunning.
He answered every question flawlessly.
I'm still unsure if the drugs actually came from him.
Long Gu remained silent for a moment before speaking quickly. Alright, have someone keep an eye on Zhao Yu.
Now that his drugs are gone, he'll definitely try to buy more.
Find out where he's getting them from. Yes.
Meanwhile, on Monkey's side, while the car was still within their sight, his expression was still drunk and reluctant. But as soon as the car turned the corner, he snapped back to sobriety.
If the other guy wasn't drunk, why should he be?
His mind kept replaying the words the other person had said earlier, and he couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. The drug market had always been controlled by the H organization. If there was indeed a new drug as potent as those produced by the H organization, that would be excellent news. Since drugs were monopolized by a single organization, the wholesale prices were high, resulting in significantly reduced profits for middlemen like them. To make more money, they had no choice but to raise the price per unit, but the addicts didn't have that kind of money to buy it. Therefore, if a new drug were to emerge, it would mean that others were getting involved. After all, if the H organization had a new drug, they would have already widely publicized it, and these people would certainly be aware of it. He doesn't believe that those who dare to meddle are unaware of the current situation in Xinjiang. Anyone who dares to meddle at this time must have extraordinary power.
Even if a strong dragon doesn't bully a local snake, what if that dragon is a 5-clawed golden dragon? He waved over a man. Go, investigate.
Check if any new drugs have appeared in the drug market recently and confirm their source.
Yes.
A young man with yellow hair replied and immediately ran out the door. But the mastermind behind all this, our protagonist Lin Xuan, was completely unaware of any of it. Ever since he demonstrated the effects of rat poison in his livestream, it had been flying off the shelves.
Every day, there were crowds of people lining up at his stall eager to buy the rat poison.
However, all of these were made by him alone, and he couldn't possibly handle the demand by himself. This led to a shortage of rat poison.
By evening,
Lin Xuan was still on the balcony, working hard to make the rat poison. Inside the room, DePeo was preparing dinner. Tonight's dinner was quite elaborate. DePeo had rare enthusiasm to cook a sumptuous meal. Old Lin, stop working for now and come eat first.
Coming.
Lin Xuan went to the bathroom to wash his hands briefly before sitting down at the dining table. When he saw the several large dishes on the table, he couldn't help but praise them. Wow, I didn't know you had such cooking skills.
What's so great? Don't look at my figure.
As the saying goes, those who know how to eat know how to cook.
Come on, try the taste first, don't just look at the surface. DePeo's expression was slightly smug. Alright, I'll give it a try.
Saying that, he picked up a tender piece of pork rib with his chopsticks, placed it in his mouth, and gently bit down.
The meat and bones separated effortlessly. Lin Xuan's expression lit up immediately. Not bad. The meat is so tender, and the flavor is rich and aromatic. He.
As long as it's tasty, I was worried my cooking skills had gotten rusty from not cooking for so long.
Nonsense, your cooking is top-notch.
Just as Lin Xuan finished praising her, he seemed to think of something and turned to DePeo.
Oh, right, haven't seen the troublemaker across the street lately? DePeo sighed helplessly. That's all thanks to you. I heard that the guy across the street has this terrible smell that won't go away. Wherever he goes, people avoid him, and no one wants to have anything to do with him. They've apparently lost their jobs, their wives have gone back to their parents' homes, and he is off somewhere no one knows where. He hasn't come back. Good riddance. I saw in the homeowners group chat that everyone is setting off firecrackers over there.
Lin Xuan said with a smile.
Of course.
The two troublemakers are gone, so everyone is happy. At least they can live in peace now, especially the people on the 302nd floor.
I heard they're the happiest. Big Cannon smiled as he said this. Why? Lin Xuan asked in confusion.
DePeo didn't beat around the bush and said directly.
It's all because of what those two crazy old fools said.
As long as they were at home, no one upstairs was allowed to make a single sound, not even the slightest splash of water. If they did, those two would use their earthquake machine to punish them. Now the people upstairs have no choice but to force themselves to master the stealth skills of an assassin, walking silently, being careful not to make a sound while doing anything.
Lin Xuan sneered disdainfully.
With such a domineering attitude, I usually just confront them head-on.
If I'm not going to have it easy, neither will you. DePeo snorted derisively.
The people upstairs were thinking the same thing back then, but they couldn't match you, so they had to swallow their pride in the end.
Pfft, that's because they didn't encounter me. I have plenty of ways to deal with people. I guarantee they can't match me.
Lin Xuan looked down on them.
DePeo recalled the exaggerated scene at someone else's warehouse a couple of days ago and nodded in agreement after thinking about it. That's true. If you had just made some rat poison packets and thrown them into his house, he would have gone crazy. Li Jian, who was far away trying to get rid of the smell on his body, suddenly sneezed. Who is talking about me again? My grandmother must be here. This smell on me won't come off no matter how I wash it. It's like it's soaked in. Speaking of which, let us go to old Chen's dumpling shop for breakfast tomorrow morning. I feel like I'm going to go crazy if I don't eat there for a day. Lin Xuan seemed to recall the taste of that day's breakfast and couldn't help but lick his lips. DePeo was speechless. Enough already. You're eating what I made, but you're thinking about someone else's cooking. You're being too fickle. That's different. Home-cooked food is delicious, but for some reason, food from outside just tastes better. Before he could finish, DePeo picked up a large piece of meat and tossed it into his bowl. Enough. You can't shut you in with food. Chapter 64, Zhao Yu, everyone staring at me? After finishing his meal, Lin Xuan voluntarily began clearing the dishes. DePeo watched Lin Xuan's figure and suddenly thought of something odd. Hey, wait a minute. I noticed you're really frugal. Let's not even talk about the 10,000 I gave you earlier. Just in the past few days, you've made at least 10,000 more. Why haven't I seen you spend any of it? Lin Xuan replied without turning his head. Spend money? That's something only people without ambition do. A young person with ambition should work hard and save as much as possible. Ha, you can make being stingy sound so good, that's quite an achievement. I'm just curious when you'll finally buy that electric tricycle. Lin Xuan didn't answer the question. Instead, he silently opened his phone, saw the few thousand yuan in his Feixing balance, and silently transferred it all to his bank card. Speaking of which, Deapeo had reminded him that it was time to ask for the money. He did go to the police station in a few days to inquire about when his 10,000 yuan reward would be dispersed. It was late at night, and most residential buildings had already shut off their lights and gone to rest. However, there was a small area that was now at its liveliest. In the VIP suite of the Supreme Human World nightclub, crystal chandeliers cast mesmerizing patterns of light, while subwoofers shook the floor with bass so powerful it made your skin tingle. Monkey was sunk into the leather sofa, a cigar burning with a crimson ember between his fingers, ash falling onto the expensive velvet cuffs. A bunny girl beside him fed him cherries with a silver fork. Just then, the door to the VIP room was pushed open a crack. His trusted henchman, A Biao, crouched his way inside, his earpiece still hanging from his neck, and leaned in close to Monkey's ear to whisper. Boss, I've already looked into some of the information you asked me to investigate earlier. He paused for a moment, glancing cautiously around the room. The monkey immediately understood and gave a subtle signal with his right hand, and everyone left the private room. Alright, tell me what you found out. It's like this, boss. I followed your instructions and investigated the drug market, but I didn't find any information about new drugs being released. However, I did hear something suspicious. Do you remember Wang Jianguo, one of our men? He's the one who always looks so righteous and never thinks he's doing anything wrong. Monkey's eyes seemed to be recalling something, and soon, the image of Wang Jianguo appeared in his mind, a rather upright, square-faced man. Oh, I remember him. What is going on? Is this new drug related to him? Ah Biao shook his head. I'm not sure if the new drug is connected to him, but he mentioned something to me earlier. It was just 2 days ago that a drug addict contacted him wanting to buy drugs. When he went there, he waited for a long time, but the junkie never showed up. Eventually, he had to go back. But the most puzzling thing happened today. Around this time in the afternoon, the same junkie who didn't show up before called him, saying he wanted to buy drugs. Monkey interrupted, rubbing his chin. Maybe he thought the drugs he bought elsewhere weren't cost-effective and decided to switch to us? Boss, I thought the same as you at first, but do you know what the drug addict said on the phone? He said he really liked the drugs we sold him last time and wanted to buy the same kind this time. But according to Wang Jianguo, he never completed any transaction with him last time. A Biao shrugged his shoulders in surprise. Monkey now found the situation increasingly intriguing. By the way, did Wang Jianguo agree to it? He did. At the time, he thought, why not make some money if it's there? What's wrong, boss? Do you think something's off? I'll have him cancel it now. As soon as A Biao finished speaking, he was interrupted by Monkey waving his hand. No need, just let him proceed as usual. Tomorrow, the few of us will go check it out. I'm curious to know if what Scarface said was just empty talk. When the carved pearwood door was kicked open, Dragon Brother was playing with his jade ring. The young henchman Ah Cohen burst in, his hair dripping wet, as if he had just finished some strenuous activity. What's the rush? Long Go put down the ring and looked at the person who had entered, his expression stern and commanding. Ah Cohen was panting like a fish out of water, his undershirt completely soaked through with sweat. Long Go, the surveillance equipment. Zhao Yu, that bastard, is about to make a deal. He pulled out a voice recorder from his pocket and handed it to Long Gu. Long Gu, who had been looking disinterested, suddenly fixed his gaze on it, sitting up straight. Speak clearly. Ah Cohen took a deep breath before continuing. This afternoon, Zhao Yu called an unknown number. The person on the other end said the transaction was taking place at Old Chen's dumpling shop, just like last time, using rat poison as a cover. Later, I managed to track down the unknown number. Do you know what I found? It was Wang Jianguo, one of Monkey's men. Long Gu smiled slightly upon hearing this, seeming to have guessed correctly. This new drug was indeed connected to Monkey, and that guy was even pretending to know nothing about it. Oomph. Now that I know about this, he'll have to share the profits no matter what. Good. This is excellent news. Keep monitoring and see if there's any other information. Yes. Ah Cohen then asked curiously, shouldn't we stop them from making the deal tomorrow? But Long Gu seemed to have heard something amusing. Stop them? Are you kidding? Not only will I not stop them tomorrow, I'll find a way to facilitate their transaction. Otherwise, how can we catch him red-handed? I know Monkey's temperament. He is the type who speaks indirectly in one act until he sees results. Got it. Boss. I'll go arrange it right away. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut again. Long Gu leaned back into the comfortable leather sofa chair and began fiddling with the jade ring he had placed there earlier. This was given to him by a jade merchant addicted to drugs, in exchange for what he considered to be extremely cheap drugs. Those addicted to drugs can no longer be considered normal human beings. To obtain the drugs they craved, they had lost their basic ability to think and judge. As long as they could achieve their goal, they were willing to do anything. Therefore, these people are truly terrifying.
And this new drug, with its exaggerated effects, is sure to cause a stir in the drug market. If he didn't know about this, it wouldn't matter, but he does know. Therefore, he must seize this opportunity, for seizing the drugs means seizing the lives of those addicts.
Chapter 65. Here to buy rat poison again. The next morning,
Lin Xuan got up early and went to old Chen's dumpling shop with DePeo to secure a spot.
By the way, DePeo, don't rush to start streaming today. I want to enjoy a nice breakfast.
Every time before, it was so crowded that I didn't even have time to eat. DePeo said with a smile.
Don't worry, if you don't want me to start streaming today, I won tea. How about that? That's great. I'm glad you're so considerate. Rice porridge and buns are here. Be careful, it's hot.
As a server brought their breakfast, Lin Xuan and the others quickly dug in. Zhao Yue's palms were sweaty as he gripped his phone, wiping them on his pant leg before glancing at the time exactly 7:30 a.m. Yesterday, he had contacted that person as usual to buy drugs, and they had agreed to use the same transaction method as last time. However, he couldn't understand why the other person had said he had waited for a long time last time, when he had arrived and completed the transaction immediately. But his drug-addled mind could barely process such complex thoughts. Thinking about the impending pleasure, his throat tightened involuntarily, his fingernails digging deeply into his palms, and his face flushed with excitement.
Wang Jianhua, wearing a baseball cap, leaned against a utility pole at the alley entrance.
His eyes, hidden behind sunglasses, fixed on the entrance of the dumpling shop. The last time, the transaction hadn't gone through, and he didn't believe this time would be any different. Of course, the most important thing was that this time, he wasn't alone. Soon, Wang Jianhua spotted Zhao Yue's figure. Though he had never seen the man's face before, his years of dealing with drug addicts allowed him to recognize him immediately. He hurriedly ran into the alley behind him and approached a shorter man, speaking in a fawning tone.
Boss, the kid's here. What should we do now?
This short man was none other than Monkey. Monkey casually tossed the half-smoked cigarette on the ground and flicked it with his shoe.
Wait here. I'll see who that kid is dealing with.
In Monkey's eyes, the situation was already clear. He wanted to know who the person dealing with Zhao Yu was, so he could find out the source of the new drugs.
But just as they were waiting, in another alley that Monkey and his men couldn't see, Long Gu and his men had already been waiting there for some time. As soon as Zhao Yu appeared, Ah Biao whispered beside him. Boss, Zhao Yu is here.
Long Gu, who had been closing his eyes to rest, immediately opened them upon hearing this.
He's here? Did he make contact with anyone? Not yet.
From his expression, he seems to be searching for something.
Just as Akuan finished speaking, his eyes happened to glance in Zhao Yu's direction again.
Seeing Zhao Yu's movements, his expression changed abruptly.
Something's wrong. Boss. He seems to be moving.
Long Gu had been somewhat careless, but at that moment, he pushed aside the many henchmen and looked in Zhao Yu's direction. He saw the other man heading toward old Chen's dumpling shop, his target clear. Lin Xuan held an enamel bowl, bit into a freshly steamed bun with some pickles, and the scalding broth made him suck in sharply.
Sir, I need to speak with you. A weak, hoarse voice suddenly pierced the morning bustle at the food stall.
Lin Xuan's hand trembled, and half a bun nearly fell into the bowl. He looked up and saw a man wearing a black baseball cap standing beside him. A black long-sleeved t-shirt clung to his gaunt frame, and even in the 30-degree heat, the cuffs were tightly wrapped around his wrists. The anger he had just begun to feel vanished instantly upon seeing the man again. Because he recognized the man, it was the same strange person who had bought rat poison from him before.
Last time, he had given him $500 just for a single packet? Could it be that he was here to demand more money?
He didn't think the man was back to buy more rat poison, because the effectiveness of his rat poison was such that killing rats definitely didn't require a second packet. But to be sure, he raised his head and asked,
"What do you want from me? Sir, do you remember me?
I came here to buy something last time."
Zhao Yu's emotions were a bit agitated. I remember you. So, is there something else you need this time?
Zhao Yu stood beside Lin Xuan, his Adam's apple bobbing violently. He stared intently at the person in front of him, his cracked lips trembling. As the last remnant of the flame was extinguished, that bone-chilling emptiness nearly consumed him. Seeing the familiar figure, his nostrils seemed to fill with that sweet, cloying scent, and his legs trembled uncontrollably.
I need the rat poison you sold me last time.
He emphasized the words rat poison deliberately. Though he didn't understand why, even though they had already agreed, he felt the need to ask such a redundant question. But all he wanted now was to get the drug quickly so he could go back to his carefree life. Lin Xuan saw the other person looking so anxious and couldn't help but be taken aback.
Wait, how bad is the rat problem at your place? One pack of rat poison isn't enough, and you need another one?
That's right, Lin Xuan had assumed the other person was so anxious because they were being bothered by the mice. But turning down business is foolish.
It's just a matter of exchanging money for goods. Delaying breakfast for a few minutes is fine, as long as it doesn't interfere with meals. He actually enjoyed doing business. Alright, I'll go get you a pack right now.
Under Zhao Yu's eager gaze, Lin Xuan walked toward the tricycle. Zhao Yu followed his movements and immediately spotted the large bag of rat poison.
Are those all of them? If they were all mine, that would be great. No, last time I only got one bag and it wasn't enough. This time I need to buy more. Zhao Yu couldn't help but think to himself. Soon, Lin Xuan tossed over a packet of rat poison. Here you go. However, when Zhao Yu saw that there was only one packet of rat poison, he was clearly dissatisfied. Just one packet? I wanted to buy 2 this time. This left Lin Xuan feeling completely baffled. He stood there for a moment before asking in confusion. Why do you need 2 packets of rat poison? If it works, 1 should be enough. Actually, he had another thought he didn't voice, mainly because he didn't want the customer to get upset. Why buy so much rat poison? Are you planning to eat it? After all, the rat poison he had was highly contagious. Once one died, the entire nest would be wiped out. Even if a new nest moved in from elsewhere, just 1 pack would be enough to handle it. Zhao Yu thought Lin Xuan was hinting at a purchase limit, that one person could only buy 1 pack at a time, so he didn't think much of it. Chapter 66, Why are you buying my rat poison? But 1 packet isn't enough, at least 2 are needed. That way, he could stay home for at least a week. So Zhao Yu also said with a smile. Brother, just sell me 1 more pack. I'll pay you back. Sell you 1 more pack? Lin Xuan was puzzled. No, why do you need so much medicine? Why? Of course it's for smoking. Why is this drug dealer acting so strange today? I've never heard of drug dealers imposing rationing before. Even if it's a new drug, there is no need to ration it, right? Zhao Yu thought to himself, and suddenly a possibility popped into his mind. Wait a minute. Could it be that this new drug is in very short supply? Or maybe they're worried I'll buy too much and resell it? But I don't have any connections, and I only bought 2 packets. It's not like I'm going to resell them. No, I need to talk to him properly. Alright, do you still want this packet of rat poison? Lin Xuan watched as DePeo was already on his second steamer of buns, and seeing that he was about to run out, he grew a bit impatient. Yes. Of course I want it. But, big brother, I really need it. Can we step aside and talk? Zhao Yu thought for a moment and decided to try to build a rapport with this guy. Step aside? Lin Xuan had already found this man strange, and now hearing him ask to step aside to talk made him even more suspicious. Could this guy be some kind of criminal? After all, who would wear so many layers of clothes on such a hot day? Doesn't he feel hot? Forget about stepping aside. Just say what you need to say here. Lin Xuan waved his hand. However, these words fell into Zhao Yu's ears, causing him to involuntarily give him a thumbs up. This was the kind of person who remained calm in any situation. To mention drug trafficking in such a crowded place and not even flinch, that was impressive. But he didn't think he was the type to do big things. Seeing the other person insist, he could only lean closer to Lin Xuan and whisper in his ear. For some reason, as the other person drew near, an extremely unbearable stench of rot filled Lin Xuan's nostrils. This stench was different from the foul-smelling agent he had previously developed. It was the putrid odor of something rotting in a sewer. He couldn't understand how a person could smell like that. Could it be that he had been sleeping in a sewer? If that were the case, it would make sense to use more rat poison in that place. But he was also curious about what the other person wanted to say, that it required such secrecy. Zhao Yu then spoke in the lowest voice possible. Brother, we've done business before, so we're familiar with each other. Just sell me 1 more packet, and I promise I won't tell anyone else or break your rules. The thing is, this new drug is really pure. The effects are incredibly strong. After just 1 hit, the high lasts for ages. Plus, ever since I tried your drug, I haven't felt anything from any other drugs. Having done a deal once does count as being somewhat familiar. What do you mean, breaking my rules? Did I set any rules? The new drug is pure? Of course it's pure. I carefully formulated it myself. It's not like those mass-produced factory products. Can it be better than something made on site? Just 1 hit? That's rat poison, not meant for humans. It's supposed to be mixed into food for rats. Did this person use it wrong? Wait a minute. Lin Xuan's breathing suddenly tightened. Did I hear that wrong? The subject of inhale was I? How could a person possibly inhale rat poison? I must have heard wrong. Did you say that wrong? You said you inhaled my medicine? That's impossible. Zhao Yu seemed to have thought of something, slapped his head, and said sheepishly. Right. Sorry, I made a mistake just now. Lin Xuan's heart, which had been in his throat, finally relaxed. I knew it. If someone ate rat poison, wouldn't they die? But the next moment, Zhao Yu spoke up. I almost forgot I didn't inhale it. To make the effects last longer, I usually inject it directly. Lin Xuan's relaxed expression froze, followed by shock. What the hell? You injected the rat poison I sold you. Brother! What is the difference between snorting it and injecting it? Facing Lin Xuan's sudden outburst, Zhao Yu was equally baffled. What's the big deal? Drugs aren't mandatory to smoke, are they? What's wrong with injecting it? Get out! I'm not selling anymore. As he spoke, Lin Xuan pushed Zhao Yu away. At this point, Zhao Yu was even more confused. What did I do to offend him just now?
DePeo clearly heard Lin Xian's raised voice and, without finishing his steamed buns, came over to Lin Xian's side.
What is going on? Did something happen?
As soon as he arrived, he stood beside Lin Xian and stared at Zhao Yu across the way. Zhao Yu saw this person coming over from the other side and assumed he was the one behind Lin Xian's drug dealing.
Isn't that how it's portrayed in TV dramas? Big shots never handle things directly.
So, thinking this, he spoke in a flattering tone.
Sir, it's like this. I just wanted to buy another pack of rat poison.
But this guy refuses to sell it.
Don't worry.
I've already prepared the money, still at the same price, $500 per pack. As soon as he finished speaking, he eagerly pulled out a crumpled 1,000 yuan note from his pocket. DePeo saw that the other guy was willing to spend $500 on a pack of rat poison and immediately patted Lin Xian on the shoulder.
Old Lin. That's not right of you. Look at how sincere this brother is. It's just one more pack. You see how much you prepared yesterday, it'll go to waste if you don't sell it.
As he spoke, he reached out to take the money from Zhao Yu's hand. Zhao Yu saw that the deal was almost done and, feeling pleased, handed over the money voluntarily. But just as Big Cannon reached out, Lin Xian firmly grabbed his hand.
No way. We absolutely can't take this money, and we absolutely can't sell the medicine.
DePeo looked confused and touched his forehead with his right hand.
You're not feverish.
He had originally thought that Lin Xian was upset because he had been disturbed while eating breakfast and refused to sell it. But now it seemed like he had lost his mind.
Someone was offering 10 times the price for the item and you refused to sell it, insisting on $50? Lin Xian looked at him and immediately understood what DePeo was thinking. He rolled his eyes and said, "Get out of here. Stop acting like a fool. Do you know what that guy said?"
"What did he say?" DePeo had just arrived and hadn't heard what had been said earlier. He was also curious about what had been said that made Lin Xian refuse to sell the rat poison to him.
Chapter 67, Sell It or Die.
Lin Xian spoke angrily, enunciating each word clearly. He said he was buying the rat poison to snort. DePeo's body froze for a moment, then he turned around and looked at Zhao Yu over there, his eyes seeming to seek confirmation.
Zhao Yu nodded helplessly. That's right, I bought this to sniff, isn't that obvious? What's so strange about that? Are you going to tell me what to do with it?
But this time, Lin Xian and DePeo spoke in unison.
Of course we have to stop you. What the hell are you sucking on? It's the rat poison I sold you. If you want to die, don't drag me into it.
Lin Xian didn't want to end up in jail again.
What do you mean? What do you mean I'm asking for death? I've been doing this for years and I'm still alive. What are you so worried about?
Zhao Yu thought the other person was afraid he'd die from taking too many drugs, but now if he left the drugs, he'd die on the spot. Lin Xian and DePeo exchanged glances, and finally, Lin Xian couldn't hold back anymore.
This is rat poison. Even rats would die from eating it. Do you think it's candy? Zhao Yu was also getting angry by now. What rat poison? I'm not stupid. Do we really need to play this game? If you don't want to sell it, just say so.
At that moment, Lin Xian decisively put the rat poison back.
That's right, I don't want to sell it to you anymore. Just leave.
Zhao Yu had only been speaking out of anger, but he didn't expect the other party to actually refuse to sell it.
He immediately grew anxious. No way. You have to sell it to me today.
Zhao Yu's bloodshot eyes fixed on the packet of rat poison powder in Lin Xian's tricycle, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. He suddenly ripped off his baseball cap, revealing his disheveled hair, and shouted, "I must have it today." Before he could finish speaking, he lunged toward the tricycle, his emaciated fingers clawing at the poison packet like an eagle's talons. Lin Xian happened to be standing between the man and the tricycle. Caught off guard, he was knocked back, stumbling and nearly falling to the ground. By the time he regained his balance, he saw that the man had already reached the tricycle and was reaching for the bag containing the rat poison. Seeing the large quantity of rat poison, Zhao Yu's heart was filled with greed.
If all of this were his, he wouldn't have to buy any more. He could live comfortably every day.
His mind, corrupted by drugs, had already made him subconsciously ignore the risk of being arrested by the police for robbery. And as an addict, if he were caught by the police, he would face even harsher punishment. But under the temptation of drugs, he still reached out his sinful hands.
Robbery!
Lin Xian shouted at the top of his lungs, grabbing a plate nearby and throwing it at Zhao Yu to stop him. But Zhao Yu was already out of his mind and didn't even feel the pain on his body. DePeo grabbed a steamed bun nearby and threw it at Zhao Yu's body, while using his hands to pull Zhao Yu's body, preventing him from leaving. While struggling, he kept shouting,
"No, brother! Is this really necessary? You're even stealing rat poison! Let go! Let go!"
Zhao Yu wildly swung his arms, but his body, drained by drugs, couldn't match DePeo's strength. He was held down forcefully. At this point, Lin Xian was also getting annoyed.
This is just a small business. If you want to kill yourself, don't come after me.
Seeing the other man's arms tightly clutching the rat poison he had packed, he immediately rushed forward and grabbed the bag with his hands. But what Zhao Yu was holding was his future happiness. How could he let go so easily? For a moment, his frail body seemed to erupt with the potential of life. He was actually holding his own against Lin Xuan. But no matter how much they struggled, the bag was just an ordinary bag. After a few back and forth tugs, the bag quickly tore open. With a tearing sound, the rat poison spilled everywhere. Fortunately, the small packaging bags were of good quality and didn't let the powder leak out. Otherwise, the scene would have been swarming with rats.
Lin Xian's intense movements quickly drew the attention of the onlookers.
As the rat poison scattered in all directions, the crowd scattered in fear, with some even pulling out their phones to call the police.
Passers-by A, what's going on? Why did they suddenly start fighting?
Passers-by B, it seems like that person refused to sell rat poison to someone else.
Passers-by C, I think I heard someone say they were going to inhale the rat poison. Passers-by D, inhaling rat poison? Are you kidding? That's deadly, you know.
With a thud, Jiayu lost his balance and fell to the ground. Lin Xuan, however, had a more stable base and managed to steady himself after taking a few steps back.
What the hell? Are you crazy?
I'm just running a small business selling rat poison.
Don't target me. If you want to kill yourself, why not choose a bigger brand? Their products have a 100% guarantee. They guarantee you'll die by the next day. My stuff hasn't been tested, so the effects are unpredictable. Lin Xuan couldn't help but curse. But Jiayu didn't listen.
His nostrils were filled with the sweet, sickly scent of the drugs.
He wanted them all.
I'll see who dares to move. Jiayu suddenly pulled out a fruit knife from his pants pocket, the blade glinting in the sunlight. He swung the knife in one hand while grabbing several packets of rat poison with the other, clutching them tightly to his chest.
He roared like a caged beast, "This is mine. No one is taking it."
As he shouted, he also gathered the scattered rat poison on the ground and stuffed it into his pockets.
Just a minute earlier,
Monkey had already noticed what the person dealing with Jiayu looked like.
Let's go. We'll go over there and confront him. Let's see if this guy is really dealing new drugs. Monkey had already made up his mind.
If there really was a new drug entering the market, he would send someone to test its effects. If the effects were better than those provided by the H organization, he would have to consider switching suppliers. The drug market had been monopolized by the H organization for so long that he had long been dissatisfied. Of course, this was something that had to be done in secret on the surface. He still had to go through the motions with the H organization. After all, the other party's strength was no joke, and he didn't want to provoke them unnecessarily.
But if they tried to block his profits, he wouldn't hesitate to retaliate.
Granted, the other party's strength is not to be underestimated, but he's no pushover either. Meanwhile, on the other side, someone with the same mindset as the monkey was Dragon Brother. However, he knew one crucial piece of information that the monkey didn't. The new drug effects were significantly stronger than those provided by the H organization. Soon, Dragon Brother waved his hand, and a group of people followed him toward Lin Xuan and Jiayu.
Chapter 68, Cooperation.
Long Gu emerged from the alley with 5 henchmen, playing with a butterfly knife in his hand, while everyone wore a vigilant expression.
"Boss, that's old Chen's dumpling shop up ahead," Cohen whispered, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the stun gun at his waist. "Alright, don't make any sudden moves. Follow my signals." Just as Long Gu finished speaking, several figures suddenly emerged from the opposite alleyway.
The leader, Monkey, wore gold-rimmed glasses, and his jade ring glowed a faint green in the dim light. 4 burly men followed behind him, one of whom had a majestic Doberman pinscher perched on his shoulder. Long Gu saw this and suddenly smiled.
This guy must know something.
The monkey, of course, also saw Long Gu and his group. A smile spread across his face as well, and he grew even more certain that he had found the right person and the right place. The two stopped in unison, not approaching Lin Xian's direction but gradually moving closer to each other. The two groups suddenly faced off, the air seeming to freeze instantly.
Long Gu sheathed his butterfly knife and let out a cold laugh. I wondered who it was. It's Monkey Brother. What a coincidence. The monkey pushed his glasses up, the lenses flashing a cold gleam. Yeah, what a coincidence. Is Dragon Brother here for breakfast? His gaze swept over the tense muscles of Long Ji's henchman, and the corners of his mouth curled into a meaningful smile. Long Gu didn't back down, smiling as he replied. Of course.
Everyone knows the reputation of old Chen's dumpling shop.
Good things are worth waiting for, aren't they? He emphasized the words good stuff with extra emphasis.
Then Long Gu and Monkey exchanged glances, neither willing to speak first. Suddenly, Long Gu waved his hand, and the men around him immediately surrounded him. Monkey did the same, signaling his men to surround him as well. Just then, they had surrounded the two of them, creating a closed space. Monkey, there's no need for us to beat around the bush anymore.
Since you know about this new drug, I think we can collaborate. How exactly do you propose we collaborate? Monkey didn't rush to agree, instead waiting to hear the others' plan first.
Long Gu knew the other party was interested, so he continued.
What do you think of the drugs sold by the H organization? What do you mean, what do I think? We've always been getting our supplies from the H organization.
At least the supply is guaranteed.
Monkey's tone suddenly grew wary.
But Dragon Brother suddenly snorted derisively.
Monkey, it's just the two of us here. If you're going to keep things hidden like this, it's no fun. I don't believe you're not dissatisfied with the H organization's monopoly on drug prices. They're just using the cheapest materials to produce drugs, while we have to work hard to sell them. The effort and risks we take are no secret to you. They just produce the drugs and walk away with the lion's share of the profits, leaving us with scraps. I don't believe you've never had other ideas. But you know how strict the crackdown on drug trafficking is in Star City. We're just lucky we haven't been targeted by the police yet. Of course, the main reason is that the police haven't focused their attention on us. The H organization has diverted most of their attention away from us. But now that they're the dominant force, there's nothing we can do to change that. But things are different now. New drugs have entered the Xinjiang market and they weren't developed by the H organization. This means there are definitely other powerful forces involved. Competition benefits us. And don't forget that the new drugs are much more potent than H organizations. You've been selling drugs for years, you should know what that means. As Longgu spoke, he kept observing the expression on Monkey's face. Unfortunately, Monkey was also a man of deep cunning, and his expression gave nothing away. Having dealt with Monkey for so many years, Kalong knew that he must have been tempted. So he seized the moment and said, if other factions really do intervene in the drug market in Star City, they will definitely need local distributors, because our supply channels are the most extensive. They need us. The two of us can completely collaborate and take over this new drug business entirely. Then, the wealth will flow endlessly. At least it'll be several times better than now. In truth, Long Ji's motives were simple, he needed to bring someone else into the fold. Taking on the new drug operation alone would be too much for him, but with others, things would be different. Monkey pondered for a moment without speaking. The information Scar-Faced Dragon had just revealed was mostly unknown to him, but he naturally wouldn't show that he knew nothing. In fact, if the other party wasn't lying, the offer was indeed tempting. After some consideration, he decided to wait and see. Some things were better experienced firsthand rather than just hearing about them. He adopted a pensive expression. How can you guarantee that this new faction will hand over the distribution rights for the new drug to us? After all, there are more than just the two of us dealing drugs locally. But the only ones who made initial contact were the two of us. As long as we don't say anything, who else would know? Longgu said with a laugh. Monkey saw this and gradually smiled as well. It seemed he had been convinced by the other's words. He had long been dissatisfied with the organization's monopoly on drug prices, but there was only one drug manufacturer in Star City, and he didn't have the technology to produce it himself. If he didn't buy from them, he didn't know how many people would be vying to take his place. In that case, he wouldn't even be able to keep his current position. So, there was no choice but to accept the current situation. But now things were different. A new opportunity had emerged that could break the current deadlock. This rare chance, he naturally had to seize it. But the prerequisite was that the new drug was genuine. He hadn't seen its effects yet. Soon, the two reached an agreement, they would jointly handle the distribution rights for the new drug in Xinjiang. Of course, this was just their own plan. Their most urgent task now was to communicate with this unknown organization. Only after the other party confirms they will supply the drugs will they formally sever ties with the H organization. That's right. Break ties. This unknown organization's attempt to enter Star City's drug market would inevitably offend the H organization, and they didn't think they could play the role of a fence-sitter in this situation. Don't end up losing the big picture while chasing after small gains. Let us work together then. Cooperation will be pleasant. The two men laughed and shook hands simultaneously. But Monkey was thinking to himself, the prerequisite is that this new drug is real. If the effects of this new drug are worse than what the H organization provides, he is just asking for trouble by teaming up with Scar-Faced Dragon. After confirming their alliance, Dragon Brother smiled. He could vaguely sense what the other was thinking, but he wouldn't bother to argue. The effects of the new drug were something that had to be seen to be believed, no matter how much he tried to describe them. Then, he waved his hand and addressed the crowd. Let us go. We'll pay them a visit. But just as he spoke, the commotion coming from Lin Xuan's side couldn't help but make Biao speak up in confusion. Hey! Big brother, something doesn't seem right over there. Something's off? Longgu looked puzzled. Longgu hadn't looked over there yet, so he naturally didn't know what was happening. What's going on? It feels like a fight is breaking out over there. Monkey looked in the distance and seemed to see what was happening over there. A fight? Who is fighting? Longgu was completely baffled. Let us go. Let us go check it out. Chapter 69, Officer Tang, help me. Soon, as the crowd drew closer, they finally saw what was happening. What is going on? How did Zhao Yu end up fighting with those people from the unknown organization? Wasn't he here to buy drugs? Longgu was utterly shocked. Had Zhao Yu lost his mind? I finally understand why this guy was able to perfectly avoid my menace transaction. With a brain like that, what could he possibly do right? Monkey couldn't help but vent his frustration. This was the only thing he could be certain of, and his complaint was indeed his true thoughts. Deal with you? Right, your men were supposed to deal with Jiayu earlier, weren't they? I just don't know why things went wrong and they ended up dealing with that unknown organization instead. Longgu had already pieced everything together in his mind. The monkey nodded. Although he was currently in a wait-and-see mode, there was no need to hide these minor details. Speaking of which, it was a coincidence. If not for that mix-up, we might not have known that other hands had already reached into our city. Monkey wore an amused expression but agreed. But doesn't this also give us an opportunity? Longgu smiled. What should we do now? The monkey asked. Longgu narrowed his eyes slightly. This unknown organization has just entered Star City and probably doesn't want to reveal too much yet. If we step in to help resolve this sudden incident, it'll be a great opportunity to make a good impression. Speaking of which, Jiayu really is our lucky star. To thank him, once this matter is resolved, Akoan, make sure he goes painlessly. Yes. Akoan replied expressionlessly, as if a human life meant no more to him than trash. A group of people marched toward Lin Xuan's direction. Just as they were about to run the red light and cross the street. Whoa. Longgu and his group, who had always been on high alert for such sounds, instinctively turned their heads in unison. Longgu, what are we having for dinner tonight? Of course, barbecue. Barbecue with beer life is good. Alright. Let's go for barbecue. The group quickly made plans to leave, and the few who had earlier mentioned going to negotiate with Lin Xuan seemed to have completely forgotten about it. The incident occurred 10 minutes earlier. As usual, Tang Jiqiang was driving his police car on patrol duty. Just as he had finished patrolling along his usual route and was about to return, the police radio suddenly crackled with a voice. Tang team, we just received a report of a fight at the old Chen's dumpling shop nearby. Someone is reportedly armed with a knife. You're the closest unit, head over there immediately to stop it. Tang Jiqiang, who was driving at the time, immediately grew serious and replied. Got it, I'm on my way immediately. Team leader Tang, is there really a knife fight going on? Li, who was standing beside him, looked visibly excited. Tang Jiqiang rolled his eyes at him. I know what you're thinking, but listen to me, stay far away and don't try to be a hero. Oh. Xiao Li's voice clearly carried a note of disappointment. Since he joined the police station, he had only dealt with minor cases like helping an old lady find her gold necklace or an old man find his bird. Even the more serious cases were just petty theft. He hadn't handled a single major case. The last bank robbery case, he wasn't even qualified to go, and he regretted it for a long time. This time, during his patrol, he finally came across a case of armed combat. He thought he might finally get a chance to get involved, but judging by Tang's tone, he was probably just going to be a bystander again. Tang Jiqiang knew full well about Xiaoli's little ambitions, but he was thinking of the young man's best interests. These days, young people rely solely on their passion, but catching criminals requires taking risks. Passion alone can't withstand risks. Caution and stability are needed. Tang Jiqiang was stepping on the gas pedal, heading toward Old Chen's dumpling shop. The trees outside the car window were quickly receding, and he could see the red light up ahead. He couldn't make it through. He immediately pressed the button to turn on the police lights. Suddenly, the sound of sirens blared out. The road cleared up, and what usually took 10 minutes to drive, he covered in just a few minutes. From a distance, he could see a crowd gathered in front of Old Chen's dumpling shop. Could something serious have happened? Could someone have been injured or worse? Tang Jiqiang felt a sense of unease and immediately stepped on the gas pedal. But just as he was about to cross a pedestrian crossing, a group of suspicious-looking people suddenly caught his attention. He saw a group of people walking arm in arm, with someone on their backs, talking about eating barbecue. It was just after breakfast and they were already talking about what to eat for midnight snacks? But he didn't think much of it and quickly shifted his attention to the crowd gathered on the other side. Zzz. A long screech of brakes echoed through the air. Tang Jiqiang and Xiaoli quickly got out of the car. Move aside. Move aside. The police are here to investigate. Upon hearing the police arrive, the crowd immediately parted quickly, and Tang Jiqiang rushed inside. As soon as he entered, he saw a man mounted on top of another, with a knife in his hand, appearing as though he was about to stab someone. Tang Jiqiang's eyes widened instantly, and he rushed forward, kicking the person on top with all his strength. The kick was powerful and relentless, sending the man flying several meters away. He finally came to a stop when he hit a table. Tang Jiqiang rushed forward and helped the person who had been pinned down to his feet. He asked with concern, "Are you okay? Did I hurt you?" The man, for some reason, had a frozen expression, seeming puzzled by Tang Jiqiang's act of saving him. Hurt him? Something didn't feel right. Seeing the man's dazed expression, Tang Jiqiang assumed he had been startled and quickly called over Xiaoli, who was nearby, to calm him down. He himself rushed forward, intending to completely subdue the knife-wielding criminal. But just as he was about to act, the man who had been kicked away raised his head. But when Tang Jiqiang saw the face, his fist suddenly froze mid-air. Lin Xuan? Lin Xuan had just been kicked flying and was in immense pain, struggling to stand up. Just as he was about to get to his feet, he heard a familiar voice calling out to him.
When he looked in the direction of the voice, he indeed saw a familiar figure.
Tang. Officer Tang?
But suddenly, he seemed to remember something and hurriedly said,
Officer Tang, help me. This guy has an accomplice.
He is clearly a trained fighter. He kicked me flying with one blow.
Help me subdue him.
Lin Xuan thought to himself, I didn't expect that guy to have an accomplice.
He's so strong. But I'm already feeling pretty confident now.
So what if you have help?
I have help too. And I've got a gun.
But just as he was feeling smug, a second later, his face made intimate contact with the ground. Feeling the stinging pain on his face, Lin Xuan was clearly stunned.
Chapter 70, what's the hotline number again?
After a moment of shock, Lin Xuan finally snapped out of it and stammered.
Captain Tang, you must have made a mistake. I told you to subdue them, not me. But what Tang Jiqiang said next left Lin Xuan completely doubting his life. Oomph. Lin Xuan, let me tell you. Don't think that just because we know each other, you can do whatever you want. I told you before, if you break the law, I'll arrest you. No, I'm breaking the law? Where did I break the law? It's snowing in June. Is it wrong to protect your own interests these days? Interests? Oomph. I think you're the one infringing on others' interests. Tang Jiqiang snorted coldly. Just now, Lin Xuan had drawn a knife. This was a very serious criminal case. Speak. Why did you brandish a knife to harm others? A knife?
Lin Xuan's eyes fell on the small knife not far away, and his thoughts drifted back to half a minute ago. Zhao Yu was swinging the small knife wildly while collecting rat poison from the surrounding area. It was precisely because of his distraction during the search that Lin Xuan and DePeo seized the opportunity. The two of them immediately pinned Zhao Yu to the ground. However, while Lin Xuan and Zhao Yu were struggling, the knife kept moving, making it difficult for DePeo to grab it. Fortunately, Lin Xuan was much stronger than Zhao Yu, quickly gaining the upper hand and gradually regaining control of the knife. DePeo saw this and no longer worried, but suddenly, a dark figure darted toward him. Before he could react, Lin Xuan was kicked flying by a powerful kick. This was what happened before Tang Jiqiang arrived, so now Lin Xuan felt more wrong than Doi. Snowflakes were drifting through the June sky. At that moment, the big gun finally reacted. Seeing Lin Xuan being subdued and pinned to the ground, he rushed forward and said to Tang Jiqiang, Officer Tang. Officer Tang. You've got the wrong person. The one being held down by Lin Xuan is the one with the knife. We were just defending ourselves. Tang Jiqiang didn't let go of his grip, his expression momentarily stunned as he looked at DePeo. You got the wrong person? The canon nodded hurriedly. How can you prove it? Everyone around here can vouch for us. Tang Jiqiang glanced at the others present. When he saw everyone nodding in unison, his face flushed red. Damn it! I really got the wrong person. Half a minute later. Having figured out what had happened, Tang Jiqiang. I'm so sorry. It was my mistake, I got the wrong person. Tang Jiqiang apologized while brushing the dust off Lin Xuan's clothes. Lin Xuan remained expressionless, only uttering this coldly. What's the police hotline number? I'll give them a call and sort this out properly. Tang Jiqiang's smile froze for a moment, but he quickly switched to an emotional appeal. Come on, Lin Xuan, we're such good friends. There's no need to call and report me, is there? Lin Xuan's faint voice continued. Someone just said that investigations shouldn't be influenced by personal connections, so the same should apply to reporting, right? Tang Jiqiang remained silent, slowly extending 5 fingers. Lin Xuan smiled and shook his head. Under Tang Jiqiang's pained expression, he extended the 5 fingers of his other hand. Deal. Although Tang Jiqiang felt a pang of regret, he knew he had indeed made a mistake, and he feared the other party might demand more money. This 1,000 yuan would just have to be considered medical expenses for the other party. Shaoli, who had been supporting Zhao Yu all along, continued to hold him up. But as he held his hand, he couldn't help but feel something was off. Are normal people's hands this slender? Moreover, for some reason, a foul odor was wafting from the other person's body. Tang Jiqiang walked up to Zhao Yu, looking at this man who had stabbed someone and robbed them, and felt a twinge of anger. It was this guy who had caused him to lose 1,000 yuan for nothing. His monthly salary was only 7 or 8,000. What's wrong with you? Why didn't you learn something useful instead of picking up a knife and robbing people? And you even had the nerve to steal rat poison. Can't you have some dignity? Tang Jiqiang saw that the other person was still wearing a mask and a hat, and his anger boiled over. He ripped off the man's hat and mask. In that instant, a repulsive face appeared before everyone. His greasy, tangled hair was stuck to his sunken scalp, and several wounds from scratching were oozing pus. Everyone was so frightened by the sight that they took a step back. But the face before him caused Tang Jiqiang's pupils to contract sharply. Zhao Yu's cheekbones were sharply protruding, his cheeks deeply sunken, and his skin stretched taut over his bones like a translucent sheet of oil paper. Blue-gray veins twisted like spider webs beneath the pallid skin. His cracked lips curled back to reveal blackened gums, and dark red scabs formed at the corners of his mouth, trembling with each labored breath. Others might not know, but he, who had dealt with the H organization so many times before, surely knew better. This was undoubtedly a drug addict. Due to past experiences, he had developed an intense loathing for drugs, let alone those who use them.
Tang Jiqiang sneered. Ha, who would ve thought you caught a drug addict? No wonder he'd resort to armed robbery.
Lin Xuan was standing nearby and naturally heard the remark.
Drug addict? Does that refer to someone who uses drugs?
Lin Xuan was curious.
Tang Jiqiang nodded.
Drug addicts undergo significant physical changes, with the most noticeable feature being sunken eye sockets, resembling a skull. Additionally, these drug addicts typically use syringes to inject drugs into their veins to prolong the effects of the drugs. They use syringes to inject drugs into their veins. That's why these drug addicts wear long sleeves and pants even in the summer. Their bodies are covered in tiny needle marks.
Perhaps to confirm his suspicion, Tang Jiqiang immediately rolled up Zhao Yu's sleeve to the top.
The next moment, an arm that would send anyone with a fear of needles into shock appeared before Lin Xuan. Many of the needle marks were still oozing pus, yet Zhao Yu seemed unaffected, letting it flow freely.
Ugh, so densely packed, not even a fly could land. Doesn't it hurt? Pain? What's that?
These drug addicts' minds have long been destroyed by drugs.
They no longer possess normal logical thinking, nor do they feel pain or have any sense of self-preservation. Needle pricks are just ordinary things to them.
Some of the more intoxicated ones even self-mutilate, cutting off their hands and feet, or even castrating themselves. There is nothing they want to do. They don't even value their own lives, so don't expect them to value others' lives.
That's why they all end up on the path of crime.
This drug addict committing armed robbery doesn't surprise me at all.
Lin Xuan suddenly understood. No wonder he said he wanted to take the rat poison I was selling. It was for self-harm. Chapter 71, Go to the police station to rescue someone? Rat poison? Tang Jiqiang seemed to have heard a keyword and asked in confusion.
Earlier, he had only heard from Deapeo that the addict had attacked someone with a knife first, but hadn't mentioned what his motive was. But now it seemed there was more to the story.
Why would he want to snort rat poison? Is he mentally ill or something? Tang Jiqiang muttered.
Earlier, he mentioned that my rat poison was pure.
I was puzzled at the time who would describe rat poison as pure.
Lin Xuan recalled.
Could it be that this guy mistook your rat poison for drugs? With his current state of mind, he is capable of doing something like that. But who am I? A model citizen. How could I possibly be involved in drug trafficking? You agree, don't you, Officer Tang? Tang Jiqiang didn't say anything, just nodded helplessly. By the way, you need to come with me to the station to give a statement. Tang Jiqiang added. No problem. You go ahead. I'll ride the tricycle with Big Cannon. I know the way.
Well, while that makes sense, according to our procedures, you need to ride in the police car with me.
As for the tricycle, have Big Cannon ride it over. Tang Jiqiang felt a bit embarrassed. This guy really was familiar with the place. How many times had he been to the police station in the past month? As Lin Xuan got into the police car, he turned back and instructed Deapeo. Deapeo, don't start streaming yet, and don't mention that I'm going to the police station. I don't want people to misunderstand me, thinking I'm always going to the police station because I have a shady background or something. Ha!
Deapeo, who had just tapped the live stream button, froze in place, staring blankly at Lin Xuan.
Why didn't you say so earlier?
Such a big news event, I would have instinctively turned on the live stream for the viewers to watch and gossip about. Lin Xuan thought he hadn't heard him, so he repeated himself.
Deapeo nodded this time, but as he looked at the flood of comments in the live stream, he hesitated for a moment. Should he turn it off or leave it on? Never mind, let's just leave it like this. Old Lin won't know whether I turned it on or off anyway. Finally started streaming. Why is it so late today? The daily live stream is here, time to enjoy the show. Hey, why does the streamer keep getting into the police car again? No way, is that really happening? Family, who understands this? The king of rodent extermination is back in the station again. Just passed by old Chen's dumpling shop and saw the police officers pinning Lin Gu to the ground. The scene was like a cop show. Did anyone record it? Please share the footage. This is way more exciting than an 8 p.m. drama. Oh no, what are we going to do if mice come into our house now? Our rodent extermination idol is done for. Just as Lin Xuan and his group left, the crowd, seeing there was no more excitement, began to disperse. But there was a group of people who had their eyes on the area, slowly making their way toward it. Long Gu and Monkey stood where Zhao Yu had just been taken away, looking worried. No way, the contact person from that unknown organization was just arrested by the police after arriving in Xingqing's drug market? What's the point of this anymore? Monkey loosened his tie, revealing beads of sweat on his neck. He stared at the flickering police lights in the distance, where Zhao Yu and Lin Xuan had been loaded into the police car, their figures still lingering in his mind. Sure enough, this world is just a huge mess, completely unreliable. Long Gu furrowed his brows. Impossible. An organization capable of developing such drugs couldn't possibly be this incompetent. But the facts are right in front of us, big brother. Let's just call it a day and not talk about this anymore. Monkey waved his hand, seeming to want to back out.
But the atmosphere suddenly grew silent and everyone looked up at Long Gu, who remained silent.
Why don't we go find someone to rescue him?
Long Gu suddenly spoke, his voice low and hoarse. The centipede-shaped scar on his left cheek twitched slightly in the shadows, and his fingers unconsciously rubbed the bulge at his waist.
The monkey suddenly turned his head, his eyes widening behind his gold-rimmed glasses. You're crazy? This is a police station. Do you think it's a marketplace where you can come and go as you please? If you dare to go to the police station to rescue someone, you're asking for trouble. Anti-corruption requires evidence, counter-terrorism only needs coordinates. We're just small fry, they could take us out with a single bullet. Everyone looked at Long Gu in shock, clearly stunned by his words. But Long Gu suddenly burst into laughter, his laughter tinged with madness. You have no idea how powerful this drug is. It's a revolution of your perception. Once you try it, you'll know what true pleasure really is. Long Gu could still vividly recall the intense pleasure he felt after inhaling the drugs that day. He was a man of strong willpower. Though he occasionally used drugs from the H organization, he didn't become completely addicted like those drug addicts. But this new drug gave him a completely different experience. Suddenly, a packet of rat poison lying in the corner caught his eye. It was the one that had been tossed aside during the struggle between Lin Xuan and Zhao Yu earlier. When Deapeo was cleaning up, he must have accidentally missed that packet, which Long Gu noticed at that moment. Try it, Long Gu handed the packet to Monkey, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Once you try it, you'll understand why I'm so persistent. As long as we join this organization, why should we cling to this measly business in Xinjiang? Let's head to the border, where the sky is wide open. Who knows, maybe the entire Southeast Asian market will be ours. The monkey stared at the medicine packet in his hand, his brows furrowed tightly. In his view, drug manufacturing technology had already reached a high level of maturity. Even if there was new merchandise, it would only be a few percentage points better than H organization's products. Was it worth taking such a huge risk? Are you sure you want me to try it? Monkey's fingers trembled slightly as he held the medicine packet. As a seasoned veteran of the drug trade, he knew the risks of testing new drugs, but the madness in Long Ge's eyes made him inexplicably tempted. Long Gu didn't say a word, he simply turned and walked toward the dilapidated building in the distance. The monkey clenched his teeth and eventually followed him. The abandoned building was filled with dust, and sunlight filtered through the broken windows, casting mottled patterns on the ground. Long Gu found a relatively clean corner and sat down, pulling out some aluminum foil from his pocket. Use the old method. Monkey hesitated for a moment before finally opening the packet, pinching a small amount of dark red powder, and placing it on the foil. Instantly, a peculiar fragrance filled the air, neither the pungent chemical smell of H organization drugs nor the burnt odor of traditional drugs, but rather a faintly sweet floral scent. Chapter 72, Betrayal. As he inhaled, Monkey felt a wave of heat surge from his lungs straight to his forehead. His pupils dilated sharply, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. The world around him began to warp and distort, colors became vividly bright, and every speck of dust in the sunlight was clearly visible. He felt as though he were floating on a cloud, yet also plunging into molten lava, two extreme sensations simultaneously assaulting his nerves. Long Gu watched the monkey's reaction in silence, a smug smile curving his lips. An hour earlier, he had secretly tasted a small amount of the remaining powder. The euphoria it induced, surpassing all known drugs, still left him trembling with fear. This wasn't ordinary drugs, it was the ultimate weapon capable of upending the entire drug market. After the intense euphoria subsided, the monkey, lying motionless on the ground, suddenly extended his arm. The henchman beside him, upon seeing this, approached with a knowing look and helped him to his feet. How do we proceed? The monkey wiped the saliva from his lips, his eyes sharp. Long Gu knew the monkey had been successfully persuaded, and a smile appeared on his lips. No rush. Kidnapping someone from the police station isn't something to be taken lightly. We need to plan this carefully. The monkey didn't argue. In the police station, there was only one chance to kidnap someone. If they failed, the authorities would call in the armed police, and then there would be no chance at all. Then let us find a quiet place to discuss this properly. Facing Monkey's impatient tone, Long Gu could understand his urgency. After all, it was exactly as they had imagined. Such pure drugs could easily open up any drug market. Perhaps, they could even become powerful figures in Southeast Asia. But the prerequisite was to establish a connection with that unknown organization. Just as Long Gu was about to go and collect the remaining drugs, another hand moved faster and snatched the drugs away before him. Long Gu looked at Akuan, whose movements were faster than his own, and froze for a moment. The afternoon sun filtered through the broken windows of the dilapidated building, casting patterns of light and shadow across his face. The carefree smile on Akuan's face sent a chill down Long Ge's spine. Boss, this stuff is too valuable. I'll keep it for you, Akuan said, playing with the drug package. Long Ge's lips twitched violently. Akuan, do you know what you're doing? He caught a glimpse of Monkey's puzzled gaze directed at him. Losing face in front of his partners, Long Gu also felt embarrassed and shouted harshly. Akuan! Hand over the item. You have no right to keep it. But Akuan didn't respond to Long Ge's words.
Instead, he suddenly took a step back and made an inviting gesture in a certain direction.
Clap, clap, clap. Applause echoed from the direction of the ventilation ducts.
A black trench coat, carrying the cold scent of ancient dragon water, emerged as Chun Mo, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, walked out slowly. His gaze swept over the medicine packet in Ah Kuen's hands, and the corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. Scar-faced dragon, monkey, it's been a while. 6 gunmen in black emerged from behind him, their silencers glowing a faint blue in the twilight. Monkey's pupils contracted sharply, and his gold-rimmed glasses slid down to the tip of his nose. Chun Mo, how did you end up here? His voice trembled slightly. Chun Mo was no stranger to them. Every time they delivered goods from the H organization, the two sides would meet.
No doubt about it, Chun Mo was a member of the H organization. What? It seems my presence isn't exactly welcome here, huh?
Chun Mo extended 2 fingers, and one of the men behind him immediately understood the gesture, pulling out a cigarette from his pocket and handing it over. Just as Chun Mo put it in his mouth, the black-clad man lit it on fire, and the flame shot out.
Chun Mo slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. I hear you two are looking for new suppliers?
Long Gu and Monkey, witnessing this scene where everyone was being ignored, had their faces flushed red.
Long Gu took a deep breath and said, Chun Mo, did that guy Ah Kuen tell you about this?
Long Gu wasn't one to be trifled with. Ah Kuen's unusual behavior had clearly indicated that he was an undercover agent sent by the H organization.
Chun Mo remained calm as he adjusted his sleeves. Long Gu, why get so angry?
He snapped his fingers, and the black-clad men immediately chambered their bullets.
You know the rules of the H organization. Anyone who threatens our monopoly on the supply chain must be eliminated.
His gaze swept over the powder in Ah Kuen's hands, and besides, if this package falls into the wrong hands?
Monkey burst into laughter, his laughter echoing through the empty floor. Chun Mo, are you scared? Scared that this new shipment will take away H organization's livelihood? But Chun Mo seemed to have heard something amusing. Ha 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 ha. Afraid it'll take away H organization's livelihood? Ha ha ha. You're truly ignorant.
You have no idea how powerful our H organization is. Even if another organization dares to meddle in Xingqing's drug market,
our organization can make them come crawling back. Chun Mo's tone was firm and unwavering, as if this were an undeniable truth. But he quickly changed the subject. However, we are quite interested in the formula for this drug. I must admit that the H organization currently has no drug that can match it. No, it's far from even coming close. Chun Mo's tone was filled with excitement, clearly aware of its value. Chun Mo slowly put on white gloves, and Ah Kuen, who had been waiting nearby, handed him the package. Seeing this, Long Ge's expression grew increasingly grim. So, since Ah Kuen has been your man all along, why didn't you expose us sooner? Chun Mo paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Expose you? Is that necessary? Since someone is willing to go to the trouble of investigating this, why would I need to get involved? I just need to play the role of the sparrow. Oh, and by the way, I just overheard a hilarious conversation nearby. Someone was talking about going to the police station to rescue someone? Ha ha ha, that's the funniest thing I've heard this month. Chun Mo laughed wildly. Long Gu couldn't hold back any longer.
He suddenly pulled out a gun from his waist and pulled the trigger. To his surprise, no flames came out of the barrel, only a hollow sound echoed. Ah Kuen saw this and also burst into laughter. Scarface Long, tell me, has the drugs really turned your brain to mush? As your trusted confidant, do you really think I wouldn't have tampered with your gun before we confronted each other? Chapter 73, How Ridiculous. It's funny when you think about it. Just a few carefully orchestrated accidents were enough to gain your trust and become your confidant. I bet you didn't even know that your woman had already been with me. If you manage to get back this time, I suggest you get a paternity test done for your son. After all, I'm not entirely sure if he's mine. But there's one thing I have to give you credit for: your taste in women. I must say, your sister-in-law is truly a catch. Long Gu heard these words, and his anger flared up instantly. Ah! I want you dead. No man can tolerate another man cheating on him, and Long Gu was no exception. He now wanted nothing more than to tear this traitor to pieces and watch him die. But the gun in his hand was useless, not even as good as a stick for starting a fire. Suddenly, a sizzling sound echoed through the air. Before Long Gu could react, he heard Monkey shout from beside him. Get down! Chun Mo and the others on the other side also noticed something was wrong. When they saw the flaming object in Monkey's hand, their eyes narrowed. Scatter! There's explosives. The monkey suddenly let go, and as the explosives plummeted toward the ground, Long Gu dived forward and kicked them toward the ventilation shaft. The explosion echoed in the distance, and concrete debris rained down like hailstones. Long Gu and the monkey's group took the opportunity to roll toward cover, bullets whizzing past their ears and sparking off the concrete pillars. The members of the H organization had already dodged the explosives before they were thrown, so despite the massive commotion, no one was injured. Those black-clad men were highly trained gunmen. As soon as they dodged the first wave of explosions, they began counterattacking. Dragon brother! Run downstairs! As Monkey lit another explosive, he also threw a handgun to Dragon Brother. Their side immediately launched a counterattack. Unfortunately, they only had 4 or 5 handguns, and many of their men were armed with only knives, making it impossible for them to get close. Moreover, the people on the other side were clearly seasoned fighters who had been through countless gunfights, and their aim was significantly more accurate than theirs. In no time, 2 or 3 of Dragon Brother's men were already dead. A group of people ran downstairs while firing back. Longu tried to swing his pistol to fire back, but he realized the bullets were already spent. He tore off a strip of his shirt to bind the gunshot wound on his arm, the smell of blood and gunpowder exploding in his nostrils. This gunshot wound on his arm was caused by Akuan. Longu was now filled with regret for not having discovered the enemy's true intentions sooner, not even. Trouble. There are more of them downstairs. A subordinate managed to shout out those words before being struck by a stray bullet from below. It turned out that Chen Mo had already set up a trap downstairs, waiting for them to walk into it. Now that he had discovered their betrayal, Chen Mo had no intention of sparing any of them. Little knife. Monkey's eyes bulged with rage as he lit a stick of dynamite and threw it downstairs. Immediately, a loud explosion erupted downstairs. Quick! Don't go downstairs. It's full of their men. Head straight to the second floor. Someone shouted, but no one knew who it was. At that moment, they were in the corner of the second floor. Upon hearing the shout, everyone rushed toward the second floor. Both sides quickly reached a stalemate. Monkey and Dragon Brother hid behind a pillar. Both of them had been shot, but fortunately, none of the bullets hit vital areas, so they could still move. What should we do? Longo looked down at his pistol, which only had 4 bullets left, and didn't know how to survive. I only have 3 grenades left. Damn it! If this weren't our home turf, we could have called in hundreds of people and dozens of guns in minutes. Longo couldn't help but sigh. It's all my fault. I should have recognized that bastard's face sooner. That's right. It's all your fault. How could you let so many undercover agents slip through without noticing a single one? What kind of drug dealer are you? Monkey winced as he pulled at his wound, his mouth twisted in pain. Long Ge's expression froze for a moment. He had only been polite, but the other guy was taking it and running with it? But neither of them dwelled on the matter. At that moment, Akuan had also made his way to the second floor and was hiding behind a pillar. He fired sporadically, deliberately speaking as he did so. Boss, your aim has gotten worse. Akuan tilted his head, his shoes grinding over a sharp piece of concrete debris. The 3-point alignment aiming technique I taught you at the shooting range last time? It's all gone to the rats. He pulled the trigger, and the bullet whizzed past Long Ge's ear, slicing off a few strands of hair. Long Ge's back was pressed tightly against the rusty fire hose pipe, clutching the gun with only a few bullets left in it. You dog. I should have cut out your traitorous tongue and fed it to the dogs long ago. Blood spattered the wall as he spoke, and the corner of his mouth, still bleeding from a previous bullet graze, oozed more blood. Boss. Everyone can talk tough, but after today, you might only be able to chat with the king of hell. Damn it. What's the point of talking to this bastard? If it comes down to it, I'll go down with him. Let's blow ourselves up together. After 18 years, we'll be free again. Just as a black-clad figure was about to sneak around and attack from the side, Monkey immediately noticed his intention and charged forward in a single bound. He engaged in a fierce struggle with the black-clad man. Monkey chose his fighting position wisely, using a pile of cement bags as cover, leaving the other black-clad men unable to provide support. Soon, the monkey gained the upper hand. The butterfly knife pressed against the throat of one of the black-clad men, and the jade ring was deeply embedded in his skin. Chinemo, today, either you die or I die. His expression betrayed his madness, and the tip of the knife had already pierced the black-clad man's skin. But just then, a sudden, excruciating pain erupted in his back, followed by the sound of a gunshot. He struggled to turn his head and saw Biao's gun still smoking. The face that had followed him for 5 years, always with a kind smile, was now twisted into an unfamiliar expression. Biao, you. Monkey's fingers clawed at the ground in vain, coughing up blood that splattered into the cracks in the concrete. However, Biao did not explain. The moment he pulled the trigger, he had already planned his escape. Rolling sideways behind a pillar, the monkey's younger brother finally reacted, but their eyes were filled with shock, as if they had no idea what had just happened. Why did Biao shoot at his own older brother? The monkey looked at where Biao was hiding and suddenly burst into laughter, even as blood spurted everywhere. Ha 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 ha. Scarface Dragon. I used to mock you. Who knew the fool was me? He then turned his vicious gaze toward Chen Mo and the others hiding nearby. Chapter 74, The End. Chen Mo. You're so ruthless. You went to such lengths to plant a mole beside both me and Scarface Dragon. Ha ha ha. I, monkey, thought I was so clever all my life. But who knew I was just a pawn in your H organization's game? He finally understood why the H organization wasn't afraid of their rebellion. They had already planted spies among them. How laughable. I thought everything was under my control. In endless regret, he lit all the explosives on his body. The crackling sound of the gunpowder immediately caught the attention of those nearby. All they could see was the monkey struggling to stand up, with several bloodstains appearing on his body. Still screaming, he charged toward Chen Mo and the others. Over there, Koan and the others also spotted the burning fuse. Damn it! This is suicide! The group quickly retreated. The monkey was injured, how could it possibly catch up to them? With a loud explosion on the open ground, the monkey was blown to pieces, while none of the others around him were injured. Akun couldn't help but mock the scene. Put. Playing the role of the jade-faced hand grenade king with me, huh? After the monkey-esque futile suicide attack, the others were quickly killed by the H organization's men. Among them was Longu, who died with his eyes wide open. In the end, there was no twist where the tables turned after 30 years, allowing him to escape and seek revenge. After all, with so many people surrounding just a few of them, if they had let him escape, the H organization members might as well have all committed suicide to atone for their failure. Chen Mo walked over slowly, stepping on the face of the dead dragon brother. Behind him were the respectful Biao and Akuan. You two have worked hard over the years. Biao and Akuan both returned the bow with respect. It's not hard work. Serving the organization is our duty. Rest assured, once we return, you will not be overlooked. Chen Mo looked down at the lifeless face and smiled faintly. By the way, have you finished investigating the matter those two asked you to look into? Koan and Biao exchanged glances. Brother Chen, regarding this matter, we've only temporarily confirmed that the person who severed ties with Xiaoyu is a man named Lin Xuan. We haven't yet obtained his specific details. Monkey and Dragon Brother never imagined that these two subordinates had already uncovered the name of the person involved in the drug deal with Xiaoyu. They had deliberately withheld the information from him. Chen Mo weighed the drugs in his hands and let a sickly smile spread across his face. Continue investigating this matter. I must know whether there is indeed an organization behind this Lin Xuan, attempting to manipulate the situation and seize control of the drug market in Xinjiang. Yes, the two replied in unison. After everyone had left, Chen Mo looked up at the sky and couldn't help but sigh. It seems the sky over Xinjiang is about to change. As a drug dealer in a drug trafficking organization, he was well aware of the value of drug purity. All drug manufacturing organizations were striving to improve the purity of their drugs or find more potent substances. Only by doing so could they firmly control the market and even expand further. Currently, the drug market in Star City was firmly under the control of their organization, so they weren't too concerned about other organizations trying to the market. After all, it was their territory. If it's a dragon, you have to keep it coiled. If it's a tiger, you have to let it lie. However, the H organization has now hit a bottleneck. They are no longer satisfied with just the Star City market and are eager to expand outward. They had been exhausting all efforts to develop new drugs, but the results were disappointing. However, recently, Koan and Biao mentioned that a new drug had appeared in Star City, with effects far superior to theirs. Upon hearing this, he suddenly saw a glimmer of hope. A glimmer of hope that they could surpass Star City. That's why he arranged this elaborate trap. Besides eliminating the traitors, the main reason was to prevent more people from learning about the new drug. Looking at the drugs in his hands, he resisted the urge to try them. There weren't many samples of the new drug, so he had to send them back to the organization for analysis to see if they could replicate it. If it could be replicated, that would be ideal. But if it couldn't, he was certain the organization would be willing to fight a battle for it. Posey Street Police Station. When Lin Xuan got out of the car, he felt as though he had returned home. Captain Tang. You're back. Wang Lin was just about to leave when he saw Captain Tang return and greeted him enthusiastically. Yeah, I'm back. Tang Jiqian smiled. But just then, Wang Lin seemed to catch a glimpse of a familiar figure. Upon looking more closely. What are you doing here again? You didn't go poach another police station, did you? Lin Xuan cleared his throat. Cough cough, it seems like Officer Wang isn't very happy to see me. And what do you mean break into a police station? I'm a model citizen now, okay? I wouldn't just go around breaking into people's locks. Wang Lin ignored him and turned his attention to Tang Jiqiang. What is going on? What did this kid do this time? Tang Jiqiang explained with a smile. It's not that he did anything wrong. Someone robbed him at knife point, so I brought him back to give a statement. Robbery with a knife? That's at least a criminal case, right? Wang Lin's tone was surprised. It's worse than that. The suspect in the knife-wielding robbery is a drug addict. And do you know what he was trying to steal? What was he trying to steal? Wang Lin was curious. Rat poison. Tang Jiqiang was speechless. You heard correctly. This drug addict robbed someone at knife point for rat poison to use. A drug addict doing something like this isn't that surprising. Do you need me to help interrogate him? Wang Lin offered. No need for that. Could you help me record Lin Xuan's statement instead? Tang Jiqiang thought for a moment and decided to handle the suspect's interrogation himself, mainly because he wanted to extract information from him about who was selling the drugs. Alright, Lin Xuan, follow me. Wang Lin called out. Lin Xuan didn't mind. Whoever took his statement was fine with him. All he wanted was to get this over with quickly so he could get back to his business and live streaming to make big money. Just as they reached the door of the interrogation room, as soon as he stepped over the threshold, Lin Xuan seemed to notice something and immediately stepped back. His eyes scanned the area around the door.
Wang Lin seemed to notice his confusion and smiled, saying, "Are you wondering why the door is locked from the outside instead of from the inside?" Chapter 75, Lin Xuan becomes a suspect? Exactly. If you lock it from the outside, how are you supposed to open it from the inside? Wang Lin sighed helplessly. Well, it's all your fault. To deal with situations like yours before, we locked every room from the outside so they can't be opened from the inside. After all, there are no keyholes. Are you saying this change was made to prevent me? Though I really don't want to admit it, you did push for this change. Wang Lin nodded. Lin Xuan was speechless. Was it really that serious? It was just a matter of prying the door open from the inside, wasn't it? Was it really necessary to block all the locks from the inside? And he was a model citizen, why would he ever end up in the police station? Even if he did go in, he'd definitely be the victim. Still the same question, how did you get out? Simple. Wang Lin walked over to the wall and took down the intercom. Here, just use the intercom to tell them to open the door for us. Lin Xuan didn't say a word, giving the other person a thumbs up and wearing an expression that said, "You're really ruthless." He hadn't expected that, just to target him, they'd even remodeled the layout inside the police station. That's ridiculous. In contrast to the relaxed atmosphere on Lin Xuan's side, Zhao Yu's side was extremely serious. The bright fluorescent lights buzzed overhead as Zhao Yu slumped in the metal interrogation chair, his wrists shackled to the rusty edge of the table. His head kept drooping downward, his cracked lips moving involuntarily, looking like an empty shell devoid of life. Seeing Zhao Yu looking dazed and disoriented, Tang Jiqiang took some measures to help him snap out of it. Tang Jiqiang slammed the thermos cup hard onto the table, the clanging sound startling the other man into lifting his head abruptly. Zhao Yu, snap out of it. Tang Jiqiang pulled open the buttons at his collar. The stagnant air in the interrogation room, mixed with a foul odor, made it hard to breathe. Confess. Where did you get the drugs? Zhao Yu heard Tang Jiqiang's harsh shout and couldn't help but shiver. I don't know. You don't know? You don't know how you got yourself into this state from drugs? Tang Jiqiang suddenly stood up, trying to exert pressure on the other man. Let me make this clear, I've already had your hair samples taken for testing. If you confess now, your sentence may be reduced. But if you refuse to cooperate, you'll face the full severity of the law. But Zhao Yu remained silent, saying nothing. Tang Jiqiang didn't rush him, and the two stood there in a standoff for a long time. Finally, Zhao Yu spoke up. Actually, I didn't want to take drugs either. But the pain of not taking them is something ordinary people can't endure. If I tell you the truth, can I avoid going to prison? Tang Jiqiang did not give him a definitive answer. That depends on the severity of your crimes. You must understand that today you're not just charged with drug use, you're also charged with armed robbery. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yu's emotions suddenly became agitated. No. That wasn't armed robbery. I just wanted to buy something. But he wouldn't sell it to me. He wouldn't sell it to you? So you resorted to armed robbery? He has the right to refuse to sell it to you. Tang Jiqiang scolded him. And why buy rat poison from a street vendor? There are plenty of big brands to choose from. This was also what Tang Jiqiang found puzzling. He had initially thought that he was under the influence of drugs and had acted irrationally. But now it seems intentional. Zhao Yu snorted derisively. Rat poison? Do you really think he was selling rat poison? What do you mean? Tang Jiqiang had a vague suspicion, but he still wanted to hear what the other person had to say. Of course it's literal. The rat poison is just a disguise for purchasing drugs. You're saying rat poison is drugs? How do you prove it? Proof? Is one hit enough? That single experience was the most intense pleasure I've ever felt in my life. The drugs I bought before never came close to that. Recalling that experience, Zhao Yu's face was filled with a look of nostalgia. Drugs you bought before? Are you saying the rat poison you bought this time is different from the drugs you bought before? Tang Jiqiang continued to ask, feeling that the situation might be slipping out of his control. What had initially seemed like a simple knife-wielding robbery now appeared to be connected to drug trafficking and manufacturing. And as far as he knew, the only organization in Xingqing capable of manufacturing drugs was the H organization. Therefore, this incident was likely connected to the H organization. Chen Mo, who was far away, I can't shake the feeling that I'm being framed. Tang Jiqiang, who had an irreconcilable grudge against the H organization, clenched his fists tightly. He confirmed again. Are you sure this rat poison is actually drugs? If that's the case, we're in big trouble. The emergence of a new drug can only mean that the H organization has made a breakthrough in their drug manufacturing technology, which will cause significant challenges for our drug enforcement efforts. But if that's the case, then Lin Xuan is a major suspect. Selling drugs in public is a criminal offense. Why would this kid do such a thing? And actively contacting others to sell drugs? That's outright defiance of the law. Of course I'm certain. I'd have to be crazy to eat rat poison. I bought drugs. I personally contacted the seller beforehand, and he told me he'd disguise himself as someone selling rat poison to make the deal. Zhao Yu couldn't help but roll his eyes. At this point, Tang Jiqiang also fell silent. At this stage, if the other party was really deceiving him, it would be like an old man hanging himself suicide. This was something he could verify in minutes. Thinking this, he contacted someone outside to help open the interrogation room door. Now, Lin Xuan was no longer the victim, he was the suspect. Inside the room, Lin Xuan was recording his statement when he started chatting casually with Wang Lin. Surprisingly, despite their different statuses, they found themselves quite compatible in conversation, and before long, they were practically ready to become sworn brothers. Just as the two were chatting, the door suddenly opened, and both of them turned their gaze toward the entrance. "Hey, it's you, Tang team leader. Have you finished the interrogation over there?" Wang Lin asked curiously. But Tang Jiqiang didn't respond to his question. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Lin Xuan. His expression was extremely complicated. Lin Xuan was puzzled. Why was he looking at him like that? It made him feel like he had done something wrong. Tang Jiqiang took a deep breath and walked up to Lin Xuan. "Stretch out your hand." "Extend your hand? Why?" Lin Xuan asked in confusion. "Just do as I say. Stop asking so many questions." Tang Jiqiang snapped. Chapter 76, Why are you handcuffing me? Although Lin Xuan didn't quite understand what the other person was up to, he obediently extended his hand. With a click, Lin Xuan looked at the handcuffs suddenly falling onto his wrists and froze in shock. "What? How did the handcuffs end up on me?" He instinctively shook his hand, and the handcuffs clattered to the ground. Tang Jiqiang, seeing this, suddenly slapped his forehead. He almost forgot that this kid had this trick up his sleeve. But Lin Xuan was completely confused. "Officer Tang, did you make a mistake? I'm the victim. Why did you suddenly handcuff me?" His face still looked innocent. "That's right, Officer Tang, are you joking? This kid may be a bit of a troublemaker, but he's not a bad person." Wang Lin chimed in from the side. Seeing the two of them, Tang Jiqiang took a deep breath and then turned his gaze toward Lin Xuan. "So you're the one who sold the rat poison, right?" "Yes, I sold it. What's the problem? Is selling rat poison illegal?" "Selling rat poison isn't illegal, but what if you disguise drugs as rat poison and sell them?" Tang Jiqiang's aggressive tone made Lin Xuan laugh in frustration. "You're accusing me of selling drugs? Do you have any evidence to prove it? I was clearly selling rat poison. The effectiveness of my medicine was witnessed by tens of thousands of people in the livestream. How could it possibly be drugs?" How could Lin Xuan not be angry? As a native of the area, he knew exactly how the government felt about drugs. If he couldn't clarify the situation immediately, he could end up in prison or even lose his life. The charge of drug trafficking wasn't something to be taken lightly. Tang Jiqiang didn't lose his temper either. "Granted, I can't prove right now that your rat poison is drugs. But do you know what? Just now, Zhao Yu, the guy who robbed you at knife point, said he bought the drugs from you. He specifically contacted you beforehand to buy drugs, and you instructed him to disguise the drugs as rat poison." "What? Contact me? Bought drugs from me? Bring him here. I want to confront him face to face. He is just making things up. He has only bought rat poison from me twice. The second time he didn't even buy it. Do you know what he told me? He said he wanted to snort the rat poison I sold him. How could I possibly sell that to him? He must be holding a grudge. He just made up those lies to frame me." "No, Officer Tang. I only took 1,000 yuan from you. Is it necessary to be so petty? How could you believe such words?" Lin Xuan strongly suspected that Officer Tang was settling a personal grudge. "Officer Tang, so you're saying that the addict was just stirring up trouble there? These words don't hold up. If it were really about selling drugs, why would Lin Xuan refuse to sell them?" Tang Jiqiang saw Wang Lin unconsciously finishing Lin Xuan's sentence and sighed helplessly. "I hope it's not true either, but think about it. At this point, if Zhao Yuru really wants to play us, isn't that asking for trouble? Unless what? Officer Tang, just say it. I must prove my innocence today." Lin Xuan looked as though he was willing to risk everything to clear his name. "Unless you voluntarily hand over the rat poison for testing. That would directly prove your innocence." Tang Jiqiang stated the best solution available at the moment. Lin Xuan had thought it would be a complicated solution, but it turned out to be as simple as handing over the rat poison for testing. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered that when he had been cleaning out the scattered rat poison earlier, he had a packet left in his pocket. He reached into his pocket and handed it over. "Here, there is just one more packet left. Take it for testing, and you'll know the truth." Tang Jiqiang took it without hesitation. Fortunately, the municipal bureau was not far from where they were. He instructed Xiaoli to take the substance to the testing department there. After Xiaoli left with his things, the three of them sat down around the table.
Lin Xuan was sitting there with his arms crossed, looking annoyed, and not looking at Tang Jiqiang. It seemed like he was genuinely upset. Tang Jiqiang, however, remained expressionless.
He hadn't intentionally meant to provoke Lin Xuan.
However, the matter of drug trafficking was simply too serious, and the fact that there was a suspect pointing the finger at him meant he had to take it seriously. To be sure, he knew deep down that Lin Xuan wasn't the type to break the law at worst. He might be a bit frustrating, but investigating a case wasn't about emotions.
It required evidence.
Until it was confirmed that he had no connection to drug trafficking, he had to be treated as a criminal suspect.
Wang Lin was well aware of Tang Jiqiang's temperament and didn't try to persuade him further.
After all, his approach was procedurally sound, even if it lacked a touch of humanity. So he started chatting with Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan, let us set aside the question of whether your rat poison is a drug.
I'm just curious, where did you get this rat poison? If I recall correctly, you're a locksmith, right? How did you end up selling rat poison?
Lin Xuan glanced at Tang Jiqiang and raised his voice deliberately. It's all because the small business isn't doing well, so I wanted to expand my business channels. I researched a formula and made some rat poison.
Who would have thought that being an honest businessman would get me accused of selling drugs? It's truly unfair. Tang Jiqiang wasn't stupid, he knew exactly who that was aimed at.
He snorted coldly but didn't say a word.
Wang Lin felt a bit embarrassed. Neither of these men was someone to mess with. However, hearing Lin Xuan say that piqued his curiosity. You made the rat poison yourself? You have that kind of skill?
Of course. I've got plenty of skills.
Making medicine is nothing.
Wang Lin dismissed the last part as bragging and continued asking. How effective is your rat poison? I have a nest of rats at home, but I bought so much rat poison and it hasn't worked at all. Those rats are as cunning as 5 or 6-year-old children, they just won't fall for it.
At this point, Wang Lin also showed a bitter expression. This wasn't something he made up, it was the truth. How bold had the mice in his house become? They often danced on their bed at night. Lin Xuan couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this was right up his alley. However, he didn't boast about how effective his rat poison was. Instead, he quietly opened a video. It was the video of him helping the warehouse owner get rid of the mice earlier. Now he had turned it into his own rat poison promotional video. Chapter 77, Inspection. What's this? Wang Lin was still confused.
But Lin Xuan said nothing, simply pressing the play button.
By the time Wang Lin finished watching everything, he looked at Lin Xuan in disbelief. Wait, are you playing a Hollywood blockbuster here? What Hollywood blockbuster? Look at the logo in the bottom left corner, it says livestream.
Lin Xuan said seriously.
Wang Lin looked closely and realized it was indeed a livestream. Old Tang, I think you might have made a mistake. Look at this video, killing mice is absolutely top-notch. If you're saying this is drugs, that can't be right either. After all, who would research mouse poison and accidentally make it look like drugs? You tell me. Tang Jiqiang looked at the phone Wang Lin handed him and was also curious about the video's content.
But when he saw the entire warehouse floor covered in dead rat corpses, he was genuinely shocked.
This is really meant to kill mice? Had he really misunderstood?
It must be that Zhao Yuwei, harboring a grudge, was slandering him.
After all, it's impossible for drugs to have such an exaggerated effect on killing rats, right?
For a moment, he fell silent, handing the phone back without any expression. Lin Xuan, seeing this, felt triumphant and deliberately provoked him.
People should trust each other more, shouldn't they? What do you think, Officer Wang? Wang Lin glanced at Tang Jiqiang's expression and didn't dare to respond.
Shaoli, upon receiving Tang's orders, immediately set off for the city bureau with the rat poison in his hands. That was the only place with a specialized forensic lab capable of determining whether the substance was rat poison or drugs. The city bureau's location was somewhere Tang had taken him before, so he still remembered the general area of the testing lab. The automatic door of the laboratory made a mechanical clang as Shaoli rushed inside with the evidence bag.
Who's there? What's the rush? A staff member who saw the sudden intruder couldn't help but complain.
After all, the laboratory was filled with various bottles and containers, many of which contained hazardous materials. If any were accidentally knocked over or broken, it wouldn't be something to take lightly.
Shaoli knew his behavior was impolite and quickly apologized. Sorry, I have some important items that need to be tested. What is it? The person asked curiously.
A suspected drug sample.
Shaoli said directly. Drugs? That's easy. Just go find Zhou Jie.
There she is, in the far corner. Following the direction the man pointed, Shaoli quickly found the figure.
Thanks.
Shaoli hurried over in that direction.
At that moment, Zhou Shui was busy handling the remaining reagents.
Hearing the footsteps nearby, she curiously looked over.
What's going on? Did you need something?
When Shaoli saw Zhou Shui, he was genuinely startled. He wasn't scared, he was stunned.
He never expected to find such a beautiful woman in the laboratory. In his mind, the laboratory was filled with disheveled, gloomy-faced lab coats.
The guy who had just shown him the way fit the stereotype: perfectly messy hair like a bird's nest and deep dark circles under his eyes, looking like a walking zombie.
But you can't really blame them.
The lab is a busy place, with a constant stream of evidence and samples that need to be analyzed, which takes a lot of time. So working overtime and pulling all-nighters were common occurrences.
But what about this beautiful woman?
He had been to the lab before, but he hadn't seen any beauties. Zhou Shui looked at Xiaoli curiously and mentioned it again.
What do you want? If there's nothing, I need to get back to work.
At that moment, Xiaoli finally snapped out of it and hurriedly replied.
There is something.
I have something here that needs to be tested to see if it's drugs.
Drugs?
Zhou Shui looked at the packet of powder in the other person's hand and took it.
Where was it seized from?
But usually, drugs don't need to be sent to the lab for testing, right? You guys can handle it yourselves.
Xiaoli sighed helplessly. Of course, if it were ordinary drugs, we could identify them ourselves.
But this so-called drug was originally sold as rat poison, and we've never seen anything like it before.
Rat poison? Are you kidding me? Drugs and rat poison are completely unrelated. How could they possibly be connected?
Zhou Shui felt her entire education was being mocked. Well, I also think it's absurd, but that person insisted this rat poison was a drug. We're suspecting it might be a new type of drug disguised as rat poison.
Xiaoli explained.
Zhou Shui reached out her hand.
All right, bring it over first. I'll run a test. How long will it take to get the results? I'm in a hurry. Zhou Shui placed the evidence bag flat on the analytical balance.
As the numbers on the display flickered, she suddenly froze. The dark red powder inside the sealed bag glowed faintly, its color somewhere between cinnabar and rust, unlike any drug sample she had encountered in her 10 years of experience.
At least an hour.
If it's as you described, this could very well be a brand new drug. She removed her glasses and gently pressed her fingers against the acupoint between her eyebrows to relax.
An hour? To be honest, that's a bit of an overstatement on my part.
Xiaoli saw this and didn't press her further.
He could only wait silently by the side.
Time passed amid the humming of the instruments. Before long, an hour had passed.
Xiaoli couldn't help but ask. Zhou Jia, have you gotten the analysis results yet?
But Zhou Shui didn't have time to respond. Instead, she looked puzzled and placed the component analysis sheet on the table. She had carefully compared it several times and discovered that this so-called rat poison actually contained dozens of ingredients, including both traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine.
What is going on here? Are they mixing medications?
There's no way rat poison has such a complex composition, and even if it were a drug, it wouldn't have such a complicated mix of ingredients. Though she didn't know what the combined effects of these ingredients would be, she could roughly estimate some of their mechanisms of action.
Most of these ingredients have effects on the nervous system, and some even have weak hallucinogenic properties.
It does have some toxicity, but it should be far from lethal for mice.
Although component analysis couldn't determine their effects, a simple experiment with mice could be conducted.
Thus, under Li Xiao's astonished gaze, Zhou Shui quickly sprang into action, preparing various experimental tools, the most important of which were several carefree lab mice.
Chapter 78. This rat poison is so powerful.
Xiaoli, standing nearby, saw the professional setup and dared not utter a word.
The bright lab lights cast a harsh glow over everything.
Zhou Shui arranged several transparent experimental cages neatly on the workbench. The white mice inside the cages were restlessly scurrying about, their pink noses twitching through the metal bars, unaware of the fate that awaited them. She took out the freshly processed rat poison samples from the refrigerator, the metal tray clinking softly as it hit the counter.
Start recording, she said into the voice recorder, her voice echoing through the empty laboratory.
The pipette precisely drew 0.1 grams of dark red powder and dissolved it in physiological saline. She couldn't tell if it was her imagination, but it seemed like the mice she had brought for the experiment all started to fidget as she took out the rat poison. He didn't think much of it and secured the first mouse, labeled as 01, to the laboratory table.
As the needle pierced the skin, the little creature let out a sharp squeak.
Zhou Shui stared intently at the stopwatch in her hand.
5 seconds later, the white mouse suddenly became extremely agitated, its eyes turning blood red.
It seemed to have an intense desire to attack. But it was only for a moment before the mouse's body began to convulse violently.
Heart rate, 287 beats per minute. Pupils dilated to maximum.
Her pen tip moved swiftly across the notebook. Seizures have begun, no spontaneous breathing, but the heart is still beating.
10 seconds later.
Inside the laboratory, a 01's convulsions abruptly ceased, and droplets of blood seeping from its 7 orifices formed a small stream on the metal baseplate. Zhou Shui removed her goggles to record the final data but was startled by a sudden loud noise.
The 2 other experimental cages suddenly erupted into chaos.
The mice frantically banged their heads against the cage walls, the sharp metallic grinding piercing the silence.
What's going on?
Li, who had been watching nearby, jumped in surprise. Zhou Shui ignored him and stared intently at the agitated mice, noticing that their cloudy eyes were fixed on the gradually stiffening corpse of E05. A mouse labeled A03 broke through its nasal membrane, its paws covered in blood, yet it continued to frantically claw at the cage door, its pink paw pads torn open by the metal bars.
They're attacking their own kind?
Xiao Li's voice trembled. These living mice looked like zombies, utterly terrifying. Zhou Shue's pupils contracted sharply. She quickly covered the cage with a cloth, but the agitated rat swarm did not calm down. It's not visual, she muttered to herself.
Could it be the smell?
Thinking this, he placed the dead mouse's body in an absolutely sealed space.
Sure enough,
this worked. Without the source of the smell, the rats gradually calmed down. Even if the sealed space leaked just a tiny bit, the rats would once again go into a frenzy.
This piqued Zhou Shue's interest. What on earth is happening? Xiaoli couldn't help but ask.
The scene was eerie, reminiscent of zombies breaking free from their confinement, which was truly unsettling. The mice were acting like they had gone mad, disregarding their own injuries as they rushed to gnaw on the corpses of their companions. It's likely a neurotoxin triggering cannibalistic tendencies. Zhou Shue's voice was calm to the point of being unsettling, but she couldn't hide the urgent rhythm her fingers were tapping on the lab bench. She quickly retrieved the surveillance footage and noticed that, 10 seconds before A01 died, the other white mice had already begun exhibiting abnormal behavior, licking the air. That was an instinctive reaction to detect the scent of a dying companion.
But neurotoxins shouldn't trigger such a reaction solely through their odor, should they? Could there be some underlying mechanism I haven't yet uncovered? He took out the dissection knife. Only an autopsy could answer his questions now.
The sharp scalpel quickly sliced open the mouse's skull, exposing a dark green brain to the air. Meanwhile, the white mice's aggressive behavior grew increasingly intense. Fortunately, the cage was sturdy enough to withstand their struggles, otherwise, they might have broken free. The dark green brain indicated that the neurotoxin had completely taken over the brain, and this was likely the true cause of the mice's death. The so-called body convulsions and sudden cessation of breathing were the consequences of the brain and brainstem losing their functions.
However, this neurotoxin did not seem to be harmful. It is more like stimulation. Because the mice's brains still retained some activity.
Although they appeared dark green and terrifying, the brains were still pulsating, albeit having lost their normal functions. She carefully separated the brain tissue, and soon she saw an odd object. It was a grayish-black gland, which she recognized as the vomeronasal organ, the olfactory perception organ of mammals. It is specifically designed to detect pheromones released by conspecifics and transmits signals to regions such as the hypothalamus to regulate behavior. If toxins directly act on the receptor cells of the vomeronasal organ, they may disrupt the normal recognition of pheromones, or even reverse the process, causing cells to abnormally synthesize and release aggressive pheromones, leading to a vicious cycle of misjudgment attack. However, the vomeronasal organ was significantly larger than that of ordinary mice, indicating an abnormality. What is this? Xiaoli was also curious upon seeing it. The vomeronasal organ, this must be the culprit causing these mice to become agitated. To verify his hypothesis, Zhou Shuai placed the object closer to the other live mice. Sure enough, no matter where it was placed, it attracted the mice to change direction. I get it. It's pheromones. The neurotoxin combines with cholinergic compounds in the olfactory glands to produce a new type of exocrine hormone. Her voice was filled with astonishment. The principle made sense, but she had no idea how the drug achieved this effect. If she could figure out the mechanism behind it, she felt she could have a paper published in this year's Natural Sciences and Science Journal. At the thought of it, his mood became excited. If only there were a high-precision microscope at that moment, one could clearly observe the underlying mechanisms at work. The toxin crystals, resembling miniature drills, were frantically dismantling the molecular structure of cholestanol, ing it into a new compound containing phenylethylamine. This substance, known to be the most potent hallucinogen in human history, was now being released continuously from the glands in the form of pheromones. It was like a beautiful woman in a sheer veil, tempting you endlessly, 100 times more tempting than that. As for why humans are unaffected, we can thank evolution. After millions of years of evolution, humans no longer rely on scent to process information. Instead, we rely primarily on vision and language. Therefore, the human vomeronasal organ has degenerated, retaining only incomplete functions, and in some individuals, it has completely disappeared. Additionally, it lacks effective connections to the central nervous system, so it is generally believed that the adult vomeronasal organ is incapable of perceiving pheromones.
Chapter 79, is it rat poison or a drug? Zhou Shuai kept thinking and summarizing in her mind.
As the test results from the recently completed analysis were printed out of the machine, she hurriedly took the report. When she clearly saw the contents of the report, her entire body suddenly began to tremble. But her face was filled with excitement. She had guessed correctly. The dopamine receptor density in all the mice has increased by 300%. Her hands trembled violently as she stared at the test report. But the acetylcholinesterase activity has dropped to 1/5 of the normal value. Zhou Shuai grabbed the electrode probe and gently touched the hippocampus region. The small white mouse, which had already stopped breathing, suddenly arched its back and frantically scratched at the air with its front paws. This wasn't rigor mortis, but neural synapses still firing at high frequencies.
It's not destruction, it's overload. At the microscopic level, the neurons resembled burning fireworks, with neurotransmitters continuously surging through the synaptic gaps, dyeing the entire scene an eerie fluorescent green. The neurotoxin had transformed into nanoscale signal amplifiers, amplifying all sensory inputs to an intensity capable of tearing apart consciousness. However, human nerves are far more robust than those of mice, so while this stimulus is sufficient to shatter a mouse's consciousness, it does not exceed the human threshold. This is why humans experience an intense sense of euphoria after inhaling it. Xiaoli watched Zhou Shui muttering to herself beside him and couldn't help scratching the back of his head. What receptors? What overload? I recognize each character individually, but when they're put together, they seem a bit unfamiliar. Zhou Jia, what do you mean by that? Is this really drugs? Zhou Shui turned her head and gave the confused Xiaoli a sideways glance. The results are now clearer, but they may be beyond your understanding. Xiaoli recalled the incomprehensible terms Zhou Shui had mentioned earlier and hesitated before speaking timidly. Zhou Jia, could you please explain it in simpler terms? These words sound too highbrow, I don't understand them. This was the first time Xiaoli had ever admitted he didn't understand something so bluntly. As a man, he usually cared a lot about saving face in front of women. But today, he didn't feel the least bit embarrassed. After all, with so many technical terms, even someone else would have the same trouble. Zhou Shui didn't mock him. She paused for a moment, seemingly organizing her thoughts in her mind, trying to simplify her explanation. Let me put it this way, if you say this rat poison is a drug, it is, because it does contain strong hallucinogenic and addictive components. So that means it's a drug. Xiaoli only heard the words hallucinogenic and addictive. But Zhou Shui continued. But you can't be so absolute about it. While it does have the effects of a drug, it also has the function of killing mice. So calling it rat poison isn't entirely wrong either. This convoluted explanation completely confused Xiaoli. So is it a drug or rat poison? Noticing the confused expression on Xiaoli's face, Zhou Shui kindly continued her explanation. Let me put it this way, if you use it as rat poison, it's rat poison. If you use it as drugs, it's drugs. I have to admit, the person who created this medicine is a genius. Genius? Xiaoli recalled Lin Xuan's series of actions and couldn't help but admit that the other person was indeed a genius. But he had previously only thought of him as a master locksmith. Now, he had to add pharmacist to the list. After getting the information he wanted, Xiaoli didn't waste any time and immediately called Tang Jiqiang to pass on the news. In the interrogation room, Lin Xuan, feeling bored, started playing with the handcuffs. Lock them, unlock them, unlock them, just playing. Tang Jiqiang, standing nearby, couldn't help but roll his eyes. The handcuffs meant for prisoners were no different from toys in the suspect's hands. Suddenly, his phone rang. He immediately guessed it was a call from Xiaoli. He quickly pressed the answer button. How's it going, Xiaoli? Did the results come out yet? Xiaoli hesitated for a moment. He had been in such a hurry to call that he had forgotten how to organize his thoughts. How should I put this? Tang team leader, let me gather my thoughts first. Don't worry. Tang Jiqiang looked puzzled. What do you mean? I just asked if it was drugs or not. It's that simple. Why do you need to organize your thoughts? He looked up at Lin Xuan, who was still playing with the handcuffs, and suddenly felt a surge of anger. He deliberately turned on the speakerphone so everyone could hear the conversation. Lin Xuan wasn't blind, he naturally noticed the other person's subtle gesture, but he didn't think much of it. He knew he wasn't making drugs, so there was nothing to worry about. After a moment, Xiaoli finally spoke up. Tang team leader, I have some good news and some bad news. Which do you want to hear first? Tang Jiqiang was taken aback. This kid was playing hard to get. However, he was also eager to know the details of the news, so he said impatiently. Tell me the good news first. The good news is that this rat poison is indeed rat poison. After testing, it has a significant lethal effect on rats. If we establish a brand, it will definitely be a groundbreaking rat extermination product. As soon as he finished speaking, the air suddenly fell silent. A moment later, Lin Xian's arrogant snort echoed through the room. Oomph. Officer Tang, can you now confirm my innocence? I told you I was selling rat poison, yet you insisted I was selling drugs. I'm a model citizen, how could I possibly be involved in drug trafficking? This is an outright trampling of my character. It's a blatant slander. As he spoke, he crossed his legs. Tang Jiqiang remained silent, deep in thought. Could it be that he had overthought it? Perhaps Zhao Yu was just desperate and lashing out, and he had wrongly accused him? He suddenly remembered there was another piece of bad news and asked. By the way, what was the other piece of bad news you mentioned earlier? Tell me about it. The bad news is. Xiaoli paused, seeming deeply shocked by what he was about to say. Although this drug can kill rats, it's also a super-powered drug in the drug world. According to toxicology tests, its hallucinogenic effects are 3 times that of ecstasy, and its addictiveness is comparable to heroin plus. If it enters the market, drug rehabilitation centers will be overwhelmed.
This was exactly what Zhou Shui had shown him in her data report, with no exaggeration whatsoever.
What?
Lin Xuan, who had been sitting comfortably with his legs crossed on the chair, suddenly jumped to his feet, sending the chair flying to the side.
What the hell is that? Super Saiyan in drugs? This is slander. Pure and simple slander. This is clearly a rat poison. It's absolutely not a drug. You must have tested it wrong.
Lin Xuan was shocked, but he still didn't believe he had made drugs.
The raw materials he had prepared didn't contain any drug-related ingredients, right? Chapter 80. Did the rats die of pleasure?
As a master pharmacist, he was well aware of the mechanism of action of his rat poison. The rat poison itself carried a hallucinogenic odor, which he had specifically adjusted.
Only mammals with highly developed olfactory organs could detect it.
Therefore, it is completely harmless to humans. The odor stimulates the rat's nervous system, increasing their excitement much like how cats are irresistibly drawn to catnip. No, under Lin Xuan's control, he amplified this effect by 100-fold.
That's why these mice become so.
But the most aspect is far from over. The scent molecules are limited, and the amount of rat poison is also limited.
So how does it manage to kill an entire litter of rats?
The most amazing part is that once the mice consume the poison, it triggers the hypothalamus to release a pheromone. This pheromone acts like a signal to other mice, saying,
"Hurry up and come here."
At the same time, the toxins that increase neural excitability trigger a series of complex chemical reactions within the mice's bodies, replicating themselves. Therefore, as long as other mice consume the carcasses of dead mice, they will also be infected with this toxin.
Of course, if this replication were to continue indefinitely, it would inevitably impact the ecosystem.
Therefore, there's a crucial condition. The neurotoxin produced within the body is unstable and begins to break down and disappear after 30 seconds. The odor molecules and pheromones can only travel a maximum of 10 meters.
This is also why it can only kill one litter at a time. Lin Xuan thought confidently.
But suddenly, a flash of insight crossed his mind.
Wait. Excitement. Before he could react, Tang Jiqiang spoke first. He asked into the phone. "Shaoli, you said this medicine is both rat poison and a drug? How is that possible? If it can kill rats, it can also kill people. How could it have the effects of a drug?"
This when it came to professional knowledge, Shaoli really didn't know how to respond. At this point, Zhou Shui noticed his dilemma and snatched the phone, saying,
"Let me explain it to you like this."
Tang Jiqiang heard the sudden female voice and curiously asked,
"Who is this?"
Shaoli hurriedly explained.
"This is Zhou, the director of the laboratory.
He just helped us with the analysis and testing."
Oh. Hello, Director Zhou. Could you please explain to us why this happened?" Tang Jiqiang was very polite. Zhou Shui didn't act superior. "There's no need to thank me. It's my job. Let me explain it to you this way. Why do mice die after eating it but humans don't?"
The mechanism of action of this drug essentially increases neural excitability, causing it to surpass the threshold and disrupt or even halt brain function.
The human nervous system is much weaker than that of mice.
Humans can tolerate it, but mice cannot, so humans are unaffected while mice die.
Can you explain it in simpler terms? Tang Jiqiang wasn't very knowledgeable about biology.
Zhou Shui furrowed her brows slightly, seeming a bit confused.
Hadn't she explained it clearly enough?
Alright, let me put it more simply, mice essentially die from pleasure.
When humans consume it, they only feel pleasure and euphoria, they don't die.
Such a concise and clear explanation nearly made the three people on the phone choke.
Die from pleasure. Wow, are girls these days so direct when they speak? Zhou Shui, isn't that what you asked for, something more straightforward? Is this not straightforward enough for you? Alright, thank you for your answer, Director Zhou.
Tang Jiqiang briefly thanked him before hanging up the phone. He then turned to Lin Xuan.
His eyes seemed to ask, "What do you think we should do now?" Having figured out the entire situation, Lin Xuan couldn't help but blush.
When he saw Tang Jiqiang's scrutinizing gaze, he could only explain helplessly.
"Officer Tang, I have no idea either. I originally developed it to kill rats. Who would have thought someone would get the idea to use it as a drug?" Now Lin Xuan was furious with Zhao Yu. "How did you think to use rat poison as a drug to inhale?" Wang Lin, who witnessed this dramatic scene, was speechless. "Old Tang, what should we do now?
His situation is indeed a bit unusual.
We can't tell for sure if it's illegal or not."
Tang Jiqiang sighed, looking at Lin Xuan's helpless expression, and felt a headache coming on. This guy really knows how to give the police a headache. First, he broke into the lock and posted flyers.
Technically, breaking into a lock is already a crime. But if the person went inside and didn't do anything, just helped clean up and posted a flyer, how do you sentence him?
Now, they've come up with a rat poison that has the effects of a superdrug.
If you call it a drug, his original intention was to kill rats.
But if you say it's rat poison, people have already used it as a drug. You're such a clever guy, go torture the courts instead of the police.
So, should they prosecute or not?
With this thought in mind, Tang Jiqiang solemnly asked.
Did you really not know this rat poison was a drug before you sold it? Of course not.
Officer Tang, I can guarantee 100% that I never intended to sell it as a drug.
At first, I really just wanted to sell some rat poison to make a little money.
Lin Xuan pounded his chest repeatedly, assuring him. This was a serious matter, he had to handle it carefully. Otherwise, the charge of drug trafficking was something he couldn't afford to take on.
Alright. I'll report this to my superiors first. You'd better stay at home and don't go anywhere until we summon you. No problem. I promise I'll stay home and not go anywhere. Tang Jiqiang nodded. By the way, how many packets of rat poison did you sell?
I didn't count exactly, but roughly speaking, there should be around 300 or 400 packets.
Should I collect all the rat poison?
I can cooperate with that. The buyers are all local viewers of my livestream. I'll just mention it in the livestream, and they'll definitely cooperate.
Tang Jiqiang shook his head. No need. Doing that would only alert them. What excuse would you use to collect them back? Say it's actually drugs?
If handled improperly, this could cause a public relations crisis.
Then what should I do? I can't just do nothing. I'm really worried someone might lose their mind and eat the rat poison.
Lin Xuan had never imagined that rat poison, once made, would be consumed by people. But after experiencing this, Lin Xuan still found one saying to be very true: in a big forest, there are all kinds of birds.
Chapter 81, let me come up with an excuse. That's not the case.
You can subtly remind them in the livestream to avoid accidentally ingesting the rat poison and dispose of it as soon as possible.
After that, don't sell it anymore.
Lin Xuan thought about it and agreed that the other person had a point, so he nodded.
Tang Jiqiang drove away to report the matter to the city bureau. Lin Xuan was now temporarily free.
By the time he left the police station, DePeo had already been waiting at the entrance.
Old Lin, what is going on? Why did it take so long to give a statement?
DePeo seemed to have been waiting there for quite some time.
Nothing much. Let's just go back first.
Outside, Lin Xuan didn't want to mention the matter, mainly because it was too sensitive.
But DePeo was taken aback. What? Just go back? No live stream?
DePeo pointed at his live streaming equipment, looking confused. Lin Xuan glanced at his live streaming equipment.
Is the live stream still on?
DePeo remembered what Lin Xuan had told him earlier and was about to shake his head to say it wasn't on, but Lin Xian's sharp gaze immediately exposed his little thought.
Okay, the live stream is on now.
Lin Xuan couldn't help but roll his eyes. He hadn't taken a single word of what he'd said earlier to heart. Always streaming him going to the police station would make others misunderstand him, and he didn't want his reputation ruined.
Never mind, he had something he needed to tell the viewers anyway. Hey, the streamer is finally here. Exactly, we've been watching the scenery in the live stream for ages. The guy above, does the police station entrance count as scenery? Does it feel like the streamer went back to the police station again? That use of again is so clever. Does anyone else feel like this police station is like the host's respawn point? They always show up here. Haha, what a divine respawn point. I get it, it's the same principle as Zhang Wei's respawn point being the bathroom, right? Ha ha ha. The streamer looks like they have something to say but can't bring themselves to say it. Did they get into trouble again? Cough cough. Good morning, everyone.
Lin Xuan greeted the viewers in the livestream with a friendly hello.
It was time to get down to business.
At that moment, the chat was flooded with messages, almost covering his face.
Why is the host being so formal?
He scratched his head, a hint of apology on his face. Guys, listen up. I have to go deep into the mountains and forests, to develop a new rat poison. Yes, just like Shin known tasting hundreds of herbs, I need to test the latest herbal formulas. So, unfortunately, I won't be able to stream this process.
Please understand. The comments exploded instantly. What? No live stream? Don't stop, streamer.
If you stream your Shin known tasting process, you might even become even more popular. This comment caught Lin Xuan's attention, and suddenly he remembered something. His expression turned serious as he pointed to the rat poison box behind the tricycle.
I have something to tell everyone.
Starting today, I won't be selling rat poison anymore.
The audience was once again shocked. What? You're not selling it anymore? Why? No, please don't. I still have mice at home. DePeo also looked at him in shock. When did this happen? Why didn't you consult me first?
Seeing how enthusiastic the live stream viewers were, Lin Xuan felt quite helpless.
He couldn't reveal the real reason. But he couldn't just not explain either. Who knew how these viewers would misinterpret his words?
But with his quick thinking, he came up with an explanation.
There's nothing I can do.
You've seen the rat poison I developed, it's just too powerful. So the animal rights organization came knocking on my door, accusing me of disrupting the ecological balance and demanding I stop, or else they'll sue me. After saying that, Lin Xuan helplessly shrugged his shoulders, indicating that there was nothing he could do.
What the heck? When the rats were rampaging, where was this organization to protect my crops? +1. My warehouse is being gnawed on by rats like a Syrian battlefield, and now they're talking to me about ecological balance? Let's crowdfund to send these rats to the organization.
10 a day, so they can experience what true ecological friendliness really means.
The comments were filled with angry insults.
Meanwhile, the canon beside him was even more confused.
Has someone come to the door lately? They even said they'd sue us? The head of the animal protection organization far away, achoo. Who's cursing me again?
Never mind, one more or one less doesn't matter. Speaking of which, there's a duck slaughterhouse that dared to openly ignore our ban.
They're asking for trouble. Ducks are so cute. Why kill them? We must stop them.
Lin Xuan silently prayed for the head of the animal protection organization in his heart, hoping that these online rats would send fewer messages. Lin Xuan softened his tone. By the way, you've seen how potent this rat poison is.
It's highly toxic. Once you get it, use it immediately. Don't keep it at home as a family heirloom.
If you have children or pets at home, make sure to lock it in a safe.
Don't let them accidentally eat it. Streamer, you can rest assured. Exactly, we're not stupid. How could someone accidentally eat rat poison?
The host is just being cautious after all, the world is full of surprises.
Ah, there really is such a cute little thing. Is that right?
Finally, Lin Xuan gave the camera a heart sign, grinned widely, and said, "Everyone,
don't forget to follow the live stream. When I come back from my retreat, I'll pick 10 people to give gifts to."
Before the audience could react, he quickly pressed the end live stream button, sighed deeply, and collapsed onto the three-wheeled cart, staring at the box full of rat poison, muttering under his breath, "It looks like these things are just going to go to waste." DePeo waved his hand beside him.
What's wrong with you? You went to the police station and now you won't even sell rat poison? You said you were going to seclude yourself like Shin tasting herbs?
DePeo was genuinely curious. He felt like the other guy had just gone in to give a statement and came out like a different person.
Who wouldn't he be curious? Lin Xuan sighed again.
Hey, come closer. I'll tell you what happened. DePeo was wondering what could be so mysterious. But moments later, when he learned the truth, DePeo's eyes widened in shock.
What? Drugs?
Lin Xuan immediately slapped DePeo on the shoulder.
Damn it, you're so loud, do you want everyone to hear?
The cannon finally covered his mouth, but his pupils were still dilated, and the shock hadn't faded from his face.
What are we going to do?
This is drugs. Anyone involved with drugs faces at least 10 years in prison.
Calm down. We didn't intentionally sell drugs.
We were just selling it as rat poison.
Who knew it had the same effect as drugs? If it comes down to it, we'll just stop selling it.
Lin Xuan said this, but he wasn't very confident either.
Chapter 82, The Confrontation with the Criminal Investigation Division Chief. Alright, I'll go with your plan. We won't sell the rat poison anymore, but what about the rest of it? We can't just leave it at home, can we? This rat poison is hotter than a potato right now.
Lin Xuan rubbed his chin, thinking carefully, glancing at the police station behind him, and an idea formed in his mind. Wang Lin was just about to go handle some business when he suddenly saw Lin Xuan returning.
What is going on? Is there something else you need?
Lin Xuan smiled as he held a large box of rat poison. I have so much rat poison here. I was planning to sell it today, but given the current situation, it doesn't seem possible anymore.
Of course not. But how did you make so much?
Wang Lin looked at the box of rat poison as if it were a bomb and hurried over to take it from him.
Whoa! That's pretty heavy. Of course it's heavy.
Lin Xuan saw how well it was selling, so he specifically increased the production quantity.
Municipal Public Security Bureau.
Xiaoli had just bid farewell to Zhou Shui and was preparing to return to the police station. As he stepped out the door, he saw many police officers running swiftly through the hallway. Curious, he stopped one of the officers and asked, "What's going on, brother? Why are you all in such a hurry?" The officer who was stopped thought Xiaoli was from the municipal bureau and replied urgently, "Didn't you receive the notification? There's been a gunfight at the abandoned building in Dinglan Bay, and there were explosions. Chief Gao ordered us to gather forces and head there immediately." "What? A gunfight? Explosions? That's so serious. Alright, no time to chat. Hurry up and gather outside." Saying that, he dragged Xiaoli outside to gather the others. Xiaoli hadn't had time to explain that he wasn't from the city bureau when his phone suddenly buzzed with a message from Tang Jiqiang. The message instructed him to rush to the abandoned building in Dinglan Bay to assist. Well, this was a convenient excuse to hitch a ride. Tang Jiqiang was driving on the road, but his original destination was the city bureau. However, he suddenly changed direction and headed toward the abandoned building in Dinglan Bay. He had just received a call instructing him to go there immediately to assist with an investigation, and it was specifically ordered by Director Gao of the bureau. He knew what the bureau chief was thinking. It was likely because of his extensive experience that he was being asked to go and offer some advice. However, he was puzzled. What kind of case had occurred here that required the bureau chief to personally oversee the investigation? Driven by curiosity, he arrived at Dinglan Bay several minutes earlier than usual. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, baking the ruins of the abandoned building in Dinglan Bay until they were scorching hot. Tang Jiqiang's police car screeched to a halt, kicking up dust that danced in the sunlight. As he opened the door, a wave of heat hit him, accompanied by the pungent smell of gunpowder, causing him to frown.
What's the smell of gunpowder? Captain Tang. Li's voice came from the entrance of the construction site. He ran over, his police uniform soaked with sweat clinging tightly to his back. The city bureau's people are already inside, and Director Gao has arrived as well. He had arrived in the city bureau's vehicle, arriving slightly earlier than Tang Jiqiang, and had been waiting at the entrance for him ever since. Tang Jiqiang nodded and then stepped through the construction site gate.
He didn't ask Shaoli what had happened or what was going on. He would ask the investigators on site instead, to avoid any information contamination. The police tape fluttered slightly in the wind, as if silently recounting the bloodshed that had just occurred here. As he entered the building, the dim lighting contrasted sharply with the bright light outside. Tang Jiqiang didn't pay attention to the change in lighting, as Bureau Chief Gao was waving at him. Tang Jiqiang hurried over and greeted Gao Yi.
Good morning, Director Gao. Gao nodded, then spoke seriously. Officer Tang, I know you have extensive investigative experience. I've called you here today because I need your help in solving this case.
This is no small matter. A gunfight broke out in a bustling downtown area, and explosives were involved.
If this isn't handled properly, it will be highly detrimental to social stability.
Most importantly, many people heard the gunfire.
There's no way to cover it up.
Tang Jiqiang didn't know what had happened, but solving cases was his responsibility, and this was a direct order from a high-ranking official.
He certainly wouldn't refuse. No problem, Director Gao. Thank you for your trust. However, before we begin, could you please inform me of what exactly happened here?
Gao Yi did not respond directly but turned to look at the tall, well-built man in a crisp police uniform standing beside him. Come, let me introduce you. Gao raised his hand. This is the current Criminal Investigation Division Chief, Zhou Zhang.
He led the team conducting the on-site investigation. He'll brief you on the situation once we meet. He then turned to introduce Tang Jiqiang. This is Officer Tang from the Posey Street Police Station. He previously served as the Criminal Investigation Division Chief and has extensive experience in criminal investigations. Tang Jiqiang and Zhou Zhang exchanged glances, their eyes meeting in the air, sparking an imperceptible flash of tension. Tang Jiqiang nodded slightly in acknowledgement. What's the situation at the scene? Tang Jiqiang cut straight to the point, scanning the surroundings.
There were several pools of blood on the ground, some already dried and dark brown, with shattered glass and bricks scattered nearby. The walls were riddled with bullet holes of varying depths, resembling a series of grimacing mouths, bearing witness to the life and death struggle that had taken place here. We received the report about 20 minutes ago. Gao Yi handed over a preliminary report, the paper slightly wrinkled. Witnesses reported hearing intense gunfire followed by a small explosion. When we arrived, the scene was already like this. He pointed to the charred marks in the corner, remnants of the explosion, with the surrounding walls blackened by smoke. 8 bodies have been found so far, and their identities are still being confirmed, Zhou Zhang added in a low, firm voice. Preliminary judgment suggests a clash between two factions, with one side using handguns and the other armed with assault rifles and handguns.
Tang Jiqiang knelt down to examine one of the bodies.
The victim's face was contorted, his eyes filled with fear and despair, and there was a blood-filled hole between his eyebrows. The blood had already dried, leaving a dark red trail on his cheek. Have you checked the surveillance footage? He turned to look at Zhou Zhang. We're checking, Zhou Zhang replied. According to the responsible party, this place has been abandoned for years, and the surveillance cameras have been malfunctioning for a long time and have never been repaired. We can only check the cameras on the road to see if we can find any traces of the suspects. He furrowed his brows, his eyes betraying a hint of anxiety.
Chapter 83. Do you know this person?
At that moment, a technician ran over, holding an evidence bag containing a small amount of dark red powder. Chief Gao, Team Leader Zhou, this was found at the scene.
It has an unusual odor, we're not sure what it is.
Zhou Zhang hummed thoughtfully.
Keep it for now. It might be related to this case. Yes. After the technician left, Zhou Zhang turned back to discuss the matter with Tang Jiqiang.
But as soon as he turned, he noticed Tang Jiqiang's puzzled expression.
What's wrong? Tang Team Leader, is there a problem?
Tang Jiqiang paused for a moment before slowly shaking his head.
Nothing. I just thought of something. I feel like I've seen this powder somewhere before. Seen it before? Yao Yi hurriedly called out to the technician who was about to leave.
Once he arrived, he immediately handed over the evidence bag and placed it in Tang Jiqiang's hands. Tang Jiqiang took it, examined it carefully, and searched his mind to figure out where this familiar feeling was coming from. Seeing his pensive expression, Zhou Zhang signaled to those around him to keep their voices down and not disturb him.
Fortunately, despite his age, Tang Jiqiang still had a sharp memory.
This was exactly the same as the rat poison Lin Xuan had sold earlier.
Could it be?
A flood of thoughts rushed through his mind in an instant, and his face turned pale in the blink of an eye.
Takano and the others naturally noticed his change in expression and hurriedly asked with concern. What's wrong? Did you think of something? Tang Jiqiang took a deep breath before slowly uttering the answer he had guessed.
I think there's no need to investigate the identity of this rival faction.
I know who it is. You know? Zhou Zheng's expression was one of shock.
Everyone here is a captain in the Criminal Investigation Division.
How did you figure it out so quickly? You just arrived and already know who did it.
If I'm not mistaken, if you conduct tests on these bodies, you should be able to detect traces of drug use.
Drug use?
Zhou Zhan was only momentarily puzzled before he guessed what was going on.
Are you suggesting that these people were drug dealers? Tang Jiqiang nodded. Exactly. I suspect that everything here is the work of the H organization. Both sides involved are drug dealers. And I should have further leads here. Further clues? Zhou Zheng's eyes widened. Aren't you supposed to be working together on this case? How come all the clues are coming from you? Tang Jiqiang wasn't making this up.
He was now certain that the events here were closely connected to the rat poison sold by Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan didn't know that rat poison was a drug, so he probably didn't have much information. But the person he arrested, Zhao Yu, definitely knew. If a drug addict knows there's a more potent drug available, wouldn't he tell other drug users? Tang Jiqiang thought it was highly likely. Their circle wasn't very large, and they didn't have much else to talk about. Drugs were probably the topic they discussed most frequently. Zhao Yu was also somewhat surprised. If this major case could be solved in such a short time, it would be a significant political achievement. Officer Tang, are you serious about what you're saying? Tang Jiqiang hesitated for a moment before nodding slowly. It should be fine. The person connected to the lead is currently at the station. I'll have someone bring him over. All right. I'll arrange for a few armed police officers to escort them. Director Gao immediately said. Tang Jiqiang was about to nod, but seemed to remember something and added. Director Gao, you might also need to arrange for a team to pick someone up. Arrange another team? Is this person also connected to the case? Tang Jiqiang nodded. It should be related, because if I'm not mistaken, this dark red powder was made by him. Zhou Zheng raised an eyebrow. You know who made this dark red powder? Do you know what its purpose is? Is that why you're so certain this is connected to the H organization? That's right. The purpose of this powder isn't unfamiliar to you either. It's a new type of drug. A new type of drug. Gao Yi and Zhou Zhan were both shocked. How is that possible? The reason for their shock was that both of them had informants in the drug world. Though they couldn't access core information, they were still able to learn about market-related matters. But recently, they hadn't heard any rumors about a new type of drug emerging. What if I told you that the potency of this new type of drug is at least twice as strong as any known drugs currently in circulation? More than twice as strong. The two of them stared at each other in disbelief, as if trying to confirm with each other that they hadn't heard correctly. But Tang Jiqiang answered the question for them. That's right, you heard correctly. It's that powerful. Tang Jiqiang understood their reaction well. After all, when he first heard the news, he wasn't much better than them. Soon, Zhou Zheng noticed the inconsistency. Wait a minute. You said you found traces of a new type of drug and even know who made it, yet you haven't arrested the person yet? This is no small matter. Gao Yi also looked at him with a puzzled expression. Tang Jiqiang sighed helplessly. This is a complicated matter, so I'll keep it brief. In fact, this so-called new type of drug was originally created as rat poison. Rat poison? The two of them were even more puzzled. How could rat poison be related to drugs? Tang Jiqiang then briefly recounted what had happened to Lin Xuan earlier. But in just a moment, Gao Yi and Zhou Zheng's entire worldview was shattered. Mice were killed by something that gave them a euphoric high? What a niche phrase. I was actually planning to report this to you. I don't know how to handle it either, but before I could reach the city bureau, I was summoned here. Speaking of which, it's quite a coincidence. When I first arrived here, I had no idea that this case would be connected to the one I was supposed to report to you. Gao Yi fell silent, sorting through the information in his mind. After a long while, he finally continued his questioning. Are you certain that the person who manufactured the drugs didn't do it intentionally? Tang Jiqiang answered without hesitation. I don't think so. Oh, right, Chief Gao, you know the person who made the rat poison, don't you? I know him? Gao Yan furrowed his brows. He didn't recall knowing such a master pharmacist. Yes, the locksmith from the bank robbery case last time. Do you remember him? Gao Yi only needed a moment to recall the young man standing confidently in front of the bank at the time. Chapter 84, God is Unfair. You mean that Lin Xuan, right? Of course I remember him. That young man's lockpicking skills were truly remarkable. Why bring him up? However, the moment Gao Yi finished speaking, his pupils dilated as he stared at Tang Jiqiang, his eyes filled with disbelief. You wouldn't be referring to him as the one who made the rat poison, would you? Tang Jiqiang nodded. A sharp intake of breath echoed through the room. No, this young man's lockpicking skills are already astonishing. At the time, I couldn't understand how a young person could possess such extraordinary talent.
I finally accepted that, and now you're telling me he has even developed rat poison with such an exaggerated effect? Does that make any sense?
Tang Jiqiang shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he was also quite helpless. In theory, God is fair. If someone has a talent, they must have flaws. But Lin Xuan seems a bit off. Zhou Zhang listened to the two of them talking and was also quite confused.
Who is this Lin Xuan? Why were both of them so surprised?
Gao Yi seemed to notice the expression on Zhou Zhang's face and explained to him.
Last time during the bank robbery, weren't you in the provincial capital for training?
This Lin Xuan is the guy I told you about who opened the vault with his bare hands.
What? You mean the person who created this new type of drug is the same one who broke into the bank vault last time? This single sentence instantly made Zhou Zhang understand the meaning behind it. But it also left him utterly shocked.
His eyes darted around and he spoke up voluntarily. In that case, I'll go and bring that Lin Xuan here myself. Gao Yi nodded, but when he saw the hesitant expression on Tang Jiqiang's face, he thought he had some objections.
What's wrong? Is there anything else? There's no issue, but what should we charge Lin Xuan with? Or should we just acquit him? That is indeed a matter of concern. This is likely a precedent nationwide. Regarding this matter, I will not make a decision yet.
Perhaps I also need to submit it to the Bureau for discussion.
If there are no other issues, you should depart immediately, bring him here first, and ensure the case is resolved within a week. Yes. Half an hour later.
Lin Xuan, who hadn't even had time to rest at home, was suddenly stormed by a group of police officers. With a bewildered expression on his face, he was taken to the abandoned building.
Zhao Yu was also brought along.
Meanwhile, the evidence search at the scene was nearing its conclusion, with no additional items discovered.
It seemed that the only hope now lay with Zhao Yu and Lin Xuan. When Lin Xuan was brought here, he saw Gao Yi. He said in a friendly manner, "Mr. Gao, did you bring me here for a specific reason? If there's anything I can assist with, I'll do my best. But you haven't told me what it's about, so I'm a bit nervous."
Gao Yi looked at the young man in front of him, who seemed so inexperienced, and found it hard to believe that he was a versatile criminal capable of both breaking into safes and manufacturing drugs. Gao first pointed at the corpse on the ground and asked him,
"Take a look. Do you recognize anyone in there?" "Recognize? For heaven's sake. How did so many people die?" "High-ranking official Gao, this has nothing to do with me.
I have someone who can prove that I went straight home after leaving the police station and didn't come here."
Gao Yi smiled kindly. "It's okay. I know you didn't kill them. But I need your cooperation. Take a look and see if you recognize anyone here. This will be very helpful for our investigation."
Hearing this, Lin Xuan finally relaxed a bit and patted his chest.
As long as he wasn't involved, that was fine. No problem. Cooperating with the police is what a model citizen like me should do.
After saying that, Lin Xuan walked over to the bodies and carefully examined the faces of the corpses. Strangely, despite the gruesome sight of the bloodied corpses, Lin Xuan felt no fear. Although their faces were covered in blood, their basic facial features were still recognizable. Unfortunately, after observing for several minutes, Lin Xuan was unable to identify any of the bodies.
"I don't know. I don't recognize any of them."
Lin Xuan's lack of recognition was not surprising, and Gao Yi did not dwell on it either. At that moment, Zhou Zhang, who had brought Lin Xuan here, handed him the evidence bag containing the dark red powder.
"Take a look at this. Does it look familiar to you?" Lin Xuan took a look and realized,
it does look familiar.
"Can I open it and take a whiff?"
Zhou Zhang glanced at Gao Yi beside him and, upon seeing him nod, said,
"Sure."
As soon as he opened it, the familiar scent immediately filled Lin Xuan's nose.
"Holy crap! Isn't this the rat poison I made? How did it end up here?"
"When these bodies were found here, there were some of these items nearby, so I asked you to come and see if you recognize them." Lin Xuan looked closely again, but this time he shook his head firmly.
"I don't recognize them. Absolutely not.
They might be customers who bought rat poison from my stall a few days ago, but there were so many people I couldn't possibly remember everyone's face." However, Zhou Zhang was taken aback upon hearing this.
"You've sold this rat poison to a lot of people?" Tang Jiqiang hadn't mentioned this before.
"Yes, I didn't know it was drugs before.
I just sold it as rat poison. It works really well, so a lot of people came to buy it. I made a lot every day, and it all sold out."
At this point, Tang Jiqiang stepped in to explain.
"Here's the situation. Currently, it seems only Zhao Yu knows that the rat poison is actually a drug.
That's why I didn't spread the word further. After all, everyone else was using it as rat poison, and no one in their right mind would try it. But if we actively tell those people that the rat poison is a drug, there's no guarantee that some reckless individuals might still try it. Anyway, I've already instructed Lin Xuan not to sell this stuff anymore."
Lin Xuan, standing nearby, agreed. Right. Don't worry, I promise I won't make this stuff again."
Before Zhou Zhang could speak again, Gao Yi interjected.
"You've thought this through pretty well. Handling it this way is indeed better. After all, the people buying rat poison are a mixed bunch, and since we don't have their ID information, we can't track them down. It's better to just let them think it's rat poison. Exactly. I specifically mentioned in the livestream that this rat poison is highly toxic and must not be ingested. These people probably won't be that desperate to die. Lin Xuan took up the conversation. Director Gao, since we can't find any leads on Lin Xuan, let us question Zhao Yu instead. Zhou Zhang looked at Zhao Yu, who was sitting dejectedly nearby, eager to showcase his investigative skills. Chapter 85, Protect Me. When Zhao Yu was brought over, he was curled up like a snail, looking terrified. Zhou Zhang stood before Zhao Yu, looking down at the man crouched outside the police tape. The sound of the forensic doctor lifting the white sheet echoed sharply in the quiet, abandoned building. Zhao Yu, cooperate. Zhou Zhang's voice was as cold as ice, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the gun at his waist. If you keep playing dumb, I won't hesitate to let you experience our police's special interrogation methods. Zhao Yu's body stiffened suddenly, and the muscles on his face twitched uncontrollably. He raised his head, his cloudy eyes filled with fear. All right, don't hit me. His voice was hoarse, as if shards of glass were lodged in his throat. The first body was pushed in front of Zhao Yu. The deceased's face was contorted, with a blood-soaked hole between his eyebrows. Zhao Yu glanced at it briefly, his expression unchanged. I don't recognize him. The second body was quickly uncovered, revealing a young man with dyed blonde hair. His neck bore a deep knife wound, the blood already congealed into a dark brown color. Zhao Yu remained unmoved, never seen him before. Zhou Zhang's brows furrowed deeply. He stepped forward, casting a shadow over Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu, you'd better think carefully. Just then, the forensic doctor lifted the white sheet covering the third body. Tang Jiqiang stood nearby, noticing Zhao Yu's pupils suddenly contract. His entire body froze in place as if struck by lightning. The corpse lay face up, its face covered in grotesque scars that twisted like centipedes. Even in death, it was still terrifying. It was the deceased Long Gu. You know him, Zhou Zhang said with unwavering certainty. He knelt down and locked eyes with Zhao Yu. Speak. How did he end up here? Zhao Yu's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, pooling at his chin before dripping onto the dusty ground. His lips trembled, and after a long pause, he managed to utter a few words. Dragon. Dragon brother. Continue. Zhou Zhang pulled out a voice recorder, its red indicator light beginning to flash. He was a drug dealer who sold drugs to me before, but usually his henchmen handled the transactions with me. I didn't know what he looked like before. But recently, he asked me to help him transport drugs, promising to give me 2,000 yuan afterward. Zhao Yu then recounted the previous incident where Long Gu had met him and stolen the only drugs he had. The three were seasoned police officers with years of experience. Through Zhao Yu's account, they quickly pieced together the sequence of events. Tang Jiqiang walked over to Gao Yi and whispered, it seems that this Long Gu wants to monopolize the market for the new type of drugs, encroaching on the H organization's territory, which is why he's in such danger. That's right. Gao Yi sighed. The H organization has been running the drug trade in Star City like a well-oiled machine. This Long Gu wants to use the new drug to break into the market in Star City. Isn't that just slapping the H organization in the face? Moreover, the effects of this new drug are clearly superior to those of the H organizations. Anyone with a functioning brain knows which one to buy. This isn't just encroaching on their territory, it's undermining the very foundation of the H organization. Yeah, if the H organization can tolerate this, they must be reincarnated as green-shelled turtles. Zhou Zhang joked. If that's the case, Gao Bureau, if you were the head of the H organization, what would your next move be? Gao Yi furrowed his brows and thought carefully for a moment before giving his answer. If I were the head of the H organization, I would obtain a sample of the new drug, bring it back for research, and see if we can replicate it. If we can't replicate it, I would find a way to obtain the method for manufacturing it. Tang Jiqiang and Zhou Zhang nodded in agreement upon hearing this. The two of them had similar thoughts. However, the method for manufacturing the drug wasn't written down on paper, and currently only one person knew how to make it. Wait a moment. Only one person knows? The three of them silently turned their heads to look at Lin Xuan beside them. At that moment, Lin Xuan was idly kicking some concrete blocks on the ground. Suddenly, he felt several pairs of eyes fixed on him. He looked up and saw that it was Gao Yi and the three others staring intently at him. He didn't know why, but their gaze made him feel uneasy. Why are you staring at me like that? Lin Xuan asked curiously. Finally, Tang Jiqiang spoke up. Aren't you scared? Panic? What's there to panic about? No, don't beat around the bush. Just say what you want. Lin Xuan didn't understand what he was trying to say. Do you know that someone has probably already set their sights on you? Watching me? Lin Xuan pointed at himself in disbelief. Why would they be watching me? For my 10,000 yuan on Huabei? Who would be so bored? Tang Jiqiang rolled his eyes in annoyance. Let us get down to business. Stop joking around. Be serious. Do you have any idea how dangerous your situation is right now? You say my situation is dangerous?
Seeing the serious expressions on the others' faces, Lin Xuan gradually grew more serious as well.
Where exactly is the danger coming from? Just tell me clearly. Do you know about the H organization?
Lin Xuan shook his head.
You don't know? It's the largest drug trafficking organization in Star City right now. We've been trying to catch them for years, but we've never succeeded. You can imagine how powerful they are.
Moreover, in this particular case, the person who died here was eliminated because he harbored treasonous intentions and sought to claim a share of the H organization's spoils. Tang Jiqiang said this with great conviction. However, the expression that Lin Xuan revealed next left him completely speechless.
He leaned his chin on his hand as if deep in thought and said, "This H organization has no sense of business ethics. Monopolies are bad.
I think you should have the Industrial and Commercial Bureau investigate this properly."
Tang Jiqian? Zhou Zhang? Gao Yi? Market Regulation Bureau, you want me to regulate the monopoly of a drug trafficking group? Is that even a human thought?
Seeing the expressions on the three faces, Lin Xuan suddenly chuckled.
Oh, I was just teasing you. The Industrial and Commercial Bureau wouldn't dare. I just noticed the atmosphere was a bit tense, so I thought I'd lighten things up a bit. He. Tang Jiqiang was speechless. Wait, aren't you worried about your safety?
That's a drug trafficking group that kills without batting an eye. Lin Xuan gave him a strange look.
What's the use of worrying? Even the police can't take them down. What can I do? Chapter 86, You be the bait. As for my safety, don't worry. I've already made arrangements. You've made arrangements? What kind of arrangements?
The three of them turned to look at Lin Xuan.
It's simple. I've already made preparations. In the coming days, I'll move my bedroom to your armed police unit. Once you take down the H organization, I'll come out.
If there is nothing else, please ask Chief Gao to send a few more armed police officers to escort me back to pack my belongings. After saying that, Lin Xuan actually started to get ready to leave.
Everyone nearby was stunned. What? You're already this close to us? You're already making arrangements for us?
Zhou Zhang, who was closest, quickly grabbed Lin Xuan. If he didn't stop him, Lin Xuan would have already walked out of the unfinished building.
Wait. We haven't finished speaking yet. What's the matter? Do you have any objections to what I said?
Lin Xuan furrowed his brows slightly.
Before he could finish, Tang Jiqiang slapped him hard on the back. You're the director of the police department. How dare you be so familiar with us? We haven't said a word, and you've already assigned us tasks. Tang Jiqiang said angrily.
Perhaps that slap snapped Lin Xuan out of his leadership dreams, and he gave a sheepish smile.
Then, Tang Jiqiang turned to Gao Yi and said, Director Gao, what should we do next? Although the H organization hasn't taken action yet, it's foreseeable that their target will be Lin Xuan. Gao smiled. I actually think this is a golden opportunity.
The H organization has been entrenched in our city for so many years without being eradicated.
Why not use this chance to lure them out and eliminate them all at once? Tang Jiqiang and Zhou Zhang's eyes lit up. This approach was indeed feasible. It was foreseeable that the H organization's leaders, if they weren't foolish, would realize the immense impact this new drug would have on the drug market. Such a strategic weapon was either in their hands or it had to be destroyed. However, both of these methods cannot avoid involving a key figure, Lin Xuan. Therefore, the H organization will definitely find a way to take Lin Xuan away. And this is the bait the police have openly set for the H organization. However, this method likely requires Lin Xuan's cooperation. Otherwise, given the H organization's cunning nature, it will be difficult to deceive them. Of course. We must use the real bait this time. As soon as the words left their mouths, the three turned their heads back to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan was still a bit dazed. He had been listening to the three of them talk the whole time. After all, the police's investigative process wasn't something ordinary people could witness, so it felt a bit strange and intriguing to him. However, when the situation turned to involve him, it wasn't so amusing anymore. Don't look at me. I absolutely refuse. This H organization is ruthless and dangerous. I don't want to get involved in this. Can you use a different bait? I'll just stay put and let you protect me in the safest place. Change the bait? But what bait do we have that's as attractive as you? Tang Jiqiang sighed helplessly. Must it be me? Lin Xuan pointed at himself in confusion. You're Lin Xuan, right? This drug trafficking business can be made to seem small or big, depending on how you play it. It all depends on how well you cooperate. Zhou Zhang spoke with a hint of threat. But Lin Xuan wasn't stupid, he wasn't going to be intimidated. Alright, officer, don't try your interrogation tactics on me. They won't work. I'll cooperate, but there's a condition. Condition? What condition? Zhou Zhang asked in confusion. Lin Xuan didn't say anything, instead, he rubbed his fingers together. Gao Yi immediately understood and laughed. No problem. As long as you agree to help us, I'll request the reward money for your act of bravery from higher-ups. Combined with the 10,000 from last time, that'll be a total of 20,000. How about it? Upon hearing the figure of 200,000, Lin Xuan's eyes lit up. Especially since the other party had voluntarily mentioned the previous 10,000 yuan, which greatly increased his goodwill toward them. Alright. Mr. Gao, you're too kind. As a model citizen, I'll definitely cooperate fully with the police. But let me make one thing clear, I'll only act as bait. I won't do anything else. Don't worry. We're already deeply grateful that you're willing to cooperate as bait. We won't ask you to do anything else. And once this matter is resolved, we'll definitely consider your case with the utmost leniency. Lin Xuan nodded satisfactorily. That's the kind of attitude you expect from a bureau chief. He then glanced at Zhou Zhang. You should learn from him. Otherwise, while he becomes the bureau chief, you'll just be a captain. Not everything can be achieved through threats. Why not offer some benefits instead? Zhou Zhang naturally noticed Lin Xuan's glance, but he didn't think much of it. So, Director, what should our detailed plan be moving forward? Gao Yi raised his eyebrows, as if in thought, but quickly abandoned the idea. Forget it. It's impossible to come up with a plan that could fool the H organization in such a short time. Once we return, we'll immediately convene a meeting to discuss this. I want to know the detailed plan within 2 hours. Yes. Tang Jiqiang and Zhou Zhang saluted in unison. Meanwhile, on the other side, in a slightly worn-out van, Chen Mo sat in the passenger seat, closing his eyes to rest. They had retreated cautiously all the way, even switching vehicles several times without drawing attention. Only now did they feel safe enough to return to their base. This cautious habit was precisely why they had managed to evade the police for several years. Along the way, fields and trees kept receding into the distance. Suddenly, Chen Mo's phone rang. He slowly opened his eyes and, upon seeing that it was Akuan calling, pressed the answer button. What's wrong? Is something wrong? The guy you asked me to keep investigating earlier, I've already gathered all the information. Upon hearing Akuan's words, Chen Mo, who had been closing his eyes to rest, sat up straight immediately, a look of surprise and doubt appearing on his face. So fast? He had thought it would take at least a few days, but how could it all be done in less than an hour? Boss, to be honest, even we're surprised by how efficient this was. But the thing is, this guy's case was just too easy to look into. All we had to do was search online, and we could find his information with ease. Just search online? Chen Mo was completely speechless. These days, drug dealers are already this brazen? Daring to show up online like that, so brazenly? Doesn't he fear getting arrested? But Akan's answer the next moment resolved his doubts. Chapter 87, The True Leader of the H Organization. Boss. We were all wrong. There is no foreign organization. No crossing the river gang. This so-called new type of drug was completely made up by someone who had no idea what they were doing. And do you know what's even funnier? At first, this new drug was actually used as rat poison. Rat poison? Chen Mo's lips twitched uncontrollably. We've gone through so much trouble and can't even purify a single gram of this drug, and yet you turn it into rat poison? What does this say about us? Are we all useless drug dealers and researchers? This is hilarious. What do you think, boss? Only this kid knows the formula. Should we capture him first? But Chen Mo suddenly spoke up. Hold on. We just made such a commotion, the police must have already been notified. Lin Xuan might already be under police protection. Let's not rush into this, we should plan this out carefully. Moreover, we have samples. Let's have those few people in the village study them first to see if they can analyze and replicate them. If they can, just arrange for someone to kill her. If not, we'll figure out a way to kidnap her. Akan on the other end seemed to still be following Chen Mo's orders without objection. He merely responded with a single word before silently hanging up the phone. No organization? Made it themselves? Do they have the technology, or did they just stumble upon it by accident? Chen Mo's lips curled into a playful smile as he opened his phone and began searching for the name Lin Xuan. The car continued driving, straight through the village entrance, where the village's name was written. Sanyuan Village. Z. A long screech of brakes echoed as the car ground over the gravel road and came to a stop in front of the village party branch office. The iron gate of the village party branch office was ajar, and the faded "Serve the People" slogan on the doorframe fluttered slightly in the wind. Chen Mo straightened his black suit, removed his sunglasses, and adopted a solemn expression. The men behind him stood respectfully on either side. Squeak! The iron door was slowly pushed open, and the faint scent of sandalwood wafted out. An elderly man with white hair sat in a rattan chair beside an octagonal table, holding a purple clay teapot. His coarse cotton Zhongshan suit was faded from repeated washing, and the cuffs were patched. If not for the icy glint in his eyes behind the gold-rimmed glasses, he could have easily been mistaken for an ordinary village elder. Master Go. Chen Mo bowed respectfully. The old man did not look up, merely turning the purple clay teapot in his hands. The steam rising from the spout swirled between them, forming a mist. Did you have a smooth journey? The old man's voice was rough like sandpaper rubbing against a brick, tinged with the hoarseness of years.
Chen Mo noticed that the edge of the table was piled with notebooks used during the day's meeting, their covers stamped with the words integrity and clean governance.
Everything went smoothly.
Monkey and Scarface Dragon are dead, and we cleaned up the loose ends.
The police didn't follow us.
No one had expected that the infamous H organization was actually based in a village, and that their leader was none other than the village party secretary.
Well done. Gulao praised him lightly.
But when he saw Chen Mo hadn't left yet, he asked with some confusion.
What's wrong? Is there anything else? Chen Mo pulled out a metal box from his briefcase.
As the lid sprang open, a dark red powder glowed with an eerie metallic sheen in the moonlight.
This time, we had an unexpected find. Gulao looked at the dark red powder in the other's hand, a look of surprise flashing across his face. What is this?
A new type of drug, but its effects are twice as strong as anything we've researched so far. When he heard the word new type of drug, Gulao's expression remained unchanged, but when he heard the last part of the sentence, his pupils behind his glasses suddenly contracted, and he quickly stood up, carefully reaching out to take the metal box. This time, when he looked at the metal box again, a look of caution flashed across his face.
Is this information reliable? Chen Mo shook his head. I heard this information from Ah Koan and Ah Biao.
We haven't tested its effects yet, but Ah Koan and the others wouldn't lie to me.
Upon hearing that it was from Ah Koan and Ah Biao, Gulao's eyes lost the last trace of doubt.
These two young men had been raised under his watchful eye since childhood. They would never betray the village.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent them out as spies. Where did it come from? Gulao's expression grew calm.
But Chen Mo, who knew Gulao well, knew this was the calm before the storm. Chen Mo didn't hesitate, pulling out his phone from his pocket and opening the previous live streams of Lin Xuan.
What does this mean?
Gulao's eyes were filled with confusion. I'm not entirely sure either, but according to Ah Koan, this new type of drug was created by him.
Chen Mo pointed at Lin Xuan's figure in the video. Just him? Not an organization?
Gulao assumed there was an external organization trying to take over the market in Xinjiang, which naturally made him a bit worried.
This is a new type of drug that's twice as effective as there's the little cutie. Everyone knows which one to buy. Moreover, over the years, their organization had monopolized the entire Xinjiang drug market, holding complete control over pricing. The high prices they set had already caused dissatisfaction among the suppliers. If there was a better option, he was certain that the suppliers in Star City would abandon him without a second thought. Chen Mo sighed helplessly.
I was also shocked at first, but that's the truth. What's even funnier is that this guy seems to have no idea he is selling drugs, he is selling it as rat poison.
I also found the real situation in the video. Look, the lethality of this drug against rats is like a dimensional attack. Just a tiny amount can easily kill an entire nest. Gulao's serious expression couldn't help but twitch upon hearing this news.
Such an absurd thing was indeed the first time he had ever heard of it.
So can this rat poison be used as drugs? Don't do it, it might feel good, but it'll kill you. What kind of business are we running?
True, our drugs can kill you if you take too much, but at least they can keep you going for years. That's a steady source of wealth, not a one-time deal.
I'm not sure about that. I think we should send this sample to the Research Institute for testing. If it's safe, we can see if we can replicate it. Chen Mo suggested proactively. All right. Gulao agreed.
He immediately picked up a pen and wrote a letter, then took out his personal jade seal and stamped it on the letter.
Take this. Deliver this letter and the sample to Professor Yang. The Research Institute housed highly classified drug-related research. Even someone like Chen Mo would need Gulao's letter of recommendation to gain access. Yes. Chen Mo respectfully took the letter and slowly left the office. Chapter 88, Laying the Groundwork. Shortly after Chen Mo left, another middle-aged man with a square face walked in.
As soon as he entered, he spoke in a respectful tone.
Gushu, you summoned me here for a reason? There is indeed a matter that requires your attention.
Huai Min, your temperament is the most steady, so I entrust this task to you with confidence.
Uncle Gu. Please speak.
Arrange 3 teams to monitor the police.
Remember, do not reveal your identities. I need to know everything they are doing. Yes.
Chen Huaimin thought it was over and instinctively prepared to leave, but Uncle Gu called him back. There's one more thing. He pulled out a red silk wrapped box from the depths of the bookshelf, opened it, and revealed a jade ring.
Go pay a visit to that influential figure in the provincial capital.
Tell him I miss the days we studied together. Chen Huaimin carefully took the red silk wrapped box, as if handling something of utmost importance. Gradually, the sun sank below the horizon.
Gulao stood at the courtyard gate, gazing at the star-studded sky, as if counting something.
The radio in his hand suddenly came to life with the voice of the news anchor, speaking clearly and distinctly. The police in our city will intensify efforts to combat drug-related crimes. The old man's lips curled into a cold smile as he poured the remaining half of his tea onto the ground and turned to walk back into the house. At 3 o'clock in the morning, the Municipal Public Security Bureau building resembled a glowing iceberg, with droplets of water condensing on the glass walls and refracting eerie light under the lamps. In the command center, smoke and the smell of coffee intertwined like a dense web. 37 detectives sat in a circle, discussing plans to lure the H organization into a trap. On the small blackboard, when the plan to use Lin Xuan as bait to lure the H organization was written down, many raised objections.
This won't work. The H organization isn't stupid.
They won't fall for such an obvious trap.
Zhou Zhang and Tang Jiqiang, standing in front of the small blackboard, noticed everyone's doubts.
They exchanged a glance and slowly smiled. This plan was something the two of them had come up with together, spending the entire night on it.
Zhou Zhang tapped the blackboard and said seriously, "Of course I know the H organization won't fall for it that easily.
That's why we need to add a few more smokescreens to obscure their perception."
What kind of smokescreens?
It's simple, repair the road openly while secretly crossing the river. Zhou Zhang drew 2 circles on the small blackboard.
First, we'll casually leak the news that Lin Xuan is being held at the Municipal Public Security Bureau, but the other side definitely won't believe it.
At that point, given the H organization's caution, they will definitely send some unrelated personnel to probe the situation. Then, we will further guide them into the trap we've carefully set up.
That's the safe house we've set up in secret.
At this point, Zhou Zhang tapped the circle he had drawn around the word safe house twice.
Everyone, pay attention.
At this point, we will deploy some overt and covert surveillance around the area and assign undercover agents to long-term surveillance at the convenience store and newsstand downstairs. At that moment, one of the detectives sitting below suddenly raised his hand. Zhou Zhang paused and gestured for him to stand up.
If that's the case, the H organization isn't stupid either. Even if we hide this place well, they should be able to find it through their information network, right? Aren't we just alerting them and giving away Lin Xuan's real location?
Zhou Zhang smiled smugly upon hearing this.
That's exactly what we want them to know. And who said Lin Xuan is here? What do you mean? The detective who had just asked the question was now completely baffled.
He had no idea what Zhou Zhang meant by that.
It's simple.
The police officer next to me, Mr. Tang, I don't know if everyone has met him before, but he has dealt with the H organization several times and is quite familiar with their modus operandi.
He'll explain the rest.
The detectives present were all seasoned veterans with years of experience in Xingqing, so when they heard the name Tang Jiqiang, they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise.
Tang Jiqiang? The former Captain Tang? No way.
I thought he had been dismissed.
No, he was just reassigned. I think Captain Tang was actually pretty wronged.
Given the circumstances at the time, even Sherlock Holmes wouldn't have been able to handle it. I heard that Captain Tang had a falling out with the H organization. Even though he's no longer in a position of authority, he's had several run-ins with them over the years. If anyone knows the H organization inside out, it's Tang Zhongxian. No one else comes close. At that moment, Tang Jiqiang, who had been standing nearby, saw everyone discussing the matter and stepped forward to calm them down.
Everyone, I understand your confusion about this plan. Why make it so complicated, throwing out layer after layer of smokescreens?
But what I need to tell you is that the drug trafficking organization we're facing is extremely cunning.
We've been hunting them for years and haven't been able to bring them to justice.
You can imagine how cunning they are. Therefore, ordinary deceptive tactics won't fool them. We need to meticulously stage a performance one that they might inadvertently uncover. From start to finish, Lin Xuan's location has never changed. He's always been at the Municipal Public Security Bureau. The only thing that changes is his identity, which is temporarily assumed by someone else. In other words, on the surface, there will be someone who looks exactly like Lin Xuan being protected by the city police department, while the real Lin Xuan will be disguised as an ordinary police officer, blending in among the other police officers at the city police department.
Tang Jiqiang's words also caused the other detectives present to fall silent, as if they were contemplating the feasibility of the plan. Team leader Tang, do you think the H organization will fall for this?
Tang Jiqiang paused for a moment before nodding slowly and speaking with unwavering certainty.
They will. Soon, the plan was unanimously approved by everyone.
Tang Jiqiang and Zhou Zhang organized the plan and immediately submitted it to Director Gao. This plan was merely a proposal. Whether it would be adopted ultimately depended on confirmation from the party organization.
However, out of trust, Gao Yi overruled the objections and ultimately approved the plan.
Due to the importance of the plan, Gao Yi also granted Tang Jiqiang and Zhou Zhang certain command authority over the armed police force. By the time they finished all this, it was already 9 o'clock the next morning. The morning sun streamed through the blinds, casting alternating patterns of light and shadow on the iron table in the interrogation room. Lin Xuan was groggily dragged out of bed, his pajama buttons askew and his hair a tangled mess.
What's going on? He yawned, complaining. We were taking statements until 2 last night, and now it's not even fully light yet. Chapter 89, The Real and Fake Lin Xuan.
Stop wasting time, Officer Li pushed him into the makeup room.
This is urgent.
The makeup mirror was cluttered with bottles and jars, and a few wigs were scattered in the corner. Lin Xuan looked at the dark circles under his eyes in the mirror and felt a pang of sadness. Everyone was just trying to make a living, and he had finally started to see some progress. Why was his life so full of hardships? As the foundation brush swept heavily across his cheeks, Lin Xuan winced in pain.
Gently, he protested.
I'm not a criminal, there's no need to be so rough.
The makeup artist didn't even look up. Just bear with it. You're a grown man, you shouldn't be making such a fuss.
Where does it hurt? She picked up a pair of scissors and snipped his bowl cut into a sharp, short style. You! Lin Xuan tried to argue further, but a makeup sponge was suddenly thrust toward his mouth. Luckily, he closed his mouth in time, otherwise, he would have eaten the powder. When the last stroke of dark foundation was applied to his neck, Lin Xuan barely recognized the person in the mirror. His once slightly round face was now sharp and angular, with a menacing fake scar above his left eyebrow. Paired with the police uniform shoulder patches, he did indeed look like a tough police officer. He tried to tug at the collar, but the stiff fabric rubbed against his chin, causing it to sting. No wonder they call it one of Asia's 4 great sorceries, it's truly amazing. After finishing his makeup, he asked,
"Hey, what's the deal? Why did you make me look like this? And make me wear a police uniform?
I'm telling you, I never planned on becoming a cop.
You can't force me."
The female makeup artist ignored him and rolled her eyes. At that moment, Tang Jiqiang walked in, his police hat tucked under his arm. His gaze swept over Lin Xian's new look, and he,
"Congratulations, Chende.
From now on, you are a police officer at the West City Police Station.
3 years of service, unmarried, and you like fishing."
He tossed him a police ID, with the words Chende embossed in gold on the cover. Lin Xuan flipped through the ID photo, staring at the unfamiliar face, then froze suddenly. Wait, where's the original Chende? He's here. The curtain next to him flapped open, and a man who looked exactly like Lin Xuan stepped out. The man was wearing Lin Xian's previous clothes, his hair deliberately styled to look messy and disheveled, even the acne on his face was in the exact same spots. Seeing the other man's face, Lin Xuan almost jumped up in shock. Just moments ago, he had almost believed he had a twin brother.
"Hello? My name is Chende. I'm the owner of this face." After saying this, Chende also gave a playful wink. Lin Xuan felt his temples throbbing. "So I'm the police now, and he's me? What do you want?" This is the key to luring the snake out of its hole.
Tang Jiqiang slipped a miniature walkie-talkie into Lin Xian's ear. "The H organization has set its sights on you. For your safety, we've arranged for a police officer to take your place." He then handed Lin Xuan a stack of documents, with the cover labeled Chende's personal file. "From now on, you must review this file constantly and memorize its contents. If your identity is exposed, not only will our plan be ruined, but your safety will also be endangered."
Lin Xuan took a deep breath and remained silent. But Tang Jiqiang thought Lin Xuan was spacing out and couldn't help but shout again. "Lin Xuan, did you hear me?" But after more than 10 seconds, there was no response from Lin Xuan. Instead, he noticed that the fake Lin Xuan was staring at him with a curious expression. "I called you, Lin Xuan. Why aren't you answering?" The real Lin Xuan pointed at the fake Lin Xuan, who was still watching the commotion. The fake Lin Xuan, upon hearing this, belatedly pointed at himself with some uncertainty. "Me?"
Tang Jiqiang smiled on the side, indicating that the young man had fully understood the message.
Meanwhile, at the safe house, preparations were being made quietly and efficiently. Thanks to everyone's efforts, everything was prepared in less than a day.
Now, everything was ready, all they needed was the right opportunity. The bright white light from the fluorescent lamps in the village committee office of Sanyuan village cast a pale glow in the damp air. 8 wooden chairs with wooden backs surrounded the oval conference table, leaving no space between them. Ashtrays scattered across the table were filled with cigarette butts piled high, and wisps of smoke intertwined above everyone's heads, forming a twisted web. If Tang Jiqiang were present, he would have been startled by the scene before him, for everyone seated here was a high-ranking member of the H organization. Gu Lao, the village party branch secretary sitting at the head of the table, was currently slamming a gentleman's hat down on the table, revealing his weathered face. Sitting on either side of him were the villagers who usually hunch over their hoes in the fields, but now they all had menacing expressions, their suits and ties looking out of place in the humble office. The icy aura emanating from them seemed capable of freezing the stuffy air. "Everyone, there is an important matter I must discuss with you," the hoarse voice of Gu Lao broke the silence. His weathered fingers tapped the table, producing a dull thud. A young man named Lin Xuan has emerged outside. He's managed to concoct a new type of drug, and its potency is twice as strong as the stuff we have. The words sent ripples of excitement through the crowd. The middle-aged man sitting in the second seat on the left, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, jumped to his feet. "What? That's impossible. We've invested so much resources in our laboratory and couldn't achieve that, yet he did it alone? Is this information reliable? Moreover, we've already considered increasing the potency by 5% to be quite an achievement. Now you're telling me it's doubled? This is simply defying common sense." As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, the others chimed in as well. Everyone was saying it couldn't be true. Maybe it was just a rumor circulating outside. After all, with the internet so advanced nowadays, scams have become more sophisticated. Gu Lao, clearly anticipating everyone's reaction, spoke calmly. "Come in." A bald middle-aged man who had been waiting outside for some time walked in, his neck adorned with a menacing tattoo that flickered in and out of view with his movements. However, everyone's attention was not on him. Instead, it was on the glass jar he was holding. Inside was a thin layer of dark red powder. Under the bald middle-aged man's guidance, the remaining powder was completely dissolved into the solution and drawn into a syringe.
The substance is right here.
If you don't believe me, you can try it yourselves, said Gu Lao, extending his hand and gesturing for everyone to give it a try. For a moment, everyone looked at each other in silence. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses who had spoken earlier suddenly stood up.
I'll do it.
His eyes were cold as he took the syringe, skillfully inserting the thin needle into his skin.
At that moment, everyone held their breath. Chapter 90, treating me like a little darling. Is that right?
A few seconds later, as the syringe fell to the ground, his body suddenly convulsed violently, his eyes rolled back, and he trembled uncontrollably like a puppet on strings. Everyone panicked, thinking something had gone wrong, and some even prepared to call for help to carry him to the village hospital.
Gu Lao remained calm, raising his hand to signal everyone to stay quiet.
A moment later, the man in the gold-rimmed glasses suddenly opened his eyes wide, his pupils contracting to pinpricks, and a maniacal smile spread across his lips. Too wonderful.
All my senses are exploding.
His voice was broken and trembling, filled with uncontrollable excitement.
Is this still diluted?
This kind of ultimate pleasure.
Too intense.
The middle-aged man's expression was genuine. Everyone present now understood the value of this new drug.
Gu Lao was not exaggerating in the slightest.
At that moment, they stared at the empty glass jar as if it were a priceless treasure, their faces betraying a hint of greed.
Someone couldn't help but ask. Gu Lao, has this been sent to the laboratory on the back mountain? Can it be replicated?
They all knew that in this dark underground world, the effectiveness of drugs meant power and wealth. If this new drug were to enter the market, their carefully built business would face a massive blow.
But if they could control it?
Then they could leave this city and head to the Golden Triangle region, where they would have a place of their own.
Gu Lao coughed twice, signaling everyone to quiet down. Unfortunately, Professor Yang has been studying it for 2 days and his brows are almost knotted into a knot.
He sneered. That old man said the composition is too complex to replicate, unless Lin Xuan himself comes personally. The gray-clad old woman who had been silent in the corner finally spoke, her voice sounding as though it came from an ice cellar. Gu Chang, what do you mean?
Exactly, we must bring Lin Xuan here.
Gu Lao slammed his fist on the table, causing the cigarette butts in the ashtray to jump. With him, we can control the entire drug market.
Then, our path won't be limited to this insignificant city. Who knows? We might even secure a place in that golden triangle of crime and wealth.
Everyone knows how quickly money flows there. It's not something we can compare to now.
Then we'll all become billionaires. Isn't that better than staying in China?
Perhaps moved by Gu Qing's words, a murmur of agreement filled the conference room, and the madness in everyone's eyes was unhidden.
Seeing everyone's expressions, Gu Qing nodded satisfactorily. This was exactly the reaction he had been aiming for. Once the excitement had died down slightly, someone couldn't wait to ask. So, Mr. Gu, when do we move?
We need to bring that Lin Xuan back as soon as possible.
If the police get wind of it, it won't be so easy to act. Gu Chang nodded. Unfortunately, Lin Xuan is already under police protection.
That's why I called this meeting to discuss how we can safely bring him back. According to the information I've recently obtained, Lin Xuan is being held at the Municipal Public Security Bureau.
On the surface, it's detention, but in reality, it's protection. What do you all think of this? Everyone looked at each other.
The man in the gold-rimmed glasses pushed his glasses up and a look of doubt flashed in his eyes.
This is clearly using Lin Xuan as bait to lure us out. Would they just let us know so easily? Such an obvious trap. Does the police think we're idiots?
Gu Lao narrowed his eyes, a cold gleam flashing in them.
This information was likely leaked intentionally to lure us into a trap. However, what's interesting is...
He paused for a moment, then pulled out a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket. I just received word from a source that the police are secretly setting up a safe house, but its location is highly concealed and impossible to locate.
Isn't that obvious?
It's clear that Lin Xuan is being hidden in that safe house, said the man in the gold-rimmed glasses. But before he could finish, Gu Qing suddenly burst into laughter.
Ha! The police these days are getting more and more interesting. They're repairing the road openly while secretly crossing the river. But how many layers of secret passages they built, that's anyone's guess. What does that mean? The people at the scene didn't understand Gu Lao's meaning at first, their minds were completely baffled.
But Gu Qing seemed to have no intention of explaining directly.
Instead, he began assigning tasks immediately.
He had called this meeting, claiming it was to discuss plans with everyone, but in reality, it was just a way to issue orders. All the plans were already in his mind.
No one dared to disobey.
They trusted Gu Qing implicitly. It was this old man who had led them through one crisis after another, making the name of the H organization resonate throughout Star City. He turned to another man, Song Air. You will lead a team to investigate the security of those safe houses.
Remember, do not alert them.
The gray-clad elder nodded slightly, a flash of ruthlessness crossing his eyes. Zhao Han, contact our connections in the political and business circles to see if we can find out the police's next move. However, be cautious and only use our publicly known business resources. Zhao Han pushed his glasses up and replied respectfully. Everyone else, stay on high alert and be ready to act at a moment's notice. Gu Lao suddenly stood up, the chair scraping the floor with a piercing sound. Lin Xuan must become ours. After the meeting, everyone hurriedly left, leaving Gu Lao alone in the empty conference room.
However, he wasn't sitting there idly, he had another matter to attend to.
Chen Mo, who had received the message, was rushing over from his home. He was puzzled.
Hadn't Gu Lao been in a meeting just now? Why had he suddenly summoned him? What could be so urgent at this late hour? You're here?
Gu Lao didn't even look up, his voice low and hoarse, as if it were being forced out from the depths of his throat.
Gu Lao, why did you call me so late? Chen Mo didn't finish his sentence before Gu Lao raised his hand to interrupt him. There's a task for you. Gu Lao finally raised his head, his cloudy eyes flashing with a chilling light. Go find Mouse and get him to cooperate with you. This is something only you can handle. Chen Mo's heart sank. The rat was the village's notorious enforcer, known for his brutal methods that defied imagination. But he didn't ask any questions. He simply nodded silently. In this village, there were certain things you didn't ask about and certain things you didn't know. It was the iron rule of survival. He stood quietly by Gu Lao's side, listening to him outline the task's requirements. Soon, he had heard everything. Send someone to gather information? Infiltrate Mouse? What kind of operation was this? But, as always, he didn't ask any further questions. Chapter 91, Help me with something. After leaving the village committee, Chen Mo rushed straight to the back mountain. In the darkness of night, the back mountain resembled a dormant beast, its black silhouette exuding a sinister aura. Halfway up the mountain, a dilapidated house stood alone, its broken windows rattling in the wind, sounding like the wails of the dead. As he pushed open the door, a putrid stench mixed with the smell of blood hit him in the face. The first floor was empty, with only a few dilapidated tables and chairs and a mess of clutter scattered on the floor. Chen Mo was already accustomed to this. He walked straight to a seemingly ordinary wooden panel in the corner, gave it a forceful tug, and revealed the hidden underground passageway beneath. Descending the damp, dimly lit stairs, the stench grew increasingly intense. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the silence, echoing through the narrow space, sending chills down one's spine. Chen Mo paused, his lips curling into a familiar expression of indifference. He knew the rats were at work again. In the basement, under the dim yellow light, a man was chained to the wall, covered in blood, his face twisted with fear and agony. The rat, wearing a pair of black leather gloves, toyed with a sharp steel needle, repeatedly piercing it into the man's fingernails. The man cried hoarsely, his face covered in snot and tears, "Please, spare my wife and children. I beg you. We were just passing by, we really didn't know the rules here." The rat seemed not to hear him, his lips curled into a sickening grin as he continued his torture. The tools were specially made non-lethal, yet designed to inflict unbearable pain, making the victim wish for death. Chen Mo frowned impatiently and shouted, "Rat, come out. We have a mission." The rat paused, kicked the man hard, then slowly emerged. Seeing it was Chen Mo, he twisted his lips. "What mission? Can't you see I'm busy?" Chen Mo replied coldly. "It's an order from Gu Lao." The rat's previously carefree expression instantly turned serious. It could be said that the mouse could disrespect anyone in the village, but Gu Lao was someone he had to respect. "What task did Gu Lao give me? Hurry up and tell me." Chen Mo quickly outlined the task, then emphasized the crucial point. "Old Gu said that once you go in, you must not act rashly. You must wait for my instructions before taking any action." "Alright, I got it. No need to repeat yourself so many times." The rat's expression looked a bit impatient. Chen Mo knew the mouse's temperament and didn't take it to heart. However, he had another matter to attend to. That was the person at the textile factory. Who should he send? That was the most critical part of the plan, and there could be no mistakes. But it was also the most dangerous place. It could be said that the person sent there had a 99% chance of not surviving. He didn't have anyone in his ranks who was willing to risk their life, so this was a difficult decision. He decided to ask the mouse if he had any ideas. When he shared this idea with the rat, a flash of excitement crossed the rat's eyes and he licked his lips. "Alright, I've got someone for this. You don't need to worry about it." Chen Mo furrowed his brows. "Rat, this isn't a joke. If it fails, we'll have a lot to answer for with Gu Lao." "Oh, you're such a worrywart. I told you I've got this." "Alright, get going. I've got work to do. I want to see you off." The rat urged Chen Mo to leave. Seeing that he didn't seem to be making empty promises, Chen Mo finally walked away. Once Chen Mo's figure disappeared into the basement, Mouse finally let a cruel smile appear on his face and walked toward the direction where the man was bound. But this time, he didn't continue torturing the man. Instead, he knelt down and revealed a smile that was even more twisted than a cry. "Want to save your wife and daughter?" The man's eyes, which had been filled with despair, suddenly lit up. He nodded frantically. "I want to. I want to. Please, just let them go. I'll do anything." The rat burst into laughter, his laughter filled with mockery and malice. "Why didn't you do this sooner? Who told you to look where you shouldn't have?
But he paused deliberately, staring into the man's eyes. If you're willing to do something for me, maybe I'll feel generous and let them go. Otherwise. He leaned close to the man's ear and whispered, I'll make you watch them being tortured to death, then feed the bodies of all three of you to the wild beasts on the back mountain. The man's body trembled violently, his shirt soaked through with cold sweat clinging to his back. He frantically darted his eyes around and caught sight of the hemp rope carelessly discarded in the corner. It was the rope the old man had used to bind him yesterday, still stained with his wife's hair. Memories flooded back like a tidal wave, his wife's desperate eyes as she was dragged away, his daughter's struggles and cries of "Daddy, save me," piercing his heart like countless steel needles. The man's face turned deathly pale. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, and tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes. I'll do anything. I'll do whatever you want. Please, please don't hurt them. Seeing the man's desperate pleas, the rat laughed out loud, relishing the feeling of controlling another person's fate. 3 days passed quickly, and during this time, nothing major happened in Xinjiang. Even the city's crime rate had dropped significantly, but those in the know understood that beneath the surface calm, a storm was brewing. Meanwhile, in an office at the Municipal Public Security Bureau, several police officers were gathered around a large map, discussing something. Captain Zhou, Captain Tang, it's been several days now. Why haven't we seen any movement from the H organization? Exactly. We heard that the brothers stationed at the safe house have been waiting so long that the flowers have wilted. It's so boring, and we haven't seen a single member of the H organization. Noticing the growing frustration among the group, Zhou Zhang stepped forward to calm them down. How difficult it is to catch the H organization, I'm sure you all know. That's precisely why we need to be more patient and eventually bring them to justice. Besides, you don't need to worry about this at all. The H organization will definitely come. They wouldn't dare let Lin Xuan get away. But someone else voiced their concerns. But what if the H organization isn't as smart as we think? If they head straight for the safe house, most of our people are stationed at the Municipal Public Security Bureau. With just the few people there, how can we stop them? Zhou Zhang scoffed upon hearing this. If they're really that stupid, then we'll have it even easier. Do you know where the safe house is? It's less than 200 meters from the armed police force. If anything happens there, the armed police will respond immediately. Those H organization criminals are like looking for a lantern in a toilet. They're asking for death. Chapter 92. Do we really need to copy this? Oh. A few police officers nodded thoughtfully. Lin Xuan, no, now he should be called Chende, was bored out of his mind, playing with his phone in an office. Having taken on Chende's identity, he naturally had to do Chende's work. However, since he knew nothing about police work, he could only play with his phone and take naps. This kind of life was really tough for him, so he decided to go out for a walk. Although Tang Jiqiang had told him to stay inside the police station to avoid exposure. But he didn't say he had to stay inside the police station, so he decided to walk around the vicinity. It shouldn't be a problem, right? The heavy iron doors of the police station slowly closed behind him. Lin Xuan took a deep breath of the hot air, but before he could take 2 steps, the sound of his leather shoes scraping against the ground was suddenly interrupted by a familiar voice. Shen Da. Tang Jiqiang emerged from the corner, his white shirt neatly ironed, his gaze scanning Chende from head to toe like a scanner. What's the rush? Where are you going? Lin Xuan's heart skipped a beat, feeling like he'd been caught daydreaming by his superior. But in an instant, he snapped out of it. Wait a minute. He wasn't a criminal, he was a protected individual. What was there to be afraid of? Going out for a walk was perfectly reasonable, wasn't it? With that thought, his previously awkward stance relaxed into a more natural stance. Well, I was getting bored in the office. The papers are piled higher than a mountain. I just wanted to get some fresh air. He chuckled and deliberately bumped his shoulder against Tang Jiqiang. You snuck out too, didn't you? Tang Jiqiang sighed inwardly. He knew Lin Xuan was a troublemaker, so he had already assigned someone to keep an eye on him. As soon as there was any movement, he followed closely behind. Seeing how casual this kid was acting, his concerns were indeed justified. Do you know how dangerous it is out there? Danger? Lin Xuan looked outside, scanning the area but couldn't spot any danger. All he saw were a few street vendors. There were no suspicious-looking people around. Where's the danger? I don't see anything. Tang Jiqiang sighed. Alright, follow me. Watching Tang Jiqiang take several steps ahead, Lin Xuan hesitated for a moment but quickly followed. Because he noticed that the other person was heading toward a small stall selling pancakes. Lin Xuan pondered for a moment. Could it be that he found staying at the police station too boring and wanted to buy himself a pancake to eat? He had to go. If he wanted to ask what was the best, it had to be what someone else bought after all. He didn't have to pay for it himself. Lin Xuan hurriedly ran to follow Tang Jiqiang. Captain Tang, I'll add sausage, chicken strips, pork loin, and an egg. Tang Jiqiang ignored him. Owner, give me a pancake. Tang Jiqiang's voice was calm, but his fingers were gently rubbing the handcuffs on his waist. The vendor who had been sneaking a peek at the police station entrance heard the sound and panicked, knocking over the plastic container holding chopped scallions in the commotion. He swallowed hard and forced a smile, coming right up. The iron spatula scraped against the hot griddle, making a piercing sound. When the batter was poured on, a few droplets splashed onto his hand, leaving red marks. Lin Xuan furrowed his brows. Usually, street vendors would flick their wrists swiftly, spreading the batter into thin, delicate pancakes in just a few strokes. But this man's movements were as clumsy as someone splashing ink. When he lifted the spatula, it left a large hole in the pancake.
Sir, your technique. Before he could finish, Tang Jiqiang raised his hand to silence him.
A cloud of black smoke rose from the pancake stall. The vendor grabbed an egg and cracked it onto the iron plate, half the shell falling into the batter. He frantically scooped out the eggshells, but his sleeve knocked over the chili oil jar, and the red liquid flowed down the griddle onto Tang Jiqiang's shiny leather shoes.
I'm sorry.
The vendor's forehead broke out in a cold sweat as he grabbed a cloth to wipe it off, but ended up smearing more burnt crumbs onto Tang Jiqiang's pant leg. Tang Jiqiang remained silent, watching until the vendor tremblingly handed him an ill-shaped pancake. The batter was charred black, wrapped around half a sausage still in its packaging, and held together by a crooked bamboo skewer covered in dirt. Please eat it. Before the vendor could finish speaking, Tang Jiqiang suddenly grabbed his wrist. A pair of shiny handcuffs clicked into place, securing the vendor's hands. Come with me to the station for a chat, Tang Jiqiang said in a calm tone, but the air around them froze instantly. Lin Xuan was stunned. His mind raced as he tried to recall the limited legal knowledge he possessed. After a long time, he still couldn't figure out which law the street vendor had violated. After a moment of stunned silence, he finally came up with an absurd possibility.
Officer Tang, this isn't that serious, is it? Getting arrested just for cooking badly? Lin Xuan looked at the charred pancake and couldn't help but twitch his lips. Admittedly, it looked as bad as dog poop, but it wasn't exactly a crime, was it? Tang Jiqiang gave Lin Xuan a speechless look. Don't you know what is going on right now? Don't you think it's odd that so many street vendors are gathered outside the police station? How is that against common sense? There are so many people at the police station that's a business opportunity. Those street vendors are obviously heading where the crowd is. Lin Xuan still looked completely unfazed. Tang Jiqiang tapped his forehead. Brother! You've done business before. Would you like to set up a stall outside the police station? Aren't you afraid of getting chased away? But Lin Xuan still looked puzzled. Chasing away street vendors isn't the police department's responsibility, it's the urban management department's job. Don't try to fool me. Tang Jiqiang took a deep breath, trying to keep his emotions from getting too worked up. This kid must have been reincarnated as a lever in his past life. He loves to argue with him so much. Was he even talking about job responsibilities? Those small vendors naturally fear the police. Who would voluntarily go to the police station to do business? Noticing Tang Jiqiang's breathing becoming, Lin Xuan immediately stopped joking around. He put on a playful expression. Hey, it's just a joke. Don't be so upset, don't get so worked up. I know what you mean. You're saying these people are up to no good, probably sent by the H organization to gather information. Tang Jiqiang rolled his eyes at him in annoyance. You know it, yet you still argue with me. Lin Xuan felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head. It's just that I tend to talk a lot. It's a habit of being a contrarian. When Tang Jiqiang first pointed out that these people's behavior was unconventional, he had already figured out some things. He wasn't some naive fool, he had at least a modicum of intelligence. In just a moment, over a dozen police officers rushed out and took all the street vendors inside. Chapter 93, I'm just a pancake seller. Many people left shouting, we're innocent. But Lin Xuan felt they didn't deserve it at all. What the hell did he just see? A street vendor, while being arrested by the police, actually asked him how to turn off the liquefied gas. Brother! You're here to gather information, at the very least, you should act professional. You're pretending to be a street vendor, at least learn the basic knowledge first. Are you here to be a clown? For a time, the interrogation rooms at the city police station were packed with people. The bright lights above emitted a buzzing sound, and the interrogation rooms were filled with an oppressive, suffocating atmosphere. The pancake vendor, who had just been brought in, slumped in an iron chair, his hands shackled tightly to the table, his body trembling uncontrollably. But a stubborn glint still lingered in his eyes, as if he was still scheming a way to get out of this. When Lin Xuan was dragged into the interrogation room by Tang Jiqiang, he was completely confused. What was going on? He wasn't a regular police officer, why did he need to be interrogated? Out of curiosity, he followed them inside. As soon as he entered, he felt an odd sense of familiarity. It was just that before, he had been sitting across from the vendor in the same position. He hadn't noticed it before, but now he did. Wow! The handcuffs from the Municipal Public Security Bureau were rose gold. As soon as Tang Jiqiang and Lin Xuan sat down, the vendor started to move. He bit his lip, turned his head away, and muttered, I don't know anything. You've arrested the wrong person. I'm just a pancake vendor. Tang Jiqiang didn't respond immediately. Instead, he slowly organized the documents on the table, deliberately making the sound of papers rustling. Moments later, he slammed the file folder down on the table with a thud, causing the water cup on the table to shake. Keep pretending.
Tang Jiqiang's voice rose sharply, his eyes sharp as an eagle's.
Don't you look at what kind of pancakes you're making? Do you have the nerve to call yourself a pancake seller?
The vendor seemed a bit stubborn, puffing out his lips and saying,
So what? I'm just a newbie.
I just took over the pancake stall business.
My skills are a bit rusty, but that's no big deal, right? You can't arrest me for this. Tang Jiqiang didn't bother arguing with him.
He slammed the items he had searched out from the vendor's stall onto the table, the loud noise startling Lin Xuan, who had been watching from the side. A miniature camera hidden between the layers of the iron plate and a note in your pocket marking the surveillance blind spot.
Do you think we police are just sitting around doing nothing?
The vendor was startled by the sudden display of authority, his face turning pale. But he still tried to defend himself, stammering, that was just something I was messing around with.
Play?
Tang Jiqiang sneered, standing up and slowly pacing around the vendor. The sound of his leather shoes scraping against the floor echoed loudly in the small space.
Do you know what your actions amount to?
Obstructing official duties, stealing state secrets, that's enough to send you to prison for 10 or 20 years. He suddenly leaned forward, almost pressing his face against the vendor's. And do you really think the people behind you will come to save you? Don't even think about it. Once they find out you've been exposed, you'll be the first one they'll deal with. Those words felt like a heavy hammer striking the vendor's heart. A flash of fear crossed his eyes, and his Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Lin Xuan, seeing this, sighed appropriately and softened his tone. Brother, confess and you'll be treated leniently.
Resist and you'll face harsher punishment. If you confess now, you might still get a lighter sentence. But if you keep resisting, you'll regret it when it's too late. Under the relentless pressure from Tang Jiqiang and Lin Xuan, the vendor's mental defenses began to crumble. His shoulders trembled slightly, and beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down his forehead, soaking the table in front of him. After a long silence, he suddenly raised his head, his voice trembling with tears. I'll tell you everything. I'm just a penniless thug. 2 days ago, someone approached me and told me to dress up as a street vendor and keep watch outside the police station. Every day, I was supposed to report back to them on the police station's activities and any news, and they'd pay me 1,000 yuan a day. It seemed like such an easy way to make money, so I was momentarily blinded by greed and agreed. Tang Jiqiang sat back down, a fleeting look of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. What does that person look like? The vendor shook his head helplessly. I don't know. Every time we met, he was wrapped up tightly, wearing a hat, mask, and sunglasses. I couldn't see his face. He also used a voice changer, so I couldn't recognize his real voice. Where do you meet him? Tang Jiqiang pressed further. At an abandoned warehouse in the western part of the city, the vendor dared not withhold any details, spilling everything out. The exact location is. He described the warehouse's address and the surrounding area in detail.
Tang Jiqiang immediately turned to the police officer responsible for taking notes and said, send someone to retrieve surveillance footage from the area around the old warehouse immediately. At the same time, organize a team to investigate the scene and see if any useful clues can be found. After the officer left, Tang Jiqiang slammed his fist on the table, stood up, and pointed at the vendor's nose, shouting, You fool! How dare you take such a job? Do you know what kind of operation the police are conducting? This is a criminal offense. It could land you in prison. For $1,000, you're willing to ruin your future? Have you lost your mind? The vendor cowered, tears welling up in his eyes. I'm sorry, I really know I was wrong. I'm just desperate to make some quick money. Then, as if remembering something terrifying, he spoke with a trembling voice. Officer, you must protect me when the time comes. The people who gave us the money are armed. I told you the information, and they'll definitely kill me. There was no need for Tang Jiqiang to speak up. Lin Xuan, standing beside him, volunteered to intercede. Don't worry, does he dare to attack the police station? After leaving the interrogation room, Tang Jiqiang called over the other interrogating officers. After discussing it among themselves, they realized they were all talking about the same thing. A man dressed in heavy clothing had hired them to do this job, promising to pay them 1,000 yuan a day if they succeeded. Moreover, several of them had seen a bulge at the person's waist. It seems like this H organization is underestimating us. They sent such a bunch of good-for-nothings to gather information? Tang Jiqiang narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of amusement on his face. How about it? Did you manage to get any information out of them? Zhou Zhang received the message and rushed over from the office on the other side. With so many street vendors appearing outside, he had naturally followed them as well. In fact, he had already discussed the arrest plan with Tang Jiqiang. However, when Tang Jiqiang was carrying out the arrest, he happened to encounter Lin Xuan, who was preparing to leave. Chapter 94, Turning Passivity into Proactivity. We managed to get some information. All the vendors pointed to an unknown individual, but I think it'll be tough to uncover his true identity. The people from the H organization wouldn't leave such obvious clues behind. Tang Jiqiang sighed regretfully. On the surface, the information seemed clear, but in reality, every lead had led to a dead end, just like the intelligence he had received before. Zhou Zhang hadn't had many opportunities to deal with the H organization yet, so he still harbored a lot of hope.
Not necessarily. Even the most perfect crimes have flaws. I don't believe he hasn't left any traces behind. An hour later. After watching the surveillance footage 3 times in the office, Zhou Zhang's expression grew somber. Just as Tang Jiqiang had said, the members of the H organization were indeed cunning to an extreme. The surveillance footage did show a figure heavily disguised, but after entering a parking lot, it suddenly vanished without a trace. After a long time, there was still no sign of him, as if he had suddenly vanished into thin air after arriving there. Just then, the police who had finished their on-site investigation returned. How about it? Did you find any other clues? The police officer shook his head disappointedly. Nothing. We found nothing. That person seems to be highly skilled in counter-surveillance techniques. We couldn't find any clues. Zhou Zhang didn't show any expression, just nodded faintly. All right, I understand. Once the scene was left with only Tang Jiqiang and himself, he finally showed a look of concern. I underestimated this organization. It's been several days, and we still haven't managed to catch a single lead. Tang Jiqiang gestured for him to calm down. No problem. If it were that easy for us to find a lead, I'd start to suspect it's a trap. It's only been 3 days. Perhaps the H organization is still discussing their plans in secret. We're like the fisherman and the fish right now, it's all about who has more patience. But just as he finished speaking, the office door was suddenly pushed open. The metal door handle slammed against the wall with a loud clang. The young officer didn't even bother to salute, his chest heaving as he shouted, reporting to Captain Zhou. It's bad. There's been an explosion at the safe house. Zhou Zhang's mug clattered to the ground, spilling brown coffee across the tiles in a grotesque pattern. Tang Jiqiang's chair was kicked over, the metal legs scraping the floor with a piercing sound. The 2 men rushed forward almost simultaneously, grabbing the officer by the collar. Which safe house? What's the casualty situation? North City, the 3rd safe house. The officer's face turned purple from the chokehold. The explosion was heard half a block away. The fire is out of control, and communications are down. The 3rd safe house in the northern part of the city? This was precisely the safe house they had set up as a bait to lure the H organization into a trap. But he never expected the H organization to be so brazen, openly causing an explosion. This was a provocation, a blatant provocation. Where's the armed police? Have they not taken action yet? The officer replied quickly. They did. As soon as the explosion occurred, the armed police force dispatched personnel to the scene for rescue operations. However, upon arrival, no enemies were found. No enemies? Zhou Zhang felt his temples throbbing. How could that be possible? Don't tell me the explosion was caused by a gas leak in the safe house. But the officer continued his report. However, the armed police found a bomb nearby. They still don't know how many bombs the criminal organization planted in the area. No. To openly cause an explosion in a safe house and plant so many bombs. Don't they fear killing the very people they're trying to capture? They'll gain nothing this way. Perhaps they've already figured out the traps we set. They know there's no one they need in this safe house. Tang Jiqiang said in a low voice. But the current situation left Zhou Zhang no time to think. Hurry! 20 people, follow me. He rushed out the door and turned to shout at Tang Jiqiang, you stay here and command the operation. Contact the fire department and medical personnel. Oh, and find a few bomb disposal experts. Got it. Tang Jiqiang knew that going there wouldn't make much of a difference, so it was better to stay behind in command from here. He had a hunch that this was all a ruse orchestrated by the H organization to weaken their ranks. He had seen through their trickery at a glance. Given that, he couldn't afford to leave now. The corridor suddenly echoed with the sound of hurried footsteps. The static on the walkie-talkie was interspersed with shouts of orders. Zhou Zhang had just stepped out when, 10 seconds later, another officer stumbled through the door, sweat trickling down his neck. East City. East City Old Warehouse. A stampede. Witnesses say it's full of drug addicts, apparently fighting over white powder. The words hit everyone like a sledgehammer. Fighting over white powder? Tang Jiqiang had been muttering to himself earlier that this explosion case wouldn't divert too many resources, but it turned out there was another trick up their sleeve. Impressive. Turning a passive situation into an active one. Before, they were making them choose between options, guessing where Lin Xuan was, but now, they've handed that choice back to the police. They couldn't possibly not send police to the warehouse, but doing so would mean at least 3/4 of their manpower would be deployed there. The city police department was currently in a state of severe understaffing. At that moment, Zhou Zhang suddenly rushed back from outside. He had just been about to get into the car when he received news from the warehouse. Zhou Zhang's fingernails dug deeply into his palms. As a seasoned detective with 20 years of experience, he was well aware of the devastating impact of such a chain of crises. The hostages in the safe house were in critical condition, and a mass casualty incident could erupt at any moment in the warehouse. What was most critical was that the manpower required for these 2 incidents had instantly depleted the city police department's resources.
Unless they could immediately gather all available personnel from other districts, but given the urgency of the situation, it was impossible to assemble such a large force.
Moreover, the current police force was already the maximum number that could be urgently redeployed without disrupting operations in other districts. He clenched his teeth.
I'll take 2 teams to the safe house.
Tang, you take your men to the warehouse, he shouted, straining his voice.
Remember, prioritize the safety of the hostages and civilians.
Just as Zhou Zhang finished giving his orders, Tang Jiqian suddenly spoke up. Hold on, Zhou. I have something to say. Tang. We'll talk later. Act now. Zhou Zhang looked impatient. But Tang Jiqian forcefully pulled Zhou Zhang aside and whispered his suspicions and suggestions into his ear.
Zhou Zhang, who had been in a hurry, suddenly fell silent upon hearing the content of the words. Then, he suddenly said,
All right. Let us do it your way.
He then pulled out an experienced detective from behind him.
Old Zhang, you take charge of the warehouse investigation. No problem, right? No problem. Let's get moving.
As a police officer, one must do what is required, and even if it is beyond one's capabilities, there is no room for refusal.
Chapter 95, Riot. 10 minutes earlier.
The third safe house in the northern part of the city.
It was also a location deliberately set up by the police to confuse the H organization.
As for why this location was chosen, it was undoubtedly due to the nearby armed police unit. If the H organization wanted to probe this location or send an attack, although there weren't many people in the safe house, the nearby armed police forces could arrive quickly. The sky was clear and sunny, with the scorching sun mercilessly baking the earth.
The sound of cicadas echoed in the air, as if complaining about the unbearable heat.
On the street in front of the safe house, 2 plainclothes police officers stood idly under the shade of a tree, trying to avoid the sunlight.
Old Wu, what should we eat tonight? Eating boxed meals every day is making me sick.
The young police officer, Xiaowang, wiped the sweat dripping from his forehead and spoke weakly.
He kicked a pebble with his foot, watching it roll away.
Old Wu smiled and shook his head, pulling out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, taking 2 out, and handing one to Xiaowang.
I recently discovered a new noodle shop. I heard the food is pretty good. Why don't we try it tonight?
He skillfully lit the cigarette with a lighter, took a deep drag, and exhaled a round smoke ring that slowly dissipated in the sunlight. Xiao Wang's eyes lit up, just as he was about to respond, when suddenly the roar of a car grew louder from the distance. A silver-gray sedan drove up slowly, coming to a stop about 10 meters away from the safe house.
The window rolled down, revealing a man wearing sunglasses and a hat pulled low over his face. He glanced in the direction of the safe house, then lowered his head to fiddle with his phone, his movements appearing suspicious.
Hey, Old Wu, that guy looks suspicious, Little Li said alertly, narrowing his eyes and leaning forward slightly to watch the sedan. Old Wu also furrowed his brows, extinguishing his cigarette in the nearby trash can. Let's go check it out. The 2 men started walking toward the car. Perhaps sensing the police approaching, the man quickly stuffed his phone into his pocket, started the car, and drove off swiftly. As the car drove off, it kicked up a cloud of dust, which stood out clearly in the sunlight. Xiao Wang tried to jot down the license plate number, but the car was moving too fast, and he can only make out a few digits.
That's strange. That guy must be up to something.
Xiao Wang pulled out his walkie-talkie, about to report the situation to the command center, when Lao Wu suddenly grabbed his arm, his expression serious as he pointed to where the car had been parked. There, where the car had been parked, a black box lay motionless on the ground, with a faint red indicator light flickering at its edge. A chill ran up his spine, and Xiao Wang's face turned pale. A bomb. Almost simultaneously, the 2 turned and sprinted frantically in opposite directions.
Get out of the way!
Old Wu shouted, his voice filled with terror.
Boom! A deafening explosion shattered the street's tranquility, sending a massive shockwave of debris and dust skyward.
The force of the explosion knocked Xiao Li to the ground. He could only hear a ringing in his ears and saw everything blurred before his eyes. When he struggled to his feet, the windows of the safe house were shattered, and a large hole had been blown through the wall. Surrounding vehicles and shops were damaged to varying degrees, and the street was in chaos, with screams and cries echoing everywhere. Old Wu struggled to his feet, covered in dust and blood. He grit his teeth against the pain, grabbed the walkie-talkie, and shouted in a trembling voice, "Command center.
The safe house has been hit by an explosion. Request backup. Repeat, request backup." Meanwhile, on the other side. Outside an old warehouse in the eastern part of the city.
Stifling air mixed with the smell of rust swirled around the old warehouse in the eastern part of the city.
The rusty roll-up doors hung half open, resembling a rotting mouth.
Over 20 drug addicts leaned against the walls, some picking at the cracks with trembling fingers, others swallowing saliva repeatedly from plastic bottles.
Their cloudy pupils glowed with a sickening excitement. Can we really get some white powder? A man in a torn leather jacket pulled the iron chain around his neck loose for the 5th time, his Adam's apple throbbing with each swallow. Old Black, you dare to screw me over? Do you think I'll cut out your tongue and use it as a drink?
The bald, muscular man nicknamed Old Black spat out a thick, blood-tinged phlegm, his gold teeth glinting coldly in the sunlight.
The H organization's henchman said it himself. East City Warehouse, first come, first served.
Before he could finish, the sound of shattering glass echoed from the alley entrance. Another group of gaunt men and women stumbled forward, their necks marked with needle marks glistening in eerie pale blue in the sweat. The air tensed instantly. Two young men with purple-dyed hair collided, their nails immediately leaving 5 bloody scratches on each other's faces. "This is my territory," one of them screamed, but was struck on the temple by a rusty iron pipe wielded by the other, collapsing with a muffled groan into a pile of moldy cardboard boxes. The smell of blood acted like a catalyst, drawing more people into the narrow iron door, which creaked under the weight. "We've been waiting 3 hours. A man in the corner suddenly overturned a plastic bucket, his arm still stained with blood. "Open the warehouse. I want it now." The crowd fell silent for a moment before erupting into bestial screams. 3 men swung crowbars, smashing and kicking the rusted lock, sending a shower of rust and sweat flying. With a sharp click, the lock core snapped, shattering the stagnant air. As the warehouse doors swung open with a thunderous crash, a musty odor mingled with the pungent smell of chemicals hit their faces. Thousands of bags of white powder glowed a sickly white under the dust-covered fluorescent lights, like countless pairs of malevolent eyes. Someone let out a wolf-like howl, and the crowd surged forward like a tidal wave. The crisp sound of high heels shattering glass, the screeching of plastic bags being torn open, and the maniacal laughter of the crowd blended into a hellish symphony. A woman in a fur-lined coat snatched a packet of white powder, but before she could tear open the packaging, she was pulled by the hair and dragged to the ground. 7 or 8 hands tore at her collar, nails digging into her flesh. Her piercing screams were drowned out by the chaos of the scramble. Someone climbs onto a swaying cargo container but slips and falls into the pile of white powder, covered head to toe in white powder, resembling a corpse freshly dug out of the snow. In the corner, 2 men were violently attacking each other with syringes, spraying crimson blood onto the white powder packaging, forming grotesque, blooming flowers. "Don't take it from me. It's mine." A sickly teenager clung desperately to the last packet of white powder, curled up in the corner, only to be kicked in the abdomen by someone. He curled into a shrimp-like shape, watching his internal organs churn in agony as the white powder bag was torn into shreds by countless dirty hands. More people were pushed down and trampled, some skulls colliding with iron frames with dull thuds, others having their ribs broken yet still clutching half a bag of drugs. The air was filled with the mingled smells of white powder and blood, condensing into an eerie mist under the dim light of a broken bulb. These addicts, driven by their addiction, had unleashed the deepest desires of their humanity. Chapter 96, Riot Part 2. When the police arrived at the scene, the riot had already escalated severely. Even as officers pulled one addict after another away, they would still charge back. Some were already snorting the white powder, their minds already clouded. With no other option, the veteran detective leading the team had to resort to emergency violent measures. They forcibly separated each individual and handcuffed them to nearby railings, leaving them unable to move. However, there were simply too many people there, and the number of handcuffs they had was nowhere near enough. There was no other option, they could only find some rope nearby and bind their hands together. Things were going relatively smoothly at the warehouse, after all, the addicts were mostly weak and, despite their numbers, posed little threat. However, the situation at the third safe house in the northern part of the city was entirely different. Gloomy clouds hung low in the sky, casting a vast gray veil over the entire city. Outside the Century Mall in the city center, police barriers spread out like a spider's web, and the piercing sound of sirens cut through the dead silence. Dozens of police cars and armed police vehicles, their red and blue lights flashing, illuminated the surrounding streets in a patchwork of light. Had already been evacuated, leaving the streets deserted. Occasionally, a breeze swept by, carrying a few discarded flyers that rustled softly. At the entrance of the mall, a black rectangular box lay quietly on the tiled floor, its surface smooth and devoid of fingerprints, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. If anyone approached, they would hear a steady beeping sound, like an alarm clock, coming from inside. No doubt about it. Inside was a highly explosive bomb. If detonated, it would cause damage within a radius of dozens of meters. A bomb disposal expert, clad in heavy bomb-proof gear, moved forward slowly and cautiously. The equipment, weighing dozens of kilograms, covered him completely, leaving only a pair of bloodshot yet intensely focused eyes visible behind the mask. With each step, the blast-proof boots make a dull thud as they hit the ground, echoing through the empty mall like the countdown of death. Sweat trickles down his forehead, condensing into mist inside the face mask and blurring his vision. He blinks frequently, struggling to maintain clear sight. This was the second black box the armed police had found within an hour of the explosion at the safe house. Recalling the bomb he had successfully defused 30 minutes earlier, the bomb disposal expert's palms began to sweat again. That time, in the cramped space, he held his breath, using trembling hands to carefully cut through the tangled wires, every second feeling like a dance with death. This time, facing another equally tricky bomb, he knew there was no room for error. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps grew louder as Zhou Zhang led a team of police officers toward them. Their uniforms flapped in the wind, and their expressions betrayed a mix of gravity and urgency. At the entrance of the shopping mall, he met with Colonel Li, the commander of the armed police unit. As they shook hands, Zhou Zhang could feel the warmth in the other man's palm, a testament to the tension and immense pressure they both felt. "Colonel Li, what's the current situation?" Zhou Zhang asked directly, his eyes fixed on the bomb disposal experts working nearby. Colonel Li furrowed his brows, his voice low and hoarse. The situation is not looking good. This black box is identical to the one we dismantled 30 minutes ago. It contains a high-precision leveling device. The bomb disposal team can only dismantle it on site without any movement otherwise. He didn't finish his sentence, but both men understood the terrifying consequences of what remained unsaid. Zhou Zhang's lips pressed into a straight line, a flash of worry crossing his eyes. He scanned the surroundings of the shopping mall and asked again. Have we found the person who planted the bombs? We can't let these bombs act like time ghosts, constantly threatening the lives of citizens. Colonel Li shook his head helplessly, his face worn with fatigue and frustration. The 3 bombs we've found so far, including the one that's already exploded, were all placed by different people. We've reviewed a large amount of surveillance footage, but all of them were wearing masks and hats, making it impossible to identify their faces. Moreover, the timing and locations of the bomb placements are completely random, some in crowded subway stations, others in secluded alleys, and some, like the one now, in a shopping mall. We're like searching for a needle in a haystack. We can't find any leads at all. Upon hearing Colonel Li's words, Zhou Zhang furrowed his brows deeply. Did your armed police unit notice anything suspicious in the area before the explosions occurred? Colonel Li shook his head. Since you assigned us the covert mission 2 days ago, our men have been monitoring the area discreetly. However, before the explosions occurred, we did not observe any suspicious activity. There was only one person driving a car who stopped near the safe house, left a black box, and then the rest. You should already know the black box contained the bomb. Fortunately, the bomb wasn't placed in a good location, so no one was killed. Only 2 police officers were injured, but they've already been taken to the hospital. Zhou Zhang heard this and suddenly let out a cold laugh. Now it was Colonel Li's turn to look puzzled. That expression on your face, have you figured something out? Besides the H organization, who else would go to such lengths? Colonel Li was even more puzzled. The H organization was a drug trafficking group, wasn't it? How could it be connected to the bombing case? It wasn't his fault. After all, everyone has their own area of expertise. If you asked Colonel Li about military strategy, he could explain it in detail, but when it came to criminal investigations, you had to consult the criminal investigators. Moreover, Zhou Zhang had only instructed him to cooperate with the police at the safe house and ensure its security, without explaining the reasons behind it. The H organization? Aren't they drug traffickers? Why would they go to such great lengths to plant bombs here? Zhou Zhang was about to explain when he noticed new activity from the bomb disposal team. The tension inside the mall grew even more intense. The bomb disposal expert began carefully lifting the lid of the box. However, to the bomb disposal team's surprise, there was no bomb inside. There was only a ticking alarm clock and a piece of white paper with writing on it. The bomb disposal expert instinctively glanced at the contents of the paper. Moments later, he was drenched in cold sweat. He realized the urgency of the situation. He immediately turned around to run back, but the bulky bomb-proof suit he was wearing made it impossible for him to move. With no other option, he could only shout for help. Zhou Zhang and Colonel Li watched the scene, completely baffled. But when the white paper was handed to them, they finally understood what was going on. The person who brought the paper quickly reported the situation. Sir, there is no bomb in the box. This is what was found inside. Chapter 97, Desperate and Mad. Things? Out of curiosity, Colonel Li took the paper, unfolded it, and held it so that Zhou Zhang could also see the contents clearly. It clearly read, Dear elite police officers. Within a 5-kilometer radius, we have carefully placed 18 black boxes. Some contain explosives powerful enough to level an entire neighborhood, while others are just empty toys. The 2-hour countdown has begun. H organization. Damn it! Colonel Li's roar made the walkie-talkie buzz. The special police officers on standby in the distance began to stir, their whispers mingling with the clinking of equipment, like the low rumble before a storm. Zhou Zhang's nails dug deeply into his palms, leaving crescent-shaped white marks on his flesh. The explosion at the safe house and the brutal stampede in the warehouse finally pieced together the complete picture of the conspiracy. The H organization wasn't trying to create chaos, they were using a series of crises to tear the police force apart like a fishing net. Tang Jiqian was right. After all, the H organization's true target had always been the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Captain Zhou. A police officer rushed out from the back of the police car, holding a walkie-talkie, his shirt soaked with sweat. Reports from all branches, 3 suspicious package alerts have been reported simultaneously across the city, all anonymous calls. Zhou Zhang stared at the 18 black boxes on the white paper, his temples throbbing. This was not just a numerical advantage, it was a meticulously planned psychological operation. They had deliberately created threats that were difficult to distinguish between real and fake, forcing the police to their forces and conduct a thorough search. Lure the tiger out of the mountain, Zhou Zhang suddenly spoke, his voice as cold as ice. Their true target is the city bureau. He turned to Colonel Li, his gaze intense. The H organization calculated that we would mobilize all our forces to handle the bombs, and when the city bureau's defenses are weakened. Colonel Li's expression suddenly hesitated.
What is this H organization after that they would go to such great lengths? Zhou Zhang replied coldly. One person. One person? Colonel Li was stunned. Who could this person be? Someone with such immense influence? Enough. Colonel Li. The rest of the operation will require full cooperation from your special police unit. Achoo! Damn it! Who is thinking about me again? Lin Xuan couldn't help but sneeze. Looking around, he saw everyone bustling back and forth, looking extremely busy. He wasn't surprised. Just moments ago, he had been by Tang Jiqiang's side. He didn't know what call the other man had received, but his expression had changed drastically, and he had immediately started making arrangements. In just the short time since then, over a dozen police cars had already left the city bureau. It seemed like something serious was happening outside. Lin Xuan didn't know what was happening and didn't want to know. He felt it was best to stay put at the police station. Who knew how many people were watching him outside? Meanwhile, as most of the police force from the Municipal Public Security Bureau had left the area to search for the bomb's location, two ordinary-looking black vans had already quietly made their way to the vicinity of the police station. The vehicles were covered in a thin layer of dust, blending seamlessly with the dilapidated residential buildings and rusty guardrails around them. Unless one looked closely, it was hard to notice that 20 fully armed elite police officers were lurking inside. The air conditioning inside the vehicles hummed softly, but it couldn't dispel the heavy atmosphere. Captain Zhao Yan removed his sunglasses, wiped the fog from the lenses, and peered through the cracks in the window, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Everyone check your weapons and make sure everything is in order. H organization could strike at any moment. He issued the order in a low voice, the tactical gloves rubbing against the rifle barrel, producing a faint rustling sound. The team members remained silent, but their movements grew increasingly swift as they checked their equipment, the click of magazines being loaded echoing in the air. Time passed slowly in the silence, occasionally interrupted by the distant roar of construction sites. New recruit Xiaoli glanced at his wristwatch, swallowing hard. Captain, we've been here for a while. Do you really think anyone would dare to come to the city police station to rescue someone? Before he could finish, Zhao Yan suddenly raised his hand to signal silence, pointing his index finger at the rearview mirror 100 meters away at the corner. A figure wearing a baseball cap and a mask was peering around cautiously. The man wore a loose gray hoodie, clutching a bulging canvas bag, and walked with his back hunched over, looking exactly like a thief afraid of being discovered. Zhao Yan's finger hovered above the trigger guard, his gaze fixed on the figure's every move like a hawk. The figure moved along the wall, suddenly crouching down in front of a silver sedan. He pulled out a screwdriver and a piece of wire from his bag, skillfully inserting them into the door seam. Something's happening. Everyone on alert. Deputy Captain Wang Lei whispered, as the car's display screen simultaneously showed footage from the drone. Through the magnified lens, it was clear to see the thief hooking the wire around the car door lock, then gently shaking his wrist. The faint click echoed loudly in the quiet alley. After succeeding, he quickly opened the glove compartment, stuffed the wallet and sunglasses into a canvas bag, and hurried toward the next vehicle. Wang Lei watched the footage transmitted by the drone, his face twitching involuntarily. He had been so tense, thinking it was some kind of spy sent to gather information, only to find out it was just a thief. Zhang Lizi, a ordinary small-time thug in Xingqing, simply relied on petty theft to survive. And he didn't break into people's homes to steal. He had a better target for his thefts. That was cars. Some people liked to leave valuables in their vehicles, though not anything too expensive. Even if the owners noticed something missing, they were too lazy to report it to the police. Even if they did report it, the lost items weren't worth much, and at most, the thief would be detained for a while. Of course, there's one thing to watch out for: you can't get detained multiple times in a short period, otherwise the penalty for the stolen property is determined based on the cumulative amount. Today, he didn't have much money on him. He had promised a young woman he was seeing to go out and have some fun tonight, so he needed to earn enough to cover the night's expenses. He arrived at a small street he had already scouted out. Parking here is free, so many people park here to save money. But there weren't many people around, making it the perfect spot for him to steal. Everything went smoothly along the way, and he easily made $500 or $600. He also took a few packs of cigarettes and a lighter. Just then, he spotted a grayish-black van ahead. Such vehicles typically don't have anything valuable inside, but Zhang Lizi, adhering to the principle that a thief never leaves empty-handed, decided to take a look anyway. As he approached the vehicle, he first pretended to casually walk up to the window, then pressed his face close to get a better look inside. He also checked to see if anyone was inside. Some people like to sleep in their cars, and it would be awkward to catch them off guard. Chapter 98, The Little Thief. But this time, something puzzled him. Even though the windows were covered with privacy film, it shouldn't be completely black, right? These people who won tea even pay for parking or spending so much money on such high-quality privacy film? They must be out of their minds. Everyone else doesn't install it, but you do on your car? You must not think much of me. Zhang Lizi decided he had to pry it off no matter what. He skillfully inserted a screwdriver into the window gap and tried to pry it open with force. But before he could continue, footsteps could be heard coming from the alley.
Inside the car, Wang Lei watched the little thief dare to pry open a car full of armed police officers and couldn't help but admire his courage. But admiration aside, he couldn't let the other guy pry it open. They were on a secret mission, and this couldn't be discovered. So, they called a colleague who was on duty nearby in plain clothes and instructed him to drive the thief away. Since the vehicles used by the armed police were of high quality, the thief struggled for a while but couldn't budge it an inch. But even the best quality couldn't withstand such treatment. Fortunately, their colleague arrived shortly afterward. Squeak! The sound of a screwdriver being inserted into the window gap was particularly jarring. Zhang Laozi caught a glimpse of a figure darting past at the other end of the alley, but his hands didn't stop moving.
With a loud clang, the window lock was pried open.
Just as he reached out to pull the door handle, a thunderous shout erupted from behind him. "Stop!
Police!" Zhang Laozi froze, slowly turning around.
A man in a gray t-shirt walked toward him, his police ID flashing in the sunlight. The man looked to be in his early 30s, with a sharp jawline and the outline of muscular arms visible beneath his t-shirt.
"Brother, let's talk this out." Zhang Laozi forced a smile, his face creased with wrinkles, and secretly tucked the screwdriver behind his back. "I just wanted to take a look at the car's interior." "Cut the nonsense."
The undercover police officer Li Ran stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the scattered wallet and women's sunglasses on the ground.
"Put your hands on your head and get down."
He had been on duty today, officially assisting the hidden armed police force in handling such emergencies. He received a call from Wang Lei reporting a situation, but upon arriving at the alley entrance, he immediately encountered this ongoing incident. Zhang Laozi bent his knees slightly, feigning obedience, but his palms had already reached the dagger at his waist. It was a cheap spring knife he had taken from another thug without spending a single penny.
"Officer, this is my first offense. Please spare me."
His voice suddenly choked up, and he wiped away tears that weren't there, acting convincingly.
Li Ran furrowed his brows.
As an experienced detective with 8 years on the job, he had seen this trick countless times. But this was part of their carefully planned operation. He couldn't let a petty thief ruin it.
"Stand up and come with me."
He reached out to grab Zhang Laizi's arm but realized he hadn't brought handcuffs today. Just as their hands made contact, Zhang Laizi suddenly spun around, a cold gleam flashing as a spring knife pressed against Li Ran's lower back.
"Don't move."
Zhang Laizi's voice turned ruthless, his spit landing on Li Ran's neck.
"I've been on the streets for 10 years. Do you think I'm afraid of a rookie cop like you?"
He slammed the back of the knife into Li Ran's shoulder. "Hand over your phone, or else." Li Ran froze in place, cold sweat trickling down his spine. He could feel the knife tip piercing through his t-shirt and pressing against his skin. If the other man exerted even the slightest force.
"Damn it! I was too careless."
He never expected a mere petty thief to dare to brandish a knife at a police officer. This was a criminal offense. However, if Li Ran had turned his head, he would have seen the unfocused madness in the man's eyes. Zhang Laozi, by chance, had seen Lin Xuan's livestream selling rat poison. After seeing the effectiveness of the poison and that it was only sold for 50 yuan, he hatched a plan to become a middleman. He observed that the seller only sold a limited amount each day, which couldn't even meet market demand. So, he hired some young kids to take turns buying over 20 packets of rat poison from Lin Xuan's stall. He couldn't stockpile too much, as he feared it might not sell well and end up being a loss. But on the very day he brought it back, a friend came to his house. At the time, his friend had taken drugs and mistook the rat poison for cocaine. He inhaled it, and by the time Zhang Laizi discovered it, it was already too late. After a while, seeing his friend's face growing increasingly excited with no signs of harm, he was completely baffled. Could rat poison really not kill someone? But seeing his friend's state, he quickly thought of a possibility. Could this person be using the pretext of selling rat poison to intentionally sell cocaine? Seeing his friend's ecstatic expression, he couldn't resist trying the so-called drug himself. After all, a packet only cost 50, and at such a low price, he could afford it. Thus, Zhang Laizi became a drug addict, and it was precisely because of drug use that his nervous system suffered irreversible damage. For example, he lost respect for the law and became afraid of law enforcement officers. Li Ran only flinched when the knife was pressed against his lower back, but he quickly regained his composure. Right, he had his armed police colleagues here. Why should he panic? At that moment, Wang Lei was sitting in the car. When he saw his colleagues approaching to take him away, he also sighed in relief. With a mission to carry out, they would not act unless absolutely necessary. But who could have known that what happened next would leave them speechless? This little thief actually dared to threaten the police with a knife? That's some serious nerve. So, they all rolled down their windows at the same time. Zhang Laizi watched the police officer raise his hands in front of him, feeling a bit smug inside. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a window being rolled down behind him. Li Ran spoke up proactively. "Why don't you check behind you first?" Zhang Laizi had no idea what was happening. "Look behind me? Why should I look behind me? Don't think I don't know your tricks. You're probably trying to escape and call your accomplices, right? Let me tell you. In this alley, there are no cameras, and there's hardly anyone around. Even if you die here, no one will know I killed you."
Zhang Lotzi spoke with his usual arrogance. What, done with your act?
Wang Lei's voice came from the van, tinged with a hint of mockery. Zhang Lizi's body trembled violently. Before he could react, 7 or 8 black gun barrels had already poked through the car windows, and the clicking sounds of safety catches being disengaged echoed in rapid succession.
Chapter 99, The Ambush.
Li Ran took the opportunity to sidestep and shove Zhang Lizi, sending him stumbling backward. As the thug turned, his pupils suddenly contracted. From 2 black vans, over 20 fully armed paramilitary police officers glared menacingly, the reflective strips on their tactical vests blinding him in the sunlight. What was even more terrifying was that the captain at the front, Zhao Yan, was holding a sniper rifle, its red sight firmly locked on his forehead.
Get down on your knees. Zhao Yan's voice pierced his eardrums like ice shards.
Zhang Lizi's legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the scorching ground with a thud. The dagger slipped from his hand. The spring knife in his hand clattered to the ground, the blade hitting his toes and causing him to yelp in pain, but he was too shocked to cry.
I'm sorry. Police officer. Armed police officer.
Zhang Lizi muttered incoherently, banging his head on the ground like a garlic clove, his forehead turning red.
I'm just a petty thief who steals bikes. I didn't know you were here. This old knife is just for show. I swear, it can't even kill a chicken.
Wang Lei opened the car door and got out, his combat boots thudding on the ground. He walked over to Zhang Lizi, bent down to pick up the spring knife, and flicked the blade with his finger, producing a sharp clinking sound.
You're the kind of guy who dares to come out and cause trouble? Wang Lei couldn't help but laugh. You were just holding that broken knife up to the police officer. You've got some nerve, don't you?
Zhang Lizi's face was contorted in sorrow, tears, and snot streaming down his face, washing away the dust and leaving 2 white streaks on his cheeks.
I'm sorry. I just saw him alone and wanted to scare him. I didn't know there were so many of you, and so many guns.
He grew more and more aggrieved, eventually sitting down on the ground and wailing loudly, the noise resembling the screams of a pig being slaughtered.
Enough. Quickly call someone to take him away. Don't let anyone else notice us here. Yes.
Li Ran called over a few more colleagues, and together they carried the thug away.
Zhao Yan and Wang Lei, however, got back into the car.
In the shadows, a group of people had been watching the city police station all alone.
Chen Mo, our men are ready. When should we begin?
Chen Mo's familiar voice came through the earpiece.
3 minutes. Start the operation precisely at 3 minutes. Follow the plan strictly. Got it? Got it. 3 minutes passed quickly.
The headsets of the team members began to buzz.
Go. Inside the police station.
Sunlight streamed through the police station windows, casting neat patterns of light and shadow in the corridors. On the surface, officers hurried past with files in their arms, the hum of printers and the crackle of walkie-talkies blending into the usual bustle. But Tang Jiqian knew that all of this was a carefully orchestrated illusion. Every officer's holster was loaded with bullets, bulletproof shields were ready to be deployed under the desks, and everyone was waiting for that decisive moment. At the corner, a black SUV slowly came to a stop. As the door slid open, 12 armed men wearing tactical helmets and black carbon fiber face masks emerged in formation. Their bulletproof vests bear a dark red skull emblem, and their assault rifles are equipped with suppressors and tactical flashlights. In this country where guns are completely banned, obtaining such comprehensive combat gear is nearly impossible, let alone the sheer strength of this organization. In the police station's surveillance room, technician Xiao Wang's fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard. 23 surveillance feeds flickered across the large screen, but no suspicious targets were detected. Captain Tang, no abnormalities within a 3-kilometer radius. His voice betrayed his growing anxiety. Tang Jiqiang stared at the electronic map on the wall, his gaze suddenly fixating on the southwest corner's blind spot. There was a newly planted ornamental tree that blocked half the street.
Tang Jiqiang remained convinced that the H organization would not pass up such a golden opportunity, so they must be coming.
After being on high alert for so long, everyone's nerves were stretched to the limit, and patience was wearing thin.
Everyone, be on high alert in the southwest direction.
Tang Jiqiang grabbed the walkie-talkie. The H organization may be exploiting the surveillance blind spot. Before he could finish speaking, a piercing metallic screech erupted from the direction of the parking lot. A toy remote-controlled car darted out from the greenery, with a black package strapped to its bed, counting down. A police officer stationed at the entrance of the police station also noticed the sudden appearance of the remote-controlled car. Especially the black package on top. He immediately sensed something was wrong. He immediately reported the situation over the walkie-talkie. There's a bomb. But it was already too late. Flames erupted alongside a blast wave, sending debris flying into the air. The concrete ground of the parking lot was blown out, leaving a half-meter deep crater, and shrapnel shattered the glass of 3 floors. Fortunately, no one was injured. The police station was immediately filled with the sound of alarms, and smoke detectors released white mist, but it couldn't drown out Tang Jiqiang's comm orders. Proceed as planned. Notify the undercover SWAT team. The explosion was the signal for the attack. The leader loosened his mask and grinned into his earpiece. Those fools fell for it. Behind him, armed militants threw smoke grenades, and orange-red smoke quickly engulfed the entire street. Four drones carrying tear gas canisters took off from the alleyway and crashed into the second-floor windows of the police station with pinpoint accuracy.
Snipers in position. Fire at the police station entrance.
Viper kicked aside a bush, and his assault rifle erupted in a burst of fire. Bullets struck the bulletproof glass, sparks flying, and the marble walls of the reception hall were instantly riddled with bullet holes. But strangely, the police station, which should have been fiercely returning fire, remained eerily quiet, with only the red lights of the automatic alarm system flashing.
The leader smiled. Luring them into a trap? Such an obvious trap, I won't fall for it. But to make it more realistic, we'll need some real firepower. Inside the police station.
Everyone had already taken cover behind barriers, waiting for the enemy to charge in so they could coordinate with the special forces team outside and surround them. However, the criminals kept firing at the police station but never advanced forward. Tang Jiqian couldn't help but marvel at how cautious these criminals were. But suddenly, the gunfire stopped. Tang Jiqian was puzzled and was about to use a small mirror to check the situation on the other side. But the next moment, when Tang Jiqian saw something in the mirror, his eyes widened in fear. In the mirror, the masked men were holding a rocket launcher aimed at their position. He immediately shouted loudly,
"Everyone! Get down!"
The rocket launcher struck the central support column of the police station lobby with precision, triggering an intense explosion. The flames erupted like the gaping maw of a colossal beast, engulfing everything in its path. The load-bearing column collapsed with a thunderous crash under the immense force, sending concrete debris and rebar flying in all directions like rain. The dome of the hall began to crack like a spiderweb, with debris falling steadily, and dust and smoke quickly filled the air, drastically reducing visibility. Fortunately, the construction here had not been cut corners, so it managed to hold up without collapsing.
Chapter 100 Pursuit.
The Special Forces squad stationed in the nearby alleys naturally heard the two massive explosions one after another. Although they had already sped up their movements upon receiving orders, the criminals' speed was simply too fast. Before they could arrive, two more explosions rang out in quick succession. The September sun baked the asphalt in front of the police station until it softened, and the air was filled with the acrid smell of gunpowder and concrete dust. Two vans skidded to a halt 100 meters away, leaving scorched marks where their tires had scraped the ground. Zhao Yan ripped off his tactical goggles and looked at the chaotic battlefield before him. The shattered glass walls reflected blinding light, and the exposed reinforcing bars at the broken columns twisted like a spider's web. Over a dozen armed members of the H organization, wielding modified firearms, were engaged in a standoff with police inside the station from behind cover.
Team 1, flank from the left. Team 2, seal off the exits.
Chen Hao's tactical boots crushed as he led his team members to fan out.
Beneath his bulletproof visor, his pupils suddenly contracted.
An enemy soldier had raised an RPG rocket launcher, aiming the barrel at the partially collapsed corridor on the east side of the police station. In the nick of time, he pulled the trigger, and the bullet struck the rocket launcher's mount with precision. A violent explosion erupted in mid-air, sending a fireball into the sky. The leader of the H organization wiped the gunpowder from his face, his gaze beneath the mask as cold as a snake's. He noticed the approaching Special Forces squadron behind him, but he didn't panic. Instead, he curled his lips into a savage smile, notify the convoy, prepare to activate Plan B. A brief response came over the walkie-talkie. 3 black modified vehicles hidden around the corner started their engines simultaneously, exhaust pipes spewing acrid blue smoke. Zhao Yan sensed the commotion and shouted into his earpiece, "The western parking lot is under attack. Seal off all exits." Before he could finish, a ruthless criminal suddenly leaped out from behind cover, flinging a Molotov cocktail that arced through the air and exploded into a fiery inferno in front of the armed police squad. Amid the raging flames, the armed militants took turns providing cover as they retreated toward the vehicles. Bullets rained down on the armored vehicle's steel plates, sparks flying in all directions.
"Think you can escape? Not so fast." Armed police officer Xiaowang raised his squad machine gun, and a torrent of fire instantly engulfed the enemy's right side cover. However, the H organization had clearly prepared in advance. 2 trucks loaded with scrap metal suddenly reversed, blocking the alleyway and completely cutting off the pursuit route. A figure stood on the roof of one truck, making a taunting gesture toward the armed police and slicing his throat with his hand. "Gentlemen of the law, take your time. Next time we meet, I hope you've learned something." Zhao Yan watched the enemy's arrogant demeanor. Even with his composure, he couldn't hold back any longer, and anger surged through him. "Chase them." He led his team over the burning truck wreckage, only to see 3 modified vehicles already breaking through the gap in the eastern fence that had been blown open. Concrete debris rained down like a storm, and one of the vehicles even deliberately rammed into a police car while reversing. Amid the piercing screech of metal grinding against concrete, the vehicle with its blast-resistant tires plowed through the debris and sped away. "Report! The target vehicle is fleeing along Zhongshan Road." The drone operator's voice was filled with urgency. Zhao Yan wiped the black dust from his face and watched the rapidly moving red dot on the car's screen. The enemy convoy was forming a diamond formation, with vehicles constantly alternating to provide cover, and occasionally firing jamming flares into the air. Everyone, follow them. We must bring these arrogant criminals to justice. Zhao Yan's tone was filled with deep anger.
However, his intense anger did not cloud his judgment.
He quickly used the walkie-talkie to contact Tang Jiqiang. Tang Jiqiang had just regained consciousness from the aftermath of the explosion.
He forced himself to stand up, despite the dizziness in his head. He never imagined that the H organization was so powerful, capable of obtaining rocket launchers even within the country. He was certain that the H organization had no capability to manufacture or transport military weapons. If that was the case, there must be a hidden military weapons organization operating in Xingqing. But what truly sent a chill down his spine was that this arms organization had operated undetected for all the years he had been a police officer. No wonder there had been a few cases that had puzzled him. Those were robbery cases, but the weapons used were not simple homemade handguns, but standard issue rifles. At the time, everyone was puzzled about where these standard issue rifles had come from. But after searching for clues for a long time, they couldn't find the source of the rifles. Now it seems that the arms trafficking organization had been operating in secret all along. However, the most urgent matter at hand is not to confront the arms trafficking organization. The drug trafficking organization H is the one that needs to be dealt with immediately. Just as Tang Jiqiang had barely stood up from the ground, the walkie-talkie nearby suddenly emitted a sound.
Tang Jiqiang immediately recognized the voice and rushed over to grab the walkie-talkie. Officer Tang, the criminals have escaped.
I'm pursuing them from behind, but we need police backup to set up roadblocks ahead.
Got it. No problem.
I'll notify the traffic police immediately to coordinate.
However, you must report the enemy's location in real time. Got it.
After hanging up, Zhao Yan instructed Wang Lei to stay in the other vehicle and circle around from the right to intercept them. He himself stayed close behind. Unfortunately, it wasn't rush hour, so traffic wasn't too heavy.
Otherwise, these criminals wouldn't have been able to drive so fast in the city.
Both sides refused to give up easily, and a fierce chase began to unfold in the city. Soon, when the police car caught up to one of the intersections, the middle vehicle of the enemy suddenly slammed on the brakes, the rear door slid open, and two armed men set up smoke launchers, filling the entire street with thick gray smoke.
Damn it! Zhao team, we can't see a thing.
The smoke instantly blocked Zhao Yan and his team's vision.
This was enough to make them tense up.
Zhao Yan remained calm, continuing to issue commands. He activated the thermal imaging device, and three figures in the vehicles immediately appeared before him. However, what troubled him was that the three vehicle silhouettes were not heading in the same direction but were each heading toward a different intersection. With only one vehicle at his disposal, he couldn't split himself, so after a moment's thought, he made his decision immediately.
Charge straight ahead. He planned to focus on just one vehicle. The vehicle on the right would be handled by Wang Lei and his team, while the one on the left would have to be left to the traffic police who were already intercepting them. If they could stop it, great. If not, there was nothing he could do. He quickly relayed the information to Tang Jiqiang.
Upon receiving the information, Tang Jiqiang immediately mobilized all available police forces across the city to intercept the vehicle.
All police forces in the city, except those still searching for the bomb, were mobilized.
Thanks to Tang Jiqiang's prior warning, everyone was aware that this group of robbers was heavily armed.
Therefore, they decided to directly deploy vehicles to block the roads. Chapter 101, Internal Breach.
The bright lights in the city police station's detention center hummed, casting a harsh glow on the narrow corridor. In cell 307, the pancake stall owner huddled on the iron bed frame, his checkered shirt stained with dried batter, and a hint of fear still lingering at the corners of his mouth. In fact, it wasn't just him, all the others who had been brought in were trembling in the corners of the detention room. The loud explosion outside had been heard clearly even from the innermost part of the detention center.
They didn't know what had happened, but who wouldn't be afraid of such an explosion?
So, one by one, they had all hidden in the corners, afraid that they might be harmed. Shaolin, Azay, the two of you stay here in the detention room and watch over these people. I'll go out with old Wang to check the situation.
Got it.
When the number of police outside dwindled to just two, the cowardice in the eyes of the pancake stall owner hiding in the corner vanished instantly, replaced by the sharp gaze of a hawk. If anyone from the H organization were there, they would recognize him as Chang Laoshu, the core member of the H organization, a ruthless figure feared by all. He quietly stood up, wiped his nose with the sleeve of his shirt, and hooked his finger between his teeth. A piece of wire as thin as a hair slid into his palm. This was the small tool he had hidden between his false teeth. At that moment, the wire moved nimbly between his fingers, clearly a tool he had used many times before. The other roommates, noticing that Mouse had suddenly stood up, also looked over with curiosity. But the rat merely glanced at them with a ruthless gaze, as if he intended to peel their skin off. The person immediately looked away and cautiously retreated to the farthest corner.
Just as he was about to pry open the detention cell door. Clang!
A loud noise came from the adjacent detention cell, the sound of an iron bowl hitting the ground. The rat muttered under his breath, quickly hiding the wire between his teeth, and resumed his timid expression, hiding behind the door. At that moment, another prisoner's voice came from the next cell. "Officer, I want some water."
The patrolling officer, Lin, yawned and waved his hand impatiently. Wait. His colleague, A's, tapped him on the shoulder. Why bother with a thug? Just keep an eye on the monitors. Their conversation drifted clearly into the mouse's ears. Through the small observation window in the door, he noticed the two men slowly heading toward the surveillance room. The surveillance room was the last room at the end of the corridor. Whatever he did there, he wouldn't be noticed. Once the footsteps faded, the mouse pulled out the wire again and squinted at the lock on the detention room door. But when he looked closely, a big question mark popped into his head. Wait a moment, where is the keyhole for the lock? The mouse examined the door carefully several times but found no trace of a keyhole. Not only was there no keyhole, but he couldn't even make out the shape of a lock on the door. This series of actions left the mouse completely baffled. Just then, the voices of the two police officers drifted over. That's strange. Why did the city bureau insist on renovating all the doors, requiring all locks to be installed on the outside? Now, to get out, someone has to open the door from the outside. What's so strange about that? It's because we heard that at a police station down there's a master who can open handcuffs with his bare hands and pry open a bank vault door with a single piece of wire. Really? That's ridiculous. Exactly. They say this guy can open all the doors in an entire neighborhood using instant noodles. When these words reached Mouse's ears, his expression was equally fascinating. Who is this so-called master? Is it really necessary to go to such lengths? Isn't this just making things harder for those who want to pick locks and escape? Achoo! Lin Xuan wiped his nose. Lately, he didn't know why, but he had been sneezing much more than usual. He had also felt the intense explosion outside, but fortunately, he was hiding in the office and only felt the strong vibrations, without sustaining any injuries. However, being someone who always valued his life, he decided to head further inside. The detention room was located in the innermost part of the police station. He immediately made up his mind to head there. The rat helplessly reeled in the wire. Though picking the lock directly wasn't feasible, that didn't mean there was no other way. Just as he was about to act, the door lock suddenly emitted a piercing alarm. The rat was startled and quickly pulled his hand back, but the alarm stopped abruptly. But he hadn't even touched the door. At that moment, loud banging sounds came from the iron door next door, accompanied by muffled moans. The mouse immediately understood. It turned out to be the drunkard next door causing trouble again. The young man, who hadn't even sat down yet, shouted angrily, Wang Mousy from room 305, are you looking for trouble? The footsteps in the hallway grew urgent. Suddenly, the mouse's eyes darted around, and an idea popped into his head. As Shelly passed by room 307, he suddenly clutched his stomach and wailed, Officer. My stomach hurts terribly. It must be from the dirty lunchbox. Shaolin rolled his eyes. You're all sick. I'm telling you, stop pulling these stunts. Right now, you're not committing any major crimes, but if you keep causing trouble, I'll add the charge of disturbing the peace. He was about to speak again when Ace suddenly grabbed him. Wait a minute, Shaolin, this guy doesn't seem to be faking it, he's really in pain. All that could be seen was the mouse curled up on the ground, its face contorted with exposed veins, foaming slightly at the mouth, and its eyes rolling uncontrollably. These actions were identical to those of someone suffering from severe abdominal pain. At this point, Xiaolin and Ace both adopted a serious expression. If someone were to die in the detention room, that wouldn't be a joke. If they didn't handle it properly, both of them would lose their jobs. Thinking this, they didn't hesitate any longer. They immediately opened the door. Xiaolin, who was leading the way, bent down to check the mouse's condition. The rat sneered inwardly. These two fools had fallen for it. He had curled up on the ground and deliberately made the gesture to lure them in. As Xiaolin bent down to check, the rat suddenly sprang up, slamming his elbow into the other man's temple. Xiaoli didn't even utter a sound as he collapsed to the ground, the walkie-talkie clattering to the floor and emitting a buzzing sound. Ace was filled with anger and shock. He froze for a moment before reaching for his handcuffs, but the rat swept his legs out from under him with a roundhouse kick. The shoe landed heavily on Ace's hand, and the rat picked up the baton from the ground and struck the officer's neck without hesitation. The entire ordeal lasted no more than 10 seconds. The two police officers lay motionless on the ground, unconscious. The rat took a shallow breath. Chapter 102, The Fight. With such minimal effort and tactics, it didn't take much of his strength. The others in room 307, seeing the police officers so easily knocked to the ground, dared not even look at the rat. Although the door was open, not a single person dared to go out. Are you kidding me? They had only committed a minor offense at most, they'd be detained for a few days. But if they went out now, it wouldn't be a matter of detention anymore. The rat ignored the remaining people inside and began searching for Lin Xuan. He had a photo of Lin Xuan. Once he saw the person, he would be able to find him. He planned to start searching from the detention room. He had studied the map of the city police station and discovered that this was the deepest and safest place. If he wanted to protect you, he would definitely have him placed here. The depths of the detention room. Chendi leaned against the cold iron door, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing the rusty stains on the doorframe. He had been sitting here for 3 days. What a mess.
He came here to be a police officer, but instead, he ended up experiencing detention life firsthand. Here, he hadn't left for 3 days, so he must be bored. At least he wasn't like the other inmates, real criminals who could play on their phones or order takeout. At least that could help alleviate his boredom. He slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, suppressing the suffocating sensation in his chest from holding his breath for so long. Suddenly, an explosion sounded from the other side of the corridor. Chendi instinctively wanted to stand up and go out, but halfway there, he suddenly remembered his current status. Though he felt a sense of foreboding, he forced himself to suppress the pounding in his heart and returned to the bed. At the same time, he immediately returned to his own bed, curling up nervously, trying to mimic Lin Xuan's personality and body language. The explosion could only have come from the H organization. No one else would be so ruthless. Thinking this way, he realized he would soon have to face the H organization. He had once won second place in close combat during a martial arts competition in the city. With his skills, he should be able to handle anyone from the H organization. The faint clinking of keys echoed from the end of the corridor. Chendi quickly suppressed the sharp gleam in his eyes and adopted a timid, anxious expression. He deliberately slumped his shoulders and clenched his hands nervously in front of him, looking exactly like the timid programmer Lin Xuan described in the files. When the motion-activated lights flickered on again, he saw a stocky man emerge into the glow. What puzzled him was that the man was wearing prison attire. Throughout the journey, he had not seen Lin Xuan's figure in any of the rooms. It wasn't until he reached the deepest part of the corridor that a timid figure finally came into view. He recalled Lin Xuan's face and build in his mind and found that this man bore a striking resemblance, so he spoke up. "Lin Xuan?" The mouse's voice sounded like sandpaper scraping against rusty metal, with a grating, raspy quality that made one's teeth ache. He stood by the door, his eyes scanning Chendi like a searchlight, finally fixating on the mole at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, Chen Mo had mentioned this feature earlier, a mole at the corner of the mouth, so Lin Xuan must be this man. But what he didn't know was that this mole was actually a fake one that Chendi had had someone plant there on purpose. Chendi instinctively shrank his neck and dared not respond, seeming highly alert toward him. The rat suddenly snorted derisively, his laughter laced with unhidden contempt. Chendi's actions only served to confirm the mouse's suspicions about his identity. He reached out and grabbed the iron door, his knuckles turning white from the force. "Don't be afraid. As long as you follow me to a certain place, your safety will be guaranteed." He reached behind his waist and pulled out a thin piece of wire, skillfully inserting it into the lock. With a soft click, the heavy iron door slowly swung open inward, like a giant beast opening its bloodthirsty maw. Chendi's heart suddenly tightened, as if gripped by an invisible hand. This man, known as Rat, exuded an unsettling sense of dissonance. His steps appeared casual yet always maintained the optimal attacking distance while speaking. The corners of his mouth curled into a careless smile, but the corners of his eyes never strayed from Chendi's knee joints. This was the instinctive vigilance of someone who had seen blood and possessed real skill, something that could never be found in an ordinary thug. Since Chendi had kept his head down, Mouse couldn't see the expression on his face, and naturally had no idea what he was thinking. Yet, despite not having seen his face, he spoke up. "Look up and show me." The rat's voice, laced with coldness, crashed down on him. But Chendi seemed not to hear him, his shoulders trembling even more violently, his fingertips digging deeply into his palms, as if he were extremely afraid. "Daff?" The rat suddenly kicked the iron door, causing Chendi's eardrums to ache. Chendi slowly raised his head, deliberately letting his gaze go out of focus, revealing half of his pale face. The other eye was hidden in the shadow of his arm, fixated on the mouse's weakness. The rat's pupils lingered on Chendi's face for 2 seconds before nodding satisfactorily. Everything matched up, there shouldn't be any issues. He slowly approached, 2 meters, 1 meter, half a meter. Just as the rat was less than half a meter away from Chendi, Chendi suddenly struck. His right hand darted out like a venomous snake emerging from its hole. No one could see how he moved, only the faint sound of bones shifting could be heard. The hands that had been clutching his chest suddenly flipped, with his left hand precisely gripping the mouse's wrist where it held the chin, while his right hand reached toward the opponent's elbow joint at an angle defying human anatomy, with his fingertips precisely pressing against the protrusion at the elbow. That was the fatal point of all joint locks. Even someone trained in hard qigong would dislocate instantly under such force. This was a lethal technique, blending Wing Chun's sticky hands with Israeli combat techniques. Chendi had used this move to disarm numerous criminals. But the rat's reaction exceeded expectations. As the excruciating pain surged through his body, the man did not scream but instead let out a primal growl. His left hand darted out like lightning, grabbing Chendi's hair and forcefully slamming his face into his own knee. Chendi was prepared for this. He used the pulling force to suddenly arch his body, pressing his right shoulder against the rat's chest while simultaneously tightening his fingers around the elbow joint. He could feel the bones beneath his fingertips creaking, like branches about to snap. Snap! A bone-chilling crack echoed down the corridor. Chendi froze. He had never seen such a ruthless person, not even towards himself. Chapter 103, Searching in Vain. Chendi stared in shock as the other man suddenly leaned backward, twisting his arm with such force it seemed almost self-destructive. The man's face contorted in agony, his eyes bulging like copper bells. But in the instant his joints popped out of place, he wrapped his dislocated right arm around Chinda's neck and swung his left fist toward his temple with a whistling sound. This punch combined the knee strike power of Muay Thai with the ruthless ferocity of underground fighting. Before the punch even reached him, Chinda could already sense the danger. He instinctively turned his head, and the fist grazed his earlobe before striking the iron door behind him, causing the lock to rattle violently. A searing pain spread through his ear canal, and he knew his eardrum had burst. Damn it! Chinda's shout was choked off in his throat. But the next second, the rat's dislocated right arm struck his skull like an iron hammer, and Chinda's voice abruptly ceased as he fainted. The rat shook his numb left hand, his knuckles turning an abnormal pale blue from the force of the blow. He looked down at the unconscious Lin Xuan on the ground. The dislocated right arm was still twitching uncontrollably, and the skin around the dislocation had swollen into a purplish-black color, resembling a piece of rotten pig liver. Damn it! He spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, bending down to grab his dislocated right arm. The excruciating pain shot up his nerves straight to his head, and countless sparks exploded before his eyes. This was a technique he had learned in the underground boxing ring, using reverse force to forcibly realign a dislocated joint, at the cost of each movement feeling like a dull saw was being dragged through his bone marrow. Snap! The crisp sound of bones snapping back into place echoed loudly in the empty corridor. The rat trembled uncontrollably from the pain, cold sweat dripping from his forehead onto Chinda's back, but he clenched his teeth tightly, refusing to utter a single sound. He moved his right arm a few times. Though the pain was still excruciating, at least he could lift it now. Chen Mo, you son of a, the rat muttered, kicking the man on the ground. You said Lin Xuan was just a locksmith who wouldn't he even kill a chicken? This is a locksmith? He recalled the lightning-fast joint lock from earlier, and the hairs on the back of his neck still stood on end. If he hadn't been ruthless enough, he might have fallen here today. Then, the rat's gaze fell on the other man's face. But it seemed as though he had seen something, a patch of skin that was slightly lighter in color than the rest, with faint wrinkles around the edges. His heart skipped a beat. He crouched down, grabbed the other person's hair, and forced their face upward. In the flickering light, he saw clearly it wasn't a natural skin color difference, but the edge of a silicone mask. The rat's pupils contracted sharply, and his left hand roughly tore at the other's cheek. The skin used for disguise peeled off like cheap wallpaper, revealing another angular face beneath. The brow bones were higher, the jawline sharper. It wasn't even human. Now he knew for certain this was a fake. So it was a fake after all. The rat clutched the blood-stained silicone, suddenly letting out a low laugh that grew louder and louder, causing the motion-activated lights to flicker wildly. He recalled Chen Mo's instructions before they left: bring him back alive. The master wants to question him personally. Now it seemed he had nearly been deceived by this fake. If he had brought it to the master, he would have been unable to escape responsibility, even if he committed suicide. After all, Chen Mo had made it clear that this matter was of the utmost importance. Rage surged like lava to his head. He raised his foot, aiming the heel of his boot at the man's throat. If he stepped down, the thin layer of skin would tear open like a piece of cloth, the trachea and arteries would rupture simultaneously, and blood would spray 3 meters away onto the iron door. He had seen this method of death several times in underground boxing matches. The victorious fighters who had signed life or death contracts often used this method to execute their opponents. Just as the sole of his shoe was about to touch the skin, footsteps echoed in the distance. They were faint, as if someone had deliberately tiptoed, but they didn't escape the ears of a rat. The rat slowly withdrew his foot, reached behind his waist, and roughly covered Chinda's head with a black cloth. He dragged him to the corner of the wall and hid behind the door, waiting for an opportunity. When Lin Xuan reached the detention room, he noticed something odd. It was unnaturally quiet. Where were the police on duty here? Why wasn't there a single person in sight? As he continued walking a few steps further, he peered through the observation window and saw that the prisoners on both sides were huddled there, seeming very afraid. Just as he reached the door of room 307, his eyes suddenly caught sight of something. When he focused his gaze, his pupils suddenly contracted. Because there were 2 unconscious police officers inside cell 307, and he couldn't tell if they were still alive. He immediately realized something was wrong and turned to run out without hesitation. But before he could take a few steps, he suddenly felt a jolt to his head and collapsed unconscious. The rat, who arrived 2 seconds later, also sighed in relief. He had already sensed something was wrong the moment the other person approached room 307. The 2 police officers were still lying on the ground. He didn't do anything to them. They were just lying there naked, like little babies. Everyone knew something was wrong here. So, when Lin Xuan looked over, he had already burst out from inside the door. As Lin Xuan turned to flee, he threw an iron cup at him, knocking him unconscious. When he reached Lin Xuan, he sneered. Another stinking cop. What are you doing here? Now you're going to lose your life. He kicked Lin Xuan's body aside. He was really annoyed. Lin Xuan's face had been replaced by someone else, which meant the real Lin Xuan was likely using someone else's face. But with so many people at the city police station, how was he supposed to search for him one by one? That's right, he was certain that Lin Xuan was inside the police station. After all, this was information Chen Mo had obtained from higher-ups, so it must be accurate. But the problem remained, there were still over 100 people left in the police station, scattered in different areas, and with so many people around, how was he supposed to proceed? Just as he was at a loss, his wandering eyes happened to fall on the face that Lin Xuan had just turned over. Earlier, due to Chinda's disguised face, he had unconsciously looked at the face a few extra times. But those few glances made him suddenly notice something was off. The face looked stiff and unnatural. Could it be? Suppressing his excitement, he roughly rubbed the other person's face with his hands. Instantly, Lin Xuan's face began to change. Once all the disguise was removed, the mouse realized that this was indeed the Lin Xuan he had been searching for. The rat felt a sense of relief, as if he had searched high and low in vain but found it effortlessly. It seemed that his mission could now be completed perfectly. He glanced at the clock hanging on the wall of the detention room. There were less than 5 minutes left until the agreed-upon time. Chapter 104, The Golden Cicada Escapes. The rat quickly stripped off Lin Xuan's police uniform, as it was too conspicuous. He then quickly tidied up the scene and waited for the others from the organization to arrive. They had agreed beforehand that no matter where they found Lin Xuan, they would bring him to the detention room, which was their designated meeting point. Soon, accompanied by the familiar sound of ambulance sirens, a dozen or so ambulances appeared on the scene. The sirens sounded like heavy hammers striking the cracked concrete of the city police station. The rear door of the first ambulance to arrive slammed open, and medical personnel in fluorescent green vests jumped out carrying stretchers. Team 1, head to the east corridor. Team 2, follow me. The team leader, wearing a white coat, shouted at the top of his lungs, his stethoscope swinging in a silver arc across his chest. One by one, medical personnel began to move through the police station. But just as these medical personnel were carrying out their rescue operations, a peculiar ambulance convoy stood out, heading straight for the deepest part of the police station, the direction of the detention cells. Soon, he arrived at the detention center, and the rat was already waiting there as he had expected. "You're 10 seconds too late," the rat said indifferently. Chen Mo rolled his eyes in annoyance. "If it weren't for that ambulance blocking the way, we could have arrived even sooner." "Enough. Where's Lin Xuan? Get him out quickly. We can't linger here too long, otherwise, we'll be exposed." The mouse kicked Lin Xuan, who was still unconscious beside him. "He's right here." Hearing the voice, Chen Mo looked down in surprise and indeed saw Lin Xuan's face. "Hurry up. Move faster." Chen Mo urged his 2 henchmen disguised as nurses. They quickly wrapped Lin Xuan in an orange emergency blanket. Once they had finished, Chen Mo suddenly turned his head. He threw a white lab coat he had prepared earlier. The fabric unfolded in mid-air, revealing the steel wire layers sewn inside. "Put this on. Meet me by the ambulance in 5 minutes." Rat caught the coat and nearly tripped, the dislocated wrist throbbing with excruciating pain. "Still standing there?" Chen Mo's voice was as cold as ice. "Do you want the police to come and collect your body?" The rat said nothing, casually slipping the white lab coat over his body, then covering his face completely with a mask and a hat. "Hurry up. The patient's condition is critical. We need to get him to the ambulance immediately." Chen Mo and the others, disguised as doctors and nurses, strode out of the police station with confidence. They pushed the stretcher carrying Lin Xuan while shouting for everyone to make way. A group of police officers looked at Lin Xuan, who was wrapped up like a dumpling, and genuinely believed that their colleague was seriously injured. They quickly moved out of the way, and some even helped carry the stretcher. Even the experienced Tang Jichang didn't notice anything suspicious and let Chen Mo and the others leave. Lin Xuan was right there, leaving among them. However, this couldn't be blamed on Tang Jichang and the others. It was simply because these criminals were too cunning. Thus, all the way until they boarded the ambulance and left the police station, no one stopped them. Chen Mo, seeing that things were going smoothly, immediately carried out the final cleanup plan. At that moment, Xian, who was evading the pursuit of Zhao Yan and his men, the same group that had previously attacked the police station. Suddenly, he received instructions. The voice was brief, just one sentence. "It's time to cut and run." Upon hearing this, Xian gave a slight smile. "Got it. Cutting off the tail immediately." He then issued the order over the dedicated channel for the 3 vehicles. "Everyone, execute the tail cutting plan immediately. I'll be blunt, if anyone fails and gets caught by the police, you'd better take care of it yourself. Otherwise, the organization will hold your family responsible." Hearing Xian's threatening words, the others had no objections. Or rather, their beliefs were unwavering. They had long been willing to sacrifice their lives for the village. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, sunlight streamed through the glass dome of the shopping mall, casting mottled patches of light on the concrete parking lot. 3 black vehicles entered in quick succession, their tires rumbling over the speed bumps. The car bodies were still covered in gray dust from the police explosion site. Ashim jerked the steering wheel, and the vehicle came to a precise stop at parking spot B37, a natural blind spot for surveillance cameras, with the cameras above already jammed by pre-installed signal disruptors, their screens endlessly looping yesterday's footage of an empty parking spot. The 2 vehicles behind followed closely behind. 3 minutes ago, 3 vehicles used a tactic of alternating their attention to distract the police, making it impossible for them to determine which vehicle they were pursuing. So, by using some clever tactics, the police quickly lost their trail.
However, Xin was certain that this was only temporary.
In a city with such extensive surveillance, as long as they didn't leave the city, the police would eventually find them. They were also well aware that the roads out of the city had already been sealed off, so they planned to pull off a daring escape.
Hurry up!
Xin pushed open the car door, and the doors of the 2 vehicles behind him opened simultaneously. 6 armed men quickly formed a circle, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. The parking lot was sparsely populated with a few cars. In the distance, the sound of an elevator arriving echoed, and someone pushed a shopping cart past, unaware that in this seemingly ordinary parking area, a group of ruthless criminals were lurking.
Bring him over here, Xin growled into his earpiece.
2 armed men instantly dragged 3 men out of the back seat of the third car. Their clothes were stained with blood, their wrists bound behind their backs, and their mouths stuffed with cloth. These 3 were the scapegoats. One of them, if Lao Shu were here, would recognize him immediately. It was the middle-aged man he had tortured. At that moment, the 3 of them were pale as paper, their eyes bulging with fear, as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. Xin signaled to the people beside him to remove the cloth from their mouths, his voice tinged with false gentleness. As long as you do as I say and eliminate the police pursuit, your wives and children will be able to return home safely. Otherwise, our organization has some members who enjoy playing with mother-daughter pairs. One of them's Adam's apple bobbed violently, and saliva mixed with the taste of blood dripped from the corner of his mouth.
Do you mean what you say?
His fingernails dug deeply into his palms, but the pain couldn't compare to the wounds all over his body. These demons had no limits, but he had no choice but to believe them. Xin suddenly pulled out a black cloth bag from his chest and threw it in front of the 3 men. Change into these. Inside were 3 sets of black combat uniforms identical to those worn by the armed militants, with dried bloodstains on the cuffs.
Chapter 105, Are they all dead? What are you waiting for?
An armed militant kicked him. Under the threat of the guns pointed at them, the 3 quickly changed into the uniforms.
Get in the car. I don't need to remind you, do I?
Xin waved the gun in front of them, unsure whether he was worried about his own life or for his wife and children. The 3 of them gritted their teeth and got into the car. Once they saw all 3 cars leave the parking lot, Xin signaled for the others to quickly change into civilian clothes and head in another direction. That was the ventilation shaft of the parking lot. There was a pre-prepared escape route that led directly to the garbage disposal station at the back of the mall. At that time, a garbage truck would be waiting there to load them into garbage bags and transport them out of the city. Soon, they followed the pre-arranged route and headed toward the exit of the mall. When Xin kicked open the iron grill at the ventilation shaft, he found that a garbage truck had already been waiting there. The driver of the garbage truck made a hand signal to them, which was their pre-arranged code.
After confirming each other's identities, she didn't hesitate.
He quickly covered the group with the garbage bags the driver had thrown down, with the driver's assistance. The group was now disguised as garbage mixed with real trash inside the garbage truck. The garbage truck started moving and soon blended into the traffic. No one knew that a group of ruthless criminals who had just attacked the police station had escaped. Even if the police later discovered that the 3 vehicles were empty, it would be of no use, as they had already left the city in their vehicles.
Damn it! How did those guys slip away like eels?
We only took our eyes off them for a moment, and they vanished from sight.
Zhao Yan angrily slapped the car's control panel.
However, he only vented his frustration briefly before immediately contacting Tang Jiqiang. At that moment, Tang Jiqiang was still helping the injured colleagues. However, when his walkie-talkie rang, he immediately put down what he was doing.
Hello? Captain Zhao, what's the situation over there? Tang Jiqiang didn't even need to guess who it was.
He had expected good news this time, but when he heard what Zhao Yan said, he furrowed his brows deeply.
Gone?
Tang Jiqiang paused for a moment before responding. Don't worry, I'll have the IT technician use the Skynet system to search for him. As long as he's still in the city, I'll find him. Immediately, Tang Jiqiang began searching the crowd for the IT technician, but there were simply too many people, and he had no idea where they were. With no other option, he started shouting loudly in the hall. Fortunately, over the past few days, Tang Jiqiang had become familiar with everyone, and soon a police officer stepped forward. It was a slender young man wearing glasses.
Mr. Tang, what can I do for you? Tang Jiqiang didn't have time to explain. He rushed straight up to him and asked, Where is the Information Technology Department? I need your help right away.
Seeing how urgent Tang Jiqiang looked, Xiao Zhang knew something must be serious. Without a word, he immediately ran off in a certain direction.
Tang Jiqiang immediately understood what he meant and followed him.
Soon, the two arrived at a room filled with computers. This was the Information Technology Department of the City Police Bureau, which had access to the city's entire information network. Please help me pull up the map of the northwest area of the city first. Upon hearing Tang Jiqiang's instructions, Xiao Zhang merely moved his fingers, and the map of the northwest direction appeared on the large screen. Immediately, Tang Jiqiang studied the map and, within 5 seconds, drew a circle around an area with his finger. Earlier, 3 black vans went missing in this area. The vehicles are Chang'an Ford models. Please help me locate them and see if we can find any traces of these individuals. Xiao Zhang nodded. I'll give it a try. As Xiao Zhang's fingers danced across the keyboard, the code stream on the screen suddenly froze, and 3 red dots popped up. Found them.
At the intersection of Manhwa Road and Heping Alley.
Signal strength is increasing. They haven't turned off the car radio.
He quickly zoomed in on the image. Though the quality was blurry, 3 black vans could be clearly seen driving in a triangular formation, with traces of the red brick wall dust characteristic of the old city on their bodies. Go!
Zhang, immediately sync this footage with Zhao Yan and Wang Lei's in car computers.
Got it. But I need their authorization. It'll be faster that way. Upon hearing Xiao Zhan's words, Tang Jiqiang immediately contacted Zhao Yan's team. After explaining the situation, they immediately granted access to the in-car computers. Instantly, 3 red dots appeared on the map. Captain Zhao. They're out. We've found them. The 3 vehicles are currently traveling on Nanhua Road.
A team member said excitedly.
Zhao Yan suppressed his excitement. Let's go. We'll follow them.
This time, we'll make sure these criminals are brought to justice. The midday sun sliced the street into light and shadow.
3 black vans darted out of an alley like ghosts, their tires splashing water on the road, sending glare into the sun.
The 3 people inside the black vans, whether from tension or fear, had lost all color in their faces.
Suddenly, 2 unusual vehicles appeared in their rearview mirrors.
And they were right on their tail. They immediately realized that the police had come for them. They couldn't be caught. If they were caught, their wives and daughters would all die. Their faces now betrayed an expression as they accelerated to 80 miles per hour on a city road with a 50 miles per hour speed limit. Zhao Yan gripped the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. The car radio crackled with Wang Lei's urgent breaths. Captain Zhao, they're not thinking about their lives. There are so many cars going this fast.
Keep your distance. Zhao Yan jerked the steering wheel, and the police car scraped the roadside guardrail as it turned the corner.
Suddenly, 3 vans simultaneously activated their turn signals and turned in 3 different directions. Zhao Yan cursed under his breath and shouted into the radio, Wang Lei, follow the left van.
I'll take the middle one. Notify Tang team to keep an eye on the right one.
Before he could finish, the middle van suddenly slammed on the brakes and turned into the pedestrian street where the crowd was so dense that pursuit was impossible.
Pedestrian-only zone. Are they crazy? Wang Lei's angry shout came over the radio.
Zhao Yan gritted his teeth, switched routes, and took a shortcut through a narrow alley behind the pedestrian street, the tires grinding against the cobblestones with a clattering sound.
Chapter 106, Lin Xuan captured.
As he burst out of the alley, he saw the van crash through the barrier and speed toward the train station, with fragments of the torn-off advertisement still hanging from its side.
Team leader Tang. The target is moving toward the train station. Request backup.
Zhao Yan's voice trembled from rapid breathing. Over the radio, Tang Jiqiang's calm instructions came through. The area around the train station is already secured.
They can't escape.
As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhao Yan suddenly noticed black smoke billowing from the rear of the van ahead. His alarm bells rang, and he slammed on the brakes only to see the van come to a sudden stop at the intersection. The doors opened, but no one got out. Moments later, a deafening explosion shook the ground, flames shot into the sky, and the van was instantly engulfed in flames.
Twisted metal debris rained down like hail. Zhao team. The left car has exploded.
Wang Lei's voice was filled with disbelief and shock. At the entrance of the department store, the flames are 3 stories high. Zhao Yan stared at the burning wreckage in the rearview mirror and suddenly realized something was wrong. The explosion was too precise, as if the detonation points had been preset. He immediately turned the car around and raced toward the last van. As the police car rounded the corner, they saw the van parked in the middle of the bridge, with the guardrail on the bridge deck already smashed open. Zhao Yan was about to shout a warning when the van suddenly accelerated, crashing through the guardrail and plummeting into the river below. Moments later, a fireball erupted on the water's surface, and thick smoke mingled with steam to form an eerie white fog.
Everything's blown up? Wang Lei's voice sounded weary. Zhao Yan didn't respond, just staring at the burning debris floating on the river's surface. Notify the underwater rescue team, Zhao Yan ordered over the radio, his voice as cold as ice. And have the technical team examine the explosion debris. I need to know how these bombs were detonated. He watched the crowd gathering in the distance, the wailing of sirens, the screeching of fire trucks, and the shouts of onlookers blending together, yet unable to mask the doubts in his heart. The other side had gone to such great lengths to set up this elaborate scheme. Could it really be so easily undone? When Zhao Yan's car came to a stop by the bridge, the flames on the river's surface had already begun to die down, leaving behind only smoldering debris. He knelt down and picked up a piece of metal debris that had landed on the riverbank. Vaguely visible were traces of melted circuitry from the intense heat. This wasn't an ordinary car bomb, it was more like some kind of directed blast device. These criminals were using a self-destructive method to erase all traces of themselves.
Zhao Team, Tang Team has ordered us to return to headquarters, Wang Lei's voice came over the radio.
Leave the scene to the bomb squad.
Zhao Yan stood up, gazing at the ash floating on the river's surface, and suddenly clenched his fist.
Got it.
He would track down these brazen criminals. He, Zhao Yan, had been with the armed police for so many years and had never fought such a frustrating battle. It felt like he had been toyed with all along. The sirens of the ambulance pierced the silence on the provincial highway, but strangely turned off the main road and headed toward the winding mountain roads away from the city.
Damn it!
Mouse violently ripped off his blue mask and kicked the side of the ambulance cabin in frustration. The smell of disinfectant mixed with the sweat on his body fermented in the confined space, creating an suffocating stench.
Chen Mo, your intelligence is crap.
He pointed at Lin Xuan, who was lying on the stretcher. We were told Lin Xuan looked like this, yet I nearly mistook the police for our target. Chen Mo was wiping his gun with alcohol swabs when he heard this, his movements halting. He looked up at Lin Xuan on the stretcher, studying him closely. The figure was identical to the photo he had been shown.
Rat, you better take a good look.
He held the photo up to the light. In the photo, Lin Xuan was live streaming catching rats, and his face was identical to the one on the stretcher.
Look clearly, my ass. Mouse was speechless.
Just a moment ago, there was a guy who looked exactly like Lin Xuan. Luckily, I noticed that his face had been disguised.
Disguise? Chen Mo pondered carefully.
He then touched Lin Xuan's face a few times and indeed felt some traces of disguise.
The fine powder and gel-like substance were clearly remnants of the disguise.
At the time, the mouse had only given it a rough cleaning and hadn't examined it closely.
Chen Mo felt a bit embarrassed at that moment.
He hadn't expected the police to become so cunning, resorting to disguises.
Oh, it's all successful anyway. These minor details aren't worth mentioning.
Hearing Chen Mo's obvious attempt to brush it off, the rat rolled his eyes but said nothing. The ambulance continued on its way until it reached a desolate outskirts, where they got out and switched to another vehicle that had been prepared in advance, continuing on in the same direction. This continued until they had switched vehicles 3 times, at which point they finally felt confident enough to drive into the village of San Yuan.
San Yuan village rarely saw outsiders, and even if there were a few, they didn't panic because their real operations were based in the back mountains. As long as those people didn't touch the secrets of the back mountain, they wouldn't interfere. Beep, beep, beep. As the car approached an entrance to the back mountain, it honked twice. The area was surrounded by iron fences, with a sign reading Deep Mountain Wilderness, Dangerous Wild Animals, Do Not Enter. These warnings were obviously meant for outsiders. The locals knew they could enter freely, as that was where the real drug trafficking and manufacturing operations took place. After honking twice, the guards at the gate recognized Chen Mo and promptly opened the iron gate, giving him a fawning smile as he entered. The car continued driving deeper into the area, traveling several hundred meters before a village came into view. This was the real San Yuan village. Mist hung like a damp gray cloth, enveloping San Yuan village in an impenetrable shroud. At the village entrance, an old locust tree with twisted branches hung down like a noose, with a dozen faded red lanterns dangling from it. The wind blew, causing them to emit a mournful sound, as if someone was being silenced in crying. Gulao stood at the entrance of the ancestral hall, his jujube cane tapping the ground with a dull thud, each strike feeling like a blow to everyone's heart. Behind him stood 7 people, all core members of the H organization. They're here. Gulao's voice was colder than the morning mist. His cane pointed toward the bumpy van approaching in the distance. The van was painted white with the words agricultural technology to the countryside on its sides, and the tires were still embedded with fragments of asphalt from the city roads, standing out starkly against the muddy village path. When Chen Mo jumped out of the car, grass seeds clinging to his pant legs fell off with a rustling sound. He yanked open the door, and Lin Xuan stumbled out, his wrists red from the ropes, with a hole worn through the knees of his work pants. Lin Xuan had already woken up during the previous transfer, but facing this group of ruthless bandits, he felt it was better to remain unconscious. Chapter 107, Those who recognize the times are the wise. Gulao, Chen Mo bowed respectfully.
Gulao's walking stick suddenly jabbed toward Lin Xuan's face, stopping 3 inches from his nose.
Look up.
As soon as Gulao spoke those words, Chen Mo instinctively stepped forward to help Lin Xuan lift his head. After all, at this moment, the other party would certainly not obey, and there was bound to be some confusion about the situation. However, as Chen Mo took just a few steps forward, he was startled to see Lin Xuan already lifting his head high, speaking as he did so.
How about that? Is it high enough? If not, I can try harder.
Lin Xuan was looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle.
Chen Mo? Lin Xuan was thinking to himself, I'm being so obedient you can't possibly hit me now, can you?
Gulao, who had clearly never seen such a person before, was momentarily stunned, but he quickly burst into laughter.
Interesting, young man. Do you know where this is?
Lin Xuan looked around.
This must be at Ancestral Hall.
He looked up at the faded plaque hanging from the beam, where the words agriculture and scholarship passed down the family were worn away by time.
I know. This is the famous H organization's headquarters, right? Since you know where this is, why don't you look the least bit afraid? You should know what our H organization has done, right? Gulao narrowed his eyes, revealing a kindly smile. I know, of course I know.
Lin Xuan slowly lowered his head and brushed the dust off his work pants that had been kicked onto him earlier. He suddenly grinned, and the mole on his left eyebrow twitched in the shadows. Brother Chen, look, if I refuse to cooperate, won't I have to take a beating first? He counted on his fingers, a belt, pepper spray, the tiger bench. After going through all that, I'd still have to hand over the formula. Why bother? Upon hearing this, the scene suddenly became lively, clearly startled by what Lin Xuan had said. These days, such brazenly shameless people are indeed rare. Gu Lao's jujube would cane tap the ground, emitting a dull thud. The ancestral hall fell silent, with only the crackling sound of burning incense and candles echoing between the beams and columns. He took off his reading glasses, wiped the lenses with the sleeve of his coarse cloth, and put them back on. His eyes behind the lenses shone brightly. Are you saying you're willing to help us?
Of course I am.
Lin Xuan suddenly stepped forward toward the altar table, his fingers almost touching the labeled glass jars. Chen Mo immediately stepped forward to block him, but Lin Xuan grinned and withdrew his hand.
Master Gu, you're a wise man.
Those who recognize the times are the wise.
I'm just an ordinary person. Going up against the H organization is like hitting a stone with an egg. Chen Mo's Adam's apple bobbed up and down.
He couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The man who had been struggling for his life in the basement yesterday now seemed like a different person, his eyes and brows betraying a servile obedience, even a hint of flattery. He glanced at the rat in the corner, who was using the tip of a knife to scrape dirt from between his fingernails, his face wrinkled in obvious doubt.
Aren't you afraid we'll kill you once we're done with you? The rat suddenly spoke, slapping the knife tip against his palm with a snap. Lin Xuan's smile didn't waver. Instead, he leaned closer, his voice low and hushed. Of course I'm afraid. How could I not be? He pointed to the herbs drying outside the ancestral hall. But if I figure out the formula, your business could expand tenfold. Would you need me as a technical advisor then? He suddenly raised his voice. Besides, I spent 3 years developing this rat poison. The secrets inside are known only to me. If you kill me, who will you cry to? Gu Lao's walking stick slammed into the ground, causing the candles on the altar to flicker violently, casting the shadows of everyone present onto the wall, twisting into grotesque monsters. He stared at the spot where Lin Xuan's left eyebrow had been, where the dried blood scab had peeled away, revealing a faint mole beneath. This face matched the one in the files perfectly, yet it had an indescribable sharpness that wasn't present in the archive photo. Interesting, Gu Lao suddenly laughed, his wrinkles brimming with an indescribable meaning. At least he's more sensible than those stubborn fools. He waved his walking stick. Chen Mo, take him to the laboratory. Chen Mo hesitated. Gu Lao, this. Let him go. Gu Lao's voice was unquestionable. He pointed his cane in a direction and said, make sure he has everything he needs. I want to see if he can really do it. At the same time, he turned to Lin Xuan with a serious expression and said, I've prepared everything for you, but what if you can't do it? Don't worry. If I can't do it, I'll bring my head to you. Lin Xuan boasted, pounding his chest. However, he was indeed confident. After all, this rat poison, oh no. This drug, he had made it countless times at home. How could it possibly fail? After the incident, Tang Jichang finally discovered the unconscious Chendi and the 2 police officers guarding the detention room. In the hospital room, Tang Jichang looked at the 3 people lying on the stretcher, his face filled with anxiety. Not only were the 3 injured and still unconscious, but more importantly, just moments ago, something else had happened. Lin Xuan had gone missing. That's right, he had just sent people to the police station to look for him, but after searching for a long time, they couldn't find him anywhere. Now, he was starting to panic. Could it be that he had really been kidnapped by the H organization? But the 3 were unconscious, and he couldn't even ask them anything. Otherwise, he would have been able to find out something by now. However, he wasn't a complete novice. There were definitely surveillance cameras inside the police station, especially in the detention cells. He had already sent someone back to retrieve them. He wanted to see exactly what had happened. At that moment, a commotion erupted in the corridor. Tang Jichang looked over and saw Zhou Zhang and the others. What is going on? What happened? He asked urgently as soon as he arrived. Tang Jichang recounted everything that had happened at the police station, including the fact that Lin Xuan was missing. What? The H organization actually used rocket launchers to attack the police station? And Lin Xuan is missing? Zhou Zhang violently kicked over a chair, the metal scraping against the ground with a piercing sound, startling the sparrows outside the window into fluttering away. His knuckles turned white from clenching his fists tightly as he stared intently at the crime scene photos in Tang Jichang's hands. The police station's front door had been blown open, leaving a black hole, with reinforcing bars hanging down like twisted ropes, and fragments of paper mixed with dust floating in the air. A rocket launcher? His voice sounded like sandpaper scraping against iron. Has the H organization lost its mind? Daring to use heavy weapons at the city bureau's entrance? What about you? Have you found anything over there? Tang Jichang asked again. Chapter 108, Provincial Bureau arrives. But Zhou Zhang shook his head. Nothing. Although all the bombs planted by the H organization were successfully defused, we didn't find any useful clues.
Just as Tang Jiqiang was about to ask more questions, Zhou Zhang's phone suddenly rang.
Tang Jiqiang, who was standing 2 or 3 meters away, could clearly hear the profanity coming from the phone. Half an hour earlier, Takano stood in the office of the director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau.
He not only held the position of director of the Public Security Bureau but also served as deputy mayor. At that moment, the phone receiver he was clutching in his hand was soaked with sweat, and the furious shout of the provincial bureau chief was still echoing in his ears, making his temples throb violently.
Gao Yi! What the hell is going on here?
The voice on the other end sounded like a dull axe splitting wood. The city bureau compound was blown open with a rocket launcher, an important witness has vanished into thin air, and now the provincial party committee's phone calls are coming straight to me.
How the hell are you running this bureau? Gao Yi dug his fingernails into his palms.
He opened his mouth to explain how meticulously the H organization had disguised themselves, but the words turned into a hoarse whisper. It's my fault, director.
Dereliction of duty?
The director's cold laughter echoed through the line.
The entire system is laughing at us.
You have 3 hours to come up with a solution, or else you'll be out of a job.
The phone clicked off abruptly, the busy tone echoing harshly in the empty office.
Gao Yan slowly put down the receiver and turned to look out the window. Below, outside the police tape, journalists with cameras in hand pushed forward like starving wolves, flashes of light erupting in a blinding white glow. He recalled 3 years ago, when the biochemical laboratory theft case was exposed. He had stood in the same spot, watching his colleagues being led away in police cars, their police badges gleaming harshly in the sunlight. The glass cup on his desk suddenly shattered in his hand, and as the shards embedded themselves in his palm, he snapped back to reality.
The red secure phone in the drawer was vibrating. The caller ID displayed an encrypted number. This was the direct line to the Provincial Bureau's Special Operations Unit.
He took a deep breath and answered the phone, his voice already calm. This is Gao Yi.
The Provincial Bureau has decided that Deputy Director Zhao Jigua will lead the team. They will arrive at your bureau in 3 hours.
The voice on the other end was devoid of emotion. From this moment on, the anti-drug operation will be fully taken over by the Provincial Bureau. You and your team must cooperate unconditionally.
Gao Yi's back tensed abruptly. Zhao Jigua? The madman who went undercover in the Golden Triangle?
He recalled the records in the files. This deputy director had single-handedly dismantled 7 drug dens, employing methods so brutal that even the drug trafficking organizations dared not approach the border.
Yes.
The Special Operations Unit paused. Zhao's special aircraft has already taken off.
He has brought the Provincial Bureau's most elite tactical team. Additionally, please note.
Suddenly, the sound of papers rustling came through the phone. Director Zhao has zero trust in the Municipal Public Security Bureau.
You'd better not hide anything.
As the call ended, Gao Yi grabbed the walkie-talkie. Have Tang Jiqiang and Zhou Zhan come to my office immediately. He knew exactly what the Provincial Bureau's takeover meant. They would not only have to face the threat from the H organization but also undergo an internal investigation by their own people, like being caught between 2 closing iron doors.
What was going on?
Their plan had been executed smoothly until now.
How had things suddenly deteriorated so badly?
The thought of losing his position made his anger boil over. He picked up the walkie-talkie again and addressed the person who had just spoken.
Forget it. I'll handle it myself.
What followed was the moment when Tang Jiqiang heard Zhou Zhang being scolded.
10 minutes later.
When Tang Jiqiang and Zhou Zhang burst into the office, they still smelled of gunpowder.
Director Gao, any news about Lin Xuan?
Zhou Zhang's voice was filled with urgency.
Gao Yi said nothing, merely pushing the Provincial Bureau's notice toward them.
When Tang Jiqiang's fingers brushed over the words full authority to take over, his knuckles suddenly stiffened.
Zhao Jigua is coming? Tang Jiqiang's voice grew heavy. That madman Zhao who advocates better to kill by mistake than let go? He raised his phone. We just discovered that the H organization's ambulance is heading east. We can still send someone to pursue them. It's too late.
Gao Yan interrupted him, his voice tinged with unprecedented exhaustion.
From now on, all operations will be under the command of the Provincial Bureau.
Your task is to compile all records from the past few days, including the interrogation videos of Lin Xuan, surveillance screenshots of the H organization, and statements from other witnesses. Zhou Zhang slammed his fist on the table, and a tactical pen flew out of his pocket, leaving a deep mark on the map. Director Gao. We've been chasing them for so long, and we're about to uncover H organization's hideout.
Why should we let the Provincial Bureau take the credit? He pointed at the ruins outside the window. Lin Xuan is still in their hands. Zhao Jigua coming here will only cause trouble. This is an order. Gao Yi's voice rose sharply, his nails digging deeply into his flesh. Do you think I want this?
The archives were blown up, witnesses were abducted, we can barely protect ourselves now. He suddenly softened his tone, looking at Tang Jiqiang. But remember, no matter who takes over, Lin Xuan's safety is the top priority.
Tang Jiqiang's Adam's apple bobbed.
He recalled his earlier promise to protect him, yet now he felt powerless to do anything.
I know what to do. He turned abruptly.
Captain Zhou, come with me back to the evidence room at the City Bureau and back up everything related to the H organization. Zhou Zhang hesitated for a moment before nodding. There was nothing else they could do now. In the office, Gao Yi stared at the clock on the wall, its hands slowly moving toward 12 o'clock. He knew that in 3 hours, Zhao Jiguo would bring not only orders from the provincial bureau but also a storm that could change the course of the entire case. At that moment, in Sanyuan village, the mist on the back mountain was slowly dissipating, revealing the terraced fields planted with opium poppies, glowing an eerie red in the sunlight. 3 hours later, the distant roar of a helicopter grew louder. Gao Yan walked to the window and saw a helicopter bearing the provincial bureau's emblem circling above the municipal government building. The helicopter's rotors kicked up a cloud of dust, creating ripples of air on the empty courtyard of the municipal government building. Takano stood under the porch, smoothing out the wrinkled collar of his police uniform. The sweat in his palms had soaked through the welcome speech cards he had prepared, leaving dark stains. "They're here," Gao Yan murmured. The helicopter's door opened, and the boarding ladder clanged to the ground. The first to jump down was a man in black combat fatigues, with olive branches on his shoulder straps gleaming brightly in the morning light, none other than Zhao Jiguo, the deputy director of the provincial bureau. Behind him were 7 others, 4 men and 3 women, each carrying bulging tactical packs. They moved swiftly through the security cordon, not even glancing at Gao Yi as he approached. Chapter 109, Demonstration. Deputy Director Zhao, you must have had a long journey. Gao Yi's outstretched hand froze mid-air as he watched Zhao Jiguo walk straight toward the entrance. "I've had lunch prepared. Why don't we?" "Meeting." Zhao Jiguo's voice was as cold as ice, not even turning his head. "In 15 minutes, I want a full report on all details, including the H organization's movements, Lin Xuan's social connections, and the forensic report from the explosion site." Gao Yi slowly withdrew his hand, his fingertips clenching into a fist in his police uniform pocket. This deputy director, renowned for his iron fist, had once single-handedly dismantled 7 drug dens during a mission in the Golden Triangle. His temper was as hard as the barrel of a gun. This was the first time he had ever met the other man. He didn't expect such a show of force on their first meeting. However, Gao Yi said nothing. After all, he had already been completely defeated in this struggle against the H organization. He was now completely sidelined. Sanyuan village. The back mountain of Sanyuan village. Gulao tapped the iron door with his cane. The rusty hinges creaked as the door swung open, releasing a pungent odor of alcohol and chemicals. Lin Xuan was led inside by 2 men in white lab coats. His eyes darted around the room, the pressure gauges on the walls trembled slightly, the stainless steel workbenches gleamed coldly, and dozens of glass containers filled with colorful liquids refracted eerie halos under the overhead fluorescent lights. "Mr. Lin, I'm sorry for the inconvenience," Gulao's voice sounded like sandpaper scraping wood. He removed his reading glasses and wiped the lenses, revealing cloudy yet sharp eyes. "This place can't compare to a city lab, but I had the equipment specially imported from Germany, and the purification precision is definitely sufficient." He pointed to the centrifuge in the corner, its metal casing still bearing a partially peeled-off German label. Lin Xuan was taken aback. "German-made? Has this old man misunderstood something? Such professional equipment must be way better than his pressure cooker." But to maintain his confidence and air of sophistication, Lin Xuan simply nodded calmly. He walked straight to the workbench. Just a few steps later, he saw a man with gray-streaked hair and a receding hairline approaching. Gulao seemed to know him well, nodding with a smile. "Old Yang, I've brought you a new recruit today." "New recruit?" Old Yang finally had a chance to take a good look at the unfamiliar face that had suddenly appeared in the lab. Lin Xuan. "Are you serious, old Gu? This kid? Has he even mastered inorganic chemistry? You call him a new recruit? We've already brought in several PhDs in chemistry, and they're not any better." Old Yang snorted disdainfully. Gulao smiled slightly. "Of course, those people can't compare to you, old Yang. You're the only highly educated person in our village, a professor-level figure. But this person will definitely interest you," Old Yang said casually. "To be honest, I'm only interested in that genius who created that rat poison, a drug that shocks the heavens and moves the spirits. The others? I couldn't care less." But little did he know that after he finished speaking, Gulao suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. What's so funny, old Gu?" The laughter left old Yang completely baffled. Gulao didn't explain, but instead turned to Lin Xuan and said, "Alright, you can start making it." Lin Xuan didn't hesitate, nodded, and walked toward the reagent cabinet next to the laboratory bench. As he passed by old Yang, he couldn't help but glance curiously. No wonder the H organization could monopolize the drug trade. In the entire city they had enlisted a professor to help them manufacture drugs. Old Yang saw Lin Xuan heading straight for the precious reagent cabinet and immediately stopped him. "What is the meaning of this, old Gu? Don't you know how precious these reagents are?" Old Yang looked heartbroken. Gulao was speechless. He hadn't expected old Yang, the old man, to be so stubborn. He understood that if he didn't clarify Lin Xuan's identity today, the other party wouldn't feel at ease.
Here, isn't this exactly what you wanted to see, the person who created that rat poison?
Old Yang froze, his eyes unconsciously scanning Lin Xian's body.
Something was off. Logically speaking, such a genius shouldn't be the same age as him, should he? At the very least, he should have a receding hairline, right? But how can you be so handsome? Old Gu, you're not lying to me, are you? How could someone so young be the genius who created such pure drugs?
Old Yang's eyes still held a look of suspicion.
Old Gu laughed twice. Old Yang, that's where you're wrong. You're underestimating people, especially the young ones nowadays. They're like the waves of the Yangtze River, pushing forward and surpassing the previous ones. Oh? Well, I'll have to see if this young man really has what it takes. Old Yang finished speaking and stepped aside to make room. However, he made sure to give a special warning. Young man, don't mess around. These instruments and equipment are extremely valuable.
Lin Xian smiled.
Don't worry, I wouldn't risk my life over this. But before we start, I have a request. Could you arrange for 2 assistants to help me? I'll be a bit overwhelmed on my own.
Fortunately, Old Yan was well aware of the complex process involved in drug production.
He nodded and immediately arranged for 2 lab coats to assist Lin Xian. Let us begin.
Gulao narrowed his eyes slightly and tapped his cane on the ground. Lin Xian slowly put on his lab coat, his fingers gliding over the neatly arranged test tubes, already beginning the process. Old Zhang noticed his confident demeanor and realized he wasn't a novice, which gave him some peace of mind. 50 milliliters of anhydrous ethanol, tetrahydrofuran. He recited a string of chemical names, his voice steady as if reading a shopping list. The white-coated lab assistants scrambled to prepare the materials. One young man in red-framed glasses accidentally knocked over a beaker, causing the transparent liquid to spread across the countertop, turning his face pale with fear.
What's the rush?
Old Gus snapped harshly, his cane tapping the ground with a loud thud.
Mr. Lin is here. What's there to be afraid of?
He turned and adopted a more gentle tone, addressing him directly. Little Lin, take a look at this equipment.
Are you familiar with it? If there's anything you need, be sure to let me know. Gu Lao was already eager to see the groundbreaking drug come to fruition. It's fine. Lin Xian replied, pouring the measured white crystals into the flask. The equipment here is much better than what I've used before. As long as the operation is correct, the potency should be even better.
This was indeed the truth. With the rudimentary equipment in the rented room at Deapeo, being able to produce anything at all was already quite impressive, let alone purity. Upon hearing this, Gulao's cloudy eyes suddenly cleared, and he immediately instructed everyone in the laboratory to remain quiet, ensuring no one disturbed Lin Xian.
Chapter 110, Cunning.
The laboratory was deathly quiet, with only the faint hum of the stirrer breaking the silence. Lin Xian focused intently on the thermometer, the mercury column beginning to rise steadily at 68 degrees Celsius. He could feel the gaze on his back growing heavier, and Gu Lao's breathing became increasingly audible, betraying his growing excitement. When the solution turned amber, he suddenly turned off the heat source, cool it down to 20 degrees, then filter it. The assistant in the white lab coat remained silent, pouring the cooled liquid into the Buchner funnel. The vacuum pump emitted a piercing sound as it started, and the transparent liquid flowed through the pipes into the collection bottle. The filter cake left behind glowed with a pearlescent sheen under the light. He used a stainless steel scraper to transfer the filter cake into the evaporation dish, the entire process flowing smoothly and effortlessly, leaving those around him in awe. They only knew that rat poison was remarkably effective, but had no idea the production process was so meticulous. Gradually, as the dark red powder began to appear in the evaporation dish, Gu Lao and everyone else's eyes grew excited.
It's done. He lifted the evaporation dish, and the dark red powder glowed with an eerie light under the lamp.
Gu Lao, standing across from him, suddenly straightened up, his walking stick thudding heavily against the ground.
The crisp sound of metal hitting the cement floor betrayed his uncontrollable excitement.
The others in the laboratory crowded around, their breathing heavy like donkeys grinding a millstone. Old Yang even forgot to push his glasses back up to his nose.
Quick, let Ah Wu try it. Gu Lao's voice trembled as his eyes fixed on the powder.
The test subject called Ah Wu could no longer contain himself, trembling as he reached out his hand. Lin Xian poured half a spoonful of the powder into his palm, watching him inhale it into his nostrils with eager anticipation.
The entire process was so smooth and practiced that it sent a chill down one's spine.
Half a minute later, Ah Wu suddenly tensed up, his eyes rolled back, revealing a large expanse of white, then collapsed to the ground, a foolish smile on his lips. So many butterflies.
Gu Lao, they're dancing on my hands.
He mumbled incoherently, flailing his arms and knocking over the nearby test tube, spilling yellow liquid onto his arm, but he didn't even notice.
Excellent. Excellent. Gu Lao tapped his cane 3 times, his wrinkles betraying his satisfaction.
The purity is higher than last time, and it takes effect faster.
Xiaolin, you're a real treasure.
He took the evaporating dish, pinched a bit of powder between his fingertips, and examined it under the light. This color, this fineness, it'll sell like crazy on the black market. Lin Xian leaned against the workbench, watching the group of people rejoice over something meant to harm others, feeling a wave of nausea in his stomach.
He forced a half-hearted smile. Gu Lao is too kind. It's just because we have good equipment.
Even with the best equipment, you still need a sharp mind. Gu Lao suddenly adopted a friendly expression and patted Lin Xuan on the shoulder. Just say what you want. The best house in the village has already been prepared. Would you like us to arrange a chef for you as well? The greed in his eyes receded like a tide, revealing the carefully concealed warmth of an elder doting on a younger relative. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Gu. The living quarters are already very good. A chef isn't necessary. Lin Xuan lowered his eyelids, hiding the coldness in his eyes. I just want to focus on my research in peace. Lin Xuan was now as good as a sure thing, so there was no way he could openly defy them. He had to go along with them, and besides, he already had a plan to escape, it just needed more time. Gu Lao laughed even more heartily, his walking stick tracing a half circle on the ground. Excellent. You have a spirit of inquiry. That's exactly the kind of person I like. He suddenly changed the subject and handed the evaporating dish to the researcher. But little Lin, can this formula be adjusted? Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat, but he remained composed on the surface. Are you referring to increasing the purity? The previous test already reached 95%. If we use more precise instruments. No, not increase, Gu Lao interrupted him, gesturing with his fingers in the air. Lower it. The laboratory fell silent, even Ah Wu, who had been smiling, stopped moving. Old Yang pushed his glasses up. Old Gu, this. We've finally purified it to such a high level. Lowering the potency would be. What do you know? Old Gu glared at him, then turned to Lin Xuan, his eyes flashing with the shrewdness of a businessman. Think about it. This medicine is so potent, stronger than anything on the market. If we sell it at the old price, wouldn't we be losing money? Lin Xuan feigned understanding. You mean, raise the price? Not just that. Old Gu held up 3 fingers, tapping his cane on the table 3 times. We need to implement tiered pricing. The lowest tier will have efficacy reduced to the level of ordinary products on the market, but priced 10% lower than theirs. The mid-tier will be 30% more potent, priced 10% higher, and the highest tier will use your current formula, priced 3 times higher. He grew more excited as he spoke, drawing circles on the ground with his cane. This way, whether they're penniless or wealthy, everyone will have to buy our products. Ordinary addicts will go for the cheaper options, while the wealthy will prioritize prestige. They'll definitely rush to buy the highest tier. Within half a year, the entire market will be ours. Lin Xian's back broke out in a cold sweat. He had thought these people only understood violence and plunder, but he never expected Gu Lao to have such a cunning business plan. Reducing the potency wasn't about minimizing harm, it was about building a more intricate drug trafficking network. By using tiered pricing to lock different social classes of addicts into a cycle of dependency, this scheme was far more insidious than simply selling high-purity drugs. It was designed to shatter people's willpower at its core. How about it? Can you do it? Gu Lao stared into his eyes, as if assessing the value of a tool. Lin Xuan lowered his eyelids, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the edge of the control panel. Theoretically, it's feasible. By adjusting the crystallization temperature, we can control the proportion of the active ingredients. He deliberately spoke vaguely. Such a minor task was certainly easy for him, but he couldn't appear too confident, as this was also to buy himself some time. Even if the other party hadn't mentioned it, he would have taken the initiative to suggest improvements to the formula to enhance the drug's efficacy and increase his own value. Otherwise, once the other party fully mastered his formula, he would have no way out. Who would have thought that now the other party was the one actively expressing their need for him? In that case, he didn't need to say that first. Alright. Gu Lao didn't notice his unusual behavior, slapping his thigh and laughing. It's all yours. If you need any equipment, just ask. The lab staff are at your disposal. Old Yang, I'm entrusting such a talented person to you. Rest assured, I'll keep a close eye on him. Old Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was a pure academic, interested only in knowledge he cared about. Now he couldn't wait to discuss things with Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan sneered inwardly but wore a grateful expression on his face. Thank you for your guidance, Gu Lao. I'll do my best. Gu Lao smiled satisfactorily, then turned to the researchers and ordered, clear the best workbench for Mr. Lin and give him that imported centrifuge. Chapter 111, Cover. After Gu Lao and the others had left, Old Yang eagerly pulled Chen Mo aside to discuss academic matters, and Chen Mo was more than happy to oblige. He needed to gain their trust further to secure more operational freedom. Meanwhile, under Zhao Jigua's leadership, everyone quickly got to work in an orderly fashion, until 2 days later. In the temporary operations meeting room. This won't do. Zhao Hall, these people are cleaning up the loose ends too thoroughly. Every time we get halfway through a lead, it's cut off. A seasoned detective stepped forward and said. I understand. Zhao Jigua nodded slightly, then furrowed his brows deeply. Over the past 2 days, he had truly come to understand how formidable this organization was. It could be said that they were 100 times more cunning than a sly fox. They had approached the case from every angle, yet made no substantial progress. This was far more challenging than their mission in the Golden Triangle. Gu Lao, of course. We're manufacturing drugs right under the police's noses. We have to be even more cunning than those in the Golden Triangle to survive. Alright, continue your investigation.
We'll have a brief meeting at 1 p.m. Yes. Outskirts of Sanyuan village.
The autumn sun bathed the threshing field of Sanyuan village, making the red sign reading Sanyuan Village Run MSG Factory shine brightly. The newly paved asphalt road at the village entrance was still fresh, with hibiscus flowers in full bloom along the sides. A dozen villagers in blue work uniforms stood at the factory gate, their faces adorned with simple smiles, greeting the slowly approaching black sedan. The car door opened, and Vice Mayor Zhang Qiming stepped out with a group of people. His leather shoes splashed water on the damp cement ground, sending tiny droplets flying. He shook hands with Gulao, who had come forward to greet him, his gaze sweeping over the slogans on the factory walls: science and technology for agriculture, industry for prosperity, his tone filled with praise. Your village of Sanyuan is a model for our city. This monosodium glutamate factory not only provided employment for over 30 villagers but also doubled last year's tax revenue. That's no small achievement. Gulao wore a well-worn Zhongshan suit, his hair neatly combed, though the white strands at his temples stood out in the sunlight. He smiled and waved his hand, his wrinkles reflecting just the right amount of humility. Mayor Zhang is too kind. It's all thanks to the government for approving the technical support funds and sending experts to guide us. He stepped aside and gestured for them to enter. Please come in. You can take a look at the new production line. The group entered the factory premises, where the air carried a faint scent of fermenting grain. Massive stainless steel fermentation tanks were neatly arranged in rows. Pressure gauges on the pipes showed steady readings, and several workers wearing hard hats were recording data at the control panels. Upon seeing the deputy mayor approach, they immediately stopped their work and saluted. Zhang Qiming walked up to a fermentation tank and pointed to the scale on the tank, asking, "How much MSG can this tank produce?" 500 kilograms, Gulao replied promptly, his voice loud and clear. We use a cornstarch fermentation process, achieving a purity of 99%. This makes our MSG 20% more flavorful than ordinary MSG on the market. Currently, supermarkets in 5 surrounding counties are all selling our Sanyuan Xian brand MSG. He picked up a bottle of transparent packaged MSG from the sample cabinet beside him and handed it to Zhang Qiming. Try it. It's very flavorful even when dissolved in water. Zhang Qiming unscrewed the cap and took a whiff. Sure enough, it had a strong umami aroma. He nodded and turned to the Agricultural Bureau director accompanying him. Go back and thoroughly summarize the experience of Sanyuan Village, especially this village collective plus cooperative model. It should be promoted throughout the city. He then looked at Gulao. Do you plan to expand production next? Feel free to mention any difficulties. Gulao's eyes flashed with a barely perceptible gleam, but he replied, we won't expand for now. We need to focus on quality first. As for difficulties, most of the young people in the village have gone out to work, so it's hard to find skilled workers. This statement was half true, half false. The core positions in the factory didn't require outsiders, they were all core members of the H organization. As the tour group reached the end of the workshop, Zhang Qiming noticed a tightly closed iron door with a sign reading, Sterile Workshop, no unauthorized entry. Just as he was about to ask, the village party secretary interrupted, Mayor, this way please. Let's go see the packaging workshop. It's all automated equipment, saving a lot of manpower. Gulao also smiled and added, that's the microbial culture room. The standards are high there, you need to change into protective gear before entering to avoid disrupting production. He discreetly blocked Zhang Qiming's view, tapping his cane lightly on the ground, a signal to the guards behind the door to remain silent. The world behind the door was completely different from the outside. There was no scent of fermenting grain, only the pungent odor of chemicals. A dozen people in white lab coats were bustling around the workbenches. Dark red powder in evaporating dishes glowed eerily, while ventilation ducts on the walls quietly expelled fumes into the bamboo grove behind the factory. The villagers who had greeted him at the door moments ago had now changed their appearances, holding guns in their hands and watching the iron door warily. This was the site of wholesale drug production. Lin Xuan's laboratory was only responsible for researching formulas and production processes. The actual large-scale production took place here. This packaging line is indeed impressive, Zhang Qiming's voice echoed from outside, tinged with satisfaction. Gulao, you not only excel at production but also understand brand management. The non-GMO label on the bottle demonstrates strong market awareness. Gulao smiled in agreement, but the corner of his eye caught a glimpse of a figure darting through the crack in the iron gate. It was Awu, the security guard, who had just tested the drugs. His eyes still gleamed with the lingering excitement of the high. His heart tightened, fearing the man might slip up, and he quickly raised his voice. Our village's motto is be honest people, produce honest goods. We never engage in empty gestures. As the inspection team departed, Zhang Qiming gripped Gulao's hand and urged, next month's city-wide rural revitalization conference will be held in your Sanyuan village. Make sure to share your experiences with everyone then. Gulao nodded repeatedly, watching the convoy disappear at the end of the road before his smile slowly faded. He turned and walked into the factory area. The villagers who had been friendly moments ago suddenly stood at attention, their innocent expressions replaced by reverence. Issue the order. Gulao's voice was as cold as ice. Check the ventilation system and the cultivation room again. No production of high-purity goods is allowed before the conference. Switch everything to MSG. He paused, then slammed his cane heavily on the ground. And tell Ah Wu to get back to the back mountain. Don't let him loiter around the factory. If he messes things up, I'll skin him alive. The setting sun cast long shadows across the MSG factory. Gu Lao gazed at the lights flickering in the village, a cold smile curling his lips. These officials only see the surface prosperity, unaware of the filth lurking beneath it. And he would rely on this filth to turn the entire San Yuan village into the most secure stronghold of the H organization.